Mi Yuan, a boy who loves football. Fate, however, enjoys playing tricks on him. He has already lost his loving parents, and only football can comfort him. During a five-side match, he did not expect that the hereditary ankylosing spondylitis would also come for him. Yes, he anxiously awaited the examination results. He received an opportunity to be selected by a scout to play abroad. Fate really knows how to joke. Just when he was on the brink of despair, the dream football system awakened within him. A small potion in the beginner's package changed the trajectory of his life. Starting from the youth training in The Hague, he continuously improved his skills, and when ADO faced 7 consecutive defeats and was on the verge of relegation from the Eredivisie, he was chosen by the new head coach, a boy with black hair and black eyes, thus entered the sight of scouts from the top 5 leagues. His journey to becoming a football star began, and he started to reach his peak. Chapter 1. Called out by the teacher in northern September, it was the season when the autumn heat was rampant. The pleasant sound of the school bell rang, and the students in the classroom were already lost in thought. Mi Yuan, stay after class, Teacher Zhang said lightly while tidying up the lesson plan on the podium. The people sitting in front secretly turned their heads to look at the last row, where a boy with a buzz cut, defined features, and a bit of handsomeness was gazing out the window. They began to whisper. Got detention again. Yeah, it's just the beginning of the school year. What did he do this time? Of course, he only thinks about playing football, dragging our average down. I don't know what the school is thinking, letting someone with a specialty like him join our class. Don't say that. What if he becomes a star in the future? After this remark, everyone shared a knowing laugh. As the teacher was still present, they didn't go too far. Long Chi patted Mi Yuan, who was still staring out the window, and said softly, Xiaomi, the boss wants you to stay. Did you hear? Mi Yuan finally came to his senses, pointing to himself with a confused expression. Me? Go on, don't annoy her. She probably assigned more work. Okay. Long Chi lifted his legs off the ground, shifting his body to make space for him. Chapter 2. Diagnosis. A turning point. He didn't understand the pile of professional data in the upper half, but he could clearly see the diagnosis result below. Diagnosis: suspected ankylosing spondylitis. Further examination needed. This line of text was the last straw that broke the camel's back. He felt a blur before his eyes, weakly leaning against the wall and sliding down. Biting his lip, he tried to control himself, but tears streamed down uncontrollably. A boy's dream was thus brutally destroyed, and it happened just when he had the most hope of taking a step closer. Helplessness, disappointment, and various emotions surged in, and this time it truly crushed him. When he had an accident during a road trip and was left alone in the car, he hadn't cried like this. After waking up and learning about his parents' passing, he had managed to hold it together. His father once said, "A man should bleed, not cry." Don't use your tears to cover your weakness. That he remembered every word his father said. He was always sunny and optimistic, like a warm spring breeze, and had always been seen as a bright boy by others. This time, he really couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't understand why everything he had was being taken away. His loving parents, the football he adored. In the dim stairwell, there was only a boy who was sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 3. Confirmed to go abroad. As he grew older, he became increasingly grateful that he had the most open-minded parents in the world. Thus, he learned all his knowledge, 3 parts to learn for learning's sake, and 7 parts to learn to realize his dreams. His dream was to become a professional player, to play in the top 5 leagues, to defeat the best forwards in the world, and to become a true goal-scoring machine. He heard Coach Lee introducing his situation with the translator beside him. Feeling that Old Lee was a bit stiff in his praise, he directly raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing Coach Lee's voice, Mi Yuan pushed the door open and entered. There were only 3 people in the room. Besides Coach Lee, there was yesterday's scout and the translator. Hello, Coach Lee. Hello, gentlemen. Mi Yuan spoke with a clear London accent, immediately catching the scout's attention. Coach Lee smiled and waved, teasing. Little brat, you're throwing around your foreign accent now. Come here. You just mix languages too. It's mutual. This statement was, of course, in his native language, and the translator's expression became quite awkward. How could he translate that? As he approached, Coach Lee introduced. This is Mr. Smith, the scout from The Hague. And this is Mr. He, the translator. After shaking hands and greeting the two, Mi Yuan sat down beside them. Chapter 4. The night before going abroad. His roommate hadn't returned yet, so he peeled a pomelo and placed it directly in the fridge, leaving a note on it before heading back to his room. Miss Wei, I prepared fruit for you. For an entire day, he felt like he was on a roller coaster, going up and down. However, Now he had something to look forward to, so he collapsed on his bed and fell asleep. When he got up for school in the morning, his roommate was still asleep. The three of them lived in the same space, yet felt like they were in two different worlds. Their most frequent communication was through sticky notes on the fridge and WeChat. He rarely used his phone. During school hours, phones were uniformly kept with a security guard. If caught using a phone during class, the only outcome was confiscation. As soon as he sat down, Long Chi leaned over to ask, "Why did you leave so hurriedly yesterday? You didn't look too good." "Nothing much. I'll be taking a long leave soon to go for a trial." "Really? How long will you be gone? Will you be back before the finals?" "Probably 3 months, but I'm not too sure. I might not make it back." "You're so lucky you don't have to take exams." "I'm a bit jealous. Stop it. I don't even know what the outcome will be. I'm just trying." The attentive student in front overheard their conversation and turned around. Chapter 5. Departure. Before he could speak, the smiling Yao Yao chimed in. "Landlord, you look handsome again after such a long time." Just as Xiaomi was about to retort, Xiao Yu pulled Yao Yao back and asked, "Xiaomi, what made you think of inviting us to dinner?" "I'm going out for a training trial, leaving after the 11th. I'm afraid that when we meet again, I'll be too handsome for you to recognize me." Yao Yao couldn't help but chuckle. "You're so narcissistic. If I say you're fat, you actually take it seriously." "All right, stop joking. Ask Xiaomi what is going on." Xiao Yu, more like an older sister, said, her face immediately showing concern upon hearing about the training trial. "Let us eat and chat while we're at it. You two hurry and put your things down." The two turned back to the house, set down their bags, and the three left home. Not far outside the community, they ordered food, each grabbing a bottle of ice-cold North Ice Ocean, and after taking a big sip, they started chatting. Although they had only known each other for less than a year and rarely saw each other daily, upon hearing he was going abroad, the playful Yao Yao was lively. After finishing 2 bottles of North Ice Ocean, the two roommates finally eased their worries. One advised him to take care of himself and not get injured. The other was more direct, immediately starting to search for local specialties and asking him to bring some back. Chapter 6. Arrival at the Hague Youth Training Base with a time difference of 7 hours between the two locations. There was much for them to adapt to upon their arrival. All the players were excited, leaning against the windows to gaze at the unfamiliar city. The youth training team had prepared a bus for them, and as they boarded, the bus was filled with their excited voices. Everything they saw was like discovering a new world, especially the uniquely designed buildings. By the time they reached The Hague, it was nearing noon. He, the translator, took the players to tour the club with the staff. Smith brought their documents to report on the work. After having a Western-style lunch in the restaurant, they went to collect their uniforms, room cards, and phone cards. With the room cards in hand, they carried their luggage to the dormitory. The dormitory was a shared room, and Xiaomi and Zhang Lei were surprisingly assigned to the same room. He, the translator, seriously pulled out a piece of paper and began to read the training rules they needed to follow, as well as the upcoming arrangements. Finally, he told everyone, "You can rest for now. Just go to the restaurant for dinner tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will take you for a physical examination. For now, get familiar with the environment." The trial training starts on Monday. Chapter 7. The first training class, the two quickly agreed, went back to their room to change clothes and shoes, and headed directly to the small training field where he practiced yesterday. Today, there was still no one there, and he didn't think much of it. Practicing with 2 people was much more interesting than practicing alone, especially during one-on-one drills. The tall and strong Zhang Lei didn't gain any advantage over him. Boys at this age tend to be hyperactive. Upon hearing the sound of soccer ball, many others quickly changed into their gear and rushed over. All of them loved soccer, and playing with a ball was much better than being cooped up in a room. The small field, which was originally quiet, quickly became lively. Besides Zhang Lei and Xiaomi, another 9 players joined in. After warming up, Zhang Lei saw so many people and immediately suggested, panting, "How about we play a match?" "Sound good." Everyone was instantly excited, gathered together, and started forming teams. After receiving pointers from the man yesterday, Xiaomi felt his passing and stopping accuracy had improved today. With the chance to compete, he was eager to join in. 11 players, only deciding with hands whether to be a referee or not. Chapter 8. The hard-working youth of Daxia in the afternoon. There would be an hour of strength training. Most of these Daxia youths lacked physical strength. Mawa didn't understand if it was due to their physique or something else. They looked decent in height, but their builds were too thin. Such bodies simply couldn't handle high-intensity physical confrontations. A few players looked quite strong, but they were just for show. Even lifting 50 pounds was a struggle for them. This was far from their peers at ADO, and he worried that these Oriental youths might get injured during the Wednesday match. The strength training was guided by a specialized coach, and Xiaomi finally understood the purpose of each piece of equipment. If he became a professional player in the future and had a stable income, he would definitely want a gym like this. After the strength training ended and they rested for a while, they were taken to the swimming pool. Among the 15, 4 non-swimmers. However, with a professional coach, this was completely manageable. Swimming lessons had many benefits for players' bodies. They could improve lung capacity, enhance respiratory function, and better develop muscle systems. Even the players who could swim didn't have very standard techniques, so the coach simply started teaching from the basics. After the strength training, the players, already covered in sweat, enjoyed swimming in the pool immensely. Chapter 9. Daxia Youth Training versus The Hague U16 Youth Training. During regular training, they used the small field, so there was no need for a standard field. The stands were small, and there weren't many spectators. The players from both sides began to warm up on the field, and the assistant coach brought over training vests. The Daxia youths received the vests and put them on for easy identification. The numbers on the vests were random. Mi Yuan was considerate and selected U16 substitute players for the match, not letting the main players participate. Although he wanted the Daxia team to realize the gap, he also didn't want to hit them too hard. After a 20-minute warm-up, Mi Yuan gathered both teams together. In the upcoming match, I don't want to see any dirty moves. This is a friendly match. You may very well become teammates in the future, and harming a teammate on the field is a foolish act. After briefly outlining the match precautions, Mi Yuan signaled for both teams to take their positions. Compared to the well-coordinated U16 team, the Daxia team lacked a lot of synergy. However, the language barrier was also an advantage. At worst, they could just shout, and the opponents wouldn't understand. Jason held the ball and walked to the center of the field, acting as the referee for the match. The Daxia team kicked off first, with Xiaomi standing at the kickoff point. As Jason blew the whistle, Xiaomi passed the ball to Su Jia and ran towards the front. Chapter 10. Relying on the bus is not a long-term solution while recording. He said to the video analysis coach beside him, after the match, please organize the video well. This is a good teaching film. These coaches who grew up in Europe rarely interacted with Daxia players, not to mention watching Daxia's league or national team matches. They just felt that Oriental players were physically weak and their techniques were rough. The tactical changes displayed by the young players from Daxia on the field indeed made him feel like he had discovered a new world. He even thought, if I can train these players well, will the new boss reward me? 20 minutes into the first half passed quickly, and Jason blew the whistle to signal the end of the game. The score was still 0-0, indicating that Daxia's defensive strategy was quite successful. Upon hearing the whistle, the players from Daxia immediately sat down on the grass. The 4 teammates who didn't play rushed over, with Gao Liang and Yu Chong carrying a bottle of mineral water. They knew very well that their teammates needed hydration. Once the 4 arrived, they quickly distributed the water. Lin Yanxiao poured some water over his head, took a sip, and then called out to Gao Liang, Liangzi, start warming up. I probably won't last in the second half. Okay. Gao Liang immediately began to warm up without hesitation. Chapter 11. A breakthrough in adversity. At the same time, the ball reached Gao Liang's feet. Hearing Zhang Lei's words, Gao Liang didn't hesitate and directly passed it to Yang Rui. Yang Rui received the ball and pushed it forward, rolling toward Xiaomi. Their passing speed was very fast. The U16 players hadn't even gotten close before the ball was already passed away. The coaches on the sidelines and the U16 players saw it very clearly. Their eyes followed the ball, and the smile on Ma Wen's face was hard to suppress. The main U16 players were completely anxious and rushed to the sidelines, shouting at their teammates on the field. Back! Back! The players on the field had already noticed something was off and turned around to chase back. As Yang Rui passed the ball, Xiaomi had already started his run, cutting in from the side towards the rolling ball. The U16 defenders also rushed up to intercept. The two arrived at nearly the same time, and Xiaomi extended his foot to poke the ball away first. He quickly changed direction, avoiding the first defender. As he was running towards the ball, another defender chased up. Xiaomi used his arm to block the opponent behind him, nudging the ball forward and rapidly moving ahead. When he reached the left side of the penalty area, he made 2 consecutive outside cuts with both feet, cleverly faking out the goalkeeper before taking a powerful shot. Chapter 12. Video analysis class. Seeing that the young players were getting along well, Ma Yuan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Tomorrow night, they would analyze the video of this match, meeting at 6 o'clock sharp in the multimedia classroom. Today's training ends here. Go back and rest. See you tomorrow. Mi Yuan just wanted to go back and carefully review the recorded video, especially Xiaomi's last goal. Jason and the assistant coaches had the same thought. It seemed they would have to work a bit overtime tonight. The 15 young players from Daxia had brought them too many surprises. They had only known that Daxia had no good players, that their physical condition was lacking, and their skills were poor, making them seem like easy prey. In their eyes, it was a good place to mine for talent, but they hadn't expected such excellent young footballers to emerge. This surprised them, and they hoped Xiaomi's goal was not a flash of brilliance, but indicative of real ability. The group of coaches went to the multimedia classroom and immediately played the video from today. The young players who returned to the dormitory were all grinning. They had fought hard. Although there were no serious injuries, they definitely had plenty of bruises. They had played fiercely, especially in the last few minutes. Back in the dormitory, they first dragged their exhausted bodies to take a shower. Chapter 13. First viewing of the U16 match after finishing the drawing. He looked at the crowd state below and continued speaking. From the diagram, we can see a clear distinction between the two areas. I divided the originally vertical 3 columns into 5 columns, adding 2 flank areas. As we all know, on the field, to know if your positioning is correct, you need to look at whether the positions of the 2 nearby teammates form an equilateral triangle. It was this thought that led me to change the final formation to a 2-3-2-3 formation. Every player can fill in well, establishing a stable connection. This way, when we pass, the speed will be faster and the support will be more timely. In this possession-based system, we can efficiently deliver passes in tight spaces before you rush forward. During the game, we were also continuously pushing forward. You were just too eager to expand the advantage and didn't notice. This left me the opportunity to sneak in during the defensive gap. Xiaomi explained in detail, continuously demonstrating his ideas and the situation on the field on the tactical board. When he finished speaking, Mi Yuan was the first to applaud, followed by everyone else joining in. Chapter 14. Christmas Zhang Lei then came over to ask his lingering question. The next 2 days were a holiday, and they had no training sessions planned. However, everyone had already formed a tacit understanding and gathered in the gym together. Strength growth cannot be achieved overnight. The young players believed that as long as they put in the effort, they would be rewarded. The atmosphere among the young players from Daxia was great. During this time, they continuously used their spare time to catch up on the tactical lessons they had missed. They did not know whether they could stay in U16 after Monday. But even if they had to join the amateur team's training, they would not be discouraged as long as they could play. Time flew by and Monday arrived, the moment to announce their fate. At breakfast, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Xiaomi did not give everyone a pep talk or motivational speech. He knew one thing well. If he stood up now, it would only backfire. He had already been in the spotlight too much recently. If he stood up to say, "Don't give up, don't be discouraged, you are all the best," it might provoke resentment in others and even be seen as showing off. When everyone, anxious, arrived at the training ground, they saw Mi Yuan standing on the field with a big smile, just like before a usual training session. Chapter 15. A day trip to The Hague. They were all 16 or 17-year-old boys, and at this time, they loved excitement. The 2 months of rigorous training had made them forget that they were still at an age where they loved to have fun. During these 2 months, simple daily communication was no longer a problem for the young players from Daxia. Soon, everyone integrated into the atmosphere and spent a joyful night together. The gathering lasted for 2 hours, and Hefani unexpectedly gave them another surprise. "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow I will take you out to sea." Upon hearing this news, everyone cheered. If it weren't for the pressure of training, they would have wanted to go out and have fun much earlier. But they knew very well that if they didn't push themselves now, they would fall further behind. After returning to the dormitory, the excitement on Zhang Lei's face had not faded. "Xiaomi, what gift did you get?" Xiaomi shook his head. "I haven't opened it yet. I plan to look at it when I get back. I'm so happy. The people here are really nice. I wish I could stay." Hearing him say that, Xiaomi looked at him with some confusion. Lin Yunxiao beside him also sighed. "Yeah, I really don't know if we can have a team, even if it's an amateur one. Yes, my progress is the slowest." Chapter 16. Negotiation on the way to Jason's office. Xiaomi felt a bit nervous inside. He knew that Jason had been paying attention to him and was very dedicated to his training. Having lived here for 3 months, he understood clearly that in ADO, there is no personal favor. Opportunities can only be earned through strength. The recent trial training period at ADO had a significant impact on him. He realized the gap between himself and professional players. His progress was the fastest, and his body had undergone great changes. His height was now close to 180 centimeters, and his weight had reached 73 kilograms. His body fat had dropped from 21 to 17, and he had developed a four-pack in his abdomen. His body coordination and foot speed had also improved. However, he was unsure whether he could meet the requirements to join the U16 team. Soon, he arrived outside the office, and the door was not closed. The offices here are all glass partitions, and as soon as he arrived, he saw Jason and Marvin waving at him. Swallowing hard, he smiled and greeted the two coaches. "Hello, Mr. Marvin. Hello, Mr. Jason. Sit down," Marvin said, indicating for him to sit across from them. After Xiaomi sat down and thought about how to ask, a cup of fragrant coffee was placed in front of him. Chapter 17. Signing. Although they were paying a certain salary, compared to the benefits created by future players, it was a small portion. If a young player was noticed by other clubs and they wanted to buy him, they would have to pay the corresponding price. 500,000 seems like a lot, but in the Eredivisie clubs, it is not much, just an entry-level standard. He was selected not only because of the talent he demonstrated and his love for football, but mainly because among the 15 players this time, he was the only one not registered with a football association and the only one not signed with any club. The remaining players, if they really wanted to stay, had too many relationships involved. Xiaomi was very clear about this. He had to fight for his own interests. As long as the salary was not less than 500 euros, his chances of playing would increase. With the opportunity to play, he would have more chances to be discovered by scouts from the top 5 leagues. The Eredivisie was just a stepping stone for him to reach a higher stage. It would not be his final destination. Although he was young, he was not foolish living in a big city full of schemes. Without family care, he had learned a lot over the past 2 years. Marvin made a very difficult expression and whispered in Dutch to Jason. Xiaomi ignored it, quietly sipping his coffee. Everything had to be negotiated. Even buying fruit required bargaining. Chapter 18. Loneliness. After farewell back in the dormitory, Zhang Lei jumped down from his bed. "Xiaomi, what did the coach want you for?" "Nothing much. Just asked if I was willing to stay." "Really? That's great. One of our 15 can finally stay." As Zhang Lei spoke, his expression suddenly became desolate. Xiaomi stepped forward and patted him. "You're also great. You could go to the U16 training camp, which many people want to go to but can't. Going to the training camp doesn't prevent me from staying here to continue training." But Zhang Lei couldn't finish his sentence, and Xiaomi didn't know how to comfort him. "I'll go take a shower. Don't think too much." When he came out of the shower, the room was filled with people. He was startled and curiously asked, "Aren't you guys going to sleep tonight?" "Sleep? With such good news. Why didn't you say anything?" Lin Yanxiao was the first to stand up and question him. "Yeah. Are you not planning to tell us?" Bai Wenkong waved his fists at him fiercely. Gao Yang was even more direct and came up with a punch. "Good kid. You're going to shine on the European stage from now on." One after another, people came up to congratulate him, making him feel warm inside, with a hint of tears in his eyes. Chapter 19. U16 debut. After sending the message, he thought it would sink into the sea, but unexpectedly, it quickly popped up. Little brat, no news from you for 3 months. I thought the house was mine. Xiaoyu. Can't you say something nice? No need to be polite to capitalists. Xiaoyu, stop messing around. Xiaomi, are you used to life over there? Xiaomi, I'm used to it. I've been busy training, and my phone is basically left in the dormitory, so I haven't been in touch. Xiaoyu, that's good. You must tell us if there's anything. Xiaomi, okay, sister Xiaoyu. Xiaomi, why did you come back so early today? We've finished our exams, okay? Finally liberated. Xiaomi, I feel like I missed out on a fortune. Missed out on a fortune. I thought you were living it up over there. Xiaomi, Xiaoyu, can you two stop bickering? Xiaomi lay on the bed, happily chatting with the two of them. He hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. He could imagine those two sitting on the sofa, each holding a phone, chatting with him. After a while, the two ladies said they were going to sleep for their beauty rest. He checked the time. An hour had already passed. Chapter 20. Assist, equalizing the score. Everyone's eyes were on the football. Bang. The ball hit the goalpost directly and bizarrely bounced into the goal. The ball just hit the inner side of the right goalpost and bounced into the net. The goal was scored, and the referee's whistle sounded, pointing to the center circle. In the first minute of stoppage time, ADO equalized the score. Wow. Keppel was extremely excited. He hadn't had time to adjust. This shot was purely instinctive. He thought it wouldn't go in, but unexpectedly, luck was on their side. He excitedly ran toward Xiaomi and jumped onto him. "Mi, you're amazing. Thank you for the assist." "Haha, your luck is too good. It was just a bit." When Xiaomi saw him shoot just now, He also broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect the goalpost to help them. All the teammates rushed over, tightly surrounding the two in the middle, celebrating happily. This goal was crucial. It at least gave them hope for relegation. As long as both sides returned to the same starting line, they would have a chance to adjust at halftime. On the sidelines, Marvin happily hugged Jason beside him, saying with a slightly excited tone, "Mi has given us hope." Chapter 21. Debut goal. The goalkeeper of 20 was positioned to the left, and he didn't have time to make a save. However, he instinctively made a save, and his side dive to the ground was quick. Ultimately, it was still too slow, helplessly watching the ball skim past his fingers. On the sidelines, the 20 substitutes and coaches were equally helpless, filled with despair. They did not want this ball to go in, and countless people silently chanted in their hearts, "Fly, fly, fly." On the ADO bench, everyone was ready to celebrate, just waiting for the soccer ball to hit the net. This attack, along with Xiaomi's series of beautiful dribbles and that assist, kept them cheering. If this goal went in, they would take the lead. This would give them the initiative and hope for relegation. Xiaomi was, of course, also watching, and he knew that as long as Keppel touched it, it would score. This was just his feeling. After all, everyone had different techniques and power in their shots. The scene he least wanted to see still happened. The shot went wide. The soccer ball skimmed past the goalkeeper's fingers and directly struck the post, flying out of bounds. Keppel, frustrated, held his head in his hands, squatting on the grass with a face full of disappointment. The teammates who were already prepared to celebrate on the sidelines also let out a long sigh, regretfully dropping their hands. Chapter 22. Injury and fainting. As the match reached the 82nd minute, both teams' players began to show signs of fatigue. The most uncomfortable was the 20-player marking Xiaomi. Xiaomi's erratic movements drained his stamina significantly. A few times he couldn't keep up, almost causing a disaster. Robinson gasped for breath and shouted to his teammates, "Hang in there. In these final moments, don't give them a chance to get close to the goal." His teammates were also very tired. They knew they couldn't relax at this moment and had to grit their teeth and push through. Xiaomi had long noticed the state of his teammates. His stamina was still abundant, and he needed to find a way to relieve the pressure on the defense. He signaled to Keppel and Eric to retreat to the midfield, while he himself stayed up front, constantly running to disrupt the opponent's passing. Under Xiaomi's interference, 20's ball advancement became more difficult. They could only pass back or directly launch long passes to the front. Due to the decrease in stamina, the accuracy of long passes significantly dropped. Even if the passes were good, the teammates' fatigue meant they couldn't get to the ball in time. 20 found themselves somewhat passive, unable to produce a cohesive attack. Both sides began to scramble in midfield, and the scene became tense. In the 88th minute, a 20-player passed the ball back to a teammate positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Chapter 23. Task reward. After hanging up the phone, Sven felt a slight sense of relief. He understood that without a reminder, the club might not prioritize the treatment of the young player, especially for foreign players. He didn't want a promising young talent to be ruined here. He sent the email to Paul and turned to leave the field. In the ambulance, Xiaomi slowly opened his eyes. The unique electric sound of the ambulance, "ba-bu-ba-bye," filled his ears. He tried to move, but a nurse wearing a mask reached out to stop him. "Don't move, your neck is injured." Xiaomi felt frustrated, just as he was about to speak. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest. Xiaomi simply closed his eyes again, obediently lying there. Now he felt pain all over his body, especially in his neck, which felt sore and numb. He needed to see if there was anything in the treasure chest to heal his injuries, so he could ensure he had a chance to play next week. He was also curious why this time it was a golden treasure chest and how many levels of treasure chests there were. After closing his eyes, he silently communicated with the system in his heart. Are treasure chests graded? Treasure chests are of different levels in different graded matches. In U16 level leagues, the highest reward is a golden treasure chest, followed by silver and bronze. Chapter 24. The decision of Zorc and Sven. Marvin pushed the wheelchair, carrying Bowen away. And before long, Xiaomi was wheeled into the hospital room. Upon entering the room, he was stunned. It was a single room, although he couldn't see the situation inside. The cost of a single room must be high. After changing beds, a young man stayed in the room, sitting by the bed and saying to him, "I am your caregiver. Just call me if you need anything. My name is Blake." "Thank you, Blake. I'd like to have some water. Is that okay?" "Of course. Just a moment." Soon, Blake used a straw to feed him some water, then said, "I'll go get you something to eat. You must be a bit hungry now." "Okay. Thank you." Xiaomi had a good habit. When he couldn't figure something out, he wouldn't dwell on it. The answer would reveal itself eventually. There is no such thing as unprovoked kindness in this world. After eating, he felt a bit tired and fell asleep directly. In the hotel, Sven opened the email. After downloading the file, he quietly began to read. Name: Yuan Mi DB December 20th, 1998. This is an analysis report on Mi Yuan, summarizing every training session from his trial period until now. Chapter 25. The visit of a mysterious man without the neck brace. He felt instantly relieved. He rushed to the bathroom to relieve himself. After changing into clean clothes, he took a refreshing shower before obediently returning to bed. He took out his phone and chatted with Coach Lee for a while. After lunch, he went to sleep. Not being able to train made him feel uncomfortable, so he could only pass the time with sleep. To his surprise, when he woke up, there was a stranger sitting on the sofa reading some documents. He sat up and curiously asked, "Sir, I don't know you." The movement of him sitting up caught the man's attention. Hello. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Walker Struthers, and I'm a seasoned football agent." Xiaomi was a bit bewildered and looked at him curiously. "Hello, my name is Mi Yuan. May I ask why you're looking for me? I hope to become your agent and help you plan your future development." "Me?" Xiaomi pointed to his own nose in disbelief. "Yes, can we sit down and have a good chat?" The man behaved very gentlemanly. Xiaomi thought for a moment. He had no fame and no money, so what was there to be afraid of? He directly walked up to him, and after they shook hands, they sat down in a nearby position. Chapter 26. Coach Lee's analysis and suggestions of video was quickly connected, and Coach Lee was obviously just out of the shower, drying his hair. "Xiaomi, what made you think of a video call today? It's been a long time since I saw you. Let's see if you've gotten old and handsome. You little brat, today your mouth is sweet. Looking for me, for something? Hee. Nothing escapes your old wisdom. Stop it. I still need to work out tonight. If you have something to say, just say it." Xiaomi was a bit confused, but suddenly realized and didn't dare to waste time, quickly saying, "Today, an agent named Struss from Sports Total came to find me. I'm not very familiar with them and wanted to ask if I could trust them." "Oh, an agency? Who are you talking about?" Team leader Lee initially didn't react, and the first half of the sentence was quite normal. But suddenly his voice shot up by 8 degrees. He tossed aside the towel in his hand and stared intently at Xiaomi on the screen. "Are you trying to wake the kid up in the middle of the night?" Complaints arose, and team leader Lee, looking flustered, bowed ingratiatingly. "I'm sorry. I'll report back in half an hour at most." Xiaomi heard clearly that the coach's wife was in a bad mood. Upon hearing her cold snort as she left, he couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. Chapter 27. The vision of diamond eyes. Sven took a sip of coffee and explained to Struss with a smile. "Do you know what sport modern football developed from? It seems to be an ancient sport from the Dacia era, something like." "Could you?" Sven said lightly, then continued. "Football is a sport that demands high levels of physical fitness, skill, and intelligence, and these characteristics are all present in Easterners. However, modern football originated in Europe, particularly in England, which is closely related to the historical context and economic development. The clubs that exist today were actually formed over a century ago by some owners, farmers, and even worker groups who love football. Initially, it was just to enrich people's entertainment, like how we can't do without beer when watching a game. It was a form of relaxation. We have strong bodies, but many tall and strong players can't keep up mentally, and their footwork isn't delicate enough. It looks intense, making people's hormones surge. In reality, the future development of football relies not just on physicality and coaching tactics, but more on the adaptability and performance of players on the field. We need more intelligent players." Chapter 28. The ball skill manual on a USB drive. He first stuffed the clothes from his bag into the washing machine. Thankfully, the weather was cool, or they would have spoiled. After a quick cleanup, he lay directly on the bed. After sitting in the car for 2 hours, his buttocks were somewhat sore. It wasn't because of bad road conditions, but rather because Ma Wen's old car offered no comfort at all. Sitting on it was very uncomfortable. It was even less comfortable than a taxi back home, leaving him with a sore back. Lying on the bed, he fell asleep before he knew it. Returning to a familiar environment always made people feel relaxed. When he woke up, his clothes were already dry. After folding them neatly, he went to the dining room for a bite to eat before heading back to the dorm. He pulled out the panel and took out the USB drive and shin guards. The USB drive was quite ordinary, but the shin guards caught his eye. They were a pair of insert pads, and when he held them, they felt virtually weightless and very soft, somewhat like silicone. The texture was soft and smooth to the touch. He was a bit puzzled. Could they really withstand 100 kilograms of force? Without thinking much, He used self-adhesive straps to fix the shin guards onto his legs and tried them out. He felt no weight at all. They were much more comfortable than his current PP material ones. Chapter 29. Meeting Struss again from a distance, he waved at Struss. "Mr. Struss, what brings you here?" This question was somewhat rhetorical. He just had to pretend to be surprised. Struss shrugged. "I thought if I didn't wait for your call. I might as well come to the team to see how your recovery is going. What you said puts a lot of pressure on me. I'm still just a player without achievements. Don't belittle yourself. I don't think you want me to be here in the cold wind talking to you. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I was just about to go take a shower. Would you mind waiting for me a moment? Why not invite me to your room for a drink to warm up? As long as you don't mind, you're always welcome." The two foxes, one old and one young, each with their own thoughts, and Xiaomi made a gesture inviting him upstairs. Struss also planned to use the opportunity to invite him to see the accommodations he had selected for him. They arrived at Xiaomi's dorm entrance one after another. And after Xiaomi opened the door, he apologetically said, "The room is a bit messy. Please don't mind." "It's fine. At least we can sit down." Chapter 30. Reaching a consensus, signing the intent contract after Struss tasted a bit of every dish, he put down his utensils and exclaimed, "Your food is very rich in flavor. I wonder if the dishes here are authentic?" "Pretty good, but they've added some local characteristics, different from traditional Zhejiang cuisine." "Eat more. You haven't had home-cooked food in a long time. Not to your taste." "No, I just noticed you didn't order much. I had breakfast quite late." Xiaomi, not being polite, dug in. After he finished eating, Struss smiled and said, "Let us get straight to the point. I've selected a few suitable clubs for you. You can take the information back to look over. The main reason I came to find you today is that I have a gift for you, and I hope you won't refuse." Xiaomi was taken aback. This old guy was breaking the mold and coming directly with a sugar-coated shell. He didn't rush to ask what the gift was, but asked seriously, "Mr. Struss, there's an old saying in my hometown, no merit, no reward. I know that everything you do is to get me to sign with your company." Struss nodded, not denying it. Xiaomi continued, "Let us put it this way. I've learned a bit about your capabilities, and I'm glad to have your recognition. I won't beat around the bush. I'm confident that I can rely on my strength to succeed." Chapter 31. A light waiting for your return home. Having such an environment indeed made it easier for him to practice more conveniently. "Then I want to be polite." "Thank you. Don't mention it. Just see if you need anything else, and I'll arrange it." "No need. I can manage myself. I have nothing to do here anyway. I might as well help you set things up. After the contract is signed, I'll be leaving, but I'll send a life assistant to take care of your daily needs." "I don't need a life assistant. I'm used to doing things myself." Xiaomi quickly waved his hand to refuse. He really didn't like interacting with strangers. "Don't worry. He won't interfere with your life. He can help you solve daily problems and also assist you with practice." Xiaomi understood that the other party was still concerned about him not having anyone to take care of him and also wanted to plan an insider by his side. Understanding this, he didn't continue to refuse. "Then I'll trouble you. How about moving in tonight? Where will you be staying when you come over?" "The hotel I recently stayed at is very convenient." "All right then. I'll move in after training this afternoon." Struss was very happy, hugging him and showing him what needed to be purchased. The two stayed in the room for a while, and after making a shopping list, Xiaomi returned to the team. Chapter 32. First start after returning home at noon, he handed over the week's training plan to Kalami and went upstairs to rest after lunch. The training intensity for athletes is twice that of ordinary people, or even more. Athletes must also ensure they have enough rest time, and napping is an important part of that. Training life returned to normal, and under the dual training regimen, Xiaomi's understanding of football continued to grow. After Friday's training, Marvin announced the starting lineup for the weekend match. Forwards, Eric Keppel, Mi Yuan. Midfielders, Robinson, Yekes, Charlie. Defense, Mike Wells Morrison, Hicks. Goalkeeper, Sam. As soon as he confirmed he would be starting, Xiaomi cheered inwardly. He knew that resting before the match was important, and since tomorrow's game was at home, tonight he needed to reduce the intensity of his training. Back at the villa, he happily asked Kalami, "Are you coming to my match tomorrow?" "Of course. Recording your game is also part of my job." Hearing his response, Xiaomi was very happy. That night, Kalami had him swim for half an hour before urging him to rest. Ever since last week, when Kalami corrected his incorrect training methods, Xiaomi had been very obedient in training. Chapter 33. Facing number 3, Xiaomi had long learned many everyday phrases with his teammates, and he clearly understood the calls from number 3. He secretly assessed that it would be easier to play against him, as at least he could draw their defensive strength. During his off-the-ball runs, sure enough, an opponent quickly approached from the side. Xiaomi kept moving, and no matter how he moved, someone would come up to him. The opponent was very determined in marking him, but did not notice that their defense was already torn apart. By the time they realized, Eric had already cut in with the ball, and Xiaomi directly moved to the back post to support, while Keppel crossed paths with him, moving into the middle to support. After Eric created space, he took a direct shot. The opposing goalkeeper dove to the side and caught the ball in his arms. This attack was decent, resulting in a shot on goal. His teammates clapped and encouraged each other. The coach of Dordrecht felt something was off with the players today. He thought they should have settled into the game by now. He waved his arms on the sidelines, signaling the players to continue attacking. Marvin and Jason furrowed their brows, leaning together to communicate. Why do I feel like they're targeting me? Chapter 34. Xiaomi substituted after Dordrecht restarted the game. The receiving player did not pass back. Waiting for teammates to position themselves, they began their attack. The receiving player directly advanced the ball forward, and when faced with resistance, he passed sideways to switch play. After penetrating through the middle, they suddenly spread to the sides, with a fullback quickly carrying the ball to the byline to cross. They had to equalize the score in the first half. They could not afford to lose this match. The interference from Xiaomi and the other two in the front line kept the opponent's defense from pressing too high. Unbeknownst to them, the connection between the midfield and defense was directly cut off by ADO. Dordrecht's first shot was punched out by Sam. Unfortunately, possession was regained by the opponent, who began to pass the ball around in the front, reorganizing their attack. Hicks held his position, blocking the opponent's shooting lane. Wells followed up with a sliding tackle, knocking the ball out of bounds. The opponent quickly threw in a throw-in to reorganize their attack. Both sides exchanged blows in ADO's half, with fierce competition. The opponent attempted the same tactic again, carrying the ball to the byline to cross. Hicks intercepted the passing lane and cleared the ball out of bounds. The opponent earned a left-side corner kick, with most players from both sides concentrated in the penalty area, and defenders from the opposing team rushed up to contest. Chapter 35. An unhappy Kalami. Both teams' players stood nervously on the sidelines. ADO's players hoping for a victory, eager for the match to end. The Dordrecht players did not want to see the score widen again and did not want to be relegated. Both coaches were also somewhat tense, but they were much calmer than a group of teenagers. Robinson and Yekis surged forward. This was a very good attacking opportunity. After receiving the ball, Keppel charged into the flank. The opponent's defenders rushed up, and Keppel discreetly shifted to pass. Yekis, who followed up, received the ball and horizontally passed it. Robinson did not stop the ball and directly sent a through pass. The opponent's players were constantly being pulled, but they could not keep up with the speed of the ball's movement. Eric, who charged into the penalty area, turned and shot with his left foot. The opponent's goalkeeper reacted quickly, managing to get a foot out just before the ball rolled into the goal. The ball deflected off his foot and rolled out of bounds. ADO earned a right-side corner kick. At this moment, there was less than a minute left in the match. Almost as soon as this corner was taken, the referee would blow the final whistle. Although they did not score, Dordrecht's players already knew that the chance to equalize the score was no longer possible. Chapter 36. Sea fishing. The two had long agreed to go fishing at sea after the weekend match. Kalami was going to take Xiaomi out on a fishing boat for sea fishing. This was Xiaomi's first time fishing at sea, and he was somewhat curious. The fishing boat they boarded was only 24 meters long, and standing on the boat, he felt very small. After the fishing boat set off and sailed on the sea, he felt even smaller compared to the vast ocean. The boat's owner was a friend of Kalami, and after setting sail, he let them rest first. Xiaomi was someone who could not sit still. He was on the deck, drinking coffee and enjoying the sunrise over the sea. The sun rose from the horizon, and seagulls soared above the ocean. All of this filled him with emotion, and he felt like composing a poem. Seeing him enjoying himself, Kalami laughed and asked, "How is it? It's relaxing to get out, right?" "Very comfortable. It's different from the last time I went out to sea. You can't just focus on training all the time. You need to learn to relax, which can relieve a lot of stress. We still have an hour until we reach the fishing spot. I'll teach you how to bait the hook." After saying that, Kalami left, leaving Xiaomi confused. "Do I need to learn how to bait the hook? Isn't it just putting it on?" Soon, Kalami returned with fishing gear and bait, laying everything out in front of him and beginning to explain. Chapter 37. Sven's thoughts in the office of the sports director of Dortmund. Zorc looked at the report in his hand. The elegant Sven on the opposite side smiled while savoring his coffee, not bothering him. "You've struck gold again," Zorc exclaimed sincerely after reviewing the information. He truly admired Sven's insight more and more. It sounded as if the guy could join right now. Haven't you already arranged everything? Such a talented player is bound to be discovered by other clubs. Do you have any thoughts? I want to try to make contact first. Zork pondered briefly over his coffee. It's better to reach out early. It's more secure that way. All right, but I want to know what conditions you plan to offer. Now it was Zork's turn to be troubled. He tapped his index finger on the table, contemplating seriously. After a long while, he tentatively asked, when you signed Kagawa, didn't you say you can't offer too high a salary at once? It's different. Mi has much greater potential for growth. How about an annual salary of 600,000 at most? That's about right. After all, he's still young. When are you planning to go? I'll wait until they have a home game. Karami will notify me in advance. Chapter 38. Homesick that night, lying in bed, Xiaomi looked at the information provided by Struys and began to consider where to start his real professional career. He wondered if his current physical condition could meet the intensity of professional matches. He couldn't sleep that night. All he could think about was improving his skills. It was only when he arrived in The Hague that he realized the importance of physical confrontation in European football. His body had indeed become much stronger, but compared to local players, he still seemed quite weak. Remembering Ronaldo's muscular physique and his discipline, he suddenly felt he was lacking a lot. However, these things couldn't be rushed. They required gradual accumulation. As for which team to ultimately join, he planned to discuss it thoroughly with Coach Lee after the holiday. What he needed to do now was to keep growing and achieve more. With only 4 matches left, his holiday was approaching. Unconsciously, he had been living in The Hague for nearly half a year, and he found himself missing home. He missed the food back home, Coach Lee, his roommates, his classmates, and he thought about how he could still take the college entrance examination after returning home. Although he hadn't studied at all, he still wanted to give it a try. Participation was what mattered. Chapter 39. The score is equalized. Xiaomi easily received the ball between the passer and the goalkeeper, flicked it with his left foot, faked out the keeper, and shot directly. Everything happened too quickly for players on and off the field to react. It wasn't until the referee's whistle blew that everyone snapped back to reality and started celebrating. Although there weren't many spectators, they were all stunned by what had just happened. Wow, is this the youth league? Who is that Asian kid? When did our home team sign him? That goal was so clever, beautiful. The few fans discussed excitedly, their hands clapping in excitement. This kid always surprises us. Yeah, he can rest in the second half. As long as we hold on to the 2-goal lead, we'll be fine. Marvin and Jason discussed on the sidelines. This goal gave them confidence to win the match. Substituting Xiaomi was a reluctant decision. There were many players in the youth training team, and they all needed their chances to play. Sven was also shocked by Xiaomi's cleverness and immediately asked Karami, "Did you capture that?" "I got it, don't worry. This kid, once he grows up, could rival Messi and Ronaldo." Chapter 40. First meeting with Sven on the sidelines. Xiaomi and his teammates anxiously watched the game. If the opposing team scored, it would be very difficult to equalize. The opponent was determined to defend, and they found it hard to break through the opposing defense with a limited time left. Sam performed excellently, directly intercepting the opponent's shot. He threw the ball to Hicks. After receiving the ball, Hicks made a long pass to find Eric, who was dropping back from midfield. Eric brought the ball forward and quickly broke through. Before the opposing player could block him, he made a diagonal pass to Bowen. Bowen accelerated towards the ball, silently calculating his steps as he faced the opposing defenders, preparing for a long-range shot. He didn't notice an opposing player coming back from the side. Just as he was about to shoot, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and the ball was intercepted. The player who returned to defend skillfully poked the ball away. Bowen missed his shot, and the defender quickly controlled the ball, adjusted slightly, and made a long pass. ADO was still in an attacking formation and hadn't had time to change their setup when Zwola's players had already taken possession in the front court, starting to push forward. The time had already passed 90 minutes, entering stoppage time. Chapter 41. Inviting Xiaomi to join Dortmund after Xiaomi came downstairs. Sven and Karami were drinking coffee waiting for him. He apologetically said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Mislintat. It hadn't been long. The coffee had just been brewed." Sven smiled while tasting his coffee and gestured for Xiaomi to sit next to him. "So, what do you want to talk about today?" Knowing the other person's identity, Xiaomi got straight to the point. Sven put down his coffee, looked into his eyes, and asked with a smile, "I want to invite you to join Dortmund." Sven had long understood Xiaomi's personality. This kid was clever. Beating around the bush would only waste time, and being straightforward would yield quicker results. Xiaomi was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but seriously evaluate Miss Slintat. This foreigner was interesting, getting straight to the point. "Do you want me to trial?" Xiaomi understood that these clubs loved to set up trials. A 3-month trial would waste the best transfer time, and he didn't want to waste so much time. No need for a trial, just sign directly. Miss Lintat's answer left him stunned again. Was this a windfall? Was this guy a fraud? No, Karami knew him, and Coach Lee recognized his name. A fraud wouldn't go that far. Chapter 42. Going home, Xiaomi declined Karami's invitation to visit Germany and directly booked a flight back home. After being away for so long, he really wanted to return and take a good look around. On the 20th, Xiaomi, dragging 2 large suitcases, was sent to the airport by Karami. When you get back, don't neglect your daily training. Before the summer window opens, Mr. Struys will communicate with you in advance about the transfer. And I know there are many delicious foods in Daxia, but you're an athlete. You can't indulge too much. Karami nagged like a mother. Looking at him, Xiaomi chuckled and asked, as my assistant, aren't you going back with me? Karami showed a hesitant expression. I want to, but the procedures to go to Daxia are a bit complicated and the time is too short. I don't have much willpower. What if I come back and gain weight? Upon hearing Xiaomi's words, Karami realized he had been tricked. He immediately pushed him angrily. Hurry up and go through customs. See you in Berlin. See you in Berlin. Xiaomi said goodbye to Karami and went through customs directly. This time he returned home without telling anyone, planning to give everyone a surprise. The 2 large suitcases contained gifts he brought for everyone. Apart from sneakers and shin guards, he didn't bring any clothes for himself. Chapter 43. Visiting team Lee. On the first day back home, Xiaomi felt very fulfilled. It had been a long time since he felt this way. Perhaps it was because he had been away for too long, and the warmth of returning home was very comforting. The next day, after waking up, he packed the gifts he prepared for Team Lee and got ready to visit him. He searched around downstairs and finally saw the bicycle that had accumulated a thick layer of dust in the corner. The seat was gone, the wheels were gone, leaving only an empty frame. Xiaomi was speechless. How could he have forgotten to put the bike upstairs? Now it was basically scrap. Over the years, the transportation in Yanjing had become convenient, with low costs for subways and buses. Most people had bought cars, and the ones riding bikes were mostly students. Selling parts was safer than selling bikes. After all, the fights were all stamped with steel seals. If someone really got caught, they would have to spend a few days on a sewing machine. Xiaomi had no choice but to go out and take a taxi to the training ground. He arrived at Team Lee's office as usual. The door was open, and he could faintly hear voices inside. Listening carefully, he realized it was parents consulting about their children's training. He knocked on the door, and before Team Lee could speak, he pushed the door open. The cigarette in Team Lee's hand fell to the ground, his eyes filled with surprise. Chapter 44. An accident that day, as usual. He went to the gym in the morning to train, came home to eat something, lay on the bed to rest, and browsed the trending topics on Weibo. When he saw a trending topic about a player getting injured, he clicked on it immediately. The moment he saw the picture, he was stunned. In the picture was a familiar figure, with an ankle severely deformed at a 90-degree angle. Xiaomi clearly understood what this meant for a football player, and he couldn't help but feel worried as he continued to look. The next image was of the moment he received the ball, where the opposing player directly snatched it away and tackled his ankle. This was clearly an attack meant to injure Zhang Lei. He couldn't bear to continue looking and immediately called Zhang Lei's phone number. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered, and a hoarse, tired voice came through the receiver. Who is it? Hello, Uncle. I'm Zhang Lei's teammate from The Hague. How is he doing now? Teammate of Lei Zi. He just had surgery, and we need to observe his condition. Uncle, where is the hospital? I want to go see him. No need to trouble yourself. Don't you have a match? Uncle, I don't have one. Please tell me the address quickly. Chapter 45. Light a lamp for the lost Zhang Lei finally couldn't hold back his emotions and shouted at Xiaomi. You can stand there and talk without feeling the pain. Even if I recover, I can't play football anymore. I'm not even 18 yet. It's the best age for playing football. These people say they don't want me anymore. Unilaterally terminating the contract and just tossing me 50,000 yuan, condemning me to death. Why? Why is that? At that time, I also had the chance to stay in The Hague. If I had stayed and not returned to participate in this damn competition, would it have been worth it? You don't know. Among the dozens of us who returned, not one was not targeted, not one was reused. We just want to play football well. Just want to join a national team and bring hope to the fans. Have we done something wrong? The more Zhang Lei spoke, the more agitated he became, attracting the attention of the nurse. Bed 9, what are you shouting about? This is a hospital. Don't disturb others. The nurse opened the door to say this and then shut it and left. Zhang Lei's face turned red. Tears and snot mixed together. His parents beside him hugged each other and sobbed quietly. Xiaomi frowned. The information was too overwhelming, and he couldn't digest it all at once. What exactly had happened to these teammates upon their return? Hadn't they been sent by the club for training? Why were they not reused and even targeted upon their return? Chapter 46. Lazy Story. Zhang Lei sighed deeply and began to slowly recount what had happened after their return. After Zhang Lei and his teammates returned to the country, they were initially filled with hope, wanted to showcase their skills and join the national youth team to bring glory to the country. This was to honor their many years of hard work and to bring hope to the people. They returned to the club with excitement and then went directly to the training ground. At first, everything was fine. They were all performing actively. After 3 months in The Hague, their growth was rapid, but the coach leading them did not value their displayed strength. Instead, it aroused jealousy from other players in training. The gap in skill was too obvious. The players returning from The Hague were like bullies in training. The most frustrating part was that what they thought was the right way to approach things was seen by the coach as disobedience, not following instructions. They gradually became marginalized, and the training team split into 2 factions. One faction was the players returning from The Hague, referred to as the Hague Gang. The other faction consisted of the remaining players, known as the local gang. Although there was no physical confrontation, friction was constant. About 20 days before the end of the training camp, the team leader found them, and the implications in his words were heavy. Chapter 47. Transfer conditions. Karami and his companion Struss and Sven also took a look around, all 3 of them smiling. They thought that once Xiaomi returned home, he would slack off in training and would need to adjust for a while before rejoining the team. Unexpectedly, he was very disciplined and continued training. The 3 of them certainly appreciated such a hard-working young man. All right, Xiaomi, I'm calling you because I have something to discuss. As soon as Xiaomi heard this, he immediately understood. He found a quiet spot, pointed the camera at himself, and said, "What is it? Mr. Struss is here. He will talk to you directly." The camera turned to Struss, and after Xiaomi greeted him with a smile, he directly said, "Regarding your transfer this summer, I have received quite a few offers from clubs. In the end, I selected 3, 1 from Wolfsburg, 1 from Dortmund, and 1 for Bremen. I have already provided you with the information on these 3 clubs, and this time I mainly want to discuss the conditions they have offered." Xiaomi listened quietly as Struss spoke. He already had an idea in his heart. His destination was Dortmund. Struss, being an experienced businessman, first mentioned the conditions from Bremen and Wolfsburg. Chapter 48. Heading to the next stop after Karami saw off Sven. He returned without daring to ask about his doubts and began to clean up. Struss, smoking a cigar, suddenly spoke up. "Karami, can you give Xiaomi a heads up and ask him to be patient for a few days?" "Sure, I'll message him right away." Karami immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Xiaomi. Xiaomi did not reply immediately as he was already resting. The next day, after getting up, he saw the message and responded with an okay gesture, a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. "Interesting. Is it a fisherman and a snake game? As long as it's beneficial to me, I can wait for the news." He had enough patience, believing that Struss wouldn't tarnish his own reputation. To his surprise, less than 3 days later, he received a video from Karami. This time, after greeting him, the camera turned to Struss and Sven. Xiaomi greeted the 2, and Struss got straight to the point. "Xiaomi, Sven has shown enough sincerity. Let me explain the current situation to you." Xiaomi listened quietly as Struss laid out the terms: a salary of 1.2 million a year, a 3-year contract, and at least 18 appearances each season. There were also bonuses for goals, assists, and various honors like best player and top scorer. Chapter 49. The Bumblebees number 9 jersey arrives. They arrived at Berlin-Brandenburg Airport in the early morning. As Xiaomi dragged his suitcase out of the airport, he saw Karami waiting to greet him. After a long time apart, Karami directly stepped forward and gave Xiaomi a hug, even sharing a cheek kiss. Xiaomi was a bit unaccustomed to this sudden warmth. "What's wrong, me?" "Nothing, just a bit tired. You need to adjust to the time difference. I'll take you to the hotel, and after breakfast, you can rest a bit. I'll pick you up in the afternoon to go to the company." "All right. By the way, do we still need to go back to The Hague?" "No need. I've already packed your luggage from there, and it can be sent over any time." The 2 chatted as they headed to the parking lot, where Karami's old van was waiting. After having breakfast at the hotel, Karami took Xiaomi back to his room to rest. Xiaomi wasn't very tired and had been resting during the ride. The hotel he stayed at was near the Berlin Wall Park, and he looked out at the scenery. He saw the graffiti on the low walls and the lush green lawns, unable to imagine that over 20 years ago, a wall stood here. This 155-kilometer-long wall not only separated the citizens of a city, but also divided a country. Chapter 50, arriving in Dortmund. Thomas Tuchel was the head coach of Mainz, and his unique training methods using diamond and round formations caught Xiaomi's eye. Tuchel focused more on short passes in tight spaces, differing from Guardiola's possession style. He emphasized movement, creating combinations in confined areas through constant player positioning. Tuchel was quite young for a coach, only 42 years old, and he had his own ideas during matches. However, he seemed to lack emotional intelligence and was overly perfectionistic. The current captain of Dortmund was Hummels, who was a cornerstone of the defense. A notable player on the team was forward Aubameyang, the main striker for Dortmund. Aubameyang was very fast and had strong abilities in shooting, ball protection, key passes, and finishing. However, his aerial duels were weak, and his performance was inconsistent. Although he was the main striker replacing Lewandowski, his performance this season had been mediocre. Marco Reus, the German Footballer of the Year, was also an outstanding midfielder for Dortmund. He was handsome, very aggressive in attack, and was announced as the team's vice-captain in 2014, making him a crucial midfield core. Chapter 51, preparations before joining the team. Xiaomi had no high demands for his accommodation, as long as it didn't interfere with his training and rest. The villa had a tall automatic gate, and entering it revealed a small football field. The house was a 3-story villa with split levels, larger than the one in The Hague. The interiors had floor-to-ceiling windows, primarily in white tones, with original wood flooring. It looked very bright and spacious. The first floor mainly consisted of a living room, kitchen, and a small entertainment room. Outside the entertainment room was a backyard with a small pool. The second floor had 3 rooms, 1 study, and 2 bedrooms, 1 large and 1 small. The third floor had a large suite, and there was a leisure terrace on the other side. This house did not have a basement, thus lacking a dedicated gym space. This was the only aspect Xiaomi was not satisfied with, but it wasn't a big issue. He could convert the entertainment room into a gym. After Sven saw him finish the tour, he asked, "There's another one, a bit larger. Shall we go check it out?" Upon hearing that it was bigger, Xiaomi immediately inquired, "Does it have gym equipment?" "No, but the pool is indoor and temperature controlled." Xiaomi thought for a moment and replied, "No need to see it. This one is fine. I quite like the terrace upstairs." Chapter 52, stepping into Westfalen Stadium. 3 people were already seated on one side of the oval conference table, with a photographer holding a camera standing not far away. Opposite them sat Struss and 2 staff members. Both sides were chatting comfortably. Seeing this situation, Xiaomi paused at the door, feeling a bit nervous. "Go on, signing is like this. These are the club's executives and agents. Tuchel will be coming over soon." Karami noticed his tension and reminded him, "He's coming too?" "Yes, this is the signing process, and once the summer window opens, it will be posted on the official website." Xiaomi nodded, and the 2 entered the conference room. Struss was pleased to see him and directly introduced him to the Dortmund executives. After shaking hands with everyone, Xiaomi followed the staff's guidance and sat in front of the Dortmund logo, waiting to sign. The staff handed him the official contract. After a quick glance, he looked at Struss, who nodded slightly. Without hesitation, he signed his name. During the signing, the photographer kept urging him to look up and smile, clicking away with the camera. Then the club executives began signing, at which point a tall, slightly hunched man walked in briskly, holding a jersey. Chapter 53, the cheerful Karami drove smoothly, and Xiaomi changed into the shirt and casual pants he was wearing when leaving that day in the back seat. "Karami, who will be at dinner tonight?" He knew that Struss coming in person meant that it wouldn't be just a simple signing. "You're definitely different from other peers. You noticed that." Also, the CEO of Dortmund, Watzke, the sporting director, Zorc, and sports journalist Muller. "Those old fellows will be there. Thank you for the smooth cooperation." Of course, it means something else as well. Karami didn't elaborate much, but from the few names he mentioned, Xiaomi easily understood Struss's intentions. This is paving the way for himself, and also maintaining relationships. He doesn't like such social engagements, yet he cannot avoid them. Earning someone else's salary and living in the villa they arranged, basic socializing is unavoidable. "What are you thinking, kid?" "I'm thinking that minors shouldn't have to drink, right?" "Huh. Of course, we won't let you drink, don't worry. But why did you suddenly take a shot just now?" "Hee, just trying to find the feeling. If I get the chance to play, I can't let my skills not show, right?" Chapter 54, Tuchel's assessment the next day. Xiaomi arrived at the training ground half an hour early and saw a figure busy on the field from a distance. He hurried to the pitch and saw Tuchel setting up mannequins and marker cones. "Coach, do you need help?" Xiaomi asked loudly as he approached. Tuchel turned to him with a big smile. Why are you here so early? I wanted to come early to warm up and saw you were busy. You can warm up? I need to set this up myself. I'm almost done here. Okay, I'll warm up first. Xiaomi changed into his cleats on the sidelines and began dribbling to warm up. After about 10 minutes, Tuchel called him over. Mi, come here. I'll tell you how to practice. Xiaomi quickly ran over, and Tuchel handed him a small ball and began explaining. This is the starting point. In a moment, I will pass the ball to you, and you need to dribble according to the direction of the marker cones. During this process, the football must not leave your control. You cannot touch any of the markers. Think of them as opponents on the field. When you encounter a small archway, you need to dribble the ball through. And when you meet a rebound net, you must hit the target to continue advancing. Your ultimate goal is to shoot without touching the mannequins in the penalty area. Chapter 55, Training Camp begins. The initial pace was not fast, and Xiaomi handled it quite calmly. As time went on, the passing speed increased. In the first 5 minutes, Xiaomi took 46 shots, all accurately hitting the small goal. After a minute's break, the passing resumed. Throughout, Tuchel observed and recorded everything seriously, and Xiaomi's performance satisfied him. The probability of hitting the ball with one touch and adjusting for a shot was very high. This indicated that Xiaomi's judgment and shooting ability were strong. Such a player, with careful training, could surely become an excellent forward in the future. 20 minutes quickly passed, and Xiaomi felt like he had just come out of the water. His clothes soaked with sweat. He adjusted his breathing, took a big gulp of water from Karami, and poured the rest over his head. Coach, how's my performance? Barely up to standard. You still need to keep training hard. Tuchel didn't offer any praise, though he was quite satisfied internally. After all, this was just training, not an official match. Many young players often perform poorly on their first outings due to lack of mental strength. Although Xiaomi had played in The Hague and performed well, he had never played in an official professional match. Chapter 56, Scrimmage. Tuchel set up the formation and noticed the activity at the entrance of the training ground. Smiling as he walked over. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to meet you. I'm your new coach, Thomas. Tuchel greeted everyone warmly while observing them. The players already knew that Tuchel had become their new coach and were unhappy about Klopp's departure. Facing the new coach's enthusiasm, the players responded politely. To put it bluntly, no matter who the head coach was, in their hearts, Klopp's status was irreplaceable. Playing for Dortmund was their job, and they had no right to interfere with the upper management's decisions. Their task was simply to play football, earn money, and improve their lives. After greeting everyone, Tuchel continued cheerfully, Captain, you lead the warm-up with the others. We'll start today's training soon. Hummels nodded, clapped his hands, and called everyone to start warming up. After the warm-up, Tuchel directly signaled Xiaomi to come over. Mi, you demonstrate once, and I'll explain the rules to everyone. Xiaomi didn't expect Tuchel to ask him to demonstrate, so he stepped forward to cooperate. Chapter 57, First Official Training Session. Tuchel smiled as he looked at everyone. You all performed well today. After all, this is just the first integration, and you still need to familiarize yourselves with each other. New players will be joining soon, and we have several preseason warm-up matches coming up. I hope during this time, you can quickly get into a preparation state for the Europa League. We will be filming a short video for the new jerseys this weekend. I will post the details on the bulletin board. Alright, that's it for today's training. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we'll officially start the training camp. Dismissed. Tuchel clapped his hands, signaling everyone to disperse. Xiaomi felt like there were thorns in his back, sensing someone watching him from behind. He didn't turn around, not because he didn't care, but because he knew not everyone would be friendly towards him. Despite his young age, family changes had made him quite mature. His love for football stemmed from the fact that the field is always about strength and skill in the face of true ability. Everything else is unimportant. He never sought to be friends with everyone. He just wanted to earn some money and leave no regrets on the field. On the way back to the locker room, Luo and Hu flanked him on either side. Chapter 58, Unconvinced. Yang's thigh back in his youth training in The Hague. He felt the intensity was insufficient. Most of the time, he handled it with ease. Usually when practicing with Karami at home, Karami primarily guided his movements, adjusting the intensity of their confrontations according to his situation. But today, he was truly training with a professional team for the first time, and he clearly felt somewhat unaccustomed. Yesterday's scrimmage, which was just receiving and passing, was easy for him, but this targeted training was completely different. At first, he thought he was the only one feeling this way, but after observing, he found that his teammates were also struggling, which eased his mind. As he listened to everyone's complaints, he wasn't interested in joining in. He was focused on identifying the gaps between himself and others, considering how to improve quickly. While he was immersed in his thoughts, the slick-haired Weidenfeller came over and directly put his arm around his shoulder. "Hey kid, how's it going? Can you hang in there?" "Of course, but I still need to adjust a bit." "You don't need to rush. We also need to adapt to boss's training methods. Everyone starts from the same point." As it happens, I was penalized to practice long passes 100 times today, and my legs are sore. Chapter 59: The gap between teams A and B. Xiaomi's pass was directed to Hoffman, who started almost simultaneously with the ball. Offensive players often have the advantage over defensive players, although he wasn't particularly fast. The momentum from his forward movement allowed him to lead by half a body length when competing with Schmelzer in speed. Xiaomi's pass lightly landed in front of Hoffman, who received it effortlessly. He comfortably carried the ball forward without needing to adjust any movements. At this moment, Schmelzer was at a disadvantage. He was already half a step behind and had intended to disrupt Hoffman's reception from behind. However, Hoffman didn't need to stop the ball and advance directly, widening the gap even more. Schmelzer could only grit his teeth and chase hard to regain possession. Hoffman carried the ball down the wing, observing his teammates' positions before crossing the ball just as Schmelzer caught up. In the center, a team's Hummels and B team's Mkhitaryan jumped almost simultaneously. Unfortunately, Hoffman's cross wasn't of high quality, and Hummels managed to head the ball away first. However, his clearance wasn't far, landing directly at the feet of the attacking midfielder just outside the penalty area. Facing the aggressive A-team defenders, the B-team attacking midfielder barely managed to create some space for a low pass. Chapter 60: The long-awaited work permit. After lunch, they could either take a nap in the dormitory or head home for a rest. The afternoon training session was in the gym, aimed at improving the player's strength and shedding the extra pounds gained during the holiday. The Bundesliga starts in mid-August, and during this period, the club's focus is on recruitment after the summer transfer window opens. July mainly consists of friendly matches, except for the Europa League qualifying matches at the end of the month. On the weekend, Tuchel took the players to shoot a promotional video for the new jersey, but Xiaomi wasn't fond of the new kit, feeling it was a bit plain. What worried Xiaomi the most was when he would receive his work permit, as he wanted to play in matches. At the end of June, a few new teammates joined the team. Castro, a midfielder from Bayer Leverkusen, Weigl, a defensive midfielder from 1860 Munich, Pascal from the U19 selection, and Berkey, the Swiss goalkeeper for Freiburg. With the addition of new signings, the team's training became more energetic. The summer transfer window had not yet closed, and many players would still join, but that wasn't what Xiaomi was concerned about. In July, his Bundesliga registration had not yet been completed, and he felt somewhat anxious. Without completing the registration, he wouldn't get his work permit or labor certificate, and he certainly couldn't represent Dortmund on the field. Chapter 61: Experiencing the atmosphere of home games for the first time. This was Xiaomi's first match with the team, and also his first time arriving at Westfalenstadion on a match day. The last time he was here was a month ago, filming a signing video. The feelings he had arriving this time were completely different. The first time he was filled with curiosity and felt a sense of belonging when entering the locker room. This time, it was his first match here, and although he wasn't a starter, he had the opportunity to play in the second half. He had always known that Dortmund's home ground was referred to as a devil's home ground by the fans. The fans here are the craziest in the world, and the South Stand's unique tifo has its own story. The team bus slowly drove along the designated path towards the parking lot entrance, with surrounding fans shouting at the bus and waving their scarves, held back by fences and security. The long yellow crowd welcomed the home players in their unique way, wanting the players to feel their passion and craziness. Seeing Xiaomi gaze out the window in awe, Mark elbowed him. "How about it? Our little bee is adorable, right?" "Yeah. This atmosphere is something I've never experienced before. It's so enthusiastic and crazy." Chapter 62: The targeting of Big Black and Little Sunday. As Xiaomi took his seat on the bench, the players from both teams were already on the field. Compared to Dortmund's full-strength starting lineup, Juventus had mostly fielded players they had just signed in the summer transfer window. Juventus's defense still included experienced veterans, and the only players Xiaomi recognized were Pogba, Marchisio, Chiellini, and Bonucci. The game quickly began, and compared to Dortmund, who had already played 5 consecutive matches, Juventus took a while to find their rhythm. The experienced Juventus defense posed significant obstacles to Dortmund's attack. Xiaomi felt that the view from the bench wasn't good, so he warmed up along the sidelines while watching the game. In the 32nd minute, Mats made a long pass from midfield, and the ball landed perfectly at Mark's feet as he surged down the right flank. Mark carried the ball along the wing, and after drawing Juventus's defenders forward, he suddenly cut inside. Facing Chiellini's block, Mark found space and unleashed a shot. The ball went straight through Nito's fingers and settled into the net. Dortmund broke the deadlock first, and the fans in the stands began chanting Reyes' name. Reyes opened his arms and ran towards the south stand to celebrate with the fans and teammates. Chapter 63, the connection between Mark and Xiaomi. Xiaomi didn't take too long. He had already noticed Mark catching up. Facing the interception from Juventus' center back, he pushed the ball laterally to the right, where Mark was already poised to strike. After receiving the ball, Mark made a powerful run, easily evading Juventus' defenders, and observed the goalkeeper's position and his teammates' locations. He swept the ball into the penalty area with his foot. Xiaomi rushed in, meeting the ball with a powerful shot from his right foot. It was a goal. 20. The little bee in the stands was momentarily stunned, having expected Reyes to take the shot. Instead, he passed to the newly substituted young player, who actually scored. As soon as the referee's whistle blew, the little bee snapped back to reality and shouted loudly. They couldn't call out Xiaomi's name, but cheered. Well done, young lad from the east. Xiaomi wasn't prepared for any celebratory actions. Seeing the ball go in, he was incredibly excited and raised his arms in celebration. At that moment, Mark ran over to him, saying, "Silly boy, come on, let's go meet our fans." Without waiting for a reply, Mark pulled Xiaomi towards the south stand, raising Xiaomi's left hand and shouting towards the fans in the stands. Me, me, me. The fans quickly noticed Mark's voice and joined in the chant. Chapter 64, selected for the squad. Seeing the ball come flying in, Hummels didn't hesitate and shot the ball. At the moment of the shot, he felt great about it. This one was in. 3 seconds later, the crowd erupted. Captain Hummels received Xiaomi's assist and scored with a long-range shot from the arc, further extending the lead. 30 Hummels was very excited. He had always been defending on the back line while initiating attacks. A soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier. A player who does not want to score is also not a good player. In regular training, everyone practices shooting, and Mats has practiced a lot as well. During the match, with heavy defensive responsibilities, he also has to control the game's tempo at any time. Scoring has long been far from him. Unexpectedly, in this friendly match, Xiaomi delivered such a comfortable assist. It allowed him to taste the sweetness of scoring once again. The pass was so perfect that he didn't need any adjustment and just shot. Hummels happily rushed toward Xiaomi, and the two high-fived in celebration. In this match, he realized that Xiaomi has great vision and can judge the situation on the field very well. The cooperation with Xiaomi was really comfortable, and he couldn't help but think that if Xiaomi could perform like this in official matches, the team would surely be able to overcome the slump this season. Chapter 65. The Europa League qualifiers begin. Xiaomi was happy to be included in the squad, and his teammates were also pleased. His performance in training and the last match had been recognized by most. After training in the afternoon, Xiaomi rushed home to share the news of his inclusion in the squad with Karami. "That's great, Xiaomi. You've quickly gained the approval of the coaching staff. This is a wonderful start. However, you need to know that if you don't perform well on the field, you could lose their trust." Karami couldn't stop talking that night about his first time being included in the squad and the issues he faced during the last match due to nervousness. Xiaomi patiently listened. Listening is also a form of learning that can help avoid making the same mistakes. Karami soon urged him to go to his room to rest. And although excited and unable to sleep, Xiaomi started researching information about Wolfsburger. Wolfsburg is a small town in southern Austria, with a population of just over 20,000. In summer, rather than a city, it feels more like a village. In such a small town, there is even a club with its own home ground. Although the city is small, it is a great place for winter vacations, offering not only skiing but also ice lake activities. Chapter 66. Europa League debut. In the 12th minute of the match, Silvio received a long pass from a teammate and cut inside with the ball. Faced with the experienced Hummels, he did not continue into the box, but chose to take a shot. Silvio blasted the ball from the left side of the penalty area, and it was past the goalpost, going out of play. Although the shot didn't score, it drew cheers from the fans in the stands. Xiaomi was also attracted by the power in his shot, but he felt that the hurried attempt was a bit too aggressive. His teammates were already in support. If he steadied himself, there might have been a better opportunity. Burki then passed the ball to Hummels, who made a long pass from the backfield to find Marco on the right. The connection between Marco and Hummels has always been one of Dortmund's secret weapons and a signal for a quick attack. After receiving the ball, Marco quickly advanced along the wing. Hoffmann and Aubameyang charged toward the penalty area, with Aubameyang as Dortmund's main striker, attracting most of the defenders. Marco faced two defenders closing in on him. After faking out the nearest defender, Marco took a large step forward with his left foot, pretending to continue his breakthrough. After deceiving the second defender, Marco delivered a long pass. Chapter 67. The shrewd-up master seizes an opportunity. Xiaomi did not expect to replace the number 17, Aubameyang. He was aware of the hostility between Aubameyang and Kagawa towards him, but this was quite normal within the team. He had never cared. His joining would inevitably affect Aubameyang's position as a main striker. The team had more than just him as a forward, and he always believed that he and Aubameyang could form a double striker partnership, making the team's formation more flexible. As for Kagawa, he had never intended to develop a close relationship. The national grievance was deeply ingrained in him. He wouldn't harbor animosity towards every Japanese player, but he had the right to choose whether to befriend them. To him, players who couldn't make it in the Premier League and return to Dortmund were just useless. While he was lost in thought, a long unheard voice suddenly rang out again. Task: complete Dortmund debut and score a goal. Complete the task to receive corresponding rewards. What the heck, the system didn't crash. It was waiting for me here. It seems that not only the coach's expectations for me, but the system does too. Is this considered a debut? Never mind. As a man who wants to become a goal-scoring powerhouse, scoring upon entering the field is basic. He was somewhat looking forward to the rewards for completing the task. The system's rewards were usually magical, and winning more rewards would allow him to have a better career. Chapter 68. Xiaomi's goal video released. After communicating with the referee, Mats took the match ball. This was Xiaomi's debut, and he felt it was worth commemorating to have scored with this ball. There's a small tradition in the European leagues, like keeping the net, the ball used for a hat trick, or even taking a piece of turf. These can serve as memorabilia for players and also bring them good luck. After the match, Xiaomi stood dazed on the field. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Due to the system version being too low, rewards can only be issued after the system upgrade. What the heck? What's going on? After months without releasing tasks, finally a task comes up, and the system version is still too low to match? Is the system treating me like a lamb skewer? You just said upgrade. Why not tell me how long the upgrade will take? Xiaomi was very frustrated at this moment, but had no choice but to wait. Just then, he saw Mats smiling as he walked toward him with the ball, and he was momentarily stunned. Mats handed the ball to him as a keepsake. Thank you, Captain. Xiaomi happily accepted the ball and went with his teammates to thank the fans present. Chapter 69. The business acumen of Prince. Sooning the popularity of the video also attracted professional media personnel. One intern reporter, He Hui, who had just joined the Sports Weekly, discovered this video while browsing the website. As he had not yet completed his internship, he needed results. If he could find the news' highlight, he could secure his position. After discovering Xiaomi's video, he immediately began searching for information about Xiaomi through various channels. After logging into the Football Association's official website, he found that Xiaomi was not registered in Dasha, which surprised him. He then had to use his phone to bypass restrictions to find more relevant information. There was very little information about Mi Yuan, and there were no past experiences. However, none of this mattered. What he needed most now was to write a press release to try to get it published in the next issue of the newspaper. The online video platform PP is currently negotiating with La Liga to acquire broadcasting rights. The management team is holding a meeting to discuss the operations following the acquisition of these rights. In the corner, Zhang Kanyang, the heir of the Suning Group, is bored. Scrolling through his phone, he has just completed his studies at Wharton, earning a degree in economic management. His father has asked him to learn about the group to lay a foundation for inheriting the family business in the future. Chapter 70. Watching a game from the stands. Meanwhile, far away in Europe, Mi Yuan has just landed, bidding farewell to his coach and teammates as he gets into Karami's car. He excitedly talks about his experiences in the recent match, while also inquiring about his shortcomings during the game. Karami, understanding the excitement he feels after taking the field, patiently responds. As they approach home, he changes the topic. A player's success is not solely dependent on scoring goals or winning matches for the team. You need to constantly maintain your form and also manage your relationships with your teammates. Clever Mi Yuan understands the implications of Karami's words and humbly nods. Thank you. I will pay attention to that. Earlier in Berlin, a content creator woke up and immediately opened the app. When he saw the data, he was stunned. He never expected the video's view count to surpass 10,000, inching towards six figures. There were many likes and thousands of comments. His follower count had skyrocketed from just a few dozen to over 3,000. For this grassroots creator, it felt like he was taking off. Chapter 71. System upgrade complete on Sunday. Xiaomi finished a day of training and went swimming. Suddenly, he heard the voice he had been eagerly awaiting. Upgrade complete. Starting to distribute rewards. Xiaomi quickly swam to the edge of the pool, anticipating what level of treasure chest he would receive. After a few minutes, the expected treasure chest did not appear. Instead, a new interface popped up. Task completion reward. Training module. Xiaomi was taken aback and immediately began to explore the upgraded system. The old system had only one storage interface, but after the upgrade, several new items appeared. Store. Training module. Points. Storage. Xiaomi felt like he was playing a game, and the first thing he clicked on was the training module. Upon entering, he saw the introduction to the training module. Training module. This module will provide targeted training based on the host's personal situation. After training, an assessment will be conducted. If the assessment is met, the new skills learned will become the host's abilities. During training, there will be no physical detriment to the host. Note, training can only be entered during rest periods. After reading the introduction, Xiaomi was overjoyed. This meant he could enter the system for training anytime during his rest. Chapter 72. Stopping a car on the street, seeing the sudden appearance of someone startled Xiaomi, who hit the brakes and asked with annoyance, "Who are you?" The person, seeing Mi Yuan stop, was thrilled and clasped his hands together, saying, "Hello, I'm your fan. I got a bit excited seeing you." Upon hearing the other person speaking Mandarin, Xiaomi relaxed slightly. Seeing the person dressed like a backpacker with a shoulder bag and claiming to be his fan, he felt relieved that this person was not a troublemaker. However, he reprimanded, "What you're doing is dangerous. What if I hit you?" "Hee hee, I'm not afraid of the bike. I just might fall." The other person scratched his head and smiled, clearly happy to see Mi Yuan. "Did you stop me for an autograph?" Xiaomi was eager to get home. He had encountered many fans recently, but this was the first time someone had directly stopped him like this. Since they were fellow countrymen, he thought he would just give an autograph and take a photo. However, what the person said next left Xiaomi completely stunned. "My name is Li Yong, and I am a content creator from small platform. I specifically came from Berlin to interview you." Chapter 73. A pseudo-fan gets an interview opportunity once in the car. He looked out the window, pondering how to persuade Mi Yuan's assistant to allow the interview. The journey was short, and within 10 minutes, he arrived at the cafe. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, looking for a vacant spot, and noticed a white man waving at him. He walked over and politely asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Karami?" Karami extended his hand. "I am. Nice to meet you, Li Yong." After shaking hands, they took their seats and got to the point. "You posted a video about me on the Daxia website?" "Yes. I unexpectedly saw Mi Yuan's performance on the field and edited a video to post on a popular video platform in China." Karami became interested. "Could you elaborate?" "Of course. On Daxia, we have many platforms to post videos, and many people like me enjoy editing videos to share. Small platform, Vblog, WeChat, Penguin, and other platforms are all mainstream social media in China." Li Yong spoke clearly, explaining the situation of Daxia's self-media platform to Karami. He demonstrated with his phone, and the conversation lasted over 2 hours. Chapter 74. Training open day. The next day, Xiaomi obediently got into Karami's car, heading to the training base. Upon arriving near the base, he noticed something was different. There seemed to be a significant increase in security. Karami's car was registered, allowing them to smoothly reach the parking lot. After the open training session in the afternoon, Li Yong will conduct a brief interview with you. I've sent the interview content to your phone. You can look at it during your lunch break. "Okay, I'll go change now." He couldn't believe he had actually succeeded. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any excessive questions. After finishing the morning training and having lunch, Xiaomi entered the temporary dormitory to rest. He glanced at the interview content, finding nothing particularly special, and didn't think much of it. Li Yong arrived a quarter of an hour early at the entrance of the training ground, taking out his DV to start filming. After uploading a video last night, the view count surprisingly exceeded the previous 2 videos, and there were many comments requesting Mi Yuan's signed jerseys. Today, he needed to ask Karami how to properly address this situation, as Karami had clearly stated that he was not allowed to buy or sell Xiaomi signed jerseys. This was a red line he dared not cross. While filming the crowd lining up to enter, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Chapter 75. Xiaomi's exclusive interview. Karami and Li Yong arrived at a small garden, picked a spot, and set up the DV. Just as they adjusted the machine to the right angle, Xiaomi also arrived. There are already benches for resting, and Xiaomi didn't hesitate to sit down directly. Liang was straightforward. Since Xiaomi was aware of the interview content, he directly asked, Mi Yuan, do you prefer AQA format, or would you like to share your experiences directly with the fans of Daxia? Of course, to avoid raising any suspicions from Kalami. He asked this in English. Xiaomi thought for a moment. AQA format was simpler. If he had to narrate his story himself, he might end up saying too much and making mistakes. So, AQA would be better and simpler. Okay, are you ready? Upon hearing this, Xiaomi looked at the DV camera in front of him and felt a bit nervous. He hadn't had any formal interviews before, and the most he had faced the camera was during the signing event, where he hadn't been asked to say anything. Although he wasn't socially anxious, he was a bit slow to warm up. He instinctively sat up straight and faced the camera seriously, nodding slightly, saying, I'm ready. All right, I'll count down from 3. And then we'll start. First, greet the fans in front of the camera. Xiaomi nodded slightly, feeling his breath quicken and his heart race. Chapter 76. Entering the starting lineup after Mi Yuan entered the locker room, he greeted his teammates and began changing clothes on his own. He felt a bit anxious, unsure if he would have the chance to play that night. Since coming off the bench twice, he was now eager to be on the field. He wasn't satisfied with just those brief moments as a substitute. He really hoped to play the full match. Recently, his performance had pleased Tuchel, but that didn't guarantee him consistent playing time. He was the youngest player on the team and had the least experience on the field. Although there weren't many forwards on the team, with Aubameyang around, the path to becoming a starting forward was still long. Just as he finished changing and was about to head to the training ground, he bumped noses with Mark, who had just walked in. Startled, he took a step back and finally recognized the newcomer. Mark, you scared me. Why do you look so unenergetic today? Mark was equally startled. Upon hearing Xiaomi say he looked unenergetic, he immediately felt down. Mark's big hand rested on Xiaomi's shoulder as he said helplessly, it's because of that interview yesterday. You know, the interview was just the beginning. I've also been invited to a banquet. You know how it is when you run into acquaintances at such banquets. You can't help but have a drink or two, and I ended up a bit tipsy. Chapter 77. UEFA Europa League Qualifiers Second Match, Part 1. To let Liang experience the culture of Dortmund, Kalami had scheduled their meetup for 6 p.m. By this time, going to the Westfalenstadion was considered late. Many fans, if they had nothing to do in the afternoon, would head there early. When they arrived at the stadium, the sea of yellow left Liang in awe. Kalami parked the car and turned to see Li Yang's astonished expression, unable to hold back his laughter. Li Yang's face turned red, and he awkwardly touched his short hair. Kalami felt he had lost composure and tentatively asked, haven't you seen a game live before? I've seen one in Berlin, but nothing this grand, Liang replied. In Germany, the Ruhr area and Munich are the places with the strongest fan atmosphere. Do you know the nickname of Westfalenstadion? The Devil's home ground? Yes, that's it. The two chatted as they walked, with Kalami introducing Li Yang to Dortmund's history, taking him to the fan shop. Meanwhile, the well-rested Dortmund players boarded the bus to the stadium. This time, Mi Yuan felt much calmer. Once on the bus, he put on his headphones and started listening to Jay Chou's new album, titled Hey Not Bad. Chapter 78. UEFA Europa League Qualifiers Second Match, Part 2. With a referee's whistle, Silvio, the Brazilian forward from Wolfsburger, passed the ball to his teammate, and both teams' players sounded the horn for battle. On the sidelines, Tuchel wore an unsurprised expression. After losing the previous match, they were determined to learn from their mistakes this time. The formation began to compress right from the start, with even Silvio positioning himself near the center circle. Only left-footed midfielder Hakov and right-footed Pust became the wingers, using their speed as counterattack points. The tactical intention of cue ball was clear. Dortmund preferred fast breaks and high pressing, recovering the ball in their own half. If you play that way, I'll play that way too, and even more thoroughly. He wanted to see how they would break through against their compressed defense. The Wolfsburger team, with their height not matching the tall Dortmund players, lacked physical advantage. However, being shorter didn't mean they weren't strong. Their low center of gravity showcased their agility. The initial attacks from Wolfsburger didn't threaten Dortmund, but did result in a shot. Dortmund, as counterattack, however, faced significant obstacles. Chapter 79. UEFA Europa League Qualifiers Second Match, Part 3. In a live broadcast room, Karl began his performance without holding back. Stifling a laugh, he arrogantly remarked, Dortmund's biggest mistake was letting Lewandowski go for just $7 million. He's certainly better than the inconsistent Aubameyang. They let go of a Bundesliga top scorer and signed a flop. Brown didn't respond. He kept his eyes on the screen, curious about what Mi Yuan and Aubameyang had just discussed. The first half had already been underway for 20 minutes, and Aubameyang had wasted numerous opportunities. Would he score before halftime? Dortmund's qualification for the Europa League seemed assured, but with the Bundesliga about to start, he didn't want to see Dortmund begin the season like this. Just as Karl continued his monologue, Brown suddenly spoke up. Dortmund successfully intercepted the ball in their own half. Who will Piszczek pass to? On the field, Piszczek had already kicked the ball, passing it to Gundogan. After receiving the ball, Gundogan made a long pass, finding Mi Yuan, who had just shaken off his marker. Originally positioned on the left, Mi Yuan had somehow moved to the right. After receiving the ball, he evaded the opponent and made a long pass. This time, he didn't pass to Aubameyang, but to mark outside the penalty area. Chapter 80. UEFA Europa League Qualifiers Second Match, Part 4. The director was just picking up the intercom, ready to stop the broadcast, when he heard the voice of the producer in his earpiece. Don't stop it. The ratings are going up. The director was taken aback, but immediately understood the producer's intention, instructing camera 4 to zoom in and capture the confrontation between the two commentators in the broadcast room. For the sake of ratings, foreign television stations often had fewer restrictions. They were eager for hot topics to attract more viewers and increase ratings, which in turn drew advertisers. Brown thought for a moment and decided to make a bold bet. If Dortmund doesn't score 3 goals, I'll shave my head live. Do you dare to bet? He knew that Karl cared a lot about his hairstyle, and wouldn't he dare to take such a bet. Karl sneered disdainfully and said, live streaming a head shave. That's no challenge at all. If I lose, I'll do a live stream of washing my hair while doing a handstand. Brown was taken aback at first, wondering what kind of operation this was. He quickly said decisively, it's a deal, with so many viewers watching the live stream. It's a deal. You just wait for your head shave. The audience watching the live TV broadcast suddenly became interested, realizing for the first time that this match had turned into a platform for commentary bets. Chapter 81. UEFA Qualification Match. Second leg, 5. Seeing Kagawa charge toward the baseline with the ball, the defenders immediately closed in, trying to intercept. Kagawa's individual skill was on full display. As the opposing defender approached, he flicked the ball through the defender's legs. The small-stature Kagawa made a half-turn, positioning himself, and delivered a low pass toward the center. The players from Wolfsberger noticed the tall number 17 player, Aubameyang, was ready to make a run. They immediately turned and rushed into the penalty area, preparing to defend, their hearts racing as the ball approached Aubameyang. Aubameyang, tall and strong, possessed both the robust physique typical of an athlete and innate explosiveness. The retreating players gritted their teeth, focused solely on one thought: defend the goal and don't let any goals in. Aubameyang's momentum combined with his strong body created a formidable force. Even with 2 players trying to stop his advance, it was a vain hope. The goalkeeper was completely focused, standing ready for a save. However, the anticipated scenario never unfolded. They did not see the ball flying toward the goal. Chapter 82. UEFA Qualification Match, Second Leg, 6. After the match resumed, Dortmund players, following Tuchel's instructions, slow their pace. After ending Wolfsberger's attack, Reyes and Gundogan exchanged positions. The original 4-4-2 formation transformed into a 4-3-1-2 formation, with Reyes moving forward while Gundogan, Weigl, and Kagawa maintained their positions. This strategy had been set before the match. After scoring, this formation allowed for both attacking and defending. The opposing team never expected Dortmund to adjust their formation right on the field. They had no contingency plans and could only execute their original tactics. With Reyes' positional change, Dortmund's attacks became more flexible. Weigl, positioned deeper in the center, focused on defense, supporting Reyes ahead. Gundogan and Kagawa spread out to the left and right flanks, both flying down the wings. This meant the ball was not passed to the center and then distributed to the sides, but rather directly traversed the entire field for a broad transfer. Both players had solid technical skills and high passing accuracy. This formation change made it very uncomfortable for the opposing players. For instance, when Gundogan broke through from the left, a defender rushed in to press, but it proved ineffective. Chapter 83. UEFA Qualification Match, Second Leg, 7. He quickly surged forward, extending his long leg. And with a gentle poke, the ball changed direction at a 90-degree angle, flying straight into the goal. Aubameyang jumped in excitement, raising his arms and shouting. After finally releasing the breath he had held for so long, he dashed toward Yen instead of celebrating with Mark. Seeing Aubameyang running toward him, Mark instinctively opened his arms to embrace him. However, Aubameyang suddenly changed direction mid-run and headed straight for the just-standing Mi Yuan. Mi Yuan, curious about what was happening, was tightly hugged by this towering figure. The massive arms locked around him like giant pincers, and he almost couldn't catch his breath, feeling like he might faint. In his daze, before he could see his great-grandmother, he heard Aubameyang's excited thanks in his ear. "Thank you, I scored. I finally scored." Mi Yuan finally realized it was the tall black guy, and he struggled to pat Aubameyang's back, but the embrace only tightened. He could no longer hear what Aubameyang was saying in his ear. He felt he was truly unable to breathe, and if he pushed harder, he might meet his great-grandmother. Fortunately, at that moment, Mark, Piszczek, and Gundogan rushed over. Chapter 84. UEFA Qualification Match, Second Leg. 8. What to do when you're high. You have to show off. To flaunt your skills. Why does Neymar keep getting injured? Isn't it because he is too flashy? Mi Yuan, a teenager, faced with over 80,000 fans in the stadium and a half-empty section of bees, naturally wanted to show off a bit. Although it was a bit over the top and could be seen as seeking attention. So what? He had the skills. As the saying goes, the higher the skill, the bolder the person. Mi Yuan suddenly stopped about 2 steps away from the goalkeeper. He pretended to break left, and, as the opposing goalkeeper shifted his weight, he flicked the ball up with his feet. The football arced perfectly over the goalkeeper's head like a rainbow, landing behind him. The fans in the stands gasped in surprise, not expecting Mi Yuan to be so calm in front of the goalkeeper and even show off. In the Bundesliga, there are indeed many excellent players, and there are quite a few with good skills. However, it's rare to see someone so close to the goal, facing an advancing goalkeeper, still able to showcase their skills. This demonstrated his confidence and a big heart. The goalkeeper, having lost his balance, could not reach the ball in the air and could only watch helplessly as the ball flew over his head. Chapter 85. UEFA Qualification Match. Second Leg. 9. The mindset of the Wolfsburger players was completely shattered by this goal. The newly substituted players constantly communicated the coach's words to their teammates, encouraging them to lift their spirits. After the match resumed, the fresh players, full of energy, caused some trouble for Dortmund. Yes, just a bit of trouble. The reason was simple. At this moment, Dortmund was leading by a large margin, feeling very relaxed without any burden, allowing them to perform even better. However, their mindset was quite poor. Being significantly behind, the pressure from the Dortmund fans completely overwhelmed them. The only thing keeping them in the match was their dwindling pride. After all, they were a strong team in the Austrian league, and they didn't want to return home in disgrace. Normally, Dortmund should have eased off at this point and started to enter garbage time. But they were Dortmund, not one of those Serie A teams that defend once they take the lead. As time went on, Dortmund's several threatening counterattacks completely pinned the opposing team in their penalty area, too scared to come out. By the 83rd minute, it had turned into a one-sided bombardment by Dortmund. The player most actively shooting was not the newly substituted player, but Kagawa. Chapter 86. Lyon. The chatty drunk after getting in the car, Xiaomi kept rubbing his somewhat sore arms, having signed too many jerseys to keep his own. Hearing Lyon's voice, he was genuinely startled. He habitually got into the passenger's seat, completely unaware that there was a third person in the car. What do I feel? If I say the 2 goals in the back were just luck, would you believe me? I never expected to score so many goals myself. Both Karami, who was driving, and Lyon, who was interviewing, were stunned. Is this what people are saying, that it was just luck? All players have such luck. If Dortmund doesn't win the championship, who will? Haha, Mi Yuan, you are too modest. This is also closely related to your usual training. Lyon quickly tried to steer the conversation back and continued to ask, I noticed you've been rubbing your arm. Are you injured? As soon as Karami heard this, he immediately got nervous. His foot twitched, and he slammed on the brakes, wanting to stop to check on Xiaomi's injury. Fortunately, the seatbelt saved Xiaomi from straining his back, and he quickly explained, No, I'm not injured. I just rarely write, and I signed too many names just now. Hearing this, Karami finally relaxed and continued driving. It seems you have already been accepted by Dortmund fans. You have local supporters now. Chapter 87. Criticism or praise after this match. He should normally have gained 15 points, including assists and a hat trick. However, when he opened the system, he found that he now had 4 points. This far exceeded his expectations, and, after checking the points interface, he understood. The extra points came from an increase in fan numbers, which gave him a joy akin to finding money. The increase in system points was slow, but it also provided him with a sense of hope. Forgetting about the other high-tech items for now, just the potions in the system had brought him substantial benefits. Whether domestic fans could consume rationally was not something he needed to worry about. At this moment, he had already entered the training module. What Mi Yuan didn't know was that his performance that night, along with the bizarre betting in the live stream, had gone viral. A top-notch forward added to the black shop. Why does Dortmund always find talented players? Eastern Genius player scores a hat trick. Can Dortmund break out of its slump this year and return to second place? Commentator Carl livestreams headstands while washing hair. Carl pays for his arrogance. Brown, Dortmund's most formidable commentator. These were all titles that appeared online after the match that night. Chapter 88. Abnormal Mi Yuan, who was oblivious to the outside world. Didn't he pay attention to any of this? In the morning, after swimming for half an hour at home, he started playing games with Karami. Pre-match relaxation allowed him to maintain a better state during the game. In the afternoon, he would travel with the team to Chemnitz for the first match of the DFB Pokal. Most people are not very familiar with Chemnitz. This club is named after the city. Over the years, the most well-known German football star from Chemnitz is Ballack, who began his professional football career in Chemnitz's youth training. He won the Bundesliga championship 4 times and the Premier League once, and was named German Footballer of the Year 3 times. During the darkest period of German football, he shouldered the banner of German football's revival with his tenacity and excellent leadership. Dortmund and Chemnitz are located on the western and eastern sides of Germany, respectively. One is primarily a heavy industrial city focused on coal and steel, while the other is a light industrial city centered on textiles and chemicals. The strength gap between the two teams is quite significant. Chemnitz is a team from the regional Liga, and this match is even easier for Dortmund than facing Wolfsberger. Chapter 89. Surface beauty is not always beautiful. It's not that his brain isn't capable, or that his CPU isn't powerful enough, but rather that there were too many contradictions with what he had learned, making him hesitant to believe. Mark noticed his confusion and misunderstanding and patted him on the shoulder. Some things you can only understand deeply by experiencing them yourself. Telling you this is not to put pressure on you. The safety situation in Germany is relatively good, so there is no need to be nervous. Compared to the high crime rates next door, as long as you avoid Turkish and Eastern European people, you won't be in danger. The amount of information is overwhelming, but don't worry, I rarely travel alone, and I will pay attention to my safety. Yes, you must be the legendary homebody. The two chatted for a while longer, and Mark's coffee definitely had a hypnotic effect. He went to bed early. Mi Yuan wouldn't forget his daily training, and he found that training time did not affect his ability to wake up on time the next day. After breakfast the next day, they went to the field for an hour of training before returning to the hotel. Tuchel held a pre-match tactical meeting and arranged the lineup. This time, neither Mi Yuan nor Kagawa started, and he didn't know what considerations the coaching staff had, but Xiaomi didn't mind. Chapter 90. Cruel history back in Dortmund. It was already late. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Karami waiting. After saying goodbye to his teammates, Mi Yuan got in the car. How about we go out to sea to fish for herring during the 3-day break? Sure. Why are you not very enthusiastic? Did you encounter difficulties in the match? Karami noticed something was off. Mi Yuan seemed very high-spirited since getting in the car. I didn't play. This trip to Chemnitz was a complete failure. Mi Yuan didn't hide it. He had a straightforward personality, and since Karami asked, he wanted to know more about the local culture. After returning home, Mi Yuan finally finished recounting his unpleasant experience. Karami sighed deeply. These are problems you will face in the future. I hope you won't let these things affect your emotions, which could hinder your future development. I know. I just couldn't accept it at the moment. I've never encountered such extreme behavior in the summer. I've never been to the summer, so I don't have a say. However, if you want to understand the land where you will live and work in the future, I am more than happy to tell you about it. But I hope you give me 10 minutes. I'll heat up dinner and brew some coffee, and we can chat while we eat. Chapter 91. Karami's fishing trip after a long journey and chatting with Karami for a long time. Mi Yuan really felt a bit tired. Once back in his room, he entered the training module and didn't care about anything else. He found that the training module had another benefit. As long as he completed the training tasks, his physical condition would recover to its best state. This little fatigue from the long journey was nothing at all. Early the next day, he went downstairs with his fishing gear. Just as the saying goes, a poor student has many tools. He had never caught big fish, but his gear was quite complete. There was no helping it. He didn't understand. But as long as Karami said it was useful, he would buy it. This set of equipment wasn't cheap, but it was worth it for him. Ever since he developed a fondness for fishing, he had grown quite addicted, especially to the moment of hooking a fish and the process of reeling it in. In his eyes, fishing was a sport even more suitable for men than football. It wasn't until they set off that he suddenly came to his senses and asked, "We followed a fishing boat out to sea this time, huh?" "You'll know when we get there." Kalami played mysterious and piqued Mi Yuan's curiosity. Curiosity aside, he was in a hurry and laid back in his seat to sleep. Kalami was already used to it, driving steadily towards the nearby Williamport. Chapter 92. Disappearance. Mi Yuan used a number 6 main line and lowered his bait directly. The spot where they stopped had many reefs, and there weren't any big fish in this area, but there were plenty of smaller fish, making it perfect for fishing. Less than 5 minutes after dropping his line, the fishing rod suddenly sank, and Mi Yuan immediately jumped up. He quickly raised a rod to hook the fish, but he realized something fell off. The struggle he imagined wasn't there. He quickly reeled in the line, and when he saw the bread crab coming out of the water, his expression was priceless. The taste of bread crab is actually average. Its medicinal value is higher. He just didn't understand why this guy was out stealing his bait during the day instead of sleeping in the sand. He didn't expect that his first catch would be a crab that pinched his line. He didn't know how to get the bread crab off the hook and had to call for help. "Kalami, help me out." Kalami rushed over, thinking he had caught something big. When he saw the bread crab's large pincers firmly gripping the hook, he burst out laughing. Mi Yuan's face became even darker as he glared at the chattering mouth of the crab and cursed, "You're about to end up in a steamer. And you're still so chatty." Chapter 93. First meeting with Zhang. Kanyang Kalami's sudden laughter left Mi Yuan speechless. Wasn't he just worried about Struss punishing him? Wasn't he just upset about being scolded by the boss? He didn't dwell on it for long and soon found out the answer. "I was just considering which satellite phone to use. You should know that satellite phone fees are really high. You're not just an ordinary player anymore. The boss is probably going to send you a bodyguard to help with my work." "What? No, what do you mean?" "Literal meaning. Hurry up and pack. In an hour, when we dock, you'll meet the boss." "Bodyguard? I need to have a bodyguard now? Doesn't that mean many people will be watching me, suddenly entering my life?" In his young heart, bodyguards were all those famous people. He didn't need one at all. With a heavy heart, he packed up and sat at the stern of the boat, admiring the twinkling lights along the coastline. He loved football because his father took him to the Northeast when he was less than 3 years old, to the Woolly Stadium, to watch a match that he would remember for a lifetime. That day, the entire Woolly was in a frenzy, and the excited and crying faces of the fans left a lasting impression on him. Chapter 94. Walk your own path. Let others speak. Dortmund's first match was against Borussia Mönchengladbach, who ranked 3rd last season. Both teams are in the same region, North Rhine-Westphalia, which has led to the belief that the two teams are allies, with Mönchengladbach being Dortmund's little brother. However, these are just speculations from fans, and the two teams do not have significant conflicts. If we really talk about Dortmund's little brother, it should be Mainz. This doesn't require explanation. Just look at the two managers, and it's clear. In the 5 major leagues, teams sometimes form alliances or even let each other win. This is not secret. A brother has 3 helpers. Who doesn't have friends, as long as there are common interests? Historically, Mönchengladbach once had a glorious period where they defeated Dortmund 120-0. Such a score disparity would have made them rivals in Serie A. But in the Bundesliga, everyone just sees the difference in strength. If it weren't for Mönchengladbach lacking Bayern's financial might, they wouldn't have withdrawn from competing with Bayern in the 70s. The timing of this match is very friendly for fans in Sia. It starts at 3:30 p.m. on Sunday. Chapter 95. Guess the score and win signed jerseys. The moment he stepped onto the pitch, the voice of Tongzi brother rang out. Task: earn the best player trophy for this match. After hearing Tongzi brother announce the task, Mi Yuan was momentarily stunned. This is really intense. They want me to be the best player in the first match, which is only a 1 in 122 chance. Tongzi brother, your words make me want to run until my legs break. He felt a bit of resentment in his heart, but he was still very happy. Finally, there was a task. Although he didn't know what the reward would be, having a task meant there was some high-tech involved, which was a good thing. For the reward, he had to give it his all. Not trying would be foolish. As soon as the players from both sides appeared, the fans in the south and north stands began to cheer. The live DJ called out each name, and they screamed in response. The players on the field were unaffected, proceeding methodically to toss the coin, choose sides, shake hands, and take their positions. Mönchengladbach's forward was already at the kickoff point, waiting for the referee's whistle. The referee started looking at his watch. The match was about to begin. For this live broadcast, PP Video and Su Ning Group prepared 20 signed Dortmund No. 9 jerseys for the fans. As long as everyone guesses the score of this match correctly, we will select 20 lucky viewers to receive this prize. What are you waiting for? There's a prediction link in the upper left corner of the video. Click in to make your score prediction. Chapter 96. Securing victory in half an hour. Mark's goal ignited the entire South Stand, leaving only the cheers of the little bees in the stadium. Mönchengladbach's fans looked helplessly at the celebrating Dortmund players on the field. After scoring, Mark kissed the badge on his chest, declaring his loyalty to Dortmund. His teammates rushed over to embrace him in celebration. Mi Yuan was genuinely happy for little Mark, rushing forward to hug him. Well done. You've unlocked the first goal of this Bundesliga season. You're playing a game, and you've unlocked the first goal? You and Pierre need to step it up. This season, we need to reclaim the golden boot. Okay, I'll tell Dahe. The two joked as they returned to the halfway line to wait for the match to restart. In a live broadcast room, seeing Dortmund score, Brown was extremely happy. Reyes is Dortmund's best player. He always steps up during tense moments to break the deadlock. Everyone should know that Reyes turned down Bayern's high salary and his friend's invitation to renew his contract with Dortmund early. Such a loyal Reyes deserves everyone's respect. In the PP live broadcast room, Dortmund scored the first goal in the 15th minute, with the score being Dortmund's star player, the Little Rocket Reyes. Chapter 97. 40-0 sweep of Mönchengladbach. Lu Ming stood up excitedly, shouting into the microphone. Mi Yuan scored. He scored the first goal in the Bundesliga. This is a very good start. I believe that Mi Yuan's future development in Dortmund will definitely be phenomenal. Fans, did you just notice that Mi Yuan can cleverly pass the ball to his teammates on the sidelines as the defenders quickly close in? Mi Yuan has exceptional vision on the field, constantly observing the positioning of players on both sides. If he had been stubborn and reckless, we wouldn't have seen that goal. In the German broadcast room, Braun was also very excited. Another one for Mi Yuan. That header was so beautiful. Previously, I had only seen his long shots, powerful strikes, and volleys. I didn't expect his heading ability to be so strong. Could he become the next Lewandowski? Let's wait and see. On the sidelines, Tuchel was already sitting on the bench after taking a 2-goal lead. When he saw Mi Yuan score again, he jumped up excitedly, rushing to the sidelines to wave his fists in celebration of his joy. Mi Yuan truly deserves to be called a player for the big matches. His performance not only remains stable, but also brings surprises. Chapter 98. Odd rewards the moment the referee blew the final whistle. The Gladbach players quickly thanked the fans on site and walked towards the locker room. The heavy defeat left them feeling low, and their confidence was shaken. Many Gladbach fans in the North Stand had already left early, and only a few loyal supporters remained. After the match, the players on the bench rushed onto the field to celebrate the victory with their teammates. In no time, Dortmund players and staff gathered together. Besides celebrating the victory, the most important thing was to hydrate and wait for the DJ to announce the MVP of the match. After Dortmund players thanked the fans, the DJ finally announced the MVP of the match. The MVP was Dortmund's number 9, Mi Yuan. As soon as the DJ's voice fell, the fans cheered. It can be said that this was highly anticipated. Mi Yuan was frozen on the field, finally hearing the voice he had been waiting for. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving a diamond treasure chest. Mi Yuan really wanted to check it immediately, but Marco was already calling him. Mi, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up. Coming. Mi Yuan was in a great mood, jogging to catch up. Chapter 99. 3 goals conceded in the opening. The first day of recovery training after the match was very relaxed. And the most comfortable part was the massage after the sauna. After finishing training and heading to the parking lot to find Karami to go home, he saw Karami talking to Millenstedt, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, from a distance. He quickened his pace and greeted them from afar. Mr. Sven, long time no see. Oh, me, your recent performance has been outstanding. I'm lucky to have discovered such an excellent forward. No, Mr. Sven, I'm still not strong enough. My physical strength is lacking. You summer people are always so humble. I was just about to look for you. How about we grab coffee? Of course. It would be my honor. Mi Yuan knew that his school's matters must have been settled. He had been waiting too long and almost thought he would miss the new semester. There was a small cafe in the office building of the base, and the three quickly sat down at a table. Sven took out the prepare materials and placed them in front of Mi Yuan. Take a look at the materials first and choose the major you want to study. So many. You guys get coffee. I'll be right there. Mi Yuan picked up the materials and began to read them carefully. Chapter 100. 34 turnaround with a 3-goal lead, Augsburg was no longer in a hurry to attack, focusing on defending in their half. Several minutes later, Aubameyang successfully intercepted the ball in the front. At the 34th minute of the first half, Aubameyang, with his excellent individual ability, finally broke through the opponent's goal, pulling one back for Dortmund. The moment Mi Yuan saw Aubameyang score, he jumped up excitedly and shouted, "Good job, Pierre. That's how you break through them. Let them know our strength. Good job." Dortmund cannot be defeated. Seeing Mi Yuan like this, Karami couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few shouts, Mi Yuan didn't look. He reached for his cup and took a big gulp. With that sip, a new world opened up. He was actually drinking Karami's dark beer, which didn't have a strong flavor, unlike light beer. It wasn't bitter at all, but had a slightly sweet taste with a rich malt aroma, refreshing to the palate. Karami saw that Mi Yuan was drinking his beer, and the smile on his face grew even wider. "How is it? Dortmund's dark beer is the best. It's really good. It turns out not all beers taste like horse urine." "What do you mean? Beer is the best drink. How could it be described as horse urine?" Chapter 101. Second Bundesliga away match against Ingolstadt. While practicing together, Karami noticed something was off. He felt that Mi Yuan's agility and reaction speed had improved significantly. He stopped the ball and asked Mi, "Have you been secretly training extra lately?" "No." Mi Yuan was a bit confused, not understanding why Karami was asking this. "Haven't you noticed that my passing speed is faster than usual and the angles are trickier?" Mi Yuan shook his head. "It's fine. I can keep up." "Oh my God. Are you a sports genius? How much time has it been, and you've improved so much?" It should be thanks to you. You practice with me every day." "All right. That's your talent. I don't play much of a role. Let's continue." God knows how much pressure those few sentences put on Mi Yuan. He didn't want his secret to be discovered and then be taken to the lab for dissection. He did feel that after learning martial arts, his agility and reaction speed had improved a lot. However, he was still not satisfied with his current improvement speed. The opponents he faced had not been particularly strong. If he encountered a strong team like Bayern, how would his combat power fare? He needed to improve his strength quickly to truly become an excellent player. Chapter 102. Overcoming Marvin, scoring with a header, breaking the deadlock in intense competition. Fouls were sometimes unavoidable. Mkhitaryan had to bring down an opponent from behind to stop their attack, receiving a yellow card. This yellow card was just the beginning. In the following match, Dingert became the card-wielding expert, but that's a story for later. As the match progressed, Dortmund was in control, but failing to score, instead giving Ingolstadt opportunities to counterattack. Mi Yuan was very active on the wing. Whenever he touched the ball, he either crossed it or forcefully broke through, causing chaos on Ingolstadt's right side. However, no matter how well he performed, his shots after passing made him want to find a crack in the ground to hide. But there was nothing he could do. Every time they attacked, the opponents would tightly defend the penalty area, leaving no good shooting angles. Instead, the opponents' counterattacks caused Dortmund quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, Dortmund's defensive line was solid enough not to concede any goals. The number of shots on target by the opponent was significantly higher than that of Dortmund, which made the players on the field a bit anxious. After 20 minutes, Dortmund finally adjusted their rhythm and began a fierce counterattack. Royce dribbled down the wing and, after breaking past Matthew, was preparing to accelerate towards the penalty area when Matthew pulled him down from behind, receiving a yellow card. Chapter 103. Strict referee Dingert. Meanwhile, the Dortmund fans in the North Stand, after a brief moment of distraction, finally reacted and erupted into cheers and celebrations. They had waited too long for this goal. The first half was a battle of yellow cards, and Dortmund clearly had the upper hand, but it was not the kind of advantage they preferred. Compared to their first round against Mönchengladbach, it was unexpected that Dortmund had not managed any effective attacks against the newly promoted team. Just when they were most anxious, Mi Yuan stepped up and broke the deadlock, scoring a goal. Those damn media, always nitpicking, had worried that Mi Yuan would be a flash in the pan. Just lucky. But every time he took the field, Mi Yuan could score, and it was definitely not just luck. Didn't they see that even the opposing Captain Marvin was helpless against that jump? He is Dortmund's best striker. Given enough time, he would definitely be stronger than Lewandowski. They must protect this kid and not let the damn media and the internet ruin him. After landing, Mi Yuan excitedly raised his fist and shouted. The game had not started well, and at this moment, the suppressed emotions in his heart finally erupted. He turned to run back, only to be surrounded by his rushing teammates, who excitedly hugged him one by one. Chapter 104. Bicycle kick. The first to rush up was Matthew. who was the most outstanding player on the field for Ingolstadt. Much of the trouble in Dortmund's defense was caused by his attacks, and Dortmund had specifically targeted him. During halftime, Tuchel had emphasized the task of marking him. Gundogan immediately fell back, closely following him. Subotic also noticed the rapidly approaching Matthew. He did not hesitate, receiving a throw-in from Ginter, and without a moment's delay, passed it to Hummels. No matter how fast Matthew was, he could not outrun the ball, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball was transitioned, waiting for his teammates to press. Hinterseer also rushed up to press, but Hummels wouldn't give him that opportunity and passed the ball to Hoffmann. Dortmund's quick short passes effectively evaded the frontline press from Ingolstadt. After receiving the ball, Hoffmann was about to accelerate and charge forward. The substitute Steven immediately turned and slid, but Hoffmann deftly sidestepped him after pushing the ball forward. Dortmund had an attacking opportunity. Hoffmann quickly dribbled into the front court, glanced up to observe the positioning of his teammates, and was just about to continue his run when he suddenly saw Mi Yuan move. Chapter 105, Post-Match Summary. On the sideline, Tuchel asked Mark beside him, "Was that outside the penalty area?" "Yes, boss." "About 20 yards out?" "Yes, boss." Mark looked at a surprised Tuchel, smiling and nodding repeatedly in affirmation of his questions. Mark knew very well what this represented. The most spectacular bicycle kick was Zlatan's 36-yard bicycle kick in 2012. Today, Mi Yuan's performance was even more impressive than the last match. With a header and a 20-yard bicycle kick, Mi Yuan's powerful shooting ability even made him a bit envious. It was completely normal for Tuchel to react this way. Although it looked somewhat amusing, it was the truth. Tuchel beside him stopped talking, and Royce's gaze was fixed on the teammates already positioned on the field, waiting for the restart. With these guys, can my wishes be fulfilled? Bundesliga champion, DFB Pokal champion, UEFA Champions League champion. Thinking of this, Mark smiled wryly. He was too greedy. Since he returned to Dortmund in July 2012, the team had once again returned to its long-standing position as the perennial second. His good friend Mario had left, and the Lewandowski who promised to help him bring glory back to Dortmund and win the Champions League had also left. Chapter 106, Such a Post-Match Summary. An hour earlier, back at the hotel, Mark rushed into the bathroom first and enthusiastically called out to Mi Yuan. "Mi, let's shower together." Mi Yuan's face immediately darkened as he quickly shook his head. "No, you go ahead. I need to reply to some messages." The previous incident where he had been squeezed into the same bathroom with Mark out of anger resurfaced. Mark was all hands on, touching and poking. If he didn't know that Mark's orientation was not an issue, he might have shouted harassment. The main thing was that Mark was very curious about how Mi Yuan had trained his muscles so well. Although he didn't look strong, and certainly wasn't the muscular type, they both belonged to the lean category. Yet Mi Yuan's strength was not inferior to his, especially when he heard that Mi Yuan's current body fat percentage was at 12. He was even more astonished. Mark's body fat percentage had always been at 18. No matter what method he used, he just couldn't gain muscle, which frustrated him greatly. He was sold by Dortmund U17 because he was too weak and did not meet Dortmund's requirements. If he hadn't practiced hard and achieved results, Dortmund wouldn't have bought him at a high price from Mönchengladbach. After their candid encounter during regular training, Mark developed a bad habit of occasionally pinching Mi Yuan's waist and abdominal muscles, which left Mi Yuan with a shadow. Chapter 107, Dortmund Panda Team. Hearing Pierre's words, everyone began to cheer, and the room instantly became lively. Mi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly stood up. The welcome party doesn't matter. Being able to play with everyone is what makes me really happy. I don't drink, so I'll just raise water toast. Thanking you all for your help and care during this time. After saying that, he directly lifted his cup, gesturing to everyone, took a small sip, and was about to put the cup down. Hoffmann was not having it. Drinking water was fine, but only taking such a small sip was unacceptable. "No, that won't do. Down all," his teammates urged, and Mi Yuan, feeling a bit shy, ended up drinking all the water in his cup to pass the test. Everyone chatted and laughed, creating a very relaxed atmosphere. The dinner was traditional German cuisine, likely to cater to the historic castle. Each person had a dedicated server behind them, and fortunately, Mi Yuan had received training in Western etiquette while in The Hague, though today's attire was indeed. The cooking methods of traditional German cuisine usually require strict control of heat and time to ensure the food's taste and nutritional content. When preparing traditional Western dishes, the ingredients are typically cut into small pieces, marinated for a while with olive oil, salt, and black pepper, and then baked, boiled, or fried. Chapter 108, Disturbance. In Berlin, Liang, smoking a cigarette, looked very gloomy. The videos he had recorded in Dortmund were all uploaded to a small platform. After the start of the Bundesliga, he uploaded a video of Mi Yuan's goals from the match highlights. The view count was decent, but since PP Video had purchased the online broadcasting rights for the Bundesliga, his video was no longer the only one. Searching for similar videos about Xiaomi, one could easily find dozens of related videos. If he wanted to continue making a living from this, he needed to reorganize his thoughts. As Mi Yuan's popularity in the domestic market continued to rise, what everyone needed most was information about his situation in Germany, rather than his performance during matches. At this moment, he was struggling with what kind of plan to write in order to track and report on Mi Yuan closely and for the long term. Although he had signed a contract with Mi Yuan's agency for exclusive reporting rights, he needed to write a proposal that would not disturb Mi Yuan's training and life. This was the source of his current frustration. He needed a new gimmick to retain his fans and traffic. Dasha Zhang Kangyang was also having a headache. As many people have been reaching out to him recently, most of them were advertisers on PP Video. The broadcast of the Bundesliga, especially the matches involving Dortmund, had very impressive viewership data, which led to an increase in advertisers wanting to insert ads during the broadcasts. Chapter 109. Kagawa's urgency to prove himself in the match against AO. Tuchel deployed a strange lineup again. Mi Yuan was included in the 18-man roster, but sat on the bench alongside Pierre. The main striker this time was Marco, who played up front alone. Hoffmann and Mkhitaryan supported him from the left and right, while Kagawa and Gundogan were responsible for linking the attack and defense. Weigl played as a pivot in the midfield, controlling the tempo of the game. The backline remained Mats, Ginter, Papastathopoulos, and Schmelzer. This 4-1-2-2-1 formation is a variation of the 4-3-3, requiring players to have clear positional responsibilities on the field. The formation focuses on control, addressing the midfield defensive shortcomings of the 4-3-3 by pulling the two wingers back to act as shadow strikers, sharing the responsibility of midfield ball control with the midfielders. The two midfielders are required to have accurate passing, strong ball control, and organizational skills, as well as some defensive capability. Tuchel clearly wanted to develop Weigl into a strong defensive midfielder. At just 20 years old, Weigl, as a midfielder, had good physical strength and outstanding passing ability. Chapter 110. Europa League group draw. As the second half began, AO started making substitutions. They replaced a forward with a young player named Flo, who had just joined AO. The AO coach, realizing the match was beyond saving, began experimenting with his players. The Dortmund attack did not let up after the second half began. In the 51st minute, Hoffmann assisted Gundogan for another goal. The score changed to 5-1. For the Little Bees, this was a goal fest for Dortmund. 5 minutes later, Reyes received a through ball from Mkhitaryan and scored the third goal of the match. It was Reyes' first hat trick since returning from injury. Although it wasn't on the Bundesliga stage, it was enough to excite him and the fans. The score changed again to 6-1. AO had lost their fighting spirit, and all their attacks were merely attempts to salvage pride. In the 63rd minute of the match, taking advantage of a failed Dortmund attack, AO finally seized a counterattack opportunity. Halvorsen, who had scored the first goal in the first half, assisted Barry, who finally scored AO's second goal. Barry did not celebrate, but instead ran straight to the center circle, urging the game to resume quickly. Just at that moment, the fourth official raised the electronic board, and both sides made substitutions. Chapter 111. New players. The next day was match day for Dortmund against Hertha Berlin. Mi Yuan arrived at the training base early and, upon entering the locker room, found Kagawa chatting and laughing with an Eastern player with slanted eyes. The player's accent was heavy, sounding a bit like a dialect from a neighboring country. Were the Dortmund executives playing puzzle, gathering players from the three Eastern countries? He only hoped these two wouldn't provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. After learning martial arts for so long, he and had the chance to put into practice. Mi Yuan ignored them and started changing into his training gear. During this time, new players had gradually joined the team, and he had already gotten used to it. He had only been with the team for a little over 2 months, so he was also a newcomer. Personnel changes in a team were a common occurrence. As long as he could play, other matters were irrelevant. The two thought Mi Yuan couldn't understand them and talked freely. Park Cohen, that guy, got lucky and scored a few goals, has no manners at all. Kagawa Cohen, don't worry, I will definitely help you. We are all friends from friendly nations. He would soon learn what the toughness of the Bundesliga was like. And just like a fleeting flower, he would soon fade away. Park Cohen, I think so too. Let us take care of each other in the future. Chapter 112. The Derby of the Rising Stars? Eastern Derby. At 13:45 in the afternoon, at Westfalen Stadion, the Little Bees spontaneously warmed up before the match. The flag bearer waved the giant bee flag on the field, while fans in the south stand changed tifo displays, and more fans held up Dortmund scarves, singing the club's anthem in unison. In the live broadcast room, the commentator representing Dortmund, Braun, and the commentator representing Hertha Berlin, Friedman, faced the camera, waiting for the director's signal. Today was the third round of the Bundesliga, with Dortmund hosting Hertha Berlin. In the previous two rounds, Dortmund had achieved 2-4-0 victories, giving all Dortmund fans a sense of rebirth for the Yellow Bees. Their opponent was Hertha Berlin, who had successfully avoided relegation last season. And with a record of 1 win and 1 draw in the first 2 rounds, they showcased a new atmosphere this season. Friedman shrugged, clearly dissatisfied with Braun's statement. Dortmund was indeed strong, but this season, Hertha Berlin was no longer a weak team struggling to avoid relegation. I believe that in this match, Dortmund won't find it as easy as in the previous 2 rounds. Hertha Berlin's defense is not easily penetrable. We will have to wait 90 minutes to see who laughs last. Chapter 113. A peculiar task. Mi Yuan had no idea that Eredivisie had so much inner drama. When he stepped onto the field, he unexpectedly received a surprise. The returning Tongo finally issued a task, but this task was a bit. Task: injure 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 self-damage. Exchange an injury for a red card and get Eredivisie sent off. Task completion reward will be settled after this match. Seeing this task, Mi Yuan had 1,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. He didn't know if other systems were serious or not, but his system truly left him speechless. It actually required him to let Eredivisie get a red card at the cost of his own injury. Why? He didn't dislike Eredivisie, but he wouldn't go as far as to let him get a card at the cost of his own injury. Moreover, with the protection of the system's knee pads, it shouldn't be that easy to get injured, right? No, Tongo, what are you playing at? Mi Yuan couldn't help but communicate with the system in his mind, but no matter how he tried to reach out, the other party completely ignored him. Even when Haraguchi said something to him during the handshake ceremony, he didn't hear it. Being injured was painful, but for the sake of the reward, he had to push through. He didn't care what was going on with the system. What mattered was starting the match. Chapter 114. Mi Yuan is knocked away. The first half of the match had reached the 20th minute. After Hertha Berlin's players pressed high, Hummels raised his hand for the ball. After receiving the ball, he paused for 2 seconds, and, as the Hertha players approached, he directly launched a long pass. The ball flew high, crossing the halfway line and moving toward the front. The moment the ball was kicked, Mi Yuan, who had been wandering in the front field while keeping an eye on the back, quickly turned and sprinted towards the landing point of the ball. The Hertha players immediately turned to chase back. Not allowing the opponent to receive the ball was his only thought. Mi Yuan raced down the sideline, with Aubameyang almost synchronously sprinting from the center towards the goal. The two had already coordinated their strategy before the match, showcasing their tacit understanding at this moment. As the ball began to descend, Mi Yuan couldn't let it fall to the ground. When he was just 3 to 5 steps away from the ball, he suddenly sprinted, jumped on one leg, and headed the ball into the box. The Hertha player reached him just as he jumped, also leaping into the air. At the moment Mi Yuan jumped, his arms swung down, blocking him. The opponent was no pushover either. After being blocked, his left elbow struck Mi Yuan's waist, preventing him from making contact with the ball. Chapter 115. Lenient officiating standards. After receiving the ball, Mi Yuan immediately pretended to continue with a long pass, and Pekara quickly closed in, turning his back and lifting his leg to try and intercept Mi Yuan's long pass. After tricking Pekaric, Mi Yuan quickly touched the ball twice and dribbled past him. Seeing Pekaric being beaten, Lohncamp quickly stepped up and called for his teammates to prevent Mi Yuan from cutting inside. He positioned himself to block Mi Yuan's path to the baseline, not giving him a route to break through. Mi Yuan ignored him completely, nudging the ball with his right foot and diagonally entering the penalty area. Inside the box, Lussenberger immediately left his defensive area and moved closer, signaling to Lohncamp and Pekaric to surround Mi Yuan. Before they could form a complete encirclement, Mi Yuan suddenly swept the ball horizontally into the penalty area with his left foot, catching them completely off guard. The ball was still at a half height, making it very difficult to clear. At this moment, there was a large gap in the center for Hertha Berlin, and a yellow-black figure rushed in from the middle. That was the tall Aubameyang. Not far beside him was Mark, who had also rushed up to support. Lussenberger immediately turned to defend, and the goalkeeper prepared to make a save. Chapter 116, Close Defense. Before the match began, Hertha Berlin made a substitution, replacing Valentin with Ivorian forward Kalu. After Kalu came on, the formation on the field changed accordingly. The original 541 formation became a 631 formation, with Vandenberg retreating to the back line and Haraguchi moving to midfield, taking Valentin's position. Once the substitution was completed, Winkman blew the whistle to start the match. Aubameyang kicked off, and both teams quickly spread out their formations. Hertha Berlin opened up their defensive setup, and with Valentin off the field, the responsibility of marking the right side naturally fell to Haraguchi. This suited his intentions perfectly. Since he hadn't team managed to break through Dortmund's defense in the first half to score, he could now face off directly against Mi Yuan, letting everyone know who the true powerhouse of Eastern football was. As soon as Mi Yuan rushed into the front field, Haraguchi closed in and began to defend closely. Mi Yuan frowned, wondering why he had to deal with such a persistent defender. No matter how Mi Yuan moved, Haraguchi stayed half a step behind him. Everyone knew that the safe distance between strangers was 1 meter. If someone followed you within that distance on the street, it would be considered harassment. Chapter 117, Retaliatory Injury. Mi Yuan quickly maneuvered around two players. Whether they would collide was not his concern. After breaking through the two, Mi Yuan found himself in an open area and without hesitation charged towards the penalty area. Haraguchi had already caught up, seeing Mi Yuan enter the box. He dared not make any large moves and could only accelerate to block the goal before Mi Yuan. His speed was good, but Mi Yuan was faster. The ball seemed to be glued to Mi Yuan's foot, following him closely. Seeing the goalkeeper Kraft rushing towards him, Mi Yuan decisively halted, his left leg bent slightly, and his body tilted to the left. Kraft's charge was too aggressive, not expecting Mi Yuan to suddenly stop. His diving motion instinctively leaned to the right. In that instant, Mi Yuan keenly spotted a gap and, without hesitation, pushed the ball towards the goal. The ball flew past Kraft's side. He was already too late to save it. Watching helplessly as the ball moved, he saw a blue figure rapidly charging towards the goal. Kraft pinned all his hopes on that figure, hoping he could intercept the ball before it crossed the goal line. Chapter 118, Serious Injury and Leaving the Field. The scene was chaotic, with Hummels and Reyes simultaneously pressing Winkman. This was a malicious foul. It must be a red card. Hummels immediately demanded strict punishment. The opponent's actions were truly too atrocious. Even after the whistle had blown, he continued to play. This was a blatant disregard for the referee's authority. Reyes raised the issue to a certain level, assuring, "Don't worry, I will enforce the rules strictly. We cannot tolerate such malicious behavior." Winkman was also very angry. His lenient officiating standards did not mean he could tolerate such malicious fouls. At this moment, Darida rushed up to plead for Haraguchi. "Mr. Winkman, it was the opponent who provoked first, causing Haraguchi to lose his reason." He began distorting the facts, while Hummels and Reyes certainly wouldn't back down. "Do you have evidence?" Everyone on the field saw that he did not stop after Mr. Winkman blew the whistle. After the match, "We will definitely file a complaint with the association to severely punish his atrocious behavior." Hummels and Reyes were in the right and would not yield. Winkman stepped forward, walking through the space between both sides, and without hesitation pulled out a red card, walking towards Haraguchi, who had already been pulled up, raising it high. Chapter 119, Distorting the Facts. Player injuries are quite normal, but Mi Yuan's injury became the focus of the media. Why? It's simple. Since the start of the season, this kid has been in the limelight too much. A 17-year-old boy from the Easter Great Xia not only started in every match, but also won the Best Player award for 2 consecutive games. Always in the media spotlight. He suddenly got injured, which inevitably became the focus of media hype. After the match, Tuchel did not attend the press conference, leaving only the Hertha Berlin coach as remarks. Those media outlets that have never liked Mi Yuan were sure to make a big deal out of it. During the post-match press conference, when a reporter asked Mr. Darida why Haraguchi's behavior was so impulsive and why he did not follow the referee's instructions and continued to injure Dortmund's Mi, Darida was mentally prepared. When he attended the press conference, he also asked about Darida's communication on the field. At this moment, of course, they had to present a unified stance. He said with a sad expression, "First of all, I want to apologize for Haraguchi's impulsive behavior. Injuries during a match are something no one wants to see. Everyone knows that injuries greatly affect a player's future development. especially for a young and talented player like me. Chapter 120. Questionable character. Seeing that Mi's condition was not bad, Tuchel felt somewhat relieved. He had seen too many players who lost their fighting spirit after injuries. Seeing Mi, who had just been joking and laughing with his teammates, he responded, "Look at you, then go have dinner. I'm fine. I'll recover quickly. Trust my recovery ability. Didn't you see it doesn't hurt that much now?" Although Mi appeared relaxed, Tuchel still felt heartbroken. "Hurry up and eat. I see Karami has brought you food, but I'll be eating alone. It's a bit awkward. Shall I leave then?" "Haha, just kidding, coach. If you smile, you'll look younger." Tuchel was completely defeated by Mi's words and directly helped Karami set up a small dining table for him to eat. While Mi was eating, Tuchel confirmed what had happened on the field and learned that Mi had not communicated with Horiguchi at all during the match. Tuchel immediately sensed something was off, and though he had doubts, he had no evidence and could not show in front of me. "Take care of your injury. Don't worry about anything else. The club will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, and 1T let such malicious behavior on the field go unpunished." Chapter 121. Incredible recovery. As soon as the call ended, Mi could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. "Mi, what are you laughing at?" "Huh? Don't rush me. Let me laugh for a while." After laughing for a bit, Mi finally calmed down and began to tell Yang about the funny things in his life with Karami. "In our kitchen, besides the utensils, there's a balance, an electronic scale, and a timer. If I need to eat 200 grams of beef for a meal, even if it's 201 grams, he'll cut off 1 gram with a knife. So, when he sees terms like a little or appropriate amount that we commonly use, he definitely goes crazy." Hearing Mi's story, Liang also burst into laughter, thinking about how he had just been scratching his head trying to explain. "You really are a meticulous German. So meticulous, it's almost rigid. Actually, it's quite good. During my time abroad, I'm lucky to have Karami taking care of me. He is not only my assistant, but also trains with me and helps me prepare appropriate nutritious meals. His meticulous attitude has been very helpful for my growth. Yes, I came here to study advanced technology, but I got sidetracked thinking about making money." Chapter 122. Punishment result. After Karami left, Mi's curiosity surged, and he said to Liang, "Since there's nothing else to do, quickly tell me about the application of physics in football. Aren't you going to take a break? What rest? I feel like you've opened a big door for me. Hurry up and tell me." Hearing Mi say this, Liang didn't hold back and directly started a mini physics class. Karami entered the office with John and, once the door was closed, eagerly asked, "What is the current situation with Mi's injury? Was yesterday's diagnosis a misdiagnosis?" "Don't rush. I'm not sure yet. His recovery is just too fast." When he said he had good recovery ability, I even thought of the mysterious martial artists from the East who have such incredible recovery abilities. "What martial artists? What exactly is wrong with Mi's injury?" "Don't panic. Isn't this a good thing? If he can self-heal, it's much better than surgical treatment. This will be more beneficial for his recovery and allow him to return to the field sooner, right?" Karami finally calmed down. "Yes, this is clearly very good news. Why was he so anxious? So what is the treatment plan moving forward?" Chapter 123. Weak and alone, settling accounts in autumn. This so-called accident is quite interesting. After staying in the hospital for a long time, he finally received the doctor's permission to go outside in a wheelchair to get some fresh air. Just after he arrived in the garden, many reporters rushed out, snapping pictures of Mi and loudly asking questions. Fortunately, Karami had arranged for a bodyguard, which helped escort him back to the hospital room. The reporters couldn't get into the room he was staying in, but in the public area, many had already been waiting for days. After returning to the room, Mi was so angry he didn't say a word, which worried Karami and Liang. They clearly heard the reporters' unreasonable questions, all directed at blaming Mi. They said things like he ruined the career of a talented player. Why didn't he stand up and admit his mistakes? What trash talk did he say on the field? He is a coward. And if he wasn't injured, he could avoid responsibility, etc. Any normal person hearing such accusations would be furious. Not to mention Mi, who was fighting alone here. This matter started with the Football Association speaking out about Mi's questionable character. The media are interconnected. Domestic media report on incidents from foreign media, and of course, foreign media selectively report as well. Chapter 124. Long Chi arrives finally. After a week, Mi's recovery speed amazed John and Marcus, calling it a miracle from the East. Mi's previously torn cruciate ligament was healing itself at an astonishing speed, and at this rate, he could start rehabilitation training in half a month. Mi took the opportunity to request an early discharge from the hospital, as he really disliked the smell of disinfectant. After his insistence, John finally signed the discharge papers, and he could finally go home. He needed to return home as it was time to take the second dose of medicine. While receiving daily checkups at the hospital, he didn't dare to drink it. Right now, all he wanted was to get back on the field, not lie in bed. Just as Karami was handling the discharge procedures, Mi's phone rang. When he saw it was a voice message from Long Chi, he immediately answered. The UNZ. Send me an address. I'm at Dortmund. What? Did you hit your head or something? Hurry up and give me the address. After finishing the call with Long Chi, Mi Yuan was left alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. After sending the address, he sent another message. Mi, damn, how did you get to Dortmund? After a long time, he finally received Long Chi's reply. Chi, nonsense. Didn't you ask me to come here to study and accompany you? Chapter 125. Returning to training in the first match of the Europa League group stage, we won 2-1, which can only be described as a lucky victory for Dortmund. Throughout the match, Dortmund exposed many problems. With key players absent, the defensive strength in midfield was insufficient. Aubameyang was trapped in the front, unable to showcase his abilities. The opponent's fierce attacks created numerous crises in front of Dortmund's goal, and veteran Weidenfeller was in poor form, having long lost his peak state with age. The next 3 Bundesliga matches in September were closely spaced, leaving little time for the players to rest and adjust. Such high-intensity matches would pose a severe test for Dortmund. In the 5th round of the Bundesliga, Dortmund faced Bayer Leverkusen at home and ultimately won 3-0. Kagawa was named the man of the match with 1 assist and 1 goal. Mi Yuan watched this match at home with everyone, drinking dark beer and eating white sausages. However, he didn't drink much, as tomorrow was an important day. He had to go to the hospital for a follow-up examination. The results of this examination would determine whether he could start training again. During this time, he was feeling quite depressed. Aside from being able to support himself when going to the bathroom, he had to be assisted by Li Yong and Long Chi most of the time, and they wouldn't even let him use crutches. Chapter 126. Closed training on the morning of September 27th. Everyone took a bus to the Dortmund hotel for closed training. Mi Yuan received Marcus's medical report early in the morning and went to the parking lot to wait for the gathering. Pierre arrived very early and saw Mi Yuan from a distance. He was very happy and ran over to give him a hug. Are you fully recovered? Of course. Marcus approved my return to the team. Me, without you on the field, Mark and I can't find our rhythm. Stop it. You've scored in the last few matches. And you say you have no rhythm. Well, I should have scored more. Mi Yuan was completely convinced and directly kicked him. You're already at the top of the scoring chart, and you're still pretending. No, you have to know that Lewandowski scored 5 in a single match. I want to surpass him. Wake up, it's still daytime. The two were joking when Mark also came over and hugged Mi Yuan. I really envy you. Such a serious injury, and you recovered so quickly. What's there to envy? I've been tortured by Thomas during this time. Haha, Thomas is the best physiotherapist. How dare you speak behind his back? Mats also walked over with a look as if he was going to report them. Chapter 127. Unified day against Bayern. Bayern's head coach Guardiola was also assigning tactics to the players, and he took Dortmund, this old rival, very seriously. When the camera shifted to Mi Yuan, he looked at this outstanding Eastern player on the field and sighed. Alas, this is a good opponent with great potential for growth. Unfortunately, he should still be in recovery and unable to play. Next, a simple statement, and he continued analyzing the next player. Guardiola was very interested in the suddenly emerging Mi Yuan. His brilliant performances in recent matches had caught his attention, and he had done a lot of analysis. However, Mi Yuan's sudden injury, with Dortmund officially announcing that he would likely miss 8 to 10 weeks of matches, meant he did not focus on him in this analysis. Dortmund's performance this season had been very good. He certainly wouldn't underestimate such an opponent. Both teams were busy preparing for the match, and Dortmund also went to the pitch early to familiarize themselves. Entering the Allianz Arena for the first time, Mi Yuan was captivated by this modern stadium. He had always thought Dortmund's home ground was the best, but upon entering the spacious away dressing room at Allianz, he finally understood the saying that there is always a higher mountain. Chapter 128. Was scoring header. Meanwhile, Muller, who was maneuvering in Dortmund's front field, was surrounded by 3 Dortmund players. The moment he saw Boateng pass the ball, he suddenly accelerated, making a high-speed diagonal run towards the ball's landing point. Dortmund's Sven and Piszczek quickly chased back, and Burki also rushed out of the goal to intercept the ball. Muller's speed was quick. He did not directly charge towards the ball's landing point, but instead positioned himself between Burki and the ball's bounce path. At the moment the ball touched the ground and bounced up, Muller jumped off his left leg, extending his right leg to flick the ball behind Burki. At that moment, Burki, who was rushing out, also jumped up, instinctively bending his arms in a protective gesture for his head. There was no other choice. Erwa's leg was raised too high. If he didn't protect himself, he could easily get injured after colliding with the two. This is basic self-protection for players. While flicking the ball, Erwa controlled his body in midair, landing with his back towards Burki. He quickly turned and rushed towards the ball's landing point. Piszczek dashed in front of Erwa, leaping to block the shot. Sven was also behind him, sliding to tackle and clear the ball before Erwa could touch it. Although Erwa stumbled slightly upon landing, he quickly adjusted, turning without stopping to shoot directly with his left foot. Chapter 129. The Panther strikes. The referee Fritz decisively blew the whistle, running towards Gundogan while pointing to the penalty spot. The Dortmund fans in the stands booed loudly, clearly dissatisfied with the referee's decision. Hummels rushed up to try to communicate with Fritz, while Gundogan was explaining as well. Fritz pointed to his eyes, indicating he saw everything clearly. There was absolutely no issue with this decision. The authority of the referee on the field is not to be questioned, and Gundogan and Hummels had no choice but to leave. They exited the penalty area, quietly watching Erwa walk towards the 12-yard spot. Burki spat twice into his gloves, evenly distributing it, jumping on the goal line to warm up. This penalty undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to the Dortmund players and fans. At this moment, the players' mentality would surely be affected. On the sidelines, Tuchel directly called Hummels over, whispering in his ear, "It's crucial to stabilize the players' emotions. They must not lose their footing just because they're behind." On the bench, Mi Yuan sadly hugged his head and lowered it. A poor start made the following matches even more difficult. If he were on the field, how would he deal with such a deadlock? Muller took the penalty himself, receiving the ball from Fritz and placed it on the penalty spot before stepping back. Chapter 130. Lewandowski's lightning goal in the last few minutes of the first half. It turned into garbage time. The little bees of Dortmund were certainly dissatisfied, erupting into a strong chorus of boos. Bayern's fans, of course, did not back down, directing their boos at the Dortmund players and fans as well. The players on the field were not disturbed by them and continued to complete the match according to the coach's arrangements. The main referee, Fritz, blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, and the players from both sides gradually walked towards the locker room. The boos echoing throughout the Allianz Arena did not stop, and the fans from both sides began to get into it again. However, more fans went to buy beer, as nothing was more enjoyable than watching their home team win while sipping on a cold drink. In the Dortmund locker room, Tuchel looked around before clapping his hands. "Guys, I don't want to say too much. Regardless of the outcome of this match, I just hope you can show your true strength. We need to strengthen our defense against Muller in the second half. Castro, you need to pay attention." Tuchel began to outline the tactical arrangements for the second half, mainly focusing on who would press who and how to connect the midfield well with the front and back lines. After finishing, he looked at Mark and Mi Yuan and asked, Chapter 131. Counterattack. Royce looked at this scene from a distance, biting his lip, his eyes filled with fierce anger as he looked at Lewandowski, who was surrounded by others. Lewandowski in the crowd felt a chill behind him and glanced back out of the corner of his eye. Upon seeing Royce's gaze, he felt a chill in his heart and smiled apologetically. Royce ignored him, clapping his hands and shouting to his teammates on the field, "It's my mistake, don't lose heart. We still have time. Yes, don't slack off, we still have time." Hummels also began to shout to everyone, at this moment as the captain and vice-captain. Their job was to boost everyone's morale. Mi Yuan looked at his teammates on the field, watching Mark calling everyone to position, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Lewandowski and Götze were once friends of Mark. These friends left Dortmund to pursue greater achievements, while he remained in Dortmund, holding onto his original dream. Mark's loyalty and love for Dortmund were something he couldn't understand now. It must have been very painful for Mark to see his former friend score against their own goal due to his mistake. Mark was playing injured, and his recent mistake was also influenced by his injury. Mi Yuan sighed. Encountering such a high-stakes match right after entering the field was truly dramatic. Chapter 132. Goal Fest, a beautiful combination. This was a perfect collaboration among Dortmund's midfield and forward players. Mi Yuan had just been constantly signaling his teammates to pass the ball to the right position. We witnessed a very smooth attack from Dortmund, resulting in a goal. Mi Yuan's touches were few, but he effectively linked the players in the front, using his movements to stretch Bayern's defense. What would Bayern do next? Rummenigge was excited, quickly conducting a brief analysis while watching the replay video. The trolls in the chat room certainly did not want to see this scene and began to mock. The commentator is saying nice things. Bayern just got complacent. Yeah, and he barely touched the ball. He probably doesn't dare to hold it. Even if he can play, so what? If his character is bad, it's useless. Stop being sour. Do you even understand football? Do you know what tactics are? If you don't watch the game, don't talk. A bunch of brainless fans. They make money. Were you? The arguments in the chat room continued endlessly. But so what? Some people like it while others don't, with behind-the-scenes manipulators pushing things along. The internet would never be quiet. After all, most people only believe in what they think is right, and anonymity online allows them to express themselves freely without worries. Chapter 133. Counterattack in Bayern's midfield and forward line. Only Lewandowski and Costa rushed forward to disturb the Dortmund players in possession. Erva moved a few steps and stood on the sidelines, observing Bayern's half. After Weigl received the ball, he directly made a low pass to Mkhitaryan. After receiving the ball, Mkhitaryan saw Erva approaching, flicked the ball, and drew Erva out, then passed the ball around him. Seeing Mkhitaryan accelerating, Erva took a few steps before stopping, knowing he wasn't fast enough to keep up and could only helplessly watch the opponent's back. Although Erva's speed wasn't slow, he really couldn't keep up with Dortmund's speedy players. His task was to connect the front and back lines and control the pace of the game. Defensive duties were, of course, left to the more defensively experienced Lahm. Seeing Mkhitaryan closing in, Lahm quickly stepped up to intercept. Facing Lahm's defense, Mkhitaryan tried to flick the ball along the sideline to speed past Lahm. Although Lahm wasn't tall, he had plenty of experience, especially on the right side where he excelled. Mkhitaryan was firmly blocked, and it was impossible for him to get past Lahm. Chapter 134. Digging the wall. Mi Yuan in the penalty area was very frustrated, really very frustrated. Erva was actually chatting with him right next to him, and he switched between 3 languages. Why 3? The last sentence was in very poor Chinese. Mud how? If it weren't for his strong composure, he would have almost been thrown off by Erva's tone. Fortunately, at that moment, the substitutions ended, and everyone focused their attention on the corner area, which made Erva quiet down. With the referee Fritz's whistle, Royce took a run-up and took the corner kick. The Bayern players in the penalty area were watching the ball move while guarding against the Dortmund players next to them. Dortmund's players had long received Royce's signal and knew he was going to take it to the far post. Mkhitaryan was already in position, with Mi Yuan, Aubameyang and Gundogan, and Piszczek in the penalty area drawing fire. The ball accurately fell to the far post where Mkhitaryan was, and the players rushing to block him and the Dortmund players who were tying them up created chaos in the penalty area. Mkhitaryan made a volley at the far corner, and the ball flew straight towards the goal. Just as the ball was about to cross the goal line, Neuer, after losing position, quickly adjusted and stretched out his long leg to block the ball. All the players in the penalty area turned around again and rushed towards the ball's landing spot. Chapter 135. Unpassable Lahm. What exactly happened in that brief moment? It all started with Mi Yuan whispering to Mark. Mark's dominant foot is his right foot, and his left foot skills are also quite good. Pass it to me later. Let's do a combination. That was what Mi Yuan whispered in his ear. So Mark pretended to shoot and passed the ball to Mi Yuan. Mi Yuan signaled to Mats, letting Mats step up to shoot while drawing the opponent's attention. Such coordinated set-piece plays are quite common on the field. However, when Mats took the shot, he was too focused on the angle, trying to evade Neuer's save. Neuer became the world's best goalkeeper after Kahn, not just because of his height and size, which pioneered the idea of the goalkeeper being the last line of defense, but also because of his quick reflexes. To break through his defense, one must not only catch him off guard, but also shoot toward his blind spots when saving. This is also the reason why Mats's excessive pursuit of angles led to hitting the goalpost. When the ball hit the post and bounced out, there were actually no players from either side in that position. Neuer originally breathed a sigh of relief, but just as he fell to the ground and got back up, a black figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 136. The 3-legged shot misses. Fritz awarded Dortmund an indirect free kick, which caused dissatisfaction among the Dortmund fans on site. They booed towards Fritz, expressing their displeasure. At this moment, Reyes had already reached the penalty position. He ignored the noise around him and focused on the field. An indirect free kick is quite different from a direct free kick. It cannot score directly and must touch another player from either side to count as valid. The position of this kick was decent, and he needed to observe the situation on the field. Every set piece was crucial for Dortmund, and with little time left in the match, scoring another goal was very important for them. Hummels and Papastathopoulos charged forward. They were Dortmund's height advantage, and their purpose was to contest aerial balls. Fritz blew the whistle to signal the kickoff. Reyes sprinted forward, and with a powerful lob, he lifted the ball into the near post of the penalty area. Hummels Martavi Martinez and leaped high to head the ball. However, he had no shooting space and directly flicked the ball towards the center. Chapter 137. Still lost. A bad feeling crossed his mind. At that moment, passing the ball would only mean he wanted to lie down for a while. With no choice, he gave up on the pass and jumped up directly. Even so, when he landed, he was still slightly knocked by the opponent, stumbled 2 steps, and fell to the ground. As pain shot through his left foot, he instinctively hugged his left leg. He cursed inwardly. The new shoes were good, but their protection was limited, and it hurt a lot. I hope it's not a serious injury. I really don't want to be back in bed. The thought was fleeting, but he was interrupted by a loud shout. What do you want to do? When he peeked over, he found Aubameyang had rushed up at some point, protecting him from behind. Vidal, who had just gotten up, felt pressure seeing Aubameyang, who was half a head taller, and quickly apologized. I just wanted to intercept. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Vidal hurriedly explained in broken English. But Aubameyang was unwilling to listen to his explanation and was about to push forward. This was interrupted by the referee rushing over, and Mi Yuan quickly called him back. Pierre, help me up. At this moment, Reyes also ran over, helping Aubameyang lift Mi Yuan up. Chapter 138. Opponents on the field. Friends off the field in the live broadcast room. Carl could only click his tongue. This Eastern player Mi was too fragile and got injured again. Carl, watch your words. Do you know how powerful that tackle was? If you were on the field, your leg would break. Oomph. Carl snorted coldly and continued. This match was exciting, but still couldn't change Dortmund's defeat. The gap between the two teams is too large. Dortmund needs to solve their defensive issues if they want to compete with Bayern for the Salad Bowl. Brown was too lazy to argue with him. His biggest concern now was Mi Yuan's injury. In the PP live broadcast room, the camera only showed Mi Yuan sitting on the ground, and then the signal was cut off. The match result came out, and, of course, advertisements needed to be inserted immediately. The remaining footage still showed Ru Ming, who was really worried when he saw the team doctor rushing towards Mi Yuan. Seeing Aubameyang carrying Mi Yuan off the field made him feel a bit better. No matter how the netizens discussed it, Mi Yuan was still recognized by his teammates within the team. Time can prove everything. As long as Mi Yuan continues to be active on the European stage, someone will eventually be proven wrong. He organized his post-match summary and waited for the director to give the final signal to complete today's work. Chapter 139. The fans' welcome ceremony. The media personnel were busy, but in the exclusive box at Allianz, Rummenigge, who had watched the entire match, was somewhat unsettled. After the match, he went straight back to his office. Prepare all the information about Dortmund's number 9 player. Upon arriving at the office, he immediately assigned work to his assistant and quietly waited. Rummenigge was the most outstanding striker of the 1980s, and even Messi could never surpass this legend in football. As a striker, when he saw Mi Yuan's performance throughout the match, his first thought was of acquiring him. Despite Mi Yuan not scoring in this match, the ability he showcased alongside Reyes was undeniable. He was fast, responsive, skilled in shooting, and had excellent observation and judgment on the field. Even when facing the experienced Lam, he remained calm. The most valuable thing was that Mi Yuan's growth potential was still vast. He was like a blank slate that could be nurtured well. Such a player should belong to Bayern, where he could receive more developmental space. Rummenigge developed an affection for talent. Even though his forward reserves were sufficient, he still wanted to buy Mi Yuan. Chapter 140. The lovely fans Mi. This is Volk, the owner of this fan bar. Don't be fooled by his current bulkiness. He used to be a professional player. Nice to meet you, Mr. Volk. Mi Yuan extended his hand and shook hand with Volk. When Volk shook hands, he pulled Mi Yuan in for a hug and whispered in his ear, "You're different from the other Easterners I've met. You understand manners and are very humorous." Mi Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. Volk handed him a pen and the towel he had just used, smiling as he said, "Come on, let's get started." Gladly. When signing, Mi Yuan noticed that this was actually a towel with the Dortmund logo, just a different style from what was currently on sale. Noticing the confusion on Mi Yuan's face, Volk explained, "This is my collection. A commemorative edition from the year Dortmund won the Big Eared Cup." Mi Yuan paused in his signing motion. "Isn't that very precious?" "Haha, it's even more meaningful with me." Then Volk pointed to a wall, and Mi Yuan noticed that it was filled with the same towels, each signed by different players. "Go ahead. My guests are waiting for you to sign. Have fun tonight." and I look forward to your performance this season. Chapter 141. Has the coach lost trust? Mi Yuan listened to these discussions and thought to himself that Dortmund's football atmosphere was really good. He had already integrated into life there. However, he felt a bit anxious. Having not had the chance to play in 2 matches, his feet were really itching. He eagerly hoped for a starting opportunity in the home match this weekend. This week, he trained very actively and performed excellently. However, when Tuchel announced the squad list, his name was not on it, which made him start to doubt. Was it because his performance in the last match was not good, and the coach no longer trusted him? On the way home, he remained silent, and Karami noticed that something was off and asked me what happened. I can't play in this match again. Is it because my training performance isn't good enough? Hearing this, Karami laughed heartily. Me, you're too sensitive. Mi Yuan looked at him in confusion, not understanding his meaning. It's not that your performance was bad, but rather too good. I think Tuchel wants to keep you for the most crucial matches. Crucial matches? Isn't the Europa League crucial? Isn't this match crucial? Mi Yuan clearly did not accept Karami's explanation, asking 3 questions in a row to express his dissatisfaction. Chapter 142. Is a comeback always a high-end match? Throughout October, Dortmund's form was very good, maintaining a winning streak as they entered November. Mi Yuan was included in the starting lineup for the Ruhr Derby, marking his first start since facing Bayern. When Tuchel announced the squad list, Mi Yuan did not seem surprised. In the last match against Kabbalah, Mark was injured and unable to play in this match. This time, they were facing their city rivals Schalke 04, and Dortmund could not afford to lose. Under pressure from the higher-ups, Tuchel had no choice but to send Mi Yuan onto the field. One reason he had been keeping Mi Yuan off the pitch was that during the gathering with Bayern, he had received wind that Mi Yuan had caught the attention of some of Bayern's older players. He did not want such a treasure to be poached by Bayern at a high price. Nor did he want a highly talented player to ultimately get lost in the pursuit of riches and pleasures, wasting his career. Therefore, he had deliberately kept Mi Yuan from participating in any matches, allowing him to focus on training. However, with Royce's injury and facing a team like Schalke, under pressure from the higher-ups, he had to let Mi Yuan play. Having not played for a long time, Mi Yuan remained very calm. Chapter 143. Seizing the opening. Dortmund and Gelsenkirchen are 2 neighboring cities. The home stadiums of the 2 teams, Dortmund and Schalke 04, are only 30 kilometers apart. The matches between these 2 teams are known as the grandfather of German derbies, and the rivalry has a long history. Interestingly, there is an unwritten rule in Gelsenkirchen that buildings should ideally not have any yellow presence. The most explosive matches in history occurred during the 1969-70 season, with the first match between the 2 teams held in Dortmund. Football matches in that era did not have the beautifully designed stadiums and standardized stands we see today. Fans crowded outside the sidelines and behind the goals to watch the match, and even when players needed to take corner kicks or throw-ins, they had to ask the fans to clear the way. During the 1969-70 season, the security personnel maintaining order in Dortmund were patrolling the field with dogs. In the 37th minute of the match, an unexpected incident occurred. Schalke 04 scored first, and the excited Schalke fans rushed onto the field to embrace the player who scored. The security personnel on site, holding their dogs, came to restore order, but in the chaos, the dog bit Schalke 04 player Laus on the backside. Chapter 144. Missing the chance to break the record. What exactly happened? Just in that moment, a blue figure rushed in from the side. As Mi Yuan jumped, he suddenly stopped. However, due to inertia, he still collided with Mi Yuan. The football that was about to be headed by Mi Yuan hit his head instead. Mi Yuan did not make contact at all, nor did he have any force behind it. Mi Yuan's body uncontrollably fell from midair, and the blue figure that collided with him also lost balance and fell in the direction Mi Yuan was going down. The 2 fell to the ground almost simultaneously, and the rebounding football was directly captured by goalkeeper Farman. Referee Brich did not hesitate to blow the whistle, stopping the match. Mi Yuan fell quite hard, but since the other party had pulled him a little during the collision, he had some cushioning and made a protective move when landing. Although he was not injured, Mi Yuan was furious. Just a moment ago, if he had headed the ball, he would have completed the system's task 3 seconds later. Everything had been planned perfectly, and it was suddenly disrupted, which was infuriating. Mi Yuan got up and looked back. A muscular man with brown curly hair wearing the number 8 jersey instantly made him furious. Chapter 145. What does he want to do? He saw Royce excitedly raising his arms and shouting. At that moment, Royce looked happier than he did. Mi Yuan was a gift from God to him, no matter what. He did not want to let Mi Yuan go. In the VIP box, Dortmund CEO Watzke and sporting director Zorc were also excitedly standing up. Nothing thrilled them more than dealing a heavy blow to Schalke right from the start. They once thought Mi Yuan would be a flash in the pan, but unexpectedly, he came on the field like a bomb. They felt the player they bought was worth it, and the club's investment had not been in vain. Schalke 04 fans were extremely dissatisfied with Dortmund's goal. While the opposing fans cheered, they booed and hurled vicious insults at Mi Yuan for scoring. Unfortunately, Mi Yuan could not hear them. Even if he did, he would pretend not to understand. He was anxious and did not celebrate with his teammates, directly asking Farman for the ball and rushing towards the kickoff point. He wanted to continue scoring and must break the record. His teammates were somewhat puzzled by his behavior, but cooperatively ran back to their half, waiting for the opponent to kick off. The match quickly resumed, with Huntelaar passing the ball directly to Goretzka. After receiving the ball, Goretzka passed it back to the defender and ran forward himself. Chapter 146, a new record for the hat trick after the players repositioned. The Schalke players looked at Mi Yuan with a noticeably different gaze, filled with rage. Just at the start, this unknown young player had scored 2 goals. It seemed like he was eager to continue scoring, and the Schalke players would not let him have his way. The referee's whistle sounded, and after Huntelaar passed the ball back, Schalke's formation quickly pushed forward. Schalke's attack unfolded, with midfielders touching the ball one after another, not giving Dortmund players a chance to press. Once the forwards were in position, Say made a long pass, sending the ball directly over midfield to Huntelaar, who was making a run down the flank. Schmelzer blocked Huntelaar's path while the young Weigl rushed in from the side, ready to intercept. With the two of them applying pressure, if it were the peak version of Huntelaar, he would have decisively broken through. He has not been performing well in the national team recently, and his performance at Schalke in the past few seasons has also declined compared to his peak form in the 11-12 season. He could only choose to pass back to his teammate Goretzka, hoping to take advantage of the latter's speed to break through Dortmund's defense. Chapter 147. The hidden hunter in the penalty area on the field, Mi Yuan, who had just finished a backflip celebration, saw his teammates running toward him. Aubameyang, from a distance, patted him on the shoulder, and Mi Yuan immediately understood. He jumped simultaneously with the approaching Aubameyang, their shoulders colliding in celebration. Without Aubameyang's pass, Mi Yuan would have truly struggled to complete his task. As the two landed, other teammates rushed over and hugged them tightly. In the chaos, Mi Yuan felt hands all over him. These guys were not only ruffling his hair, but also taking the opportunity to pinch his backside and even attempt to steal a kiss. Before he could identify the culprit, the teammates dispersed, leaving only Gundogan reminding him, "Me, go change your shirt. It's ruined." "Okay, I'm on it." Although the task was completed, the match was just beginning, and Mi Yuan wanted to set the Westfalen Stadion ablaze. He ran to referee BRYCH. "Ref, I need to change my jersey." BRYCH nodded. "Hurry up." Mi Yuan dashed towards the bench, where Schalke's head coach was seriously instructing Matip about something. He knew that a good start meant the upcoming match would be quite explosive. Chapter 148. The Iron Rod's hairdryer Dortmund took only 7 minutes from the start of the match to score their 4th goal. For Schalke 04 fans, it was nothing short of a massacre, and they shouted in frustration. If it weren't for the protective netting, the fireworks or paper cups they threw would have hit the players on the field. Such a large score gap left Schalke 04's players utterly bewildered. This was an unprecedented situation, and they were now facing this cruel reality. The players' mentality began to change. They were not afraid of failure, but could not accept losing to Dortmund in this way. Goretzka covered his face, feeling frustrated as he squatted on the grass. He regretted that he could have passed the ball, or even found another way to get past Mi Yuan. Why did he choose such a foolish method? Try to overpower the opponent with physicality? Because of his lost ball, he gave the opponent a counterattack opportunity, leading to the 4th goal. Sane was equally frustrated. He should have just crashed into Mi Yuan directly. If it weren't for his obstruction, he could have caught up and returned to defend, preventing that goal. Kaiser was also feeling down. How did he overlook that number 10 and let him score on the rebound? Chapter 149. Huntelaar scores. Schalke 04's pressing became fiercer, and the battle for possession in the midfield intensified. Due to the fierce physical collisions and tackles, the midfield became chaotic. Even so, Dortmund maintained firm control of the ball, passing it to supporting teammates even while falling. After a long time of pressing without regaining possession, Schalke 04 changed tactics to press with 2 players. By the 18th minute, Schalke 04 finally had their chance. On the field, Hoffmann received a pass and advanced with the ball, signaling an attack against Dortmund. Kolasinac immediately came up to intercept Hoffmann. Goretzka, positioned in Dortmund's half, surged in from Hoffmann's blind side. Under the pressure of the two, Hoffmann decisively pushed the ball to Mkhitaryan. Sane, using his speed advantage, intercepted the ball just before Mkhitaryan could reach it. After stealing the ball, he broke down the sideline, with Mkhitaryan trailing behind him. Schmelzer and Weigl immediately closed in from both sides, trying to intercept Sane's continued breakthrough. Seeing Weigl lose his position and Hummels not yet in place, Sane seized the opportunity and delivered a precise cross to Huntelaar's feet. Chapter 150. On-field conflict. Aubameyang waited for this opportunity. As the ball approached him, he struck. With a sudden powerful shot, the ball flew straight toward the goal. Ogo, who had been closely marking Aubameyang, saw him suddenly take the shot and instinctively clamped his arms tightly, diving to block the ball's trajectory with his back. The ball hit his shoulder and flew out of bounds. At the moment the ball struck him, Ogo fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder in pain. Aubameyang, feeling frustrated, helplessly grimaced at Mi Yuan. Seeing his distressed expression, Mi Yuan lightly clapped his hands in encouragement. The referee blew the whistle, awarding a corner kick to Dortmund before checking if Ogo needed treatment. After Ogo shook his head, the referee signaled for the game to continue. Hummels had already dashed to the corner area, ready to take the corner kick. Dortmund quickly took the corner, with the ball lofted directly to the penalty spot. Aubameyang, while contesting for the ball, was interfered with by the opponent, causing the ball to sail over the crossbar. Dortmund's attack was in vain, but put significant pressure on the opponent's goal. Schalke 04 took a goal kick and charged back into Dortmund's half. Chapter 151. A unique rebound. The free kick position was somewhat distant, about 42 meters from the goal. They had to secure a favorable position to capitalize on Hummels' kick. Due to the previous friction, both teams were pushing and shoving for advantageous positions just outside the penalty area. Hummels' ball was sent over, flying past the wall and into the penalty area. Neither Mi Yuan nor Aubameyang managed to get a touch, and the ball was cleared out by Matip. Schmelzer quickly threw in the ball, and after attracting Kaysar's attention, Mkhitaryan passed it to Mi Yuan. Upon receiving the ball, Mi Yuan saw the dense defense in the penalty area and Goretzka closing in from behind, suddenly cutting inside. Facing the approaching Neustadter, Mi Yuan performed 2 quick step-overs before deftly nudging the ball with his left foot, pulling it back just as the opponent prepared to block. With a gentle flick of his heel, he lifted the ball, then tapped it again with his heel, sending it over Neustadter's head as he slipped past the defender. Before Matip could intervene, he shot directly at the goal. Chapter 152. Yellow card. To cool down the halftime break was very brief, and soon both teams' players returned to the field. As Schalke 04's players stepped back onto the pitch, they were met with a chorus of boos from Dortmund fans. The Schalke 04 fans did not hold back either, booing the Borussia Dortmund players, although their momentum was clearly lacking. Mi Yuan glanced at the blue and white sea of the north stand and smiled faintly, still not feeling the pain. Aubameyang came up and put his arm around his shoulder, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at them. They're making a fuss now, but they'll go home in tears." "Haha, that metaphor is pretty good." Aubameyang chuckled and continued, "Forget about that last goal. You have to assist me in the second half." So that's what Pierre wanted to say to him, almost misunderstood. "Of course, I want to see your goal show in the second half." Upon hearing this, Aubameyang immediately extended his fist, and Mi Yuan also extended his fist to bump it. The Schalke players did not have the same ease as the Dortmund players. They were filled with anger as they saw the Dortmund players laughing and joking as they came onto the field. Each of them was burning with fury, gritting their teeth, determined to regain their lost face in the second half. Chapter 153. Mi Yuan's connection. Dortmund's midfield and defense were not in a hurry to attack. Up front, Aubameyang was a bit anxious, constantly raising his hand for the ball, but his teammates just wouldn't pass it to him. Just as he was about to drop back for the ball, Mi Yuan stopped him. "There's still time. Don't rush. Let's throw them out a bit first." Mi Yuan covered his mouth and softly calmed Aubameyang's impatience. After thinking for a moment, Aubameyang nodded. Mi Yuan was right. This was not the time for him to be anxious. He needed to stabilize his emotions first. Seeing Aubameyang calm down, Mi Yuan returned to his position and started to stroll around. Dortmund firmly controlled possession of the ball. Whenever they encountered multiple Schalke players pressing, they would make a long pass to switch sides, causing the Schalke players' stamina to drop sharply. In the 69th minute, Schalke made another substitution. taking off the underperforming Kolasinac and bringing on Danish midfielder Højbjerg, who was on loan from Bayern. Højbjerg had been loaned out for training and had just returned to the team in August before being loaned to Schalke 04. He was not only muscular, tall, and strong, but also exceptionally agile and fast. Chapter 154. Miners crushing defeat after scoring. Aubameyang ran towards the south stand and performed a backflip to celebrate. After getting up, he saw Mi Yuan rushing over to celebrate and patted his shoulder. The two jumped up and bumped shoulders in celebration once again. He secretly gave Mi Yuan a finger gesture, and the latter nodded. Mi Yuan knew this guy wanted to compete for the top of the scoring chart. That last goal had just tied him with Lewandowski, both having 14 goals. As long as Aubameyang scored one more goal, he could surpass Lewandowski and take the lead in the scoring chart. Dortmund couldn't compare to the wealthy Bayern. Aubameyang had a high appearance rate, while Bayern had a deep bench with many excellent forwards. As long as Lewandowski didn't score 5 goals every match, Aubameyang still had a chance to take the top spot on the scoring chart. No player wants to miss out on higher honors, as this is a crucial part of determining their professional career in the future. As the match restarted, Schalke 04 took the opportunity from the kickoff to launch a quick counterattack. They initiated on the left, and when the Dortmund players tried to intercept, they quickly made a long pass to the right, finding Sane. Schalke's dual attack immediately broke through Dortmund's midfield defense. Chapter 155. The big party of the Bumblebee. The broadcast at Westfalenstadion echoed with Brown's frantic shout. "This is Dortmund. This is our beloved yellow wall." They never give up and always seize every opportunity to attack. Another assist from Mi Yuan, and Aubameyang scored with a header. With this goal, Aubameyang had climbed to the top of the scoring chart. Beside him, Black had already turned off the microphone. At this moment, he just wanted to be quiet. As for who quiet was, he didn't even know. The Dortmund fans in the south stand sang in unison, while the Dortmund players on the field embraced and celebrated. The celebration after the goal didn't last long. Both teams took their positions again, and the match restarted. The Schalke 04 players had lost their fighting spirit. After the kickoff, they directly passed the ball back to their defense and started to pass back and forth. This unusual behavior made the coach on the sidelines very unhappy. No matter how he waved for the players to attack, the players on the field seemed to be deaf and began to waste time. In the remaining time of the match, they played as if they were just completing a task, making one threatless attack after another. Failing to enter the penalty area resulted in a long-distance shot with no quality, simply completing the task. Chapter 156. The all-encompassing system Mall. He first opened the diamond treasure chest he earned today. After the golden light dissipated, he saw 3 additional items and was filled with confusion. A pair of glasses, a headband, and a tight-fitting outfit. He could understand the tight-fitting outfit, as it could be worn under the jersey. But the glasses and headband seemed useless to him. How could he wear glasses during a match? Moreover, he had a buzz cut, so what was the use of a headband? Believing that system rewards could not be useless, he first clicked on the glasses introduction. Glasses displays the attribute values of opposing players, expands dynamic vision during matches, calculates the best attacking routes based on the on-field situation. Note, no one other than the host will see this item. Vulnerable to gravitational impacts, such as soccer balls and collisions during confrontations. What the heck? What black technology is this? This function is too powerful. Wearing these glasses during a match would be invincible. He could see the attributes of opposing players, so he wouldn't need to analyze all the opposing players before the match. Even if substitutes came on, he could instantly identify their characteristics. The best part was the last function, which could calculate the best attacking routes. Wouldn't scoring become easy? What he initially thought would be a useless reward completely opened his eyes. Chapter 157. Coma. He twisted open the purified water placed on the bedside and drank it all in one go. After burping, he made a decision. He would save points to exchange for a brain development card. What he needed now was to upgrade his brain. The human brain is not highly developed. A normal person's brain has developed only about 10%. It is well known that scientist Einstein had the highest brain development, with estimates of around 13 to 15%. So, what are the remaining brain cells doing? In a dormant state. He didn't know how much brain development he could achieve through the system exchange, but he would be satisfied if he could reach Einstein's level. He needed to learn quickly, and brain development would be the most useful for him. He decisively spent 20 points to exchange for brain development. After completing the exchange and clicking to use it, he felt a rapid pounding in his temples, followed by intense pain in his brain. Mi Yuan collapsed directly onto the bed, completely unaware of anything. The development of the brain requires the activation of a large number of brain cells, which is inevitably a very painful process. He was too anxious. If he had read the instructions, he would have been better prepared psychologically. Fortunately, he was lying in bed. Otherwise, if he had fainted on the ground, it would have scared Karami. Chapter 158. The Blade has yet to enter before this match. There were many focal points in the reports, mainly concentrated in a few areas. One was Borussia Dortmund aiming for a 7th consecutive win. In the last Ruhr Derby, Dortmund had a 7-1 victory at home against Schalke 04. Dortmund had achieved 7 consecutive wins in all competitions, with 4 consecutive wins in the Bundesliga. The focus of discussion was whether Dortmund could continue their winning streak in this away game against Hamburg. Another point was that a previous match between Germany and France had encountered a terrorist attack, and, subsequently, a friendly match between Germany and the Netherlands was cancelled due to security concerns. In response, Hamburg's home side had stated that they would strengthen security for this match. However, would the shadow of the terrorist attack affect the players' concentration? This was also a question. The third point was that Mi Yuan and Aubameyang both scored hat-tricks in the previous match against Schalke 04, helping the team secure victory in the Ruhr Derby. Aubameyang had already scored 15 goals for the Yellow and Blacks in the Bundesliga this season, topping the scoring charts, and his form was unmatched. This stood in stark contrast to his previous performances where he failed to score and became a topic of discussion. It was worth paying attention to whether Aubameyang could continue his scoring form against Hamburg. Chapter 159. The yellow.combo Hamburg's goalkeeper chose not to kick the ball long past the midfield, but passed it to the defenders. Hamburg's players advanced with the ball, drawing Dortmund's midfield and forward players to press up. As expected, the 3 midfielders, Mkhitaryan, Kagawa, and Reyes, rushed forward to disrupt the opponent's dribble. Mkhitaryan successfully intercepted the ball and directly passed it towards Hamburg's goal. The fast-advancing Aubameyang followed up with a shot, but this time the Hamburg goalkeeper made a brilliant save. Flying to deflect the ball was picked up by a defender who kicked it long into the front. The first landing point of the ball was seized by Ginter, who immediately passed it back to Hummels. Dortmund's 2 threatening shots did not result in goals, and the Hamburg players, having survived the scare, became more aggressive in their challenges, seeing their home team fighting so hard. The Hamburg fans in the South Stand also became excited, and under the lead of the team leader, they cheered together to encourage the players on the field. The fan shouts provided an invisible boost to Hamburg's players. In the 18th minute, Hamburg's number 27 player, Nikolai Müller, successfully intercepted the ball in the front court. Chapter 160. Biased referee, 2 goals behind. Reyes advanced with the ball. His speed was indeed good, but Aubameyang and Reyes were faster. The 2 rushed up to surround him, forcing Reyes to pass the ball back. Reyes accelerated quickly and intercepted the opponent's pass. He then directly swept the ball to Aubameyang, but unfortunately, the latter kicked the ball over the bar under the pressure of the defending players. As the match progressed, the impatient Dortmund could not pull back the score. Whenever they attacked, Hamburg would retreat into their shell like a turtle. Faced with the opponent's dense defense, shots from the outside could not penetrate the opponent's goal at all. When Hamburg counterattacked, they played very simply, making a few passes before shooting directly. Obviously, if they could score, that would be great. If not, it didn't matter. The game fell into a stalemate for a while, and Hamburg was not in a hurry, firmly holding onto their advantage. In the 39th minute, Mkhitaryan received the ball on the left, made consecutive breakthroughs, and brought the ball to the baseline. Just when he was about to cross, Sakai rushed up and slid in to knock Mkhitaryan down. Sakai then got up and passed the ball to a teammate who was back on defense, leaving Mkhitaryan lying on the ground. Chapter 161. Dortmund ready to fight to the death back in the locker room. Dortmund's players could no longer suppress their emotions and directly threw their jerseys on the ground. Aubameyang glanced at Kagawa and spat. Ugly game. Reyes stepped forward to push him back to his position and handed him water. Drink some water. Wait for the boss to come back and see how we adjust. Reyes was relatively calm at this moment. He was dissatisfied with the referee's decisions, but he didn't want to lose the game even more. Due to injuries, he had missed the opportunity to participate in the national team matches once again. Besides being loyal to Dortmund, he wanted more to don a national team jersey and bring glory to his country. But his luck was really bad. He wished he could print a line on his jersey. Why is it always me who gets injured? When Germany won the World Cup in 2014, he got injured in the warm-up match before the tournament and couldn't join the team. The scene of Götze holding up his jersey in front of the camera had brought him to tears. Now he was no longer young, and injuries were becoming more frequent. He wondered if he would still get the chance to represent the national team on the world stage. Just as he was lost in thought, Tuchel and the others walked in. Tuchel scanned the room and went straight to the tactical board. Chapter 162. An unexpected goal. Mi Yuan looked up and saw Sakai charging in. Sakai's eyes were full of aggression, clearly. He was trying to pull off the same trick again, looking for a chance to intercept while planning something. He was armed to the teeth now and was not afraid of a direct confrontation, but it was much more fun to toy with the opponent. Facing the advancing Sakai, Mi Yuan pretended to cut inside, then spun in place, skillfully bypassing Sakai from the outside. Sakai did not expect Mi Yuan to get past him so easily. In anger, he reached out to pull Mi Yuan back, but missed. Mi Yuan dodged to a safe distance, slowed down, and with his left foot pulled the ball away, evading another defender's challenge, his body slightly leaning. Just as he was about to cross to find the advancing Aubameyang, a red warning signal came from his glasses. And Sakai slid in from behind, targeting his supporting leg. What a nuisance, coming in to foul. This thought flashed by, and with the arrow drawn, he had to act quickly. He gritted his teeth and kicked the ball. The moment he touched the ball, he felt a collision on his right leg, and his body was uncontrollably thrown out. As a result, he couldn't control the power of his cross, and it came out a bit off. Chapter 163. An unsolvable own goal. Hamburg's free kick was well positioned in the shooting area, presenting a significant test for Dortmund. Nikolai stood at the penalty spot, glanced at his teammates' positions, took a few steps back, and when the referee's whistle sounded, he started his run-up. Nikolai Müller was Hamburg's primary free kick taker, and his set-piece ability was quite good. Bang! The ball soared into the air, tracing an arc, heading straight for the penalty spot of the box. The ball spun as it flew towards the front point at high speed. As the ball was kicked, Dortmund's four-man wall jumped simultaneously, but none of them touched the ball. Players from both sides outside the penalty area rushed into the box towards the ball's landing spot. The tall Gideon directly held off the defender Papastathopoulos, got to the ball's landing point, and headed for goal. Hummels flew in to intercept as he headed the ball. Berkey was also ready to make a save to secure the ball. Hummels stretched his leg out long, wanting to block the ball, but as he was about to touch it, he suddenly realized it was a bad idea. At this moment, he couldn't retract his foot. He hadn't expected the ball to still be spinning. If he touched the ball, it would change its direction and complicate Berkey's save. Chapter 164. Flying to block the shot, the match resumed, and after scoring 2 goals, Dortmund's players were in high spirits, immersed in joy and excitement. Mi Yuan scanned his teammates' health bars and noticed a slow upward trend. It wasn't that their stamina was recovering, but rather that their extreme excitement made them temporarily forget their exhaustion. Mi Yuan knew very well that this situation wouldn't last long and that they needed to score a 3rd goal quickly. Hamburg's attack posed no threat to Dortmund. It was clear that their focus now was to maintain their advantage. After a shot, they quickly retreated to their half to defend. Then Piszczek made a long run, dribbling straight towards Hamburg's byline. When he crossed the ball, it hit a defender's leg, resulting in a corner kick. Reyes took the corner, but Hummels, who rushed in to contest it, couldn't get enough power behind his header, and the ball was saved by the opposing goalkeeper, resulting in another corner. For the second corner, Reyes tried a corner kick tactic practiced in training, delivering a low ball straight to the top of the penalty area. Gundogan, who was lurking outside the box, took a shot that hit an opposing player, resulting in a change of possession. Chapter 165. The captain descends from heaven. The game continued, and Mkhitaryan, Weigl, and Schmelzer combined to intercept a throw-in from Hamburg, returning possession to Dortmund. Sakai had also regained his form. He didn't retreat immediately, but joined his teammates in pressing forward. After Mi Yuan made a flying save at the goal, the players' previously fluctuating emotions finally calmed down. The smallest player on the field was fighting so hard, so the older players couldn't fall behind. Everyone gritted their teeth, reigniting their fighting spirit to equalize the score. Reyes, who was already a bit out of breath, adjusted his breathing while watching Mi Yuan's back. In the past, he would have raised his hand to signal the coach to substitute him out by now. However, now he was determined to fight until the last minute, using his speed to create more opportunities for his teammates on the right flank. Aubameyang also glanced at Mi Yuan, who was making runs off the ball, thinking to himself, "You little brat, don't forget about the assists we talked about." At that moment, Mi Yuan had just brought the ball down in front of him when a Hamburg player closed in from behind. Besides the player closing in, there were also opposing players rushing at him from both sides, attempting to encircle him. Chapter 166. Can they turn around? The fans in the stands were still processing what had just happened when they saw Hummels charging into the goal and grabbing the ball in front of Adler. Hummels ran towards the center circle with the ball, shouting at his teammates who were rushing up, "Quick, there's still time. Let's push harder. Victory belongs to us." How could the teammates not understand their captain's intention? At that moment, their legs felt like they were made of lead, and every step was incredibly difficult. What should have been an easy battle had turned into a struggle due to wasted opportunities in the first half and the opponent's surprise attacks, leaving them 2 goals behind. They had just pulled one back in the second half, though everyone was unsure how Mi Yuan managed that shot. The opponent once again took advantage of a free kick to extend their lead, forcing them to grit their teeth and continue pressing and defending in hopes of leveling the score. The pace of the match had changed too quickly. They had no chance to catch their breath, constantly pressing and retreating. Hamburg was proving to be a tough opponent today. As for the questionable officiating, the club would address that after the match. For now, they needed to seize the momentum. With just 10 minutes left, they couldn't afford to relax. The captain was leading by example, motivating everyone with his actions. The Dortmund players turned and charged towards their half, readying themselves to face Hamburg's counterattack. Chapter 167. A regrettable draw as the ball soared through the air. Everyone in the stadium, on the field, on the sidelines, and in the stands, followed its flight. Would it go in? Could they turn it around? All Dortmund fans held these doubts in their hearts, waiting for the result 3 seconds later. The stadium fell into an eerie silence, as if the pause button had been pressed. The little bees were, of course, hoping for a beautiful goal, while Hamburg fans were praying Adler would make the save. Mi Yuan was breathing heavily. His lungs felt like they were on fire, and his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. The spot where he had just been hit by Sakai still throbbed, making him question if he had injured something. Logically, after his stamina had improved, he shouldn't feel this exhausted. At that moment, he was indeed feeling fatigued. He hadn't stopped since entering the game. Leaning on his knee, he watched the ball begin to descend, silently chanting, "Go in, go in, go in." 3 seconds later, a dull thud echoed through the silent stadium. The ball hit the crossbar and flew out of bounds. Hamburg players breathed a sigh of relief, while their fans erupted in boos. The Dortmund bees, momentarily dazed, quickly erupted into applause, cheering for Mi Yuan. Chapter 168. Hemorrhagic shock at that moment. Mi Yuan's face was pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, and his limbs felt cold. Seeing this, Marcus immediately lifted his shirt, and upon seeing the bruise on his left abdomen, he shouted, "Quick! Stretcher! Take him to the hospital!" Mi Yuan was clearly showing symptoms of hemorrhagic shock. Marcus suspected that Mi Yuan's spleen had been ruptured from the impact. At this moment, Mi Yuan was in serious danger, and he had no time for explanations. Everyone surrounding him was anxiously watching as he was carried away, while Aubameyang regretfully slapped his own face. "Damn it, it's all my fault. How did I not notice Mi was in trouble?" He felt the most guilty at that moment. He had thought Mi Yuan was just acting in coordination with him. In his emotional state, he hadn't noticed Mi Yuan's physical changes. It wasn't really his fault. Mi Yuan himself hadn't expected to sustain an internal injury under protective measures. Initially, he had been cooperating with Aubameyang to vent his frustrations, but once the farce was over, he couldn't hold on any longer. Tuchel wanted to follow him to the hospital, but was immediately stopped by his assistant. "Boss, don't you remember last time? The match was even more serious than the last time, and you must attend the press conference." Chapter 169. Post-match press conference. When Tuchel arrived at the post-match press conference, Labadia was already smiling widely and answering reporters' questions. When the reporters saw Tuchel finally arrive, they immediately turned their microphones and began to ask questions. "Mr. Tuchel, what do you think of your players' performance in this match? Hamburg ended your winning streak. Do you have anything to say about that? Why did your players have a conflict with referee Weyer after the match? Was Me injured and taken off the field just now?" The reporters didn't wait for the press officer to organize things and directly started asking questions. Tuchel frowned, listening to the noise below, and when he heard the reporter ask if Me was injured, he immediately grabbed the microphone in front of him. Looking at the reporter who asked the question, he angrily said, "I originally didn't want to come to this press conference because my key player is injured, and I wanted to go to the hospital as soon as possible. I don't have much to say about this match. I believe you all saw the situation on the field more clearly than I did. I came here to prevent you from making wild speculations and reporting false statements just to create hype. Just now, Me was in a state of shock due to hemorrhagic shock. He played the entire match with an injury. Chapter 170 Bad luck. Mi opened his eyes and felt a bit confused. Where am I? What is on my face? He tried to move his arm, but his left hand was connected to an 4 drip, and his right arm was connected to a heart monitor. He looked at the ceiling. It seemed like he was in a hospital. Just as he was about to speak, his throat felt dry and itchy, and he couldn't help but cough a couple of times. As soon as he coughed, he heard someone walking quickly toward him. Mi, how are you? Does the wound hurt? Mi looked at the boss's long face, feeling bewildered. Wound? What? Am I injured again? Water. He managed to squeeze out a word, and Karami immediately came forward, took off the oxygen mask from his mouth, and moistened his lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. After feeling a bit relieved, he finally realized that he seemed to have undergone surgery. Being familiar with hospitals, he knew that he couldn't drink water immediately after surgery. After feeling a bit better, he asked what happened to me. Marcus, standing by the bed, began to explain to him what happened after his shock. After listening, Mi blinked his big, watery eyes, and his first reaction was, "Where are my clothes?" His voice was very soft and a bit weak, which was normal considering he had just undergone a moderately sized surgery. Chapter 171 Women are tigers back in Dortmund. After adjusting at home for a day, Mi went to school to report. Deprived of his training rights, he spent his time either attending classes or hanging out in the school library. He had an immature idea that he wanted to use this time to complete more subjects. The examination system in German universities is very different from that in his home country and is relatively more flexible. He had already completed the exam registration. Previously, he had only registered for 6 subjects, but with his brain development, he planned to register for more subjects this semester. Their class time is only about 3 months, leaving a month for exams. Of course, he could also choose to complete the last semester's exams before the start of the next semester. The exams are divided into 3 parts: written, oral, and practical. This is also the reason why Mi has been spending so much time at school. Exams will start in January, and he has plenty of time to prepare. As the weather got colder, Mi wore a thick down jacket every day, wrapping himself up tightly while blending into the school. No one would pay special attention to such an ordinary international student, and he was happy to keep it that way. One day, he, as usual, chose a dozen books and found an inconspicuous spot to sit down. Chapter 172 The calm is broken. Mi Yuan. A sudden shout echoed in the cafeteria, drawing everyone's attention. Mi's body froze, and he turned around in shock. Oh no, can't you just leave me alone? A displeased look appeared on his face. The originally tall and ethereal beauty now seemed to him just a spoiled princess making a fuss. Kai-yin-mei, standing behind him, also realized that she had lost her composure in a moment of anger. She felt secretly annoyed, wondering why she couldn't control her emotions. It shouldn't be like this. She just wanted to interact with him and get familiar, but why did it turn out like this? For a moment, she didn't know how to handle the situation. Her eyes filled with apologies, but unsure how to express them. Just then, a tall blonde boy suddenly stood up and walked straight towards me, his face showing unmistakable excitement. He stood in front of me, his voice trembling with excitement. You're Mi, right? Being recognized made me feel a bit frustrated, but he still politely nodded to the blonde boy. Hello, it's me. Mi didn't deny it. As long as the person wasn't a reporter, he wouldn't reject them too much. From his previous experience in the fan bar, he knew that while fans might sometimes act irrationally, they wouldn't disturb his normal life and were relatively rational. Chapter 173 Mark's injury and departure. Recently, Dortmund's performance has been quite stable. Although their results in the Europa League haven't been good, their league performance has been decent. Frankfurt's performance this season has not been good, and it's only natural that they are entering a relegation battle. Dortmund played this match at home, and it wasn't too difficult to win. The two quickly arrived at the stadium, and seeing the fans waiting to enter the square, Mi said to Karami, "Let's go in later." "Okay, let's find a place to have a cup of coffee first." Karami didn't enter the stadium, but drove in another direction. They arrived at a small cafe, casually ordered some food, and Karami fiddled with his phone before handing it to Mi was a bit puzzled. When he took the phone and looked at it, it turned out to be a survey report. He looked at Karami with confusion, and seeing Karami gesture for him to read it first, he began to read it seriously. He finished reading it quickly and handed the phone back to Karami, asking, "Is this true?" "Yes, this investigation is entirely true. Now the boss wants to hear your thoughts." Mi leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. From his tightly furrowed brows, it was clear he was weighing his options. Chapter 174 Persuasion. Mi pushed Mark and said after thinking for a moment, "Little Mark, you have too many old injuries. You can't hold back on the field. You're almost becoming a glass man." "Sigh, I have to fight. A player's golden period is just these few years. I just want to relive the glory days with the team while I still have the ability. In our great Xia, there's a saying, excess is as bad as deficiency. I understand your feelings, but the more you try to do well, the harder it becomes. It might be better to slow down a bit and give us more opportunities. Does excess is as bad as deficiency mean that doing something to excess is just as inappropriate as not doing enough? We all understand your feelings, and we all want to see the Bumblebee achieve better results. We are a team, and only by working together can we achieve our common goals. You have already done very well, but the more you push, the more pressure you put on us. I hope you can relax a bit, give us time, and also give yourself some time, so we can all work towards a final goal together. Are you saying that I am too excessive? I should say I'm a bit anxious, just like me, always eager to get on the field. If it weren't for the coach holding me back, I would have wanted to return to training long ago. Chapter 175, End of Winter Break. Malaga, located on the Mediterranean coast, has an average winter temperature of around 10 degrees, making it a popular choice for many teams during their winter training. Training at the winter training base in Malaga also allows the team to play friendly matches against other teams training there. There is not much to say about winter training. The intensity isn't too high, mainly just to prepare for the competition. When Mi Yuan arrived in Malaga, he learned that Hoffmann and Januzaj had left Dortmund during the winter transfer window. Januzaj's departure was manageable, but Hoffmann's was a bit surprising to Mi Yuan. Mark introduced him to new teammates Pulisic and Paslak, and he started training with everyone. Mi Yuan felt a bit regretful about Hoffmann's departure, as they had always cooperated well on the field. The 8 million price from Mönchengladbach clearly indicates that they see Hoffmann as a key player, which is much better than his low appearance rate at Dortmund. Mönchengladbach's midfield is weak, and Hoffmann's addition is a very good supplement to their lineup. However, Mi Yuan thought about how he would soon become teammates with Hoffmann in the second half of the season, and his mood was somewhat affected. This is how professional teams work. The core remains while the players come and go. He himself has also been targeted by the old guys at Bayern, who are offering high salaries to try to poach him. Chapter 176. Against Porto, the Europa League round of 16 match clearly attracted more attention than the previous group stage matches, although Porto has not performed well in recent seasons. As a traditional strong team in the Primera Liga, they still carry a certain pride. In the Dortmund locker room, head coach Tuchel reiterated the pre-match tactics and finally said, "Go for it, boys. Let's complete this match beautifully. This is our home ground. At the Westfalenstadion, we will not fear any team." This match was very important for Mi Yuan, as it was his first time playing as a lone striker. Since joining Dortmund, he had participated in many matches and had never felt nervous. But this time, he was indeed a bit anxious, taking a deep breath as he left the locker room with his teammates. The Porto players were already standing in the tunnel, and when they saw the Dortmund players come out, their eyes were all fixed on them. When they noticed Mi Yuan at the back of the line, all their gazes fell on him. Mi Yuan, who had originally been looking down, felt the attention and immediately lifted his head. Facing 11 pairs of obviously unfriendly eyes, he was unbothered and stared back. Oh, have these guys never seen a handsome guy before? Chapter 177. Taking the lead at 36 years old, Casillas, although past his peak, still had strong control in front of the goal after 16 years at Real Madrid. He quickly threw the ball to the defender, preparing to launch a fast counterattack before Dortmund could retreat. Leon stopped the ball and was about to observe the positions of his teammates when a yellow figure rushed up and intercepted the ball at his feet. It was Mkhitaryan, who had anticipated the opponent's intentions. After intercepting the ball, he immediately passed it to Mi Yuan, who didn't even stop it and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The football was blocked out of bounds by Porto players in the penalty area, resulting in a left side corner for Dortmund. The corner was still taken by Reyes, who observed the players in the penalty area. He noticed that the opposing team had more players contesting for headers in the middle, but Mi Yuan had slipped to the side, ready to attack the back post. Reyes still aimed the corner kick towards the front post, looking for the high points of Hummels and Piszczek making a run. He hoped Hummels could secure the position and win the header. However, Porto's center backs were still formidable, directly clearing the ball away. Chapter 178. Impatient Porto in the first two corners, Dortmund had not gained any advantage in front of the goal. This time, all the tall players rushed into the penalty area, ready to contest the ball. If one couldn't do it, then two would. Porto's center backs were not very tall, but were very strong, and they fought fiercely, especially the Dutch defender Indy, who had good explosiveness and quick reactions. Mi Yuan quietly said to Mats in the penalty area, Captain, you and Pizchek go for the point. I'll take care of the back. Mats nodded and replied, okay, I'll leave the back to you. Mi Yuan dashed out of the penalty area, standing alongside Schmelzer about 40 meters from the goal. Reyes looked at the situation in the penalty area, saw that the high points had rushed in to contest the ball, and confidently took the corner. However, the long pass was a bit too high. The tall players in the middle couldn't reach it. But Mkhitaryan at the back post jumped high and headed the ball towards the goal. Mkhitaryan aimed for the far corner of the goal, but Casillas quickly moved and used his fist to deflect the ball out of the penalty area. After the ball flew out, it was just in time for Sahin to seize it. Sahin glanced at the distance to the goal. It was a bit far, so he took 2 steps forward and unleashed a powerful shot. Chapter 179, Chaotic Offense. Reyes' shot was very sudden. You could say it was a cold shot. Casillas' view was obstructed by the center back, and he couldn't see the flying football. Unfortunately for Reyes, the ball hit Casillas directly and bounced away. To describe it is a bit verbose, but the time from the shot to the ball bouncing out was merely a blink of an eye. A normal person wouldn't be able to react in time, but Mi Yuan in the penalty area reacted quickly enough. He even reacted half a second faster than the opposing defender, or perhaps just a fraction of a second quicker. However, that short fraction of a second could be decisive. Defender Indy kicked the ball almost simultaneously with Mi Yuan, but Mi Yuan was positioned slightly ahead and had the time advantage, poking the ball first and sending it straight into the net. 30. Mi Yuan scored again, and the excitement of Brown and the fans surpassed even his own. He scored again. Mi scored. Brown shouted excitedly, announcing the news to the world. Mi, Mi, Mi. The fans echoed his excitement, chanting Mi's name and celebrating the goal. This goal almost sealed the victory for Dortmund. Chapter 180. Sahin injured and leaving the field. The football shot straight towards the upper left corner of the goal with great power and speed from Mkhitaryan. Casillas is no longer young, and his body can no longer keep up with his reaction speed. By the time he leaped to save, it was already too late, and the football flew into the net like a bolt of lightning. 40. Watching the football go into the net, Mkhitaryan was extremely excited and directly ran to the stands to celebrate wildly with the fans. 40. This was a feast of goals. Dortmund had already scored 4 goals before the end of the first half. Brown was excited. He hadn't seen Dortmund play such a fluid attack in a long time. The little bees in the stands were cheering loudly. This was the Europa League, Europe's second-tier competition. Tuchel, sitting comfortably on the bench, felt that the match was secure and had little to worry about. After Mkhitaryan's goal, Porto launched a crazy offensive. Dortmund's players defended the 30-meter area tightly. No matter how Porto tried to penetrate with short passes or attack the flanks with speed, they could not break through Dortmund's solid defense. Chapter 181. Is Mi Yuan injured? Burki positioned himself well and made a quick save. However, the power of the shot was too great. Although Burki touched the ball, he still couldn't prevent it from flying into the net. Porto finally scored a goal, and the traveling Porto fans shouted excitedly. In contrast, Dortmund's fans were somewhat silent. What had they just witnessed? Porto actually scored. Although the score was still in their favor, seeing Porto score put a lot of pressure on Dortmund's fans. This was just the first leg of the match, still at Dortmund's home ground. If Porto got into a rhythm and narrowed the score advantage, they could easily be eliminated in the next leg at Porto's Dragao Stadium if they were not careful. Moreover, the passing leading to the goal was truly spectacular. They didn't even check their teammates' positions and directly sent the ball in, which was very unfavorable for Dortmund. Porto's fans finally became lively, shouting loudly towards the field, "Attack! Attack! One more goal! Come back! Come back!" With the fans cheering, the Porto players celebrating on the sidelines also felt their morale rise. Chapter 182. Too few goals. After the Dortmund players thanked the fans, reporters in the mixed zone began to chase after the standout players of the match. Mi Yuan was the brightest player in this game and the main target for the reporters. Because Mi Yuan was not yet 18, reporters had never been able to interview him forcefully. This time, the reporters were not just from German media, but also from various European countries, all interested in Mi Yuan. Mi Yuan still wanted to run away, but was stopped by a reporter from the Times. "Mi, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?" The reporter blocked Mi Yuan without giving him a chance to refuse, directly asking the question. Mi Yuan looked at the microphone in front of him and the camera behind the reporter, thought for a moment, and decided to face it since he would have to do so sooner or later. He replied, not satisfied. "Why? Too few goals, and my fighting ability is too weak." The reporters surrounding him were left speechless. This kid really talked big. Not satisfied with such a leading advantage, Mi Yuan caught sight of Hummels, who had just finished an interview, and directly pulled him over and slipped away. Chapter 183. News from Struis. After all matches of round 22 were completed, Bayern still held the top spot, while Dortmund ranked second. The board of Dortmund was very satisfied with such results. However, to surpass Bayern, they could only hope for Bayern to lose 3 consecutive matches. Dortmund's current ranking secured them a place to compete for the Champions League qualification next season, significantly boosting the team's confidence and morale. Reyes, Aubameyang, and Mi Yuan were removed from the starting lineup for the Europa League. Competing for the Europa League title and qualifying for the Champions League was meaningless for Dortmund. It was better to focus on the domestic league and cup competitions. Winning the Bundesliga trophy would require hoping for Bayern to falter in their upcoming matches. But winning the DFB Pokal still seemed within Dortmund's reach. In round 25, Dortmund faced Bayern at home, and the match ended in a 0-0 draw. Dortmund played very conservatively in this match, not adopting an attacking style of play. They successfully defended against Bayern's wave of attacks, while sudden, quick counterattacks caused Bayern significant trouble, forcing them to commit fouls repeatedly to stop Dortmund's offense. Chapter 184. Eve of the finale. Many players from Dasha have played in the Premier League, which is very friendly to Dasha players. Although he did not compete against Tottenham or Liverpool on the field this time, he knew that it seemed a bit early for him to go to the Premier League with his current strength. Seeing that he was silent, Struis did not rush and quietly waited. "Uncle Walker, I don't want to leave Dortmund for now. If I really have to leave, I at least want to lift the Bundesliga trophy once." Mi Yuan thought for a moment and finally expressed his thoughts. He knew that leaving now, even with all the improved treatment, would leave him with regrets. He needed to prove his strength and leave calmly, rather than leaving just after achieving some small results. This would not be good for his future development, even if he was bought for a high price. If the coach did not trust him and he had no chance to play, then earning a high salary would be meaningless. Struis nodded in satisfaction. "Yes. I also think it is more suitable for you to achieve certain results before leaving. Many players leave as soon as they gain some fame. But when they arrive at a new club, they can't just slot in. Many end up sitting on the bench for the entire season." Chapter 185. Is Mats leaving? In a live broadcast room, Lu Ming had already introduced the starting lineup for tonight's match. In the chat room, netizens were discussing, "The match is about to start. Thank goodness PP bought the broadcasting rights. Otherwise, we would have missed tonight's match. Have you heard? Hummels is going to Bayern. Isn't that still unconfirmed? And the summer transfer window hasn't opened yet? You don't understand. Before the window opens, the players' destinations are already set. What will Dortmund do without Hummels in defense? Just chill. The second-place hat can't be taken off. Shut up, haters. The Yellow Bees are a black shop. They can't keep talented players. How did I become a hater? It's a fact. Which player would be as foolish as Mako to renew his contract early? Now that you mention it, which team is Mi Yuan going to next season? It's said to be Bayern. Where did that news come from? I'm just climbing over the wall. There's everything outside. Let's stop talking about that. The game is about to start. At this moment, the theme song of a German Cup is playing at the Berlin Olympic Stadium. 2 rows of flag bearers at the player tunnel raised the German Cup flags as the music played. The flags formed a new passage to welcome the ceremony lady who walked at the front of the referee group, holding the cup with both hands. Chapter 186. Missed opportunity after all. Mi Yuan made a valid point. Tuchel has said more than once in training that formations are rigid, but players are dynamic. And it's fine to change formations according to the situation on the field. Mkhitaryan agreed with Mi Yuan's suggestion, not just because of the head coach's words, but more out of trust in Mi Yuan. They had partnered for a season, and Mkhitaryan was well aware of Mi Yuan's abilities. Perhaps Ram overheard their conversation, or maybe Mkhitaryan's positioning was too obvious. During Dortmund's next offensive, Ram firmly blocked the passing route from Mi Yuan to Mkhitaryan. Mi Yuan couldn't pass to Mkhitaryan at all and could only protect the ball himself, subtly signaling Mkhitaryan to pull away from Ram. Mkhitaryan instantly understood, suddenly accelerating with 3 quick steps and making a move towards the middle, also gesturing for the ball. Ram originally wanted to block the route, but as he hesitated, he saw Mi Yuan actually extending his leg, seemingly preparing to pass. Realizing the gap between himself and his teammate Kimmich, he was startled. This kid definitely wants to pass. Thinking of this, he took a step sideways and closely followed Mkhitaryan. Chapter 187. Bayern starts to play rough. Bayern wouldn't give Dortmund any time to breathe. Their pressing was even more intense than in the first 20 minutes of the match. Under Muller's midfield command, they organized a very complete three-dimensional attack around the strong Lewandowski. Ribery on the left, Muller in the middle, and Costa on the right not only served as support for Lewandowski, but also had excellent attacking capabilities. Costa's long-range shots, Ribery's quick cuts inside, and Muller, the core brain of the entire field, made Lewandowski a crucial part of the attack, taking on the responsibilities of offense, interference, and positioning. In this situation, it was completely impossible for Dortmund to slow down the pace of the game. If Gundogan hadn't been injured and could organize on the field, they would have had a fighting chance, but unfortunately, Gundogan couldn't play. This was a significant setback for Dortmund's midfield. Facing a powerful striker like Lewandowski, only the two tall center-backs, Papastathopoulos and Hummels, could defend against him. Fortunately, Papastathopoulos was an experienced veteran in the Bundesliga, and Lewandowski couldn't gain much advantage over him. Bayern's high pressing forced Hummels to clear the ball long to the front. Chapter 188. Failed to seize the opening. Royce took a moment to recover, stood up again, and prepared to take the free kick. After the free kick was taken, the first touch was won by Bayern, who cleared it out of bounds. In the last few minutes of the first half, neither side managed any effective attacks, and the referee, Blitz, blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. As Hummels and Ram walked towards the tunnel, they were engaged in a heated argument, with Hummels expressing dissatisfaction over Bayern's excessive actions. Ram was unreserved in defending his future teammate, directly arguing back. Such a scene was captured by the cameras on the sidelines and broadcast to all viewers in front of screens. Back in the locker room, Dortmund's physiotherapist quickly came over to massage the players, relieving their fatigue from the match. Head coach Tuchel looked at the tactical board, frowning, and remained silent for a long time. The locker room was filled with the heavy breathing of the players. The first half had been too intense, and everyone was exhausted. Both teams had few shots in the first half, and Dortmund, who had maintained a firm grip on ball possession throughout the season, had to yield to Bayern. In the entire first half, Dortmund's possession was less than 40, consistently suppressed by Bayern. Chapter 189. Competing for headers, it was clear that Bayern's free kick takers were technically superior to Dortmund's players. After 2 years of training under Guardiola, Bayern's set-piece quality had improved significantly. Muller saw the ball coming and sprinted past his defender Skirl, leaping high to head the ball towards the goal. Unfortunately, the ball hit the crossbar and bounced out of play. Although Bayern's attack did not yield results this time, it made all the Dortmund fans break out in a cold sweat. The second half had already been underway for nearly 10 minutes, and Bayern kept pressing Dortmund, causing great concern among all the fans. At this stage, whoever scores first will hold the initiative. Dortmund fans naturally hope their team can achieve victory. The ball returned to Dortmund's feet, and since the right side was not working, Hummels chose to attack along the left side where Mi Yuan was located. Although the left side attack was not very smooth either, Mi Yuan's withdrawal did indeed cause some trouble for Ram's defense. Hummels passed the ball to Skirl, who quickly advanced with the ball and directly passed it to Mi Yuan at the front. Mi Yuan let the ball roll in front of him, quickly dribbling along the sidelines. Chapter 190. The exhausted captain Mi Yuan hit the grass heavily, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. His vision darkened, and he felt dizzy. He gasped for air, and when referee Blitz approached to inquire, he stared blankly at him. "Are you injured? Do you need a team doctor? Do you need a team doctor?" When Blitz asked for the second time, he finally came to his senses, shook his head, and said in a very dry voice, "No need." Upon hearing Mi Yuan's response, Blitz ran off to check on Boateng's condition. Mi Yuan had just been a bit slow to react. Being bumped by Boateng, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, was more jarring than being hit by a car. However, he was indeed not seriously injured, and Aubameyang and Royce came over to help him up. "How are you? What do you feel uncomfortable?" Royce asked with concern, knowing that such a collision would definitely have an impact on the body. With the game so tense, he really didn't want Mi Yuan to be injured and leave the field at this time. "I'm fine, just a bit dazed from the fall. Let us help you to the sidelines for some water. Take a breather," Aubameyang suggested, and Mi Yuan nodded. Chapter 191. The new captain Royce Blitz ran over to ask, "Do you need treatment?" "No need." Hummels replied, without hesitation, that this was his last game for Borussia Dortmund, and he wanted to hold on a bit longer. Costa came over, lowering his head to check on his future teammate, asking, "How are you?" "No problem." Hummels thought about how comfortable it would be to lie there. Who would want to keep fighting if they could just lie down? But he couldn't go down. He had to continue fighting alongside his brothers. On the sidelines, Tuchel saw Hummel's condition and immediately turned to Ginter, saying, "Go warm up." Ginter immediately got up and started preparing, ready to come on at any moment. Would Hummels leave the field early? Rummenigge couldn't help but voice a question when he saw Hummels cramp and fall. Over the years at Dortmund, although Hummels made mistakes and even scored an own goal, it must be said that having him on the field gave us a lot of reassurance. I think everyone, like me, is very curious about who would take over his captain's armband if Hummels were to come off. Would it be Reyes? Dortmund made a substitution, bringing on Dum for Schmelzer. Chapter 192. The match ends. Extra time is about to begin. After receiving the ball on the flank, Mi Yuan couldn't evade Lahm despite several feints. At this point, Mi Yuan was almost pushed to the sideline. If he continued, the ball would go out of play, and Lahm wouldn't give Dortmund a corner kick. Just as Hummels had this thought, he saw Mi Yuan suddenly pull the ball back and lightly nudge it, creating a gap right next to Lahm. What was he going to do? Pass. Before Hummels could react, he saw Mi Yuan lean back and then kick the ball with his left foot. The ball flew towards the penalty area like a precision-guided missile. It arced in the air, just avoiding the Bayern defenders in the box, heading straight for Aubameyang in the center. Neuer quickly moved to block Aubameyang's shot. Lahm, with a look of disbelief, couldn't believe that Mi Yuan could pass the ball under his tight defense. Aubameyang met the incoming ball and headed it towards the goal. Bang! Neuer, who had been helpless, let out a sigh of relief as Aubameyang landed, somewhat incredulous, covering his face. The ball hit the crossbar and bounced back into the penalty area, cleared by a rushing Vidal. Chapter 193. Extra time. The players from both sides gathered on the sidelines, quickly hydrating. Some players lay on the ground, receiving massages from therapists. In the stands, fans from both sides sang their anthems loudly to cheer on their teams. In a live broadcast room, Rummenigge also took this time to summarize the situation in the second half. In the second half, Bayern clearly intensified their attacking efforts. However, Berkey's performance in the second half was very stable. He kept the goal safe, saving several dangerous shots. The four defenders of Dortmund performed impressively. Although Hummels ultimately couldn't hold on until the end, his 77 minutes on the field clearly showed that he had given his all. Notably, Papastathopoulos made several crucial clearances and, in the 84th minute, pushed forward with the ball, delivering a pass. Although Aubameyang missed a good opportunity in the end, Papastathopoulos' performance was undoubtedly the best on the field. Bayern had their chances, Costa's long-range shot, Ribery's cut-ins, and Mutz's divine positioning, but unfortunately, they failed to capitalize on them. Chapter 194. Red card for being stepped on. Yellow for grabbing Birdbrother. Boateng never expected Mi Yuan would choose to shoot directly in this situation. He turned his head to follow the trajectory of the ball. When he saw the ball hit the outside of the post and go out of play, he let out a sigh of relief. As he moved his body, Mi Yuan, who was leaning against him, fell to the grass due to the excessive force he had just exerted. Seeing that the ball didn't go in, Mi Yuan sighed and shook his head in regret. The power was sufficient, but the angle of the spin wasn't controlled well, a real pity. The Dortmund fans on site also let out a collective sigh, feeling regret for that shot. This was a shot from over 30 meters out. If Mi Yuan had scored, it would have undoubtedly been a world-class goal. Mi Yuan should have been preparing to stop the ball. Why did he suddenly choose to shoot? It must be said that Mi Yuan's ability to adapt in the moment is truly strong. If that shot had gone in, all the pressure would have been on Bayern. Unfortunately, it seemed like the goal was always against Dortmund today, with Aubameyang hitting the crossbar and Mi Yuan hitting the post. Rummenigge also made a little joke. It was clear he hoped that shot would score. Mi Yuan got up from the ground and sprinted back to midfield to prevent Bayern's sudden fast attack. Chapter 195. Warriors return. The killing sounds rise. The referee's whistle sounded, and Costa chose to shoot directly again. He took a run-up and the ball flew high, heading towards the right side of the goal. The ball passed over the jumping wall and flew towards the goal, rapidly descending just above the goal. Berkey leaped high, raising his right hand to deflect the descending ball out of bounds. But just as he was about to touch the ball, he pulled his right hand back, because the trajectory of the ball was heading into the net behind the goal frame. If he touched it, he would give the opposing team a corner kick. The ball heavily struck the net, creating ripples. Bayern's attack was quite fruitful. They injured a Dortmund player and forced Dortmund's veteran defender to receive a yellow card. This was good news for Bayern, as their counterattacks will be even more fierce. On the sidelines, Dum was still receiving treatment, and Marcus shook his head as he looked at his already swollen ankle. "You need to come off for further treatment." Dem gritted his teeth and asked, "Is my problem serious?" "Not very serious. If you rest for 2 days, you'll be fine. But if you insist on staying on, you'll need a cast for the following week, and the problem will worsen." Chapter 196. The Crescent Moon and the Curved Knife. Aubameyang hesitated for a moment, and Bayern's defenders quickly closed in. Neuer, who had pioneered goalkeeper skills, rushed up as well, and Aubameyang lost his chance to determine the outcome. Having hesitated and missed key shots in the first half, he was a bit hesitant to face the goalkeeper, but the defenders were closing in, and he didn't see any of his teammates. With none of his teammates coming up, Bayern's defenders timely blocked Aubameyang's path, forcing him to make a quick stop at the edge of the penalty area and turn back. He protected the ball and passed it to the late-arriving Mi Yuan. As the ball was passed to Mi Yuan, Reyes also rushed in from the other side. The three faced Bayern's 5-man defense, and the chances of success were clearly low. Mi Yuan quickly analyzed the situation before receiving the ball. If he rushed to shoot, he couldn't score at all against Neuer's defense. Lahm and Kimmich had already charged towards him, ready to close in. At the same time, Boateng was rushing in from the side, and for a moment, the three formed a siege around Mi Yuan. In a critical moment, he made a bold decision. Accompanied by rapid breaths and instinctive movements, he let the ball slip through his legs, then gently flicked it before it left his control. Chapter 197. Erwa gets a yellow, Binder injured on the stands. Li Yong and Long Chi excitedly hugged each other, jumping up and down. Karami, who had been recording the match, quietly turned the camera to capture the crazy duo. He knew very well that the support from family and friends was the greatest support for the players, and he would save this video as a souvenir for Mi Yuan. Among the neutral fans in the stands, alumni who had come to watch the match were cheering wildly in celebration. Only one girl quietly stared at the big screen, watching the exhausted boy on the ground. Her feelings were complex. Her previous stubbornness must have left a very bad impression on him. Since the new semester began, she had been paying close attention to Mi Yuan's movements, quietly trailing him from a distance whenever he appeared at school. Even in large classes, she sat not far from him. She didn't understand why. Was it just curiosity? Watching him get knocked down and tackled on the field, her heart would twitch every time he bravely stood up again. At that moment, seeing Mi Yuan, drenched in sweat, score and then fall, her heart was filled with pride and admiration for him. Chapter 198. Mako erupts at this time. Saint Bender, who had already received treatment at the sidelines, requested to come back on. He changed his socks, and the bleeding from his wound had stopped long ago. When he returned to the field, all the little bees gave him a warm applause, welcoming their hero back. Costa stood at the corner area, waiting to take the corner kick. The players on both sides took their positions in front of the goal, and Lewandowski raised his hand for the ball before Costa took the kick. However, Costa had already seen Alaba rushing up from the midfield, and without hesitation, he passed the ball directly to the empty space at the right front of the penalty area, which was the best position for Alaba to shoot. Costa delivered a low pass. The ball bounced slightly on the grass without changing direction, heading straight for Alaba. Alaba stopped the ball with his right foot and flicked it with his left foot, sending the ball through the Dortmund players in the penalty area towards the goal. Piszczek leaped to intercept, but unfortunately, he didn't touch the ball. Burki's vision was obstructed by his teammates, and he kept adjusting his position to save in the small penalty area. When Piszczek didn't touch the ball, he dove sideways to make the save, deflecting the ball out. Mkhitaryan in the penalty area cleared the ball to the right side, where all the Bayern players were, and on the right side was the young substitute Coman, who had just come on. Chapter 199. 100 seconds countdown. The German cameraman is quite peculiar, always catching Low picking his nose. During a lull in player positioning, the camera found Low in the stands digging in his nose. He looked at the players from Dortmund fighting on the pitch, especially Dom, who was kept out of the national team, wondering if he regretted it at this moment. After the whistle from Blitz sounded, the Bayern players erupted with fierce attacking power, like awakened ancient beasts. Lewandowski directly passed the ball to Müller, who initiated the attack after receiving it. St. Bender came up to intercept Müller. Müller showcased his excellent explosiveness, with almost no pause, as he accelerated past St. Bender. Piszczek immediately closed off Müller's shooting angle, and Burki was also ready to save in the penalty area. St. Bender attempted to slide tackle from behind Müller, but Müller accelerated again, shaking off St. Bender. He noticed his shooting angle was blocked and suddenly passed the ball horizontally to the right side of the penalty area, where Costa was making a timely run. Burki quickly moved towards the middle, but his speed couldn't team-match Costa's long-range shot. Chapter 200. The first championship on the field, facing Dortmund. who began to waste time. Bayern's players appeared somewhat helpless, but there was nothing they could do. The countdown voices from the Dortmund fans continuously filled their ears, and they knew there was no chance for a comeback. They had worked hard this season, fighting on 3 fronts, and the addition of Costa, Coman, and Kimmich alleviated the issues caused by injuries. But this season, they had only obtained 1 salad bowl and still couldn't reach the Champions League finals. Now falling again in the DFB Pokal, Guardiola had brought significant changes to them, and they were reluctant to see him leave. They had originally wanted to send him off with this trophy, but that young Eastern player broke the balance first. This spirited Dortmund team was something they had never seen before. They prefer to call it the strongest and most united Dortmund. A sense of frustration and despair spread among the Bayern players. They fought for 120 minutes but fell in the last 15 minutes. If a football match could be compared to a battlefield, the Bayern players had completely lost their morale and had no will to fight left. Under the dual blows of mental and physical exhaustion, their attempts to press forward became weak and their legs felt as heavy as lead. Chapter 2:01. The temptation of high salaries. Thinking of this, Tuchel broke out in a cold sweat on his back and glanced at Guardiola, who was about to say something. Guardiola patted his shoulder, saying he was going to comfort the kids, and told him to think carefully. After saying that, he turned and left. Tuchel wiped the sweat off his forehead, gazing deeply at the young men celebrating in the distance, then turned to find Zorc. Some things couldn't be delayed. It had to be quick. He wanted a better result next year. And this season, they had already sold 2 key players. Mi Yuan could not leave. After thanking the fans on site, the players returned to the sidelines, received their championship jerseys, and prepared for the upcoming award ceremony. At this time, the reporters who had been waiting for a long time finally couldn't hold back and rushed towards the players. Mi Yuan had already become the focus of the reporters. He had just put on the championship jersey and hadn't even adjusted it before being surrounded by cameras. Mi Yuan looked speechlessly at the microphones almost shoved in his face, instinctively taking a step back, only to bump into something. Turning around helplessly, he found it was a camera. He swallowed hard, resigning himself to the situation. There was no escaping this time. I'm a reporter from Bild. You scored a crucial goal on the field, and it was a world-class goal. Do you have anything to say? Chapter 2:02. Tonight belongs to Dortmund captain. What's wrong with you? Nothing. I just saw you glowing. Huh. Mi Yuan was completely confused by Mats, but he didn't have time to ask further questions as the awards ceremony had begun. The first to take the stage was Bayern, the runner-up of the DFB Pokal in the 2015 to 2016 season. Everyone from Dortmund gave them a warm round of applause as they walked up to the podium. At this moment, the Bayern players had already collected themselves, walking up to the podium in order, with the Bayern logo displayed on the LED screen in the center. On the podium, the president of the Football Association, Grindel, wore a formal smile as he placed the runner-up medals around the necks of the Bayern players, continuously whispering to them. Whether it was blessings or consolation, no one could tell. The Bayern players cooperated by hugging Grindel and returning smiles. Mi Yuan watched this from below the stage, feeling as if he was witnessing a formal social event. Many Bayern players, after stepping down from the podium, couldn't wait to take off their medals and quickly left. Bayern had not won this trophy for 2 consecutive seasons. Last season, they were eliminated by Dortmund in the semifinals. Chapter 2:03. Troubled Zorc. This excitement continued in the locker room after the trophy was placed in the center of the table. The players completely let loose, taking off their jerseys, baring their upper bodies, and grabbing the champagne that had been prepared in advance to spray around. Reyes played some very dynamic music, and the players sang and danced, twisting their waists and waving their discarded jerseys. Mischievous Mi Yuan jumped onto the long table and poured bottles of beer into the trophy, which was said to hold at least 8 liters of beer. Everyone took turns holding the trophy and drinking from it, and the celebration in the locker room reached its peak. The frustrations of the entire season were overshadowed by the joy of winning the championship at this moment. In the midst of it all, Mi Yuan was force-fed a few big gulps from the heavy trophy by Mark and Mats, completely giving him a unique shower before they let him go. Of course, they weren't celebrating endlessly, nor would they drink excessively. The party didn't last too long. The group returned to the hotel, slightly tipsy, where there was a simple dinner to enjoy with friends and family. The celebration was just beginning, as they would fly back to Dortmund with the trophy the next morning. Chapter 2:04. Boring dinner. A floor of dog food. Karami thought for a moment and said, "Every player has different pursuits, but most players will only pursue other things after their material needs are met. Many people have changed their lives through football, especially those from impoverished areas. Karami, please tell Mr. Struz that I don't want to leave Dortmund before achieving my goals. Of course, if I can strive for more income, I wouldn't mind. Karami was somewhat surprised by Mi Yuan's response, but he nodded and said, "All right, I'll contact him when I get back." Throughout the journey, Mi Yuan didn't speak much. He was very tired, which was probably the exhaustion after the madness. He had already had no energy left on the field, but at the moment the final whistle blew, he felt invigorated. The wild celebration last night, and the alcohol had made him even more excited. Now that it was quiet, he realized he needed to rest. After getting home, he didn't even claim the reward from last night, took a shower, and collapsed in a bed, falling into a deep sleep. He slept straight until 8 p.m. when Karami woke him up. Chapter 205. The world is so big yet so small. Yo-Yo, why are you here? Indeed, Mi Yuan saw that it was his roommate's sister Yo-Yo, and the surprise was so great that he couldn't react at all. What can I come? Of course you can. Too much. Wait for me a moment. Mi Yuan wouldn't dare provoke this big sister and nodded vigorously, instantly becoming submissive. Ha ha ha, go ahead. Yo-Yo laughed heartily without any image, waving her hand to let Mi Yuan get busy first. The surprise Yo-Yo brought to Mi Yuan was so great that he completely overlooked the other person behind her. After all the players thanked the fans who attended, they returned to the locker room. A spirited Tuchel smiled and said, "All right, you definitely don't want to hear me ramble on. You all know the important points. I'll be waiting for you here in July." A simple sentence won applause and cheers from everyone. Finally, the vacation had begun. After a whole season of hard work, the players could finally have a good rest. Mi Yuan directly slung on his bag and waved goodbye to his teammates. "See you after the holiday, I'm off." After saying that, he dashed out of the locker room like lightning. The very next second, Mi Yuan, who had just waved goodbye to Mi Yuan, was stunned, wondering what had happened to this guy. Chapter 206. New Contract Negotiation, Part 1. Entering the holiday, but Mi Yuan became even busier. Besides his daily fixed exercise time, he went to school to study. In 2 years, he needed to obtain his diploma, which is quite a challenging task in German universities. However, for someone like him, it was a piece of cake, and he could finally enjoy more than a month of campus life at ease. Media outlets like Kicker and Bild began to speculate boldly about the opening of the summer transfer window, especially with Manchester City and Bayern rumored to be activating buyout clauses. The news of Mi Yuan possibly transferring became the focus of German media. Their various speculations heated up the player transfer market. Of course, none of this concerned Mi Yuan. He lived his life at his own pace like a bookworm. A week after the DFB Pokal final, Struz finally appeared in Dortmund and met with the anxious Zorc. In Zorc's office, the impeccably dressed Struz sat across from Zorc with a smile, leisurely sipping coffee and quietly observing Zorc. Zorc knew that whoever spoke first would lose the negotiating advantage, but he had no choice but to break the brief silence. Chapter 207. New Contract Negotiation, Part 2. Upon hearing Struz's words, Zorc's mouth twitched, and he looked almost expressionless. After a pause, he helplessly shook his head and said, "Mr. Struz, you know, Mi Yuan is only 18. No club can offer such a sky-high annual salary. Manchester City and Bayern can, even higher." Before Zorc could finish his sentence, Struz directly threw a bombshell, completely interrupting what Zorc was about to say next. At this moment, Zorc's expression was very grim. He stared intently at Struz and said in a low voice, "But they will require Mi Yuan to relinquish his image rights and won't provide him with a quiet villa." Struz knew that he had touched Zorc's bottom line. If he continued to push, with Manchester City making such an enticing offer, Zorc might really let Mayan leave. He pressed his hand down to signal Zorc to relax. Negotiations are all about give and take. You can't just hand me a contract without mentioning any conditions and expect me to sign it. Zorc, you need to know that Mayan has feelings for Dortmund. Didn't he agree to Guardiola's invitation? Hearing Struz say this, Zorc also softened his tone. Chapter 208. Dortmund's big move before the summer transfer window opened. Dortmund officially announced on their website, Mayan will not transfer to any club this summer and revealed a sky-high buyout clause and Mayan's new salary. They also listed the players available for transfer, with Kagawa being the most notable name on the list. After the official announcement, Mayan's exorbitant buyout clause became the focus of all media attention. Some media outlets, with ulterior motives, sharply pointed out in their reports, a mere 18-year-old player has a sky-high transfer fee. A rookie in his first year has received a high salary contract of $4 million. Is he worth it? Is Dortmund going to break their original salary structure? Why offer such a high salary? A young player receiving such a high salary will surely destabilize Dortmund's morale. A shady deal realized, bought for 500,000, sold for 100 million, absurd. Faced with these insidious reports, Dortmund chose to remain silent. Cunning reporters directly went to Dortmund University to block Mi Yuan, hoping to get first-hand information from him. As a result, with the help of alumni, Mi Yuan managed to evade the reporters and went on vacation at sea with Karami. Chapter 209. New season mobilization, meeting entering the small auditorium. Mi Yuan wanted to find a corner seat. He was surprised to hear Royce's voice and looked over. At this time, Royce should be in the Netherlands for treatment and shouldn't be here. When he saw Royce's new teammates next to him, he realized that, as the captain, Royce could not be absent. As Mi Yuan walked toward Royce, he felt a pang of sadness for him. Royce had once again fallen before the start of a major tournament and would miss the national team matches. He had already missed the World Cup in Brazil, and now he would miss the European Championship, as well as the early matches of the league. He only thought about these things and would not show them in front of Royce. After greeting his new teammates, Mi Yuan found an empty seat to sit down. Soon, Tuchel entered with the coaching staff. He stood on the podium, scanned the crowd, and smiled, saying, "You guys are all in good shape. I believe you had a great holiday." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the audience burst into laughter. After the opening remarks, they entered the theme of the day. This season, Tuchel had great ambitions. He not only wanted to compete for honors, but also wanted to instill this ambition into his players. Chapter 210. Summer Tour, Part 1. Aki, can you not scare Mi Yuan? Tuchel directly spoke up to help Mi Yuan out, and Watzke then laughed heartily to ease the awkwardness. Mi Yuan, regarding the upcoming summer tour, we want to hear your suggestions. Zorc spoke up beside him, placing the list of travelers in front of Mi Yuan. Mi Yuan finally understood the purpose of the big shots, seeking him out, and breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded slightly, picked up the list, and was somewhat surprised to see that Royce's name was not on it. The entire list included 25 people, but Royce was not among them. He cleared his throat and asked, "Why is the captain not going?" "He's injured. We also hope he can go, but he can't play. It would disappoint the fans on site," Zorc said with a shrug, somewhat helplessly. "The captain must go, even if he can't play. As the team's captain, core, and biggest star, he only needs to be present on the sidelines or participate in some commercial activities, which is very important for us." Mi Yuan spoke these words without considering who he was facing. He just needed to express his true feelings. Chapter 211. Summer Tour, Part 2. The most eye-catching figure in the crowd was Emma, who playfully waved to every player, weaving between fans and players for photos, stealing the spotlight. When Emma's big head got close to Dembele, the latter unceremoniously pushed his head away, causing laughter all around. This did not take too long. They directly boarded the bus that had been waiting outside. Although Mi Yuan came out the latest, he was among the first to board the bus. The air conditioning on the bus was strong, alleviating some of the outdoor heat. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Royce was the last to get on the bus. He could be said to be the most popular player in Dortmund, signing autographs and taking photos until the end. Sahin, Schmelzer, and Weidenfeller were also very popular, but they paled in comparison to Royce. Mi Yuan sat next to Mi Yuan, fanning himself, and asked curiously, "It seems you're not very popular with the fans?" Mi Yuan smiled bitterly but did not answer, instead quietly looking out the window. He anticipated this outcome. Last year's big show had many fans supporting him, but there were even more who did not like him. Chapter 212. Summer Tour, Part 3. This kind of commercial match is essentially an opportunity for fans far away in Europe to watch live matches up close. The summer stadium can accommodate a lot of people, but it is a comprehensive sports venue. Fans in the stands can basically only see the two teams running on the field with the naked eye. To see clearly, fans sitting far away can only use binoculars or watch the big screen on site. As both teams stepped onto the red carpet with the ball kids and followed the referee group into the stadium, the DJ on site began to announce the starting lineups for both teams. Liu Xiaopeng appeared in the staff team wearing a gray t-shirt, but he was not included in the players' roster this time. The two teams had both seemingly agreed before the match to line up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Dortmund was still wearing their traditional yellow jerseys, while Manchester United wore blue this time. These two teams had not faced each other in 10 years. The last encounter was in the Champions League semifinals, where Dortmund won both home and away matches against Manchester United. This match was just a friendly. Both sides would not exert themselves as they would in the Champions League. Mkhitaryan, who had just transferred to Manchester United, appeared in the starting lineup. indicating that Mourinho was eager to see how he would perform against his old club. Chapter 213, Summer Tour, Part 4, after the halftime break. Both teams returned to the field to continue the match. The players had just taken their positions when the assistant coach on the sidelines raised the electronic board. Manchester United made 4 personnel changes, substituting Johnstone, Jones, Lingard, and Depay for Romero, Rojo, Ashley Young, and Rashford. Dortmund also replaced young Pollack with young Brune. After the substitutions, Manchester United gradually began to play offensively, thanks to Rashford's speed. With a 2-goal lead, Dortmund started to withdraw their formation, unable to find good attacking opportunities, and focus on maintaining their defensive area. 10 minutes into the second half, Mkhitaryan broke into Dortmund's penalty area on the right side, a position he is very good at shooting from, and he took a shot immediately. Weidenfeller, who knew Mkhitaryan well, was already prepared in front of the goal and saved the ball. Following that, Dortmund launched a quick counterattack. Rode made a long pass from the back, sending the ball towards the vacant left side of the front field, where Luke rushed forward to challenge. Dembele arrived even faster and got to the ball first. After receiving the ball, he showcased his extraordinary speed, quickly driving into Manchester United's penalty area, dribbled past Rojo, and fired a shot into the net, making it 3-0 for Dortmund. Chapter 214, Summer Trip. Vimy, what brings you here? Mr. Zorc, I would like to take leave to go home for a visit. Hearing Mi's words, Zorc was somewhat surprised, but after thinking about Mi's arrival in the summer and the fans' reactions, he nodded slightly. Yes, this is your hometown. You should go back to see it. However, you will delay the upcoming training sessions and the match in Pyeongchang. As long as the team needs me, I can fly back anytime. Zorc nodded and said, go talk to Thomas. He needs to make arrangements for what comes next. After thanking Zorc, Mi directly left his office to find Tuchel. Tuchel immediately gave him the green light and reminded him to maintain his physical condition, as our schedule will be very tight ahead. Don't worry, coach, I won't delay my daily training. After handling things with the team, Mi directly bought a high-speed train ticket home. It had been over a year since his last visit home. Although he had kept in touch with Xiao Yu and Team Lee, it was all online. This return was rather hurried, and he didn't bring anything with him. He was just happy to meet those who had accompanied him during his growth, to have a meal and chat together. Mi's leave from the team initially went unnoticed. Chapter 215, the battle for the first trophy of the new season on the evening of August 14th at the Westfalenstadion in a sea of yellow and black. Dortmund fans waved their flags, looking forward to the first championship battle before the new season kicks off. The Super Cup champion would be determined between Dortmund and Bayern, marking the 5th meeting between the two teams in the Super Cup. If Bayern wins this match, they will secure their 5th Super Cup title. Previously, Dortmund had already won 6 Super Cups, a record far exceeding Bayern's. Ancelotti, as Bayern's new head coach, would face a major challenge in his first match. This was also former Dortmund captain Hummel's first return to Westfalenstadion, wearing the number 5 jersey to represent Bayern against Dortmund. As both teams took the field, when the DJ announced Hummel's name, the Dortmund fans responded with boos. In their eyes, Hummels was still a traitor. Even Götze, who had just returned, was sitting on the bench. As the first trophy before the new season, the Dortmund players appeared very excited. During the pre-match warm-up, Dortmund players occasionally showcased their skills, eliciting continuous applause and cheers from the fans. Chapter 216, a rapidly changing opening duel. Ribery sped forward with the ball, and as he aimed to penetrate Dortmund's defense, the experienced Papastathopoulos, Castro, and Rode closed in together and intercepted the ball. Ribery and the blocking Rode both fell to the ground, while Papastathopoulos maneuvered around and passed the ball to Paslak. The two teams were very familiar with each other, and the attacking momentum was intense. Paslak did not rashly advance with the ball. Seeing Castro making a run, he directly passed the ball to him for a central attack. After receiving the ball, Castro found himself surrounded by Bayern's defenders and passed it to Dembele. Dembele attempted to accelerate, but was blocked, forcing him to pass the ball back to Paslak, who was supporting on the right flank. Paslak acted as a pivot for the right side attack, noticing Bayern's tight defense in the middle, and directly launched a long pass to the left side of the backfield. Bartra moved up, chesting the ball down in front of him, advancing with the ball while observing the situation in front of the penalty area. He dribbled into the attacking area, attracting the attention of 3 opposing players. At this moment, Mi also sensed his intention, quickly sidestepped to evade Martinez's marking and accelerated forward. Chapter 217, Bayern's continuous fouls. Tensions rising. The ball was being passed around among Dortmund's players in the backfield, drawing Bayern players forward to press. After attracting 6 Bayern players across the midfield into the backfield, Bartra suddenly made a long pass to connect with Aubameyang. As Aubameyang turned to judge the trajectory of the ball, he quickly spun around to accelerate and shake off the closely marking Hummels. Aubameyang's explosive speed was too fast. By the time Hummels positioned himself, he had already lost the optimal position. After shaking off Hummels, Aubameyang found himself in a one-on-one situation. Martinez, who was supporting, quickly closed in, and as Aubameyang took a shot, Martinez managed to poke the ball slightly. The ball veered off the goal frame and out of bounds. Dortmund earned a corner kick opportunity, but after the corner was taken, Mi, going for the first touch, was blocked by Bayern's center back and could not get to the ball. The ball returned to Bayern's feet, who launched an attack from the left side. Dortmund's pressing in the front field was fierce, and Bayern's players were unable to pass the ball across midfield, opting to pass back to Alaba. After receiving the ball, Alaba directly switched the play to the right side to Lahm. Chapter 2:18. The conflict expected in a national derby. As Bayern continued to play, they finally found their rhythm, with their pressing becoming more aggressive and their attacks on both sides intensifying. Bayern gradually heated up, and during interceptions, they were quite fierce. When Rode advanced with the ball in the middle, he was brought down by Vidal. The referee called a foul on Vidal, who clearly expressed his dissatisfaction and protested to the referee, but the referee ignored him, causing tensions on the field to rise. Subsequently, during the tussles for possession, Dortmund's players were frequently taken down. Although Mi made a pass to find Aubameyang in the middle, the latter charged too quickly, and the ball was cleared by a Bayern player. Dortmund's attack did not stop. They continued to intensify their pressing in midfield, and the tussle in the center was quite intense. Piszczek dribbled to the baseline, and when he crossed the ball, it hit Alonso's knee and then struck his hand. Dortmund players raised their hands to appeal for a penalty, but the referee refused to award it. Bayern's counterattack began, forcing the Dortmund players to quickly retreat. After resolving one of Bayern's attacks, Dortmund's offense was intercepted. When the ball was passed to Ribery, Piszczek charged forward and pressed closely behind Ribery, not allowing him to turn and carry the ball back to his own half. Chapter 2:19. Bayern misses opportunities. Bayern launched another attack. At this point, Ribery had rushed to the right wing. After receiving a pass from a teammate, he had no chance to drive forward and pass the ball back to Vidal. Vidal touched the ball and passed it to the advancing Martinez, who then pushed the ball to Thiago in Dortmund's midfield. After receiving the ball, Thiago sent a through ball to Alaba, who was making a run into the right side of the penalty area. Young Piszczek performed very well, promptly retreating and intercepting the ball, preventing Alaba from having a chance to cross. Thiago stood at the corner area to take the corner kick. This was Bayern's first corner of the match, and by this point, Dortmund had already taken 9 shots and scored 1 goal, while Bayern had yet to register a shot, putting them in a very unfavorable position. Thiago delivered the ball to the near post for Alaba, but unfortunately, Alaba's first touch was too far away, allowing Dortmund's defenders to clear it out of the box. The ball was picked up by Vidal outside the penalty area, who took a long shot with his left foot, but went wide of the goal. This was Bayern's first shot in the 37th minute of the first half. Dortmund regrouped for another attack, but the ball was intercepted by Lewandowski during the build-up. Chapter 2:20. Impulsive Dembele in the final moments. Bayern pressed more aggressively, preventing Dortmund from having good opportunities to advance the ball forward. When the ball reached the front, it was quickly intercepted by Bayern, but they also struggled to penetrate Dortmund's midfield. Whenever Ribery had the ball, 2 players would close in on him. In Dortmund's last attack of the first half, the impulsive Dembele successfully intercepted Hummels' pass. After winning the ball, Dembele charged toward the edge of the penalty area, adjusted slightly, and took a shot, but he didn't control it well, sending the ball high over the crossbar and out of play. Neuer cleared the ball long, and when it reached Ribery, just as he stopped the ball, it was intercepted by a Dortmund player. At this moment, the stoppage time ended, and the referee decisively blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Dortmund led by 2 goals at halftime, undoubtedly creating a good start before the new season. Dortmund fans, who had been worried about the absence of Reyes, were greatly encouraged by such a performance. They sang songs of victory to send the players back to the locker room for a rest. Chapter 2:21. Active defense by Rode. Mi Yuan observed the positioning of Bayern's players. The defenders had set up their line in the penalty area, and his teammates were all in position to cover. According to Piszczek's current dribbling route, he seemed to want to pass to Dembele in the center. That was not the best shooting line, and while running, he raised his hand and shouted for Piszczek to pass. Piszczek had already struck the ball, preparing to deliver it to Dembele in the center, but upon hearing Mi Yuan's shout, he flicked the ball over to Mi Yuan. At this point, Mi Yuan had shaken off Alonso, and with about 5 meters to the baseline and no one obstructing him, he brought the ball down with his chest. As he made a diagonal run toward the penalty area, Bayern's defenders began to converge on him. Mi Yuan was looking for just such an opportunity, slowly moving sideways while observing the best passing chance. In that moment, his brain was like a precise computer, calculating all the data. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The actions of everyone on the field seemed to move in slow motion, and he saw it all clearly, a sensation he had never experienced before. He quickly found a passing lane among the slowing Bayern players. Chapter 222. Vidal pulls one back after Bayern threw the ball back in. They started organizing an attack. Unfortunately, the now leading Dortmund players had all retreated, leaving Bayern with no good attacking opportunities, forcing them to pass the ball back to their half to reorganize. Unfortunately, when Alonso received the ball in the center and tried to pass it to a teammate, he made an error, directly passing it to Dembele. Dembele took the ball, advanced with it, but just past the halfway line, he stumbled as his foot slipped, losing control of the ball. Thiago and Vidal, who were originally preparing to rush back to defend, reacted quickly, turning around to press. Dembele attempted to shield the ball, but it was snatched away by Vidal, who quickly charged forward with the ball. Vidal passed the ball to Lewandowski, but Bartra lost his balance during the challenge with Lewandowski, causing the ball to go out of play. Lahm stepped up to throw in the ball, but when Vidal received it, he was poked from behind by Rode, who stole the ball away. Dembele, who was in support, extended his left foot to poke the ball to Mi Yuan. After receiving the ball, Mi Yuan wanted to drive forward, but seeing Alonso charging toward him and Lahm rushing in from behind, he directly passed the ball to Ramos. Chapter 223. Constantly brought down Castro on the outside, received the ball, and took a long shot, which hit a defender. The rebounding ball was headed by Muller, who was preparing for a counterattack, to Ribery. When Ribery received the ball, Rode, who had been closely marking him from behind, made a tactical foul, bringing Ribery down by hugging his supporting leg with both legs while also grabbing his waist with his left hand. In Rode's eyes, anyone could take the ball, but Ribery must not be allowed to advance. He had to use any means necessary to stop him. The referee blew the whistle to stop the game, and after both players sat up, Ribery directly embraced Rode's head and gave him a hearty kiss. Martinez also admired Rode's defense and patted his head in a friendly manner. Tonight, Ribery really had no anger toward the smiling Rode. It must be said that Rode's defense against him was indeed very successful. Bayern then launched an attack from the right side, where Lahm and Muller teamed up to break through Dortmund's three-man defense, with Muller driving toward the edge of the penalty area. Unfortunately, when Muller passed the ball to the advancing Lahm, the latter misplayed the pass, losing a great attacking opportunity. Chapter 224. The first trophy of the new season. Mi Yuan brought his thoughts back and focused on watching the game. Vidal's injury was still quite serious after treatment. He returned to the field, but could not last even a minute before requesting to come off. Kimmich replaced Vidal, and the game resumed, with both sides falling into a stalemate, unable to complete a single full attack. The match reached the 77th minute, and Bayern threw the ball back into play. A long pass from the backfield targeted the vacant space behind Dortmund's defense on the left side of the penalty area. Lewandowski sprinted towards the ball's landing spot, and just as he controlled the ball and prepared to cross it before it went out of bounds, Rod kept up with him and quickly returned, heading the ball out of play, resulting in a corner for Bayern. Thiago took the corner, sending the ball directly to the penalty spot, where Weigl contested with the veteran Captain Hummels. However, he couldn't withstand the stronger Hummels. Hummels won the first header, flicking the ball about 4 meters in front of the goal. Muller and Lewandowski were already closing in, with Lewandowski shielding the ball as Berkey lunged at Muller's feet, while Schmelzer also attempted to clear the ball from behind Muller. However, Lewandowski was quicker, unleashing a powerful shot towards the goal. Chapter 225. Champions League group stage again against Real Madrid. New season opener begins. The first round of the DFB Pokal will begin in a week, with the opponent being Trier, who is not a very strong team for Dortmund. The 26th will be the season opener, where they will face Tuchel's former club Mainz. September will mark the real highlight, as the Champions League group stage is about to start. The group draw on August 25th will be a pivotal moment determining Dortmund's fate. Dortmund is placed in the second pot, and any team from the first pot will pose a tough challenge for them. This season, Dortmund has a heavy task ahead, and they have a friendly match against Sandhausen tomorrow. The good news is that the players who played today can rest for 2 days before returning to training. Mi Yuan wanted to validate his ideas within the system's training module, but unfortunately, it was just a virtual module, and he couldn't find the feeling of assisting back then. However, as his points increased, he could buy many things, yet he didn't purchase anything. He realized that as his skills improved, the external items were not very useful. Apart from the defensive gear that the system gifted him, he couldn't think of using the other items. Chapter 226. Mi Yuan's first goal of the new season. Mi Yuan is no longer the naive rookie who only knew how to charge forward stubbornly last season. He jumped to evade Clemens' tackle, and the ball was sent out of bounds. The opponent's relentless defense from the start indicated the match's intensity, which made Mi Yuan ponder internally. However, he was not afraid. There was plenty of time, and defeating the opponent was just a matter of opportunity. Tuchel had subtly informed them before the match to go easy on their feet. In the first 10 minutes, Mainz's defense was quite successful. Mi Yuan and Aubameyang each attempted long-range shots that hit the defenders and were cleared out of bounds by the following players. Such reckless attempts were not Mi Yuan's style. He observed the opponent's defensive formation, looking for weak points. In the 12th minute, Mainz's attack was intercepted by Castro, who passed the ball to young player Paslak. After receiving the ball, Paslak quickly advanced, faking out Marler before passing to Dembele. Upon receiving the ball, Dembele exploded with speed, racing down the flank. Blaszczykowski chased after him desperately, but his speed was no match, and he could only take Dembele down from the side. Chapter 227. Tactical changes on the spot. New tactical ideas. The forward trio of Mi Yuan, Aubameyang, and Dembele pose a lethal threat to any Bundesliga team with their combination play. All three had decent speed. Although Dembele was not as tall as Mi Yuan and Aubameyang, he was the fastest among them. Once Dembele exploded with speed and charged at the opponent's defense. The tall and strong Aubameyang, along with Mi Yuan's elusive positioning and powerful header, made them a formidable trio. Focusing on any one of them would allow the other two to threaten with shots. Against relatively weaker teams, they were undoubtedly a terrifying presence. Although this attack did not result in a goal, it caught Tuchel's eye on the sidelines. He had been contemplating how to combine the forwards, and their collaboration sparked inspiration in him. He picked up the tactical board and started sketching, intending to create the most impactful attacking line based on their characteristics. 3 minutes later, Mi Yuan, Aubameyang, and Dembele executed a similar play, but this time Mi Yuan appeared to pass, only to lift the ball toward the goal. Lurker made a crucial save, narrowly tipping the ball out of the goal frame, resulting in a corner for Dortmund. Chapter 228. Victory in the season opener. After tactical adjustments in the second half, Dortmund's attack became increasingly fluid, but unfortunately, they failed to convert their efforts into effective goals. Mainz, eager to equalize, focused their attacks mainly through the center, giving Dortmund more space to exploit on the wings. Every time Dortmund launched an attack, they appeared quite passive. Mainz's coach, Martin Schmidt, finally decided to make substitutions, bringing on forward Ostenali to enhance the offensive pressure. After the substitution, Mainz switched to a 4-4-2 formation with 2 forwards pushing forward, making their offense more aggressive. However, after a round of attacks, Dortmund's defense successfully neutralized them, resulting in no gains. Young player Paslak, who had been running tirelessly in the heat, was visibly exhausted, prompting Tuchel to substitute him with veteran Piszczek. With Piszczek on the field, the defense became more solid, and Mainz's attacks were continuously intercepted, leading coach Martin to make another substitution. He replaced Clemens with forward Mudo, changing the formation back to a 4-3-3 in hopes of leveling the score. It must be said that after this substitution, Mainz's front line began to blossom, launching fierce attacks around Dortmund's penalty area. Chapter 229. Filming an advertisement. Mi Yuan was somewhat surprised when he received a small trophy. He hadn't even regained his composure when a microphone was thrust in front of him. As the reporter asked questions, Mi Yuan smiled sheepishly and said, "I'm surprised to receive this award. I thank the management staff of the Football Association, my club, my coach, and my teammates. Receiving this honor today will motivate me to perform better this season." Although his words sounded quite formal, he was genuinely blank at that moment, unsure how to express his feelings. The reporters were not very satisfied with his response, but Mi Yuan didn't give them a chance to continue interviewing. He directly pushed Tuchel forward and slipped away. After this round of matches, there would be a half-month break before the second round. during which teammates would leave the club to join their national teams for matches. Mi Yuan was also set to film his first advertisement, something that Karami had informed him about early on. After returning to the locker room to freshen up, Mi Yuan bid farewell to his teammates and went home. The night after tomorrow, there would be a party to celebrate Tuchel's birthday. Afterwards, he would head to Berlin to shoot his first advertisement. Struz was very cautious when selecting endorsements for Mi Yuan, as many athletes were keen to shoot underwear advertisements. Chapter 230. Heading to Leipzig, Mi Yuan was quietly enjoying his vacation, but good news kept coming in the Dortmund team chat group. The first piece of good news was that Dembele was selected for the national team for the first time and had the chance to represent his country. Dembele would also have the opportunity to participate in the 2018 World Cup. At the same time, Dortmund had 14 players selected for the national team, preparing for the upcoming international matches. After seeing these messages, Mi Yuan only sent a congratulatory gif. He wasn't envious. He just didn't quite know how to congratulate his teammates. Before the summer transfer window closed, Dortmund completed their last transfer, with young player Bandowski officially moving to the Bundesliga 2 team Bochum, where he would showcase his abilities. On the same day, Sabatic, Dahm, Ginter, and Binder, who had not taken official photos for the new season on Media Day, also had their photo shoot. This indicated that they would have the chance to return to the pitch and fight alongside their teammates. While his teammates received good news in international matches, Mi Yuan had gone missing. His goal this time was to catch bluefin tuna. Of course, this was just a goal. Catching bluefin tuna was not that easy. Even though he was in the vast North Sea fishing grounds, the area was filled with fishing boats after the end of the fishing ban. Chapter 231. Departure to Warsaw. Less than 2 minutes had passed, and in almost the same position, Götze was fouled again, giving Dortmund another free kick. Unfortunately, this free kick also failed to penetrate the opponent's goal, and Dortmund returned empty-handed. Leipzig, determined to defend, was always in peril under Dortmund's siege. Despite Dortmund firmly controlling possession and threatening the goal with over 10 attempts, none were on target. As the first half approached the 40-minute mark, Leipzig intercepted the ball in their defense and launched a counterattack. If it weren't for Castro's foul, they would have scored. At the end of the first half, neither side had scored, and they returned to the locker room with a 0-0 scoreline. In the second half, Dortmund intensified their attack, but the opponent was incredibly resilient, willing to receive yellow cards to stop Dortmund's counterattacks. As the match reached the 64th minute, Leipzig began to make substitutions. After changing 2 players at the 71st minute, Tuchel could no longer sit still and made 2 substitutions. Mi Yuan and Dembele were brought onto the field, forming a 3-forward lineup with Aubameyang. Tuchel did not want to leave the second round of the league with just 1 point. His goal was 3 points and a winning streak to start the season. Chapter 232. Confident Tuchel. At the pre-match press conference, Tuchel appeared with Piszczek. When a reporter asked Piszczek about his confidence in winning the match, he smiled and said, "As a favored team, of course, we want to win. As for the difference between the Champions League and the Europa League, we don't have to play on Thursday nights anymore." The reporters laughed at Piszczek's humorous reply. When a reporter asked Tuchel, he confidently said, "I am looking forward to tomorrow's match, although it will be difficult. But we need to show our best form." When asked about Sahin, Tuchel's expression turned a bit sad. Sahin is still a very important figure in our team. We need his personality and professionalism. It's unfortunate that he can't play in this match. I hope he can recover soon and return to training. A reporter asked, "Is this your first time leading a team in the Champions League? Are you nervous?" Tuchel, hearing this question, confidently replied, "We enjoy the Champions League group stage, with no tension or anxiety at all. My players and I come here with ample confidence, and I believe we can achieve great results." Chapter 233. First Champions League match. Dortmund's biggest change was in the midfield. This match did not feature veteran Castro or young player Rode, but instead fielded young player Pulisic. This lineup puzzled fans and media, as it was a Champions League match, and no one expected Tuchel to field such a youthful squad. Was this a strategy of emphasizing a youth storm? The moment they stepped onto the field, the system's voice sounded. Long-term mission: follow the team to create new history and win the Champions League. Upon completion of the mission, there will be unexpected rewards in addition to treasure box rewards. Damn, the system is getting lazier, directly giving me a long-term task. Is this a game? I don't want to keep receiving rewards frequently. Just tell me straight. Do you need to be prodded for a year? Mi Yuan dragged the ball boy onto the field, cursing in his heart. Suddenly, he felt the little boy beside him struggling and realized that he had unconsciously squeezed the boy's hand in excitement. "I'm sorry." I didn't mean to, he said in his broken Polish, struggling with the roll or sound. He hoped the little boy could understand him. Chapter 234. Mi Yuan scores his first Champions League goal just as the match started. Dortmund quickly took the lead with 2 successful interceptions and shots. The Warsaw coach Heisai appeared very displeased, shouting at the field, "Focus! This is our home ground. Don't play like a bunch of girls." After his outburst, he instinctively glanced at the VIP box where the club owner, Mired, was watching the game. He was very worried about being dismissed quickly. He had just taken over the coaching position in June, and being fired so soon would not bode well for his future. He was too preoccupied with how to keep his job and made no tactical adjustments for the team. After all, in his eyes, there was nothing wrong with his tactics. It was just that the players on the field did not understand his tactical intentions and failed to execute them properly, leading to frequent mistakes and goals conceded. Heisai quietly watched the players on the field reposition, still pondering that being 1 goal down meant there was still a chance. Dortmund had traveled a long way, and playing on their own turf gave the Polish team an advantage. He regained his confidence, watching the players restart the game. Chapter 235. Scoring twice after scoring. Mi Yuan was extremely excited, jumping high in celebration. His teammates surrounded him, ruffling his short hair. Mi Yuan had intended to keep a hairstyle, but didn't like messy styles. So he kept his hair short. This made it convenient for his teammates, who liked his short hair. No matter how much they tousled it, it wouldn't get messy, and it felt a bit prickly and itchy to touch. However, after messing with it, they had to wipe their hands on Mi Yuan's shirt, which was all sweaty. The match had not even reached the 20-minute mark, and Dortmund was already 3 goals ahead, putting all the pressure on the Warsaw team. As the boos rang out, the players of the Warsaw Legion clearly became nervous. They had no mood to listen to what Heisai was shouting from the sidelines. This was their home ground, and they didn't want such a humiliating defeat. After the restart, Prijovic pushed the ball to Ofer, who this time chose not to pass back, before Aubameyang could close in. He sent a long ball directly to Longil. Longil was quick, but unfortunately, when he received the ball, the assistant referee had already raised the flag for offside. Longil appeared a bit anxious and rushed towards the referee to argue, but was pulled back by his teammates. Chapter 236. First big victory in the Champions League after receiving a pass from Weigl. Mi Yuan dribbled past a defender on his side and charged forward. The Warsaw center back stepped up, trying to intercept Mi Yuan's pass, but Mi Yuan slid the ball through his legs. The ball went straight to the advancing Weigl, who took it into the edge of the penalty area. The opposing player brought Weigl down, and Dortmund won a free kick at the edge of the penalty area. Schmelzer took the kick and opted for a direct shot. Malas made a very accurate judgment, saving the ball, but unfortunately, it wasn't cleared far enough. Aubameyang followed up, and as Malas got back up from the ground, he managed to block the shot, but the ball hit the post and bounced back. The rebounding ball was immediately picked up by Schmelzer, who shot again, but was still thwarted by the tenacious Malas. This time, Malas used all his strength to press the ball down, not giving Dortmund another chance to follow up. Subsequently, Warsaw made substitutions, replacing 3 forwards with 3 new ones, attempting to strengthen their attack in hopes of scoring. Such a low-level substitution was something even Tuchel couldn't understand. Was this a complete surrender? Chapter 237. The unstoppable Yellow Bees. Dortmund left Warsaw, but internal conflicts erupted within the team. After Heisai took over in June, the poor performances this season led to a lightning-fast dismissal. The young Polish coach Majera was appointed as the new head coach of Warsaw Legia. However, the players who had long returned to Dortmund wouldn't pay attention to what was happening with their opponents. They needed to prepare for the upcoming matches. With a busy schedule, they would face Darmstadt at home the next afternoon. In the following 3 matches, Dortmund's performance could be described as a massacre. The teams that suffered were not only Darmstadt but also Wolfsburg and Freiburg. On the 16th, they achieved another 7-0 victory over Darmstadt, with Pulisic and Moore scoring their first Bundesliga goals. Then on the 20th, they faced Wolfsburg away, who had kept a clean sheet in the first 3 rounds of the league. Yet, they still could not withstand the Yellow Bees' onslaught. In just 4 minutes into the match, Mi Yuan scored the first goal. Soon after, Bartra was injured and had to leave the field. Dortmund, dissatisfied with Wolfsburg's fouls, launched a furious attack. Wolfsburg's solid defense quickly crumbled, and Dortmund returned to the locker room at halftime with a 2-goal lead. Chapter 238. Facing Real Madrid on the evening of the 27th. At the Westfalen Stadion, yellow and black flags waved continuously, and fans sang BVB loudly. In comparison, the voices of the Real Madrid fans were much quieter. as they were the away team today. In the northern stand, the white wave of Real Madrid fans tirelessly sang their battle songs, trying to suppress Dortmund's momentum. 15 minutes before the match, the stirring music of the Champions League theme played, and a massive Champions League tifo was unfurled, running towards the center circle. The referee led both teams onto the pitch, and the home fans went wild, loudly chanting the name of their team. Zidane and Tuchel shook hands very amicably and then dispersed to focus on the game. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to commentate on the Champions League Group F match between Dortmund and Real Madrid tonight. I am Mi Yuan. Without further ado, let me introduce the starting lineups for both teams. The home team, Dortmund, wearing yellow and black jerseys, lined up in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Brink. Defense, Piszczek, Papastathopoulos, Ginter. Schmelzer, Chapter 239. Real Madrid's quick counterattack. Götze received the ball and blasted a shot, and with a bang, the ball flew towards the goal. Unfortunately, the shot was too straight and was firmly caught by Navas, who had just returned to position. The attack was well executed, but the opportunity to score was missed. Navas kicked the ball towards midfield, and Real Madrid quickly transitioned from defense to attack, launching an assault on Dortmund's goal. The Dortmund forwards quickly retreated, but faced with the formidable BBC, Ginter could only resort to a tactical foul, bringing down Benzema. Real Madrid was awarded a free kick in a very favorable position at the edge of the penalty area. Cristiano Ronaldo stood over the ball to take the free kick. Choosing to shoot directly, the ball flew towards the goal, and Brink made a precise judgment, diving to push the ball away. As Piszczek moved up to retrieve the ball, James Rodriguez rushed in to steal it and took a shot. However, Bale and Benzema, who were closing in, were offside, missing a golden opportunity to score. A minute later, Dortmund countered and reached the edge of the penalty area, where the retreating Kroos also committed a tactical foul, giving Dortmund a free kick. Castro took the nicely positioned free kick, opting for a direct shot, but Navas flew in to palm the ball out of the penalty area. Chapter 240. Using the binding card, watching his teammates on the field, he pondered whom he should bind. Dembele was too confident in his skills and often chose to break through forcefully, resulting in interceptions, making it inappropriate to bind him. Götze's stamina was a big issue. If he was substituted early, it would be a wasted opportunity. He quickly scanned his teammates on the field and finally noticed Aubameyang, who had missed several scoring chances. A smile appeared on his face. It had to be you, old buddy. He directly chose to bind the card. When the interface displayed the binding target, he unhesitatingly focused his intention and bound Aubameyang. After successfully binding, he quietly observed Aubameyang. It was his first time using the binding card, and he was a bit worried about whether the other party would have any adverse reactions. After watching for a while and seeing that Aubameyang showed no abnormalities, he finally relaxed. He was concerned that after binding, the other party might notice something unusual, and he would have to find excuses to explain. The match resumed, and Dortmund kicked off again. After falling behind to Real Madrid, Dortmund made a brief adjustment, controlling the tempo of midfield passing forward, beginning a limited offensive rather than a full-on assault, as conceding another goal would be disastrous. Chapter 241. Underestimating the opponent leads to failure, however. Things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Mi Yuan did not lift the ball over his head this time. Instead, he flicked the football into a strange arc, which only rose to about knee height before deftly bypassing Ramos. Mi Yuan quickly twisted his body, controlling the football as he slipped past Ramos. By the time Ramos realized something was off, he only felt a gust of wind rush by him. When he turned to look, Mi Yuan was already cutting towards the penalty area with the ball. Almost as soon as he landed, the football soared again, heading straight for the back post of the goal. Real Madrid's defenders scrambled to recover, but it was already too late. No one had noticed that Aubameyang, who had been lingering in the center, had swapped positions with Dembele and had miraculously appeared at the back post. As the ball flew towards the back post, Aubameyang, who had been lying in wait, suddenly burst out, lifting one leg to poke the football into the net. Ramos, who had just landed, was dumbfounded. What had happened 3 seconds ago? Goalkeeper Navas stood helplessly in place. It was all too fast, too quick for him to make any save. Chapter 242. A stunning shot in the Dortmund locker room. Tuchel passionately praised the team's performance in the first half, before analyzing the mistakes that led to the goal conceded. The players listened intently, maintaining silence, with the occasional quiet groan due to the physiotherapist's massage. In contrast, The atmosphere in Real Madrid's locker room was much more serious. Zidane had a grave expression as he analyzed the players' mistakes in the first half and laid out the attacking tactics for the second half. In just a few short minutes, the break ended and both teams returned to the pitch. Seeing the Dortmund players come onto the field, the fans went wild, cheering to boost their morale. Leading the opponent before halftime was the greatest victory for the Dortmund supporters. Hearing the familiar chants and cheers, Mi Yuan appeared very excited. The players took their positions for the second half, waiting for the referee's whistle to start. As the whistle blew, Aubameyang passed the ball back to Schmelzer, and the three forwards surged forward into the attack. Right from the start of the second half, Dortmund's players, fueled with energy, pressed fiercely into Real Madrid's half. Chapter 243. Advancing as group winners in the Champions League. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has concluded. Dortmund has achieved a 3-2 victory against Real Madrid in their first encounter. In the next match, they will face off again at the Bernabeu, and it remains to be seen if that match will be as thrilling as today. This match featured a remarkably fast and fluid pace, with aggressive and decisive attacks, making it a rare classic in the Champions League. Before the match, we could not have predicted that Tuchel's Dortmund would dominate throughout the game and secure this victory. Their tactical approach was spot on, and they guessed Real Madrid's defensive setup correctly. Although Real Madrid boasted the formidable BBC lineup, their team defense suffered somewhat. Tuchel's substitutions in the second half significantly changed the dynamics on the field, while Berkey's brilliant performance was key to their eventual win. In contrast, Real Madrid seemed somewhat constrained, with Zidane having limited options. If Real Madrid's defense had not made so many mistakes and had been more disciplined, with the players in better form, the outcome might have been different. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs, and Real Madrid did not give up until the last moment, attempting to equalize the score. Chapter 244. Christmas Party. The first half of the season has concluded, and Dortmund enters a brief holiday with an excellent record. Before the break, Tuchel organized a party. He understood that the players were under considerable pressure and had not had many opportunities to relax and unwind due to the packed schedule. His purpose for organizing this gathering was clear: to help the players relax and prepare for the upcoming matches. He chose a bar located in a less conspicuous part of southern Dortmund for the venue. The bar appeared somewhat run down from the outside, but the dark beer inside was undoubtedly among the best in Dortmund. Karami dropped Mi Yuan off at the party location according to the navigation and left early. Before entering, Mi Yuan felt a bit disdainful, but upon stepping inside, he was instantly taken aback. He had not expected the unimpressive exterior to hide such a vibrant interior. There wasn't overly loud music, but the atmospheric lighting and the faint aroma of malt left him somewhat astonished. Noticing someone enter, the staff immediately came over. "Hello, Mi. Let me take you over. Everyone is waiting for you." Chapter 245. New Year's first match in early January, Dortmund was set to head to Marbella for winter training. The winter training period was short, and Mi Yuan did not go as he had exams to prepare for. Aubameyang also could not attend due to participating in the Africa Cup of Nations. However, players like Bender, Sahin, and Berkey, who had been absent for a long time, all went to Marbella. Dortmund finally emerged from the tight situation with personnel and returned to a strong and robust lineup. January, besides being the winter transfer window, was also a season of harvest, with the results of various awards for 2016 being announced. The most anticipated award for Dortmund fans was Aubameyang's African Footballer of the Year accolade. However, before the results were announced, Castro won the 2016 Bundesliga Fair Play Award, and Aubameyang was named the best player for the first half of the 2016-17 Bundesliga season. When the results were revealed, Aubameyang ranked second with 313 votes. While Mars became the new African Footballer of the Year, they would meet in the Africa Cup of Nations. On the 16th, Mi Yuan finished his final exams and returned to the training base to practice with teammates who had returned from Marbella. Unfortunately, Papa was injured during a warm-up match and would miss the next friendly. Chapter 246. 13 consecutive years of New Year victory after 3 minutes of stoppage time. The first half finally concluded. Dortmund, facing a compact defense from Werder Bremen, did not gain any offensive advantage. As the halftime whistle blew, the Bremen players quickly returned to the locker room, needing coach Alexander to strategize for the second half. Playing with one less player placed high demands on the players' stamina and focus. Although they had the home advantage and a solid midfield, it was not impossible for them to win against Dortmund. However, the first half's sudden turn, having their goalkeeper sent off and Gnabry injured, left them in a passive position, completely disrupting their original tactics. They were too familiar with the characteristics of their old rivals, Dortmund. Once the opponent got into a rhythm, the second half would be extremely challenging for them. Tuchel was also using the halftime break to reassign tasks to his players. With one extra player, the opposing team would definitely strengthen their defense, and they needed to break through the opponent's defensive line, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. The halftime break quickly passed, and both sides returned to the field. At the start of the second half, Tuchel made a substitution, taking off Captain Schmelzer and bringing on Dum. Chapter 247. Fans' overzealous behavior when the team gathered. Sports journalist Muller Oliver found Mi Yuan. Me, you should know about our QA event, as well as the special interviews with players. I would like to invite you to participate. Muller directly stated his request, looking at Mi Yuan with anticipation. Mi Yuan did not hesitate and immediately refused. I'm sorry, Mr. Oliver, but I don't think I'm ready. Right now, my focus is on the game, and I don't want to disrupt my rhythm with commercial activities. It won't take up too much of your time, and it's not a commercial activity, but rather a window for the club's external promotion. Mi Yuan still shook his head. I'm really sorry. I just don't want to consider these things. Seeing Mi Yuan's determination, Oliver could only sigh and finally said, if you want to participate, you can contact me anytime. Okay, then I'll get on the bus now. After this brief episode, Mi Yuan went directly to the bus, and they would take a plane to Erfurt for a friendly match against Rot-Weiss Erfurt. Unfortunately, the plane circled above Erfurt for a long time without being able to land. In the end, helplessly, the plane returned to Dortmund. Chapter 248. Penalty results versus Mini South stand in this match. The busiest person was the main referee, Aitken. 13 minutes into the match, he issued the first yellow card, and then Hertha Berlin took the lead first, going 1-0 up against Dortmund. After falling behind, Dortmund began to launch wave after wave of attacks, and Hertha's player Pekarik used a foul from behind to stop Dortmund's counterattack. He paid the price with a yellow card and gave Dortmund a free kick. With this foul from Hertha, tensions rose, and the situation on the field became increasingly out of control. The first half turned into a battle of yellow cards rather than goals. Hertha received 4 yellow cards and committed over 10 fouls. Weigl also received a yellow card while defending, giving his teammates a chance to regroup. The situation on the field was not optimistic, and Tuchel made 2 substitutions at the start of the second half, bringing on Schmelzer and Piszczek, who were both carrying injuries. It was unclear whether this substitution was a stroke of genius or if the restrained Reyes finally erupted. After the kickoff, Dortmund executed a lightning-fast attack, with the newly substituted Pulisic assisting Reyes, who equalized the score. In the DFB Pokal match, a winner must be determined within the game, and during the 90 minutes, 3 more yellow cards were issued, but the score remained 1-1, leading to extra time after a short break. Chapter 249. Heading to Lisbon the next day at training, Mi Yuan noticed that Dembele was absent and felt a bit strange, quietly asking Aubameyang, has Osman not gotten up again today? He went home. His father is critically ill. Aubameyang replied, shaking his head. Really? That's sudden? I don't know the details. I heard the coaching staff talking this morning, but I'm not sure if he can make it back before the match. Mi Yuan had no experience handling such situations, so after changing into his training gear, he headed to the training ground. After 2 days of recovery training, on the morning of the 13th, the entire team dressed in suits headed to the airport for their flight to Lisbon. When the players arrived at the airport, reporters who had been waiting surrounded them for interviews. Captain Schmelzer and Marco became the focus of the interviews, while other players took the opportunity to slip away and handle their procedures. Benfica's home ground is the Estadio da Luz, a 5-star stadium that holds just over 64,000 spectators. This stadium has hosted the European Championship and the UEFA Champions League final in 2014, where Real Madrid won their 10th Champions League trophy. On the evening of their arrival in Lisbon, Dortmund conducted a training session at the Estadio da Luz. Chapter 250. Conceded a goal. As Mi Yuan stepped on the ball and prepared to cut inside, he noticed a Benfica player charging in from his blind side. Without hesitation, he nudged the ball forward to the advancing Reyes. Just before the ball rolled out of play, Reyes struck the ball toward the center, where Aubameyang was positioned. Aubameyang rushed in, unleashing a powerful shot, but unfortunately, it flew over the goal frame, heading toward the stands behind the goal. After 20 minutes of play, with both sides having their chances, Dortmund gradually turned the tide of the match. However, they always seemed to lack a bit of luck when trying to break through Benfica's defense. 2 minutes later, during a counterattack. Mi Yuan combined with Reyes using a wall pass, then took the ball to the byline and crossed it into the penalty area. At that moment, Reyes, Aubameyang, and Dembele all converged on the goal. A Benfica defender quickly extended his foot in an attempt to intercept Mi Yuan's pass, but he failed to make a clean stop. Dembele reacted quickly, darting in to block the defending player from supporting Reyes. The ball was still managed to be collected by Reyes, who leaned against the defender and passed it to Dembele. Chapter 251. Missed penalty, unable to break through. Guerrero tried another long-range shot from outside the box, which was blocked by Ederson. Reyes regained possession and passed it back to reorganize the attack. Dortmund players utilized their running advantages and continuous short passes to reorganize their offense. A minute later, Reyes made a delicate lob pass from the edge of the penalty area to Mi Yuan, who was charging in on the right side of the goal. Mi Yuan executed a volley, but as he attempted to chip the ball toward the goal, Luisao leaped forward, extending his right arm to perform a beautiful deflection, sending the ball away. Mi Yuan immediately raised his hand, indicating to the referee that it was a handball. Rizzoli saw it clearly and pointed to the penalty spot, stopping the match. There was no dispute over this penalty decision. It was a very clear call. When the Dortmund fans saw their team awarded a penalty, the Benfica fans stood up nervously, forgetting to breathe as they stared at the goal. Dortmund fans finally saw a chance to equalize, and they stood up, loudly singing their anthem to cheer for the players. Although their numbers were few, at that moment, the silent Benfica fans gave them the opportunity to shine. The primary penalty taker in the team was Reyes, but he directly let the penalty opportunity go to the out-of-form Aubameyang, hoping to help him break his goal drought and regain his confidence. Chapter 252. Comeback. First victory. This young player from Argentina was not slow, had good agility, and was a left-footed player. Rui hoped to use this new face to tear through Dortmund's defense. However, after Salvi came on, there was still no significant change in the situation. A few minutes later, Rui, who wanted to win at home, made another substitution. He brought on Mexican forward Raul, replacing the goal scorer Mitroglou. The front line had two changes, aiming to strengthen the attack. However, due to the personnel adjustments, there was temporarily no opportunity to catch up with the rhythm on the field, and Dortmund launched another frantic counterattack. Previously, unable to penetrate within 30 meters, Dortmund could only attempt long-range shots from the periphery to try and break through the opponent's defense. The wasteful long-range shots were wasting attacking opportunities, and the younger players controlled the rhythm, signaling their teammates to slow down, play more short passes, and tear apart the opponent's defense. Dortmund's players became very patient, firmly controlling possession. The players in the midfield and defense, after moving forward with the ball, tried to pass more to find shooting opportunities. However, the pace of the match between the two teams remained fast, and the confrontations were very intense. The newly substituted Salvi became a point of contention for Dortmund's interceptions. His small stature, while quick and skillful, could not stop Dortmund's counterattacks. Chapter 253. The disappearing South Stand Aubameyang appeared very excited during his interview with reporters, his voice trembling as he spoke into the microphone. You all saw, I missed many scoring opportunities in the first half, especially that shot in front of an empty goal, which made me very frustrated. The shot also made me doubt myself. I felt like I must have contracted FIFA disease. When Mako gave me the penalty opportunity, my feelings were very complicated. I felt that when I stood in front of the ball, I could hardly breathe. Such a terrible state led me to miss the penalty, and I lost the best chance to equalize. But Mako, and my teammates encouraged me. Especially me, he didn't give up on me. He wanted to feed me the ball and help me find my scoring feeling again. It was the efforts of my teammates, along with me's magical pass, that finally gave me the chance to equalize after I missed the penalty. I want to thank me, thank Mako, thank the captain, thank the coach, and thank each of my teammates. They pulled me out of the mire, helped me regain my confidence, and find my scoring feeling again. Chapter 254. The new Tifo in the South Stand as the highest level event in the world. The UEFA Champions League has always attracted the most attention. The knockout rounds starting in mid-February have drawn the eyes of the global media, and speculation about the quarterfinals has not stopped. The second-round match between Dortmund and Benfica had not yet begun, but the previous day's matches had already seen two teams secure their places in the quarterfinals. These two teams were Bayern and Real Madrid, both of whom achieved victories in the knockout rounds with absolute dominance. The knockout stage of the Champions League sees two sets of teams playing simultaneously, and on the same day as Dortmund's match, Barcelona faced off against PSG. Relatively speaking, the match between Barcelona garnered the most attention, as they are the most popular team, while Dortmund is an established team in the Bundesliga. Having won the Champions League in the past and reached the finals, they can still only be considered a second-tier team in European football. Benfica has a glorious history but cannot be classified as a top-tier team, and the low attention for the match is undoubtedly due to that. German media naturally favor their own team, just as Portuguese media sang praises for theirs. Mi Yuan's performance was impressive, and his potential drew the attention of many teams. But his time in Europe has not been long, and he still needs to undergo the test of major competitions. Chapter 255, Lightning goal. Castro's acceleration was extremely fast. After receiving the ball, he quickly broke away from Benfica's players and rapidly charged towards Benfica's left side. He originally intended to quickly cut to the baseline, but noticed Luisao's support defense and chose to long pass the ball to Dembele on the other side. After receiving the ball, Dembele quickly made his way to the baseline and, under the blockade of two Benfica players, won a corner kick. Just 2 minutes into the match, Dortmund earned a corner kick, and both teams' players positioned themselves in the penalty area, preparing to contest. The heading specialists Piszczek and Schmelzer crowded the middle. Mi Yuan stood at the near post, and Aubameyang was in a cooperative position at the far post. When the whistle blew, Dembele took the corner, sending the ball directly to the front post. Mi Yuan leaped high, accurately grabbing the first touch, and with a header flick, directed the ball towards the far post. Aubameyang, who was lurking at the far post, saw the pass, instantly accelerated, leaped, and smashed the ball into the net. 10. Just 3 minutes into the match, Dortmund quickly scored from the corner, giving Benfica a warning. This goal increased the difficulty for Benfica to advance. They needed to score quickly to turn the situation around. Chapter 256, Dortmund's poor set pieces. Benfica first advanced into Dortmund's penalty area through continuous short passes. After a series of short passes in the area, they took a shot, which was bravely saved by Brink. Then, Dortmund's attack was intercepted by Benfica due to Wiegel's passing error, and they immediately turned and attacked the penalty area. Having tasted the sweetness of such attacking combinations, Benfica resorted to the same tactic, forcing Castro to foul to stop the opponent's attack. Benfica earned a free kick just outside the penalty area, but their direct shot was again side-dived by Brink, who firmly secured the ball. Brink quickly picked up the ball and launched it forward, with Dembele receiving it on the flank. He rapidly advanced with the ball and, as he cut inside towards the penalty area, was brought down by the returning Samaris, giving Dortmund another free kick. One must again criticize Dortmund's set pieces, as they really are poor, missing another opportunity to extend their lead. Dembele was also significantly affected by this, appearing somewhat impatient. When the match reached the 38th minute, he received the ball again and attempted a breakthrough. As an opposing player came up to intercept, Dembele made a very irrational move, elbowing the opponent down. When he attempted to continue his advance with the ball, referee Martin blew his whistle without hesitation, showing him a yellow card. Chapter 257. Overwhelming pressure outside the penalty area was Benfica's center-back Luisa, who moved forward to assist. After receiving the ball, he took a shot that hit Barkra and deflected to Wiegel. Taking advantage of Benfica's lack of defensive positioning, Wiegel sent a long pass to the forward Aubameyang. The pass was a bit high. Aubameyang jumped but couldn't reach it, and the young Lindelof, who also came up to contest, missed the ball. At the same time as Wiegel passed the ball, Mi Yuan made a rapid forward run. When Lindelof missed the ball, Mi Yuan realized his opportunity had come. He sprinted a few steps, controlled the ball with his chest, and then surged towards Benfica's penalty area. Benfica was caught off guard due to just having taken a corner kick, leaving their defense vulnerable. Lindelof's misjudgment and Semedo's delayed positioning allowed Mi Yuan to seize the ball and break through on a one-on-one. As Mi Yuan charged towards the penalty area, Ederson decisively rushed out of his goal. Behind him were Benfica players desperately chasing, but Mi Yuan's explosive speed kept increasing the distance between him and the defenders. Upon seeing Ederson charging at him, Mi Yuan glanced at the goal, sprinted a few meters at high speed, then deftly nudged the ball sideways to evade Ederson before unleashing a powerful shot. Chapter 258. Advancing to the quarterfinals after the match resumed, Benfica launched a frenzied counterattack. However, they had already missed their best opportunity for a counter, and Dortmund's compact formation stifled their frontline connections. Benfica's attacks were fierce, but the disconnection in the midfield and forward lines prevented them from mounting effective assaults. In the last 20 minutes, Brink kept a clean sheet, making brilliant saves to deny Benfica's shots. The outcome of the match was clear. Dortmund successfully advanced to the Champions League quarterfinals, while Benfica's journey ended here. Having lost to the Bundesliga powerhouse for the second consecutive year, it remains unknown whether Benfica will develop a fear of German teams. After the match, Dortmund players celebrated their victory with the fans present, rejoicing in their advancement to the Champions League quarterfinals. In another match, Barcelona faced off against Lille, where Lille achieved a stunning 4-0 victory at home. However, in this match, Lille, playing away, seemed affected by the absence of their star player Angel or the atmosphere at the Bernabeu. Within 3 minutes, they conceded a goal to Suarez, after which Barcelona's attack surged. Lille fought back valiantly, and both teams engaged in a back-and-forth for 40 minutes in the first half, resulting in 2 yellow cards each. Chapter 259. The core position that moved Mi Yuan. There are 2 matches left in March, one away against Lotte Sports Friends in the German Cup, and the other the 25th round of the league. The German Cup match was against a relatively weaker opponent, making it easier for Dortmund. Aubameyang did not play due to an adductor muscle issue. Mi Yuan made the squad, but did not start, as the coach opted for a combination of Lengzi and Pulisic. It was only in the second half that Dortmund found their rhythm, scoring 3 goals to secure their qualification. 2 days later, the opponent for the Champions League round of 16 was revealed. Dortmund would face League 1 powerhouse Monaco. The player of most interest was Kylian Mbappe, who was the same age as Mi Yuan and had risen through the ranks of the Bondi youth team, making his national team debut alongside Dembele. His speed, dribbling, and shooting abilities made him a hotshot in League 1. After learning their opponent, Dortmund's video analysis team began gathering data on Monaco for their April matchup. Another piece of good news for fans was that Dortmund would once again visit Dasha in July to participate in the International Champions Cup Dasha region matches. In just 3 days, Dortmund announced 3 major pieces of news, immersing all Dortmund fans in joy. Chapter 260. The Derby celebration of the sheep leg. Mi Yuan and Aubameyang were closely marked, with very few chances to receive the ball. Schalke's players maintained a high level of tension, effectively limiting Dortmund's counterattacks, preventing Dembele, Mi Yuan, and Aubameyang from gaining speed. Whenever Dortmund tried to encroach on dangerous areas, they were often surrounded by 2 or more Schalke players, with no good shooting opportunities. However, in the second half, Tuchel adjusted the tactics and caught the opponent off guard. In the 53rd minute, Mi Yuan made a beautiful through ball, assisting Aubameyang in breaking through the opponent's goal. During the celebration, Aubameyang donned a pre-prepared headpiece, a celebration style often accompanied by a yellow card. However, post-match, Aubameyang believed that such a celebration in the Ruhr Derby was not arrogance, but a part of the Derby spirit. After scoring, Dortmund strengthened their midfield defense, halting Schalke's attacks at midfield. However, by the 70th minute, after Weinziel made 2 substitutions, the Miners changed their tactics, enhancing short passing and penetrating Dortmund's defense. Finally, in the 77th minute, they equalized the score. Chapter 261. The National Derby, Part 1. Every time the National Derby occurs, the stadium is packed, and the Allianz Arena is already full. Even before the players take the field, Bayern fans are singing battle songs to warm up for the upcoming match. As Dortmund players warm up, Bayern fans in the stands boo the players, filling the stadium with jeers. Many young players making their debuts find it difficult to focus on their warm-up due to the distractions. However, the veteran Dortmund players, accustomed to such scenes, were unaffected and actively encouraged the younger players to warm up. When the Bayern players took the field, the atmosphere changed, with fans wildly shouting the players' names to cheer them on. The DJ on site kept stirring the emotions of the fans, and when both teams appeared in the tunnel, he shouted, "The players are in the tunnel, ready to take the field." Let's take a look at the starting lineups. The home team Bayern lined up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. However, everyone knew that Neuer was out due to a torn ligament in his foot, having had steel nails implanted in his left foot, and would miss this match. The starting goalkeeper for Bayern was Ulrich. The defense included Lahm, Hummels, Boateng, and Alaba. The double pivot consisted of Alonso and Vidal. The midfield featured Robben, Thiago, and Ribery. And the forward was Lewandowski. Chapter 262. The National Derby, Part 2. Dortmund kicked off again, with Aubameyang passing the ball to Castro, who directly carried it forward into Bayern's half to initiate a counterattack. Seeing the aggressive Dortmund players, Bayern players rushed to intercept. Castro passed the ball to Dembele and continued his run, while Dembele, after receiving the ball, instantly burst into speed, dribbling forward and attracting Bayern players to attempt a tackle. However, Bayern's four defenders simply maintained their defensive formation, retreating as Dembele advanced while also guarding against Mi Yuan and Aubameyang. Dembele found it challenging to break through Bayern's defense, with Alonso and Vidal quickly closing in to form a blockade. Dembele was in a dilemma when he suddenly heard someone shout, "Give it to me!" Guerrero had surged up from the flank, and there was plenty of space ahead for him to carry the ball. Without hesitation, Dembele passed the ball to Guerrero. After receiving the ball, Guerrero quickly advanced along the wing, and Alonso turned to chase him. Meanwhile, Mi Yuan and Aubameyang were also busy, making off-the-ball runs at the edge of the penalty area. This was a tactic they had previously discussed, using their movements to confuse the opposing defenders and look for shooting opportunities. Chapter 263, National Derby 3. After just a few attacks, Dortmund equalized the score, and the players' morale surged. Facing Bayern's attacks, they became more aggressive in their tackles. Ribery received the ball in the front field, preparing to cut in with the ball, but Piszczek and Castro collaborated to intercept it. Castro initiated a quick counterattack, dribbling past two defenders and cutting toward the center. After dodging Vidal's sliding tackle, he brought the ball to the edge of Bayern's penalty area. He attracted three Bayern players to defend against him and immediately passed the ball to the supporting Mi Yuan. After the pass, Castro continued to surge forward. Since Castro had just drawn the attention of Bayern's defenders, there was a clear path ahead of him. He accelerated while raising his arm, pointing in Castro's direction. This move was very deceptive. Both Xavi and Lahm thought Mi Yuan was going to pass to Castro, and Xavi immediately changed direction to mark the advancing Castro. Seeing that Xavi had not followed Lahm, Mi Yuan stopped hesitating. From about 27 meters away from the goal, he suddenly came to a quick stop, swung his right leg, and struck the ball hard. The ball made a loud thud, whizzing close to the grass, flying toward the bottom right corner of the goal. Chapter 264, National Derby 4. However, at that moment, no one noticed Ribery, who was lurking on the left side of the goal, rushing out to head the ball back, passing it to the right side of the goal. Berkey realized it was too late to turn around for a save. He helplessly looked toward the right side of the goal, hoping for a defensive player to cover. But Robin's sudden insertion was too fast. He leaped into the air and tapped the ball into the net. 22. Bayern equalized the score, and both sides returned to the same starting line. Bayern's fans went wild again, and Dortmund's fans, not to be outdone, shouted loudly to cheer for their team. A few thousand voices could not drown out the tens of thousands. Their cheers were ultimately overwhelmed. Bartra was very frustrated. If it weren't for the referee's wrong judgment, there wouldn't have been this free kick, and the opponent wouldn't have equalized. He glared at the Bayern players celebrating not far away, filled with anger. At this moment, Mi Yuan cheerfully approached, draped his arm around Bartra's shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Brother, I'm looking forward to your assist. Victory must be ours." Bartra looked at Mi Yuan in surprise, seeing the confidence in his clear, dark eyes. Thinking of the goal Mi Yuan had just scored, he nodded vigorously. Chapter 265, National Derby 5. The ball was once again cleared out of bounds by a sister player. Lahm stepped up to throw in the ball, passing it to Alonso. However, Mi Yuan, who had been closely marking Alonso, stuck to him like glue, preventing him from turning after receiving the ball, forcing him to pass back to Lahm. Dembele suddenly rushed up, intercepting the ball before Lahm could touch it, and directly dribbled toward Bayern's half. His speed reached its peak, and Mi Yuan and Aubameyang immediately rushed up to support Dembele, preparing for a counterattack. Dembele advanced with the ball like a gust of wind, while Xavi and Boateng held their positions and quickly retreated. Thiago desperately chased after him, teaming up with Vidal to form a blockade in Dembele's path. The fast-advancing Dembele confidently charged straight at Vidal, showing no sign of slowing down. Vidal didn't expect Dembele to dare to come straight at him. He immediately bent his body slightly and prepared to intercept. Dembele charged forward quickly, and when he was 2 steps away from Vidal, he suddenly flicked the ball through his legs. He then slipped past Vidal's side, infuriating Vidal with this nutmeg maneuver. Chapter 266, National Derby 6. He called Lahm to the sidelines, continuously saying something. With time still left, he would let Dortmund take the 3 points. He wanted to turn the game around, no matter the cost. The Champions League was no longer important. He didn't want to lose the trophy just after taking office. The match resumed, and Bayern, down by 2 goals, began a frenzied attack. Bayern played with the urgency of desperate warriors, launching a relentless assault. Dortmund was well prepared psychologically. Facing their onslaught, they defended even more resolutely. Originally nervous players from the second team and youth team, due to their first appearance, were no longer as anxious as in the first half. When facing these star players from Bayern, they no longer defended with the previous caution or fear. Their movements became smoother and more confident. Mi Yuan and Aubameyang both returned to the half, cooperating with the midfield players to defend. Dortmund's airtight defense made it impossible for Bayern to find a way to score. The frantic attacks by Bayern players, running tirelessly, increased their physical burden. Ancelotti had a bad habit when coaching Milan. He trusted veterans too much. Chapter 267, National Derby 7, in the 83rd minute, due to Dembele's provocation. Bayern had one player sent off, completely falling into a passive position. Ribery on the sidelines was so angry that he rushed to the edge of the field, regretting that he had come off too early. He should have taught this young compatriot a good lesson. The fury of the Bayern fans reached its peak at this moment. They continuously threw objects onto the field. If it weren't for the absence of fireworks, they would have liked to set their own stadium ablaze. Dortmund's actions drew extreme dissatisfaction from them. Being behind in the score and down a player, the difficulty of the upcoming game was evident. Tuchel was very clever at this moment. Taking advantage of Dembele's injury, he immediately made a substitution. Of course, the act had to be complete. Although he was reluctant to take him off, leaving him on the field would only excite Bayern's fans more. Rode came on to replace the injured Dembele, and the game resumed. However, even with one player less, Bayern did not give up their pressing against Dortmund. At this point, they were not fighting to equalize or to turn things around, but to fight for dignity. After all, there was a Champions League match in the middle of the week, and Dortmund did not pursue them relentlessly, putting all their strength into defense. Chapter 268. Preparing for the Champions League round of 16, the match ended. And although the Bayern players looked somewhat dejected, they still thanked all the fans present. This Dortmund team had grown too quickly. Even after losing several key players during the summer transfer window, their performance had not been affected. This season, having lost consecutively to such a Dortmund team, they felt no frustration. They were not lacking in trophies, and their goal was the Champions League trophy. The players from both sides orderly thanked the fans, and reporters in the mixed zone began to seek their interview targets. Mi Yuan once again became the best player of the match, but he did not wait for the announcement. He had just bumped into something while trying to head the ball back into the penalty area, and it hurt a bit. After thanking the Borussia Dortmund fans who traveled with the team, he returned to the locker room early, needing treatment as he estimated his shoulder must be swollen. Once back in the locker room, Marcus immediately came over to examine him, discovering his shoulder was covered in bruises, and he began checking thoroughly. Once he confirmed that there were no injuries to the muscles or bones, he felt relieved that at least it wouldn't affect the midweek match. However, Marcus still seriously told Mi Yuan, "Your recent actions were too risky. We were already leading. There was no need to push so hard." Chapter 269. Encountering an attack an hour and a half before the match. Everyone boarded the bus at the Dortmund hotel, chatting and laughing as usual. Mi Yuan watched intently as the movie Resident Evil 6 played on Bartra's tablet, and he joined him in the back row of the bus. The Resident Evil series is one of his favorite movies, a classic with elements of female assassins, apocalyptic scenarios, zombies, and gore, which he had never watched in full. After all, in his home country, such films are heavily restricted, and he only got to see the complete version after going abroad. He watched the final chapter with Kai Yan-mei and was surprised that a girl could be so brave to watch such a violent film. Holding back spoilers, he silently relived it alongside Bartra, finding it quite enjoyable. Soon, everyone had boarded the bus, and the driver closed the door and started the engine. He was an experienced driver in Dortmund, having driven the team bus for over a decade, transporting players to matches. The air conditioning in the bus was comfortable, and everyone was doing their final relaxation before the match. The trip from the hotel to the Westfalenstadion only took 15 minutes. By this time, over 80,000 fans had already entered the stadium, waiting for their team to arrive and for the exciting match to begin. Chapter 270. No more seats after Bartra left. Mi Yuan asked Kalami, "Is my injury serious? Will it affect the match?" Kalami replied, "I thought you didn't care about your injury anymore. You only ask now?" Mi Yuan responded, "I just didn't want to worry Bartra, so I didn't ask in front of him." Kalami shook his head, sitting on the edge of his bed and telling him, "Do you know how dangerous it was? If you hadn't been taken to the hospital in time, you could have bled to death." Kalami's words shocked Mi Yuan. He hadn't felt much at the time, only feeling dizzy and faint after relaxing. He stared blankly at Kalami. Fear reflected in his eyes. Yeah, my dreams haven't been realized yet, and my parents are going to take me away? Sensing his fear, Kalami softened his tone, explaining. There were many nails in the explosives. The artery in your shoulder blade was pierced, causing significant blood loss, which led to your fainting. Chapter 271. Something's definitely up. After Kalami left, Longqi made himself comfortable, sitting on Mi Yuan's bed and pulling out his phone to open the photo album. Since he couldn't get a seat, annoying Mi Yuan was a good alternative. He held Mi Yuan's head and forced him to see intimate photos of him and his girlfriend. Mi Yuan, feeling weak, couldn't fight back against Longqi, and the two boys were in a playful tussle when there was a knock on the door. Mi Yuan, seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, shouted, "Come in." When the door opened, Longqi's eyes nearly popped out as he looked between the person at the door and Mi Yuan in bed, shaking his head in disbelief. Then, he grinned with a smug expression, thinking, this kid is up to something. He knows such a beautiful girl and didn't report it. As he thought this, the girl had already walked to the bed. Mi Yuan pushed Longqi away, feeling speechless about this begago and ignoring him. He gestured for Kai Yimei to take a seat and asked, somewhat surprised, "What brings you here?" Kai Yimei nodded slightly at Longqi, not knowing him, and replied directly. Chapter 272. Peers as rivals at Westfalen Stadion. Armed security personnel were everywhere, stationed every few steps. A level of security never seen before, influenced by the events of the previous day. Through reporters' coverage, they learned that fans were not allowed to bring backpacks into the stadium. All storage areas were closed, and only bags smaller than A4 size could be brought inside. The officials had previously urged fans to arrive at the stadium as early as possible, as security checks would take much longer than usual. All these preparations were, of course, for safety, as the final investigation results had not yet come out. Boring time passed quickly, and when Mi Yuan saw the bus enter the stadium and his teammates arrive safely, he instinctively sighed in relief. He didn't know why. Perhaps it reminded him of the unpleasant events from the night before. During the pre-match warm-up, Mi Yuan saw his teammates jogging onto the field to loosen up. What left him speechless was that Burki was wearing his jersey, and it was even on backward, the large number 9 looking so out of place. Bartra was also warming up in his jersey, using this way to tell Mi Yuan, "You're always with us." Chapter 273. Bender's own goal after accelerating. Silva shook off the pursuing Borussia Dortmund players and brought the ball to the edge of the penalty area. The 4 Dortmund defenders were drawn to Silva and the advancing Mbappe and Falcao on the right. Weigl, who was tracking back, was only a step away from blocking Silva. Silva, an excellent Portuguese player, showcased his dribbling and wide vision. Just as Weigl was about to close in on him, he decisively took a shot. He didn't choose to continue dribbling or pass to the penetrating Mbappe or Falcao. Instead, he directly passed the ball along the edge of the penalty area to the left side, where Lamar was making a run. This pass was truly unexpected. There were no defenders on that side, and by the time everyone turned to cover, it was too late. What surprised everyone even more was that Piszczek on Lamar's side had already lost his position, and the returning players had not covered the left side, but had all moved toward the center and right. Lamar had a clear path ahead of him. He clearly had the chance to shoot directly, but chose not to, possibly seeing Burki coming up to block his shooting angle. Chapter 274. Mi Yuan's key problem. Mi Yuan suddenly realized a crucial issue. There was only a week until next week's match and his injury. Sigh, he still needed to use a reagent, or he really might miss the match. Just when he was lost in thought, both teams' players had already re-entered the field, and the second half of the match was about to begin. After the halftime adjustments, Dortmund's players finally regained their form at the start of the second half. After Monaco kicked off, their 3 forwards quickly rushed forward to apply high pressure. With Dortmund intensifying their pressing, they put a lot of pressure on Monaco's defense. In the 54th minute, Guerrero made a forward run to assist, and Sahin delivered a long pass to the right side of the penalty area. After Guerrero charged into the box and attracted the opposing players to press him, he passed the ball back to Aubameyang in the center of the penalty area. Due to tight marking from the opposing defender, Aubameyang was interfered with as he prepared to receive the ball, losing his balance and slipping to the ground. Faced with such a predicament, Aubameyang quickly came up with an idea, and the moment he fell, he raised his leg and executed a modified scorpion kick to pass the ball. Chapter 275. The vigor of young player Pulisic Tuchel finally made his first substitution, taking off Schmelzer and bringing on Paslak. Schmelzer had exhausted too much energy and could no longer play the full match. As he left the field, he passed the captain's armband to Papa. This season, the three on-field captains are Schmelzer, Reyes, and Papa. After the score was extended, there was little time left in the match, and Monaco's head coach gestured for the whole team to tighten their defense from the sidelines. After Dortmund restarted the game, facing Monaco's compact defense, they could only rely on constant movement and passing to look for shooting opportunities. However, the ball couldn't be passed into the penalty area, and the shooting lanes from the outside were blocked, forcing Dortmund to continuously dribble and attempt to break through, passing back to teammates when hindered to seek opportunities. On the sidelines, Tuchel had already had more set to warm up, considering bringing him on to tear apart the opponent's defense with his dribbling ability. While preparations were underway, Piszczek had already brought the ball forward to assist, and as he cut toward the edge of the penalty area, attempting to drive into the box, the blocking defender Raggi, although performing mediocre throughout the match, seized the opportunity to make a tackle and poke the ball away. Chapter 276. Conflict between coach and CEO. Beside him, Kalami sighed and said, "I've received news that Thomas and Watzke had a fight last night." What? Mi Yuan's mouth dropped open, not expecting Kalami to know even more than he did. "Actually, I didn't want to tell you, worried it might affect you, but I was afraid you would overthink." What exactly happened? The crux of the conflict was about how long to postpone the match. Tuchel believed that the players needed more time to adjust. He would rather not participate in this Champions League than not give the players sufficient adjustment time. However, Watzke disagreed, agreeing to the FA's request to postpone the match to the next evening. He believed they shouldn't bow to certain forces but should face them bravely. With both sides at odds, earlier today, the two even had a dispute in the office area. It was estimated that Thomas would be dismissed early after this season. Mi Yuan was completely stunned. Is this what capital is? Everything is just for the pursuit of maximizing benefits, without considering how people truly feel. However, the conflict between the coach and the club's upper management was not something he, as a mere worker, should concern himself with. Chapter 277. Investigation results. This email became a breakthrough in the case investigation. Previously, the inspectors had found many doubts while examining the letters left at the scene. Firstly, although there were some basic grammatical errors in the letter's content, the wording at the end indicated that these letters were not written by foreigners. Many expressions were typical of locals, suggesting that the letters likely did not come from the hands of heretics. Secondly, over the years, incidents of heretic attacks had occurred, but each time after an incident, they would quickly come forward and publicly confess their crimes online. In this case, aside from the letters found at the scene, no one had stepped forward to admit their guilt, which was very unusual. Finally, the suspects they arrested did not commit the crime at the time, and they could not extract the information they needed from them. With these doubts combined, the investigation had reached a deadlock, but the email just happened to give them a new direction for their inquiry. After receiving the email, the investigators conducted a detailed analysis and immediately dispatched personnel to take action, with one team heading to the stock exchange to begin their investigation. At the same time, another team was sent to monitor the suspects based on their account information. Chapter 278. Surrounded after the weekend match, the team began recovery training the next day, and Mi Yuan also arrived at the base. After a detailed examination by Marcus, he signed off on Mi Yuan's return to recovery training. The moment Mi Yuan appeared on the training field, all his teammates surrounded him. Tuchel also came over directly, giving him a big hug, although he didn't dare to apply too much pressure with the hand behind his back, just gently ruffling Mi Yuan's hair. Teammates also came up one after another, asking about his condition with concern. When he showed the permit issued by Marcus, everyone immediately pulled him to join the training. The intensity of the recovery training was not high. It felt more like a group of big men playing games on the field. Mi Yuan's return also gave Tuchel more confidence for the midweek match, but they still needed to observe his performance in training. Although the injury was not serious, losing over 1,500 milliliters of blood would surely leave him weak, which was also his concern. Until the end of Monday's training, Mi Yuan performed well in all aspects, and Tuchel confidently included Mi Yuan's name back in the 18-man roster. He would accompany the team to the Principality of Monaco to participate in the second round of the Champions League. Chapter 279. The drumming game on the bus, but things were not as simple as he thought. As he approached the bus door, he was stopped and warned by a security officer not to leave. Tuchel immediately exploded. His remaining rationality made it clear that being angry would not solve the problem. He retreated back onto the bus and signaled to close the door. Turning around, he quietly instructed his assistant and the three captains to do their best to calm the players' emotions while he stayed in place to call Zork to communicate. The players were also confused by this sudden situation, whispering among themselves. The players were indeed affected. After all, they had just emerged from the shadow of the attack, and encountering such an unexpected event in a foreign country made them anxious. Previously, after psychological counseling, they had become more united and faced the sudden event without the previous panic, but the tension in their hearts could not be alleviated. They were just there to play a match and had not done anything out of line, not even having the chance to explore and appreciate the city scenery. Mi Yuan furrowed his brow, leaning against the bus window, observing the situation outside, seeing the captain and assistant coach moving around, trying to reassure everyone. He is very clear that comforting is useless at this time. What needs to be done is to distract everyone's attention so that it does not affect the upcoming match. Chapter 280. Mbappe's lightning goal. The referee group from Slovenia, led by Skamina, stood at the front of both teams. Skamina had officiated 3 matches for Dortmund, and in all 3 matches, Dortmund had won. In this match, it was uncertain whether Mysticism could defeat Monaco and allow Dortmund to advance smoothly. The passionate Champions League theme song played as Skamina led both teams onto the field. Monaco's big boss, Old Ray, was also present at the scene. He wanted to witness the team's advancement and feel the joy of qualifying firsthand. The DJ at the venue began announcing the starting lineups for both sides. Monaco made adjustments to their starting lineup for this match. Monaco still wore their red and white jerseys and lined up in a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, Subasic. Defenders, Teray Glick, Jemerson, Mendy. Midfielders, Silva, Moutinho, Bakayoko, Lamar. Forwards, Falcao, Mbappe. Dortmund wore yellow and black jerseys, lining up in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Burki. Defenders, Schmelzer, Bartra, Papastathopoulos, Piszczek. Midfielders, Castro, Reyes, Sahin. Forwards, Mi Yuan, Aubameyang, Dembele. Chapter 281. Monaco's best goalkeeper post-Mendy's speed was still not as fast as Dembele's. After catching up, Dembele extended his foot from the side of Mendy to deflect the ball out of bounds. Mendy also fell to the ground due to Dembele's interception. After getting up, he rushed out of bounds to get the ball and threw the throw-in. The throw-in was directly thrown toward the center circle, where it was intercepted by Piszczek, who had moved up to assist. After taking a couple of steps, he passed the ball to Dembele. Dembele's breakthrough on the wing had little variation. He used his speed to make a straight dash to the baseline and deliver a cross. After receiving the ball, Aubameyang controlled it and dribbled past the defender in one smooth motion. Facing goalkeeper Subasic, he attempted to bypass him directly and took a shot. Subasic's attention was very focused. When Aubameyang was about to dribble past him to shoot, he accurately judged Aubameyang's intention and feigned a move in the opposite direction. Aubameyang fell for it. When he shot, Subasic shifted his weight back, diving towards the ball and eventually securing it in his arms. In this first round of wits and courage, Subasic emerged victorious. Holding the ball, Subasic dashed to the edge of the penalty area and kicked it forward. Silva quickly made a forward run, and Monaco's counterattack was initiated very quickly, but Dortmund's defenders, having conceded a goal, strengthened their defense against the quick counterattack. Chapter 282. Where you fall, you stand up again on the sidelines. Tuchel had already made gestures to control the rhythm for the players on the field. The previous attack was brilliant but ineffective. Now, what's important is not just to score, but to slow down the pace, allowing everyone to stabilize their emotions and launch the most effective attacks. After all, they need to seize opportunities in front of the goal rather than keep hitting the post. After the ball was kicked off from the center line, it was passed to the defenders, who began to slowly organize an attack in the backfield. After some patient organization, Dortmund brought the ball to the area 30 meters in front of Monaco's goal. At this time, the positioning of players within the 30-meter area was very dense, prompting Dortmund to accelerate their attack. Reyes passed the ball to Sahin, who then directly crossed it to Aubameyang. Aubameyang, with his back to the goal, laid the ball back, and the rapidly following Mi Yuan stepped up to take a shot, sending the ball flying towards the goal. The power of the shot was immense and its speed quick, just passing through the gap of the defenders and heading toward the goal. Monaco's goalkeeper Subasic had almost no reaction, and the ball grazed the crossbar before falling into the goal. That was close, If it were just a bit higher, the ball would have been self-defended by the goalpost. The Dortmund fans in the stands were extremely tense at the moment they saw the ball heading toward the goal, and when they thought it would hit the crossbar, some even covered their eyes in fear. Chapter 283. Equalizing the score. This was a contest between Aubameyang and goalkeeper Subasic, with players from both teams standing outside the penalty area waiting. Now, all they could do was rush in for a clearance or a follow-up shot if the penalty was missed. This time, Aubameyang was no longer hesitant. He confidently stood in front of the ball, waiting for referee Skamina's whistle. Subasic took a sip of water to relieve the pressure in his heart, while also contemplating Aubameyang's penalty-taking style. He stood on the goal line, bouncing up and down, trying to distract the penalty-taker, Aubameyang. However, Aubameyang didn't even glance at him, focusing on adjusting his breathing. Subasic wanted a trash talk, but he couldn't think of anything to say to interfere. The referee's whistle sounded, and Aubameyang took a few quick steps before running up to the ball, lifting his right foot to strike it. At the same time, Subasic had already dived, going for the right side of the goal. He realized he had made a mistake as he dove. His save was technically sound, but the only flaw was misjudging the direction. He stretched out his leg in a desperate attempt to touch the ball heading toward the goal. Aubameyang's foot was lifted but did not touch the ball. Instead, he made a quick stop, planting his right foot and slightly raising his left foot to take a shot. Chapter 284. The comeback begins in the home team's locker room. Jardim looked at the players, who were all dejected, and slammed his hand on the table, speaking loudly. "Lift your heads up. We have not failed. We have just returned to the starting point. You must understand that football is round. On the field, as long as the referee hasn't blown the final whistle, anything can happen. We need to treat the last 45 minutes as a new match. This is the Champions League, and we should not let our guard down against any opponent. You are all young. Learn to forget the past. Our focus should be on the present and the future. Relax. I believe you can prove your abilities and perform well in the upcoming matches. All right, let us analyze our opponents together in the next game. We will definitely laugh until the end." Jardim was a very smart coach. He knew that the players would feel a significant psychological gap after being equalized despite having the advantage. What he needed to do at this moment was to boost the players' morale and provide them with targeted tactical arrangements. 15 minutes later, both teams returned to the field, and the fans at the venue erupted in a tsunami of cheers once again. Chapter 285. The goal like a weather vane. Falcao also did not expect his luck to be so good, but his position was not ideal. He was at the baseline, and the angle for shooting was almost zero. He didn't have much time to think. As an excellent shooter, shooting had long become instinctual for him. He directly struck the ball towards the goal. Bartra made a timely defensive move. When he saw the ball coming, he immediately lunged to block it. The ball was deflected off his toes and out of bounds. Due to the momentum from his sprint, he nearly collided with the goalpost, making the scene look perilously close. Monaco quickly took the corner kick, and the ball flew directly towards the goal. Mbappe outjumped Papa to head the ball. Burki punched the ball away, and after it left the penalty area, it landed right in front of Mendy. Mendy quickly adjusted and then took a long shot. This time, it was Monaco that hit the post. Mendy's shot had great power, but unfortunately, it hit the crossbar and bounced out again. In the first half, that goal had blocked 3 clear chances for Dortmund. The tides turned unexpectedly in the second half. He started helping Dortmund defend against their own team. After the ball was cleared, it fell to Dembele, who had retreated to defend, and he immediately launched a quick counterattack. Chapter 286. Intense counterattacks as Silva approached the baseline. He saw he hadn't shaken off Mi Yuan yet. Suddenly, he came to a stop, intending to use his rhythm to break free from Mi Yuan. Mi Yuan had already saved some energy. Silva's sudden stop didn't shake him off, but rather gave Mi Yuan the opportunity to use his body to push Silva aside and intercept the ball. After the interception, the Dortmund fans at the scene erupted in cheers, excitedly anticipating another beautiful counterattack from Dortmund. After the steal, Mi Yuan quickly advanced the ball forward. With the opponents clustered in the center, there was a lot of space on the flanks for Mi Yuan. After losing the ball, Silva immediately turned to chase back, but he couldn't catch up. Instead, Mi Yuan, advancing at full speed, pulled further away. Touré quickly moved to intercept the ball in the center circle. But Mi Yuan didn't engage with him, simply pushing the ball forward and blowing past Touré. Seeing Mi Yuan's rapid breakthrough, Glick didn't dare to step up and could only retreat to defend. Mi Yuan pushed his way toward the side of the penalty area. Noticing Glick was retreating deeply, He realized that crossing the ball from the baseline was difficult, so he immediately cut in, charging toward the edge of the penalty area to look for shooting opportunity. Chapter 287. Success and Withdrawal. When Mi Yuan jumped, he saw Subasic leaping at the same time and realized that this was a very dangerous attempt. However, he didn't want to give up. Scoring this goal would secure the victory. He clearly remembered Tuchel's words about scoring more goals. In a narrow encounter, the brave win. And what a little bloodshed. A real man should not fear dangers. He felt confident. He had support. So what was there to fear? Moreover, he believed his head was tough enough to withstand the opponent's iron fists. Subasic also couldn't tell who would get to the ball first, but it was unavoidable that they would collide. He didn't want Dortmund to score again. If Dortmund scored, Monaco would be completely defeated and eliminated. A burden he didn't want to bear. All these thoughts flashed in an instant, and neither of them backed down as they both rushed towards the ball. Bang! Mi Yuan was the first to make contact with the ball. Boom! Subasic's fist simultaneously struck Mi Yuan's cheek. The ball bounced, flying into the goal. Subasic's iron fist collided with Mi Yuan's cheek, causing his head to tilt and a wave of dizziness to wash over him, followed by a loss of consciousness. Their bodies collided solidly, and this was the second impact Mi Yuan suffered. Already dazed, he was sent flying a meter away, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 288. A tight schedule of the match between Monaco and Dortmund had ended, while another match, Barcelona versus Juventus, had already concluded. In the second half, Barcelona's attacks were firmly blocked by Juventus' Mediterranean fortress-like defense. After all, Juventus had a 3-goal advantage, and as long as they held it, they could easily advance. All the pressure was on Barcelona, who struggled to find good scoring opportunities, and the legendary MSN couldn't make an impact. Neymar stood out in the match, dribbling past defenders 22 times and providing 4 key passes, but he couldn't help his team break through Juventus' defenses. When a match ended, Barcelona, trailing on aggregate, ultimately failed to reach the Champions League semifinals and left the tournament. Juventus smoothly advanced to the semifinals, thus finalizing the 4 teams that had progressed. Dortmund would face Juventus, and Atletico Madrid would take on Real Madrid. Consequently, Dortmund became the only Bundesliga team to reach the top 4 this season and would be the focus of German media reports the next day. The team bus was surrounded before the match. They leveled the score in the first half, reversed the game in the second half, and Mi Yuan collapsed and left the field. There were plenty of topics for Dortmund to report on, and even without interviews, there was likely a lot to cover. Chapter 289. Preheat before the Champions League semifinals. Dortmund's official website announced Mi Yuan's examination results, finally putting the minds of fans concerned about his injury at ease. In the modern age of the internet, after the press conference, various reports about Dortmund were released in a race against time. Turin Sports, Juventus' Mediterranean fortress-like defense leads them to the semifinals. Barcelona suffers a shock exit, missing the Champions League final. Journalists outlined a path to victory for Juventus, expressing confidence in defeating Dortmund, a team known primarily for its attacking style. The entire Italian media was filled with fantasies about the semi-final clash, firmly believing they had the best defense, and that Dortmund's chances of advancing to the final were less than 30%. Moreover, this was a revenge match for Juventus, as the memories of their disastrous defeat in the 96-97 Champions League season and their elimination in 2015 were still fresh in the minds of the Italians. Coincidentally, as the only Bundesliga team to reach the semifinals, the German media was also dreaming, given their previous experience of defeating Juventus in the Champions League. They believed that a defensive team would inevitably have vulnerabilities under strong attacks, and they were confident that Dortmund's players would recover in succession, making such a robust Dortmund capable of going further and defeating Juventus. Chapter 290. Uncle Joan's confidence. Mi Yuan had no objections to this arrangement. He needed more time to analyze the situation of the upcoming opponent. The last time the two teams faced off was merely a friendly match, and neither side had shown their full strength. The Champions League was different. Both sides would surely fight hard, each hoping to secure a ticket to the final. After a long absence from watching games at the home ground, Mi Yuan and Calami arrived at the venue for the match against Cologne and watched the whole game. Dortmund did not perform well in this match, possibly due to fatigue from consecutive games. Of course, it could also be that Dortmund intended to take it easy, as most of their attacking starters were resting. In the end, neither side scored, and they shook hands with a 0-0 draw. After the 31st round of the league, Bayern is 7 points behind, with only 3 rounds left in the league. As long as Dortmund remains unbeaten in the next match, they can secure the championship early. The Schalke Cup is now practically in their hands, while the cup competitions, especially the Champions League, have become the main focus of this season's competition. After all, Dortmund has never won the treble, whereas Bayern has achieved this title more than once. If Dortmund indeed wins the treble this time, they will become the second team in Bundesliga history to achieve this honor. Chapter 291. Champions League semi-finals kickoff. After the press conference, Juventus trained at the Westfalen Stadion, while Dortmund held their final training session at the base. On the evening of May 3rd, the Westfalen Stadion was bustling under the night sky, filled with a sea of yellow and black. There were also quite a few Juventus fans dressed in zebra-striped jerseys, but compared to the Dortmund fans, they were merely splashes in the yellow and black ocean. Due to the large number of fans, security at the stadium was heightened after the incident, and the stadium opened 5 hours early to allow fans to pass through security checks. An hour before the match, under the protection of security, Dortmund's bus slowly drove into the stadium. This was the first time Mi Yuan returned to play at home after the previous incident, and he felt a surge of excitement. Before departing, Tuchel solemnly reminded him, "Your body is your own. We need victory, but I don't want you to get hurt again." Mi Yuan understood this very well, nodded heavily, and gave Tuchel a reassuring smile. Looking at the familiar scene, Mi Yuan was instantly filled with fighting spirit, looking forward to tonight's match. The familiar locker room was filled with various snacks, fruits, and drinks. He casually grabbed a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth before changing clothes to prepare for warm-up. Chapter 292. Attacking obstacles. Juventus played very steadily, making continuous passes in the backfield, gradually pushing forward near the center circle when Dybala suddenly dropped back to receive the ball. At the same time, Higuain, who had been moving along the wing, suddenly made a cut into the middle to draw the attention of Dortmund's defenders. After receiving the ball, Dybala suddenly made a diagonal pass behind Schmelzer, and Sandro quickly made a run, rushing to receive the ball behind Schmelzer. Schmelzer reacted quickly, but he was a bit slow to turn around. By the time he chased back with big strides, Sandro had already passed the ball into the penalty area, looking for Mandzukic, who had moved near the penalty spot. This was a combination that Juventus had practiced countless times, with the positioning and passing very well coordinated. As long as Mandzukic received the ball, it would likely lead to a very threatening shot. Just as the match began, Juventus, which had been slowly advancing, suddenly launched an attack, causing the fans in the stands to hold their breath nervously. If Mandzukic received the ball, it would definitely test Berkey. The match had just started, and they couldn't afford to concede a goal so early. Chapter 293. Misjudgment or corrupt referee. Mi Yuan was no longer the inexperienced young player he once was. He had long been wary of his opponent pulling his shirt. As he sped past Chiellini, although his shirt was tugged, it couldn't stop him, and he successfully carried the ball into the vicinity of the 30-meter area. After getting past 2 defenders, he began to observe his teammates' positions, slowing down a bit. Meanwhile, Marquisio rushed up to defend. Mi Yuan flicked the ball to the side with his right foot and followed up with his left foot to lift it into the penalty area, passing it to the advancing Aubameyang. Unfortunately, his action did not deceive Marquisio, who quickly followed up and reached out to intercept. The ball took a deflection off Marquisio's foot and flew towards the sideline. Dembele and Barzagli both went for the loose ball, although Dembele was faster. Barzagli's experience allowed him to firmly establish his position and win the ball, immediately passing it to Alves, who was coming back to receive it. After receiving the ball, Alves quickly initiated a counterattack along the wing. The pass was intercepted, and Mi Yuan felt a bit frustrated, wondering if it would have been better to pass earlier. He realized that his timing was off. He was too focused on carrying the ball into the 30-meter area and neglected to collaborate with his teammates to tear apart the opponent's defense. Chapter 294. Evolution of the Little Rocket. As soon as Higuain landed, Weigl arrived and attempted to intercept the ball. However, Higuain's speed was just too fast. Although Weigl made the first move to tackle, Higuain got to the ball first. Higuain managed to poke the ball away and, using his hands to push off Weigl, burst forth with speed. At this moment, Dortmund's midfield and attacking players had already returned to defend, employing a cage-like defense against the fierce Higuain. Dortmund's players combined vertical and horizontal defensive systems to form a small cage around Higuain, leading to difficulties in his dribbling breakthrough. Just as he got past Weigl, Reyes had also returned to defend and leaped to kick the ball out of bounds. The fans in the stands finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had only just begun, but Juventus's every attack was highly threatening. If Reyes hadn't returned in time, Higuain could have created a chance to shoot if he found some space after breaking through. Chapter 295, brilliant pass and goal after Reyes got past two defenders. He accelerated immediately. However, Marquisio reacted quickly, turning around and hooking Reyes' leg from behind. The slender Reyes stumbled and lost his balance due to the hook. Quick thinking, Reyes managed to poke the ball out just before falling. The ball went directly past Bonucci, who was rushing in, while Reyes fell heavily onto the grass. Referee Laus had already raised his whistle to his mouth, about to stop the match. But when he saw Mi Yuan, who had been running in line with Bonucci, suddenly accelerate, turn, and rush toward the ball, he decided to let the game continue. The attack was promising, and the linesman did not raise his flag. While Laus did not call Marquisio for a foul, nobody expected that Reyes, while losing his balance, would still manage to deliver the ball, creating Dortmund's best attacking opportunity. On the sidelines, Tuchel was extremely tense, fists clenched, hoping Mi Yuan could finish the shot this time. Just as Reyes broke through the double team of Chiellini and Marquisio, Buffon sensed something was wrong. When Buffon saw Reyes pass the ball, he wanted to rush out quickly, but upon noticing Mi Yuan had already started, he positioned himself in front of the goal, ready to make a save. Chapter 296. Score increased. This was a high-quality attack, at such close range. If Mandzukic put enough power behind his header, it was almost a guaranteed goal. Instantly, all the Dortmund fans felt their hearts race. Unfortunately, Mandzukic's header was too precise, and Burki made an accurate prediction, firmly catching the ball in his arms and confiscating it. Initially, Uncle Jeong was ready to celebrate, but upon seeing the ball being confiscated, he immediately held his head in both hands, feeling a sense of regret. It was too real. Such a great opportunity was missed, and he sighed repeatedly in frustration. Mandzukic also felt a deep sense of regret, wondering how his header ended up directly in the goalkeeper's arms right after he got into position. He helplessly shook his head and shrugged his shoulders at his teammates with some disappointment. Juventus's attack was swift and fluid, but as everyone was eager to score, defensive flaws appeared. Burki quickly passed the ball to Piszczek, and Dortmund's transition from defense to attack was very smooth. Piszczek advanced the ball quickly to near the center circle, suddenly launching a long pass to the left where Reyes was positioned. Reyes did not carry the ball forward, but directly sent a long pass to Mertens, aiming for the space behind Barzagli. Chapter 297. The old lady accelerates the attack pace in the live broadcast room. Brown, after another wild shout, finally calmed down. He expressed his feelings, saying, "We indeed achieved a good result in the first half, but that doesn't mean there were no issues during that half." As they were about to enter the halftime break, he hoped Tuchel could make tactical adjustments regarding the mistakes made in the first half. Regardless of whether they were to defend their lead or continue attacking, a stable defense should be the foundation for their game. Brown was somewhat worried about Dortmund's defense. Based on past experiences, Dortmund often encounter problems at the wrong moments. The players might be too young and tend to relax and lose focus once they have a lead, directly giving their opponents counterattack opportunities. Once mistakes happen, it's too late to make amends, wasting time and missing opportunities, allowing the opponent to equalize or turn the game around in the final moments. This had long been an old problem for Dortmund. If they didn't have so many injuries and minor mistakes, they wouldn't be perennial second place. Brown's concerns were shared by the fans. Yet the game on the field did not delay. After Juventus kicked off again, they clearly did not have the same calmness as before. Chapter 298. The battle of coaches. Tuchel stood at the locker room door, embracing each returning player and loudly praising them, almost like putting on a show. After all, Tuchel rarely did such things, and while the players were somewhat surprised, they all cooperated well. However, Tuchel's behavior successfully attracted the attention of the Juventus players. They were quite displeased with Tuchel's actions, feeling that he was acting like a petty person who had just succeeded. They quickened their pace, returning to the visitors' locker room, completely uninterested in witnessing this poor performance. In the hearts of all Juventus players, there was only one thought: to explode against Dortmund in the second half, reclaim everything lost, and break their shell. After all, at this moment, no one wanted to create trouble. It was correct to hurry back to the locker room and wait for the coach's arrangements. Allegri silently watched Tuchel's performance, appearing somewhat silent. Once all the players returned to the locker room, he directly closed the door. Allegri did not lose his temper. In his eyes, The players performed very well in the first half. The game is about determining winners and losers. It was inappropriate to blame anyone for mistakes at this moment. Given the difficult situation, scolding or blaming the players was obviously the most foolish behavior. Chapter 299. Increased defensive pressure as soon as the whistle blew. Juventus quickly launched a fierce attack against Dortmund. The first 10 minutes of the second half were very important. If they seized the opportunity, Juventus could likely succeed in a sneak attack, while Dortmund was still adjusting to the game. Their goal was quite simple: to score as many as they could and take it to the next round. Juventus had a good plan, but Dortmund was not a soft target. Their focus was intense, with all players chasing Juventus players, tightly marking them and increasing their pressing efforts. Dortmund's strategy was very clear. They would not allow Juventus players to complete passes easily. They pressed like mad dogs, exhausting their energy without hesitation, especially Weigl. Tuchel's instructions were very clear. Weigl's task was to be the tireless little cockroach, and his position was crucial, not allowing the opponent any chances. His active running could create problems for Juventus and exhaust their energy over a larger area. The effect of the mad dog tactic was very evident. Juventus's initial fierce attack had no effect. Higuain's breakthrough was blocked by Weigl and Bartra. Chapter 300. Mertens marking Dybala after Mertens dropped back to defend. The pressure on Dortmund's defense was alleviated. With Dybala frozen out, Higuain fell into the encirclement of three defenders, and the attacking opportunities created by Sandro and Alves posed no threat to Dortmund. Alves attempted to push forward to assist, but when Dortmund countered, he also had to bear the responsibility of quickly returning to defense. For a moment, he was very active on the right flank, but he was getting older and was not in his prime anymore. Continuous defensive returns and assists greatly exhausted his stamina. Alves was excellent in both attack and defense during his time at Barcelona, but now he relied on years of experience. Dortmund had frozen Higuain and Dybala, forcing Sandro and Alves to assist, significantly reducing Juventus's defensive manpower. They were waiting for this opportunity. Juventus' advance would create gaps in their defense. Dortmund as counterattack opportunity arose, and although Mertens was tied down by Dybala, the attacks from Dembele and Aubameyang were still strong. Moreover, Reyes was liberated, and his understanding with Mertens would pose a threat to Juventus' goal. In the 76th minute of the match, Alves carried the ball into the 30-meter area in front. Chapter 301. Securing victory with another goal, Mertens burst into full speed. His current speed was no longer what it was when he first joined Dortmund after long-term training. Although he wasn't as fast as the Panther Aubameyang or the speedy Dembele, he was not far behind the little rocket either. Marquisio turned around to chase, but he could not catch up at all. Seeing Mertens rush forward, Aubameyang and Dembele understood each other and surged forward at high speed, directly surrounding the goal. After receiving the ball, Papa wasted no time. Their long-term training ensured they had this level of understanding. He saw Mertens turn and run forward, directly chipping the ball over to Dybala, aiming for the gap between Marquisio and the center back. Marquisio tried to grab Mertens' shirt, and Dybala attempted to trip Mertens, but neither succeeded. Mertens dodged as they desperately chased the ball, while Bonucci also rushed up to clear it. In an instant, the scene was like a life-and-death race, with both sides rushing towards a football simultaneously. Whichever side gained possession would deliver a devastating blow to the other. Mi Yuan managed to head the ball first, flicking it to Dembele, giving the latter a one-on-one opportunity against Buffon. Chapter 302. Close to scoring, the brief celebration on the field had ended, and of course, the players were not focused on what was happening off the pitch. After Dortmund scored their third goal, they pushed the old lady into a dire situation. Juventus needed to turn the tide again, but at the very least, they had to score a goal in the remaining time. But would Dortmund give them that chance? After the restart, the fitness of the Juventus players had already dropped significantly. However, they gritted their teeth and pressed forward, adopting an all-out attacking posture. At that moment, all they could do was take a gamble. They had to score a goal to lay the foundation for the next leg. With the victory locked in, Tuchel was already preparing to make substitutions. Now, it was just about maintaining the advantage. The key players could rest and prepare better for the upcoming matches. He had the players start warming up while he continued to watch the game. Juventus's passing was impressive, flowing like water. Under Juventus's relentless assault, all Dortmund players retreated to their half, leaving Juventus to continuously probe from the periphery. However, Juventus's stamina was severely depleted, and nearly all their players were struggling to keep running, just holding on with gritted teeth. Chapter 303. The final push after Berkey passed the ball to Papa. Dortmund began to circulate it in the backfield, trying to delay the game as much as possible. Juventus certainly didn't want to waste the remaining time, actively pressing forward. After Cuadrado came on, he was full of energy and quick, making it somewhat challenging for Guerrero to defend against him. Dembele also dropped back to join the defense against Cuadrado, denying him more opportunities to receive the ball and freezing his assists. The attacking duties for Dortmund were handed over to Aubameyang, who had retreated to the center circle, while the others focused on defending. The players from both sides engaged in a fierce tussle in midfield, with players occasionally falling and the referee's whistle sounding repeatedly, causing constant changes in possession. In such a situation, Juventus players were restricted and their stamina and morale gradually faded, leading to a halt in their attacks. After regaining possession, they could only pass the ball around the periphery. Unbeknownst to them, the match had reached the 89th minute, and in a moment of desperation, Uncle Jiang made another substitution. He replaced the veteran Alves with the young Moise, hoping to use speed to create an opportunity. Moise, with good stamina and speed, was a promising young striker. Chapter 304. Sweeping the old lady, however, they were not concerned about whether Dybala could get the ball. From the goddess' perspective, they clearly saw Mi Yuan following closely behind Dybala, and even if Dybala got the ball, he wouldn't score. It was unclear when it started, but fans felt an immense sense of reassurance with Mi Yuan on the pitch. As long as he was there, they never worried about the final outcome. Sure enough, just as Dybala slowed down and extended his foot to shoot, a long leg clad in yellow socks slid in to clear the ball out of bounds. Juventus's combination play was indeed impressive, but unfortunately, Dortmund's defense was tightly knit, making it very difficult to break through. Even if Mi Yuan hadn't disrupted the ball early, there was still Berkey in front of the goal, and Dybala had no time to adjust his shot, so whether it would go in was uncertain. Nonetheless, this attack was good. At least they earned the last corner kick of the match, giving them a chance to score. Although the ball didn't end up in the net, Juventus fans still applauded the players on the pitch. This attack was spectacular, facing obstacles at every turn. Yet the players did not give up, deserving their applause. Dortmund fans cheered even louder. Mi Yuan had done an excellent job of marking, seizing the moment to disrupt Dybala's shot with precise timing. Chapter 305. A resounding victory over the old lady. One step closer to the final. Aubameyang's final goal completely sent Juventus into hell. The score of 4-0 was reminiscent of the first round of the 2014 finals when Little Paris had achieved it. Unfortunately, Little Paris's opponent was the cosmic team, Barcelona. After heading to the Bernabeu, they failed to hold on to their victory. Despite scoring a goal, they were overturned by Barcelona before the match ended, resulting in a 6-1 scoreline that eliminated Little Paris. This match was the semi-finals of the Champions League's final stage, and every team stepped carefully with each forward move. Juventus had the best midfield and defense, which were unyielding, and their offense was also decent. But with such a large score gap, they were not Barcelona and did not have as many peak players. They could withstand Barcelona's attacks and eliminate them. But facing a Dortmund team that could run so well, they were truly helpless. If it were 3-0, they might still have a glimmer of hope. But 4-0 was essentially equivalent to being out, as their attacking efficiency was too slow. They were not as straightforward as Dortmund and certainly lacked the individual breakthrough capabilities of Barcelona. The defeat in this match was psychologically hard for Juventus players to accept. Before the match, they had defeated Barcelona and had become the undisputed dark horse. Chapter 306. The Salad Bowl that Monaco has longed for in the 32nd round of the Bundesliga. Dortmund's home match against Hoffenheim arrived as scheduled. Before the match, fans in the South Stand displayed banners stating that winning the game would lead to victory. Many fans raised replica salad bowls, waiting for the match to begin. As long as they secured 3 points in this match, Dortmund could clinch the Bundesliga title 2 rounds early. This championship was something all Dortmund players and fans have been eagerly anticipating. They hoped that under Tuchel's leadership, Dortmund could recreate the glories established by Klopp back in the day. In this match, Tuchel certainly would not be careless. He insisted on fielding most of the main players, solely to secure the championship early. Hoffenheim had performed exceptionally well this season, ranking 4th in the league table. Their players could rest adequately, while Dortmund players appeared somewhat fatigued in comparison. However, in professional leagues, this was not a significant issue. Of course, based on historical match records, Dortmund still had a considerable advantage. Before the match began, Tuchel conducted a thorough analysis of Hoffenheim and made corresponding tactical arrangements. Chapter 307. The First Championship. The salad bowl in hand after securing the victory, Hoffenheim did not give up. They quickly launched a fierce counterattack after the restart. Dortmund players were also very excited at this moment, no longer focused on scoring. It had been too long since they last held the salad bowl, and Royce's biggest wish since joining Dortmund was to celebrate with the team while holding the salad bowl. However, in recent years, he had been injured in every major tournament, missing crucial matches and repeatedly missing the opportunity to lift the trophy. Today, they have finally realized their long-held dream, suppressing the joy in their hearts to hold on for the last few minutes. As long as the referee's final whistle blows, they will be champions of the Bundesliga for the 2016 to 2017 season. Hoffenheim has not given up. They still have time. As long as the referee's whistle has not sounded, they will attack. They need a goal. In the 86th minute, Hoffenheim successfully intercepted the ball near the center circle. With a flick pass, the ball flew directly behind the Dortmund defenders. A Hoffenheim forward quickly surged forward, racing towards the ball's landing spot. Piszczek and Papa desperately chased back. When the opponent got the ball and charged into the penalty area, Papa positioned himself while Piszczek reached out to pull him back. Chapter 308. The unbounded Juventus fans, unfortunately. This celebration cannot last long, as the second leg against Juventus is just 3 days away. The players have at most half a day to rest before they must undergo recovery training and then travel to Turin for the second leg. Countless Dortmund fans, unable to watch the match live, immediately left the bars or their homes after Dortmund's victory, heading to the square outside the Westfalenstadion. They just wanted to be closer to the team, lighting fireworks in the square and singing songs of victory, celebrating together with those inside the stadium. This night was sleepless for the fans, but different for the players. After celebrating, when interviewed by reporters, they all agreed to say one thing. We need to forget today's victory and today's championship. We still have a heavy task ahead. We are competing for 2 more championships. Such a unified response made the reporters suspect it was rehearsed in advance. The area around the Westfalenstadion was filled with celebrating fans, and the streets were blocked by them, making it impossible to leave on their own. The tidied-up players boarded the club's bus. Chapter 309. The press conference. Due to the disturbance caused by Juventus fans that night, the training originally scheduled for the next morning was cancelled at the last minute. Instead, a pre-match press conference was held. Tuchel arranged for the players to rest and contacted reporters to hold a brief press conference at the hotel. Tuchel initially did not plan to hold a press conference, but now he felt it was necessary to speak out, expressing his dissatisfaction with the behavior of Juventus fans. He also did not want the players to suffer from poor rest and insist on training, ultimately affecting their performance in the match. When Tuchel arrived at the press conference, his face no longer bore the usual smile. He angrily accused Juventus fans of harassing Dortmund. This is a city rich in football culture, the best in Europe. However, from the moment we walked out of the airport yesterday, we have been harassed and even insulted by fans. Juventus is a top team with a top coach and top players. This is evident from the achievements and strength they have displayed over the years. I have always believed that playing in the Champions League in such a city against such a team is a great honor and pride. Chapter 310. The ladies' life-and-death battle. After the coin toss and handshake, the players took their positions. Mi Yuan had still bound Reyes before the match, and he noticed that binding Reyes helped alleviate his physical condition and injuries significantly. Whether it was due to the binding card or not, Mi Yuan didn't dwell on it. Today, he had to score and make Juventus fans understand the consequences of provoking him. He learned about last night's incident this morning and was fortunate to have been busy training, unaffected by it. During lunch, everyone took a nap, feeling a bit better. These fans were too much, and today he had to show them how foolish their behavior was. The referee team was from the Netherlands, and the main referee, Björn Kuipers, has officiated many matches since becoming an international referee in 2006. When Björn blew the whistle to start the match, Dortmund kicked off first. After passing the ball in the center circle, Juventus immediately surged towards Dortmund's half like a tide. This match was a do-or-die situation for Juventus. They not only pushed their forwards up, but also pressed all 3 lines forward simultaneously. Trailing by 4 goals, starting strong was key to making a comeback. Chapter 311. Reyes' zero-angle lob. Reyes' small frame couldn't withstand the strong Bonucci. With a shove, Reyes immediately lost his balance and fell. But even while falling, he desperately stretched his foot to poke the ball towards the goal. Reyes's physique was slight, and he had many injuries, but his awareness was excellent. 1 minute on stage. 10 years of effort off stage. Reyes was no exception. His shooting skills were already top-notch, and Mi Yuan's pass was quick. He managed to make contact with the ball. Unfortunately, in this situation, he had no ability to adjust or change direction, and the ball flew towards a goal, hitting Buffon's foot right in front of the goal and bouncing out. This shot startled the more than 30,000 Juventus fans present. They breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing Buffon's big foot block the ball. But at this moment, the danger was not over. Mi Yuan, Aubameyang, and Dembele had all surged into the penalty area. As the ball bounced out, Mi Yuan immediately changed direction and rushed towards it. The rapidly retreating Barzagli saw the ball bounce out and rushed up to clear it, but Mi Yuan was faster. Like lightning, Mi Yuan surged past Barzagli and flew towards the ball. Chapter 3:12. Pulling one back just when everyone thought Dybala was going to shoot, expressing confusion. They suddenly spotted a black and white figure quickly slipping into the box from behind Weigl. Alves. Alves is in. Is it a pass? This is actually a pass. Quickly, finish it. Juventus fans finally reacted, shouting from the stands as if the players on the field could hear them and score according to their commands. Alves had somehow evaded Reyes, slipping directly into the box behind Weigl. As the ball began to descend, he jumped high and headed towards it. The entire Juventus fan base erupted in cheers when they saw him make contact with the ball as if it had already gone in. Dortmund fans were genuinely shocked. They never expected Reyes to lose track of Alves. Was this ball going to score? Was Juventus going to pull one back so quickly? Dybala was really too dangerous, skilled and fast, and he could even deliver such an exquisite pass. At this moment, Alves was completely unmarked in the box. And Burki realized this too late and leaped to save, but it was already too late. Chapter 3:13. Efficient counterattack after the ball flew out of the penalty area. Juventus players were still on the periphery. Chiellini, who had come up to assist, rushed towards the ball without hesitation and took a shot. The shot was powerful enough to make all the Borussia Dortmund fans and those on the sidelines feel nervous. The ball flew in a clever trajectory, just slipping through the gaps between the defenders. When a dull thud echoed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The ball hit the crossbar and bounced out of play, relieving Dortmund of the crisis. Since Juventus scored, their morale had surged, and their counterattacks became sharper. Burki, being experienced, took his time to clear the ball, trying to slow down Juventus's attacking rhythm and give his teammates more time to regroup. As soon as the ball reached Piszczek, Dybala quickly pressed him. Piszczek, cautious not to be careless, deftly flicked the ball and changed direction, evading Dybala, and passed it to Papa before Sandro could close in. The speed of Juventus players pressing was too fast. As soon as Papa got the ball, Higuain charged at him. Papa cleverly chipped the ball to the wing, where Reyes was waiting. Reyes lifted his leg to control the ball and saw Mi Yuan dropping back to ask for it, signaling for a counterattack. Chapter 3:14. Fighting for dignity. Borussia Dortmund executed a simple and efficient counterattack, ultimately scoring a goal. For the traveling Dortmund fans, it was undoubtedly a moment of madness. Ignoring the Juventus fans surrounding them, they waved their black and yellow flags vigorously and cheered loudly. At that moment, their splash of yellow became the brightest light in the entire Turin Stadium. The celebrating Dortmund players had already rushed to the stands of their fans, all putting one hand behind their ears and waving the other, signaling the fans to make even more noise. They were telling the Juventus fans, "Look, this is us. Borussia Dortmund fans are little bees. You think you're fierce and numerous? So what? We're the best fans in all of Europe." The Juventus fans were dumbfounded. Such behavior was undoubtedly a blatant provocation in their eyes. After a brief pause, they erupted into a wave of boos. This was the only way they could protest and express their dissatisfaction. Some fans even angrily cursed at the Dortmund players and threw objects onto the field. Chapter 3:15. Dragon scores on the sidelines. Tuchel was stunned. What was this rhythm? He had never conducted such training. Why was Mi Yuan actively collaborating with Reyes? He frowned, unsure of what his players were trying to do, but with the advantage in hand, he quickly calmed down and silently watched the game. The players on both sides had begun to set up a wall. Buffon adjusted the wall's position from different angles, readying everything. Reyes quietly placed the ball and then stood still next to it, watching the penalty area. Mi Yuan attentively observed the wall's position and Buffon's stance the entire time. This was his first time actively requesting to take a free kick, as he had never been the primary taker on the team. But this time, he proactively made the request to Reyes to test the results of his recent training. Free kicks had always been a focus of his training, and since there had always been a designated taker, he had never mentioned it to Tuchel. Usually there were training sessions, but with a stable free kick taker, there was no need for him to compete for that role. Today was different. It wasn't just that he had confidence in this position, but he wanted to show the Juventus fans that their actions would only ignite the anger within him. With the referee's whistle, Mi Yuan was the first to move. Chapter 3:16. Penguin injured at that moment, the Juventus commentator suddenly calmed down. He began to rally the Juventus fans. Do you see? Our players haven't given up. Their eyes are filled with a desire for victory. No matter how strong the opponent is, our players will not give up. Let's cheer for our players. Cheer for Juventus. Charge. Keep pushing. Our Juventus. Under the commentator's guidance, the Juventus fans started chanting rhythmically. Come on. Juventus, come on. Charge. Juventus, charge. Led by Captain Buffon, the Juventus players, amidst the cheers of the fans, took their positions and prepared to launch a new wave of attacks. The match resumed, and this time, except for Buffon in goal, all Juventus players pressed beyond the halfway line. They pushed Dortmund back into their 30-meter area and began a furious assault. With long passes from Khedira, low through balls from Dybala, diagonal runs from Alves, and individual breakthroughs from Higuain, Juventus really put in the effort, constantly attacking Dortmund's penalty area and using every means to shoot. Once they lost the ball, everyone immediately launched a counterpress, even willing to commit fouls to ensure that Dortmund had no chance to counterattack. Chapter 3:17. A starkly different locker room, the field returned to calm. But the emotions of the Dortmund fans in the stands remained unsettled for a long time. It wasn't because they were about to reach the Champions League final again, nor was it due to the players scoring on the field. What kept them on edge was the frantic assault from Juventus in the last 10 minutes. Juventus's attacking rhythm was too fast. Dortmund's goal was under constant threat, and Piszczek was injured while making a crucial save. During those 10 minutes, they forgot to cheer and forgot to support. Their minds had no time to think, and their fists were clenched tightly as they anxiously watched the situation on the field. Finally, when the first half ended, they realized that Dortmund was leading by 5.5 goals. Even if Juventus scored 4 or 5 in the second half, it wouldn't matter much. There was still the final 45 minutes left, and they would be heading to the Millennium Stadium in Wales. They needed to grab tickets in advance to cheer for Dortmund at the Millennium Stadium. The Dortmund players had returned to the locker room, their jerseys soaked with sweat. Each player seemed utterly exhausted, as if their bodies had been drained. Tuchel and the players were well aware that, on the surface, they were leading by a significant margin. Chapter 3:18. Unreliable Ginter. Many stories always happen in the locker room, but unfortunately, these stories are rarely made public, so fans only see snippets of what the team displays. Guardiola, in his office, held the mouse and kept replaying Mi Yuan's free kick. He was so excited, he needed a comprehensive striker, and Mi Yuan was the player who fit his requirements perfectly. If Mi Yuan could join Manchester City, he was confident that within 3 years, he could turn Manchester City into one of the top teams in Europe. He never expected that Mi Yuan, at such a young age, would have such excellent footwork, such great goal awareness, and such strong teamwork. Everything that Mi Yuan presents is above all the players he has brought along, even surpassing Messi. He himself cannot imagine what kind of strength Mi Yuan would exhibit after being polished in Manchester City for a year. He does not like tall forwards, but a forward like Mi Yuan is easy to use and much stronger than the Ibrahimovic of his time. The time when the club's higher-ups spent a high price to buy Ibrahimovic became a stain on his coaching career. He once tried various approaches, but Ibrahimovic really did not fit his tactical philosophy or his team, even though he had to admit that Ibrahimovic was excellent. He just did not like players with such flamboyant and arrogant personalities. Chapter 3:19. The abandoned defense of Coach Jeong. However, the unexpected happened precisely during these two adjustments he made, as he brought these two steps, and Royce and Mi Yuan arrived one after the other. Royce lifted his leg to block. The ball hit his foot and bounced out, and Mi Yuan quickly ran up to try to take the ball. Khedira reacted quickly, sliding in to pass the ball to Dybala. Unfortunately, Dybala was surrounded by Dortmund players, and he couldn't break through after getting the ball. Dybala was very confident in his skills, but he wasn't bold enough to think he could break through in such a small space with 4 Dortmund players blocking him. With no better option to pass to a teammate, Dybala chose to shoot himself. Luck was not on Juventus' side either, as the shot hit the crossbar and flew out of play. Juventus had already launched a fierce attack for over 10 minutes, with high-intensity pressing and attacking. Their stamina was greatly depleted. In these 10 minutes, Juventus still had not breached Dortmund's goal, and the time until the end of the match was getting shorter. The players' mentality also changed. Their fighting spirit was fading, and some players had even begun to give up on the idea of counterattacking. Chapter 320. The third kill Bartra blocked, and the ball hit his leg and flew out of play. Juventus gained another corner kick, and almost all Juventus players rushed into the penalty area to compete for headers. This corner was still taken by Khedira, whose technique was quite good. Surprisingly, he chose not to find a tall teammate, but rather the inconspicuous Dybala in the crowd. However, Dybala was closely marked, and when he jumped, Papa used his height advantage to suppress him. Dybala did not manage to head the ball, and both he and Papa collided heavily, failing to win the ball. The ball continued to fly down and was directly collected by Burki. Papa would not waste this time-wasting opportunity. He covered his face and looked very pained. The referee also stopped the match to check on the two players. Then, Dortmund's team doctor came on the field, briefly treated Papa's injury, and then left the pitch. After getting back up, Papa gestured to Royce. It was clear that the team doctor had conveyed Tuchel's intentions to him during the treatment. Upon seeing the gesture, Royce immediately understood that the moment for a counterattack had finally arrived. Chapter 321. Winning the ticket, all the Juventus fans on site were dumbfounded. How did they score again? Dortmund fans cheered wildly, while Juventus fans were silent, their eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment. The match had to determine a winner, and ultimately, there could only be one winner. Some were happy, and some were sad, which was enough to balance things out. Dembele was overjoyed. His efforts had not been in vain, and he finally scored. He happily ran half the length of the field, celebrating in front of the Dortmund fan stands. His teammates quickly rushed up to celebrate with him. Although this goal had personal significance only for Dembele, it had no impact on the final result of the match. However, it was also the last straw that broke Juventus's back. The players of Juventus no longer had the confidence or ability to counterattack. A wave of disappointment and fatigue swept over every Juventus player. They now only had one thought: to let the match end quickly. After the match restarted, Dortmund's defense was still orderly, appearing to be even more solid. In fact, it was because Juventus players had lost their will to fight. Dignity and honor were of no concern anymore. When the referee blew the final whistle, Juventus players walked off the pitch dejectedly, wanting only to leave the field as soon as possible. Chapter 322. A brief relaxation after the match. The news that Dortmund defeated Juventus 3-1 away and swept them with a total score of 7-1 spread rapidly throughout the football world like a virus. This marked Dortmund's return to the finals after 5 years. After the first leg, most people believed Dortmund would definitely progress to the finals. But Juventus's defense was still quite formidable, especially with their South American attacking players compensating for their offensive shortcomings. Playing away, everyone thought the match would at most end in a draw or that Dortmund would advance with a slight advantage. The result of such a large score shocked everyone and left them completely unable to believe it. After the second leg concluded, the dust settled, and all the media unabashedly sang praises of victory for Dortmund. Of course, the second team likely to enter the finals was Real Madrid, and whether Dortmund could laugh last was still uncertain. Real Madrid was in excellent form, charging towards their goal of consecutive championships. As a supporter of Real Madrid, AS newspaper quickly analyzed Dortmund's state in this match. The final paragraph bluntly stated, "The gap between Dortmund and Real Madrid is still quite obvious during the group stage. Real Madrid's players were not in good form, which allowed Dortmund to advance as group leaders. However, now that Real Madrid's players are in good form, if the two teams meet again, it is believed that Dortmund will face a tough battle." Chapter 323. The eve of the DFB Pokal final, Mi Yuan was enjoying a rare holiday, while Struss was busy in Berlin. Various clubs had sent invitations eagerly anticipating Mi Yuan's joining. As a professional football agent, he certainly did not only look at the offers. After Bayern changed their head coach, their desire for Mi Yuan was no longer so urgent. But Guardiola had never given up. Guardiola sent an invitation, hoping to watch the Champions League final with him at the Millennium Stadium. Struss did not refuse this invitation. However, the invitation from Real Madrid made Struss a bit hesitant. Real Madrid not only had financial strength, but also prowess, ranking high in European football. If Mi Yuan joined Real Madrid, he could avoid many detours and head straight for the sun. But if he went to Manchester City, Mi Yuan would have to follow Guardiola and grow with the team step by step. He could not make the decision for Mi Yuan and could only wait until the end of the season to discuss in detail with him. Struss had more than just Mi Yuan under his management. He valued the development of every player this summer transfer window. He is meticulous and cannot tolerate any mistakes. He has to fully devote himself to his work. What puzzles him the most is the significant investment from Dacia Capital in the European football market, which is quite lavish. Chapter 324. Frankfurt's tactics. On May 27th at 6 p.m. local time, Borussia Dortmund's bus slowly drove into the Berlin Olympic Stadium. The Dortmund fans who had been waiting erupted in cheers as they rallied behind their team, hoping for a championship defense and to create history. In previous seasons, the attention on the DFB Pokal final had never been this high. The Berlin Olympic Stadium is one of the top 10 stadiums in Europe, capable of accommodating 70,000 fans. Those waiting outside the stadium were unable to purchase tickets, but they were already satisfied to cheer for their home team from outside. In terms of strength, Frankfurt is definitely not as strong as Dortmund, but if they give it their all, winning will not be easy for Dortmund. With the league now concluded, Dortmund had a solid record of 1 draw and 1 win in their last 2 matches. Frankfurt performed well in the first half of the season, but their performance in the second half was poor, ultimately finishing 11th in the standings. This final is the season's concluding match and the last pinnacle of domestic football, with the entire stadium packed, waiting for the game to begin. Chapter 325. Mi Yuan's thoughts on the field. Both teams have lined up their walls, and Reyes is ready to take the free kick. On the sidelines, Team Dr. Marcus is pretending to treat Mi Yuan. Tuchel and Mi Yuan are conversing discreetly, speaking quickly and quietly, so even the nearby doctor cannot hear them. Coach, the opponent clearly wants to use this aggressive defense to intimidate us, making us hesitant to act, thus giving them opportunities to score and even win the game. Tuchel nodded silently. This was already very clear. Nico had played a good hand, truly a fighting nation. However, his gaze signaled Mi Yuan to continue, and Mi Yuan did not hesitate to elaborate. When the opponent first attacked Rode, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt. The protective gear produced by the system wouldn't allow him to be harmed. He didn't take the opponent's threats seriously, but he would definitely care if a teammate got injured, especially key teammates like Reyes, Castro, and Aubameyang. After 5 years, they had reached the Champions League final, and not a single teammate wanted to miss out on playing in it. Chapter 326. The ferocity of Frankfurt. Mi Yuan's words were somewhat exaggerated, but they were the best way to rally team morale on the field. As the match began, Frankfurt's aggression in tackling and their quick, simple attacks indeed disrupted Dortmund's rhythm. They were supposed to control the tempo, but it was all thrown off by Frankfurt. Continuing to be passive like this would make it really difficult for them to win the match. Mi Yuan's words brought them back to their senses. Their counterattacks should be the fiercest and fastest, and they should not be intimidated by the opponent. Burki kicked the goal kick out, and Dortmund began to organize their attack. Frankfurt continued to press quickly, and both sides exchanged attacks back and forth. In the 12th minute, Medvedev successfully intercepted Reyes and passed the ball directly into the penalty area to find Fabian. Fabian would not miss such a chance to break through. Although he was not tall and did not have the best speed, he was a forward with good awareness before playing in midfield. However, Medvedev's pass was not of high quality. It lacked proper force, and Burki securely caught the ball, reclaiming it. Burki quickly threw the ball to Schmelzer, and Dortmund launched a counterattack immediately. Chapter 327. Falling again and again. Standing up again. Frankfurt's attacks were very simple. After 2 back passes in the backfield, they made a long pass directly to their teammates in the front court. Once the ball flew to the front, Medvedev passed it to the side, handing it to the advancing Chandler. Chandler received the ball on the wing, and before Guerrero could block him, he made a diagonal pass into the penalty area to Fabian. Fabian followed up with a powerful shot, but the ball was blocked by Schmelzer. However, the shot had great force, and it took Schmelzer a while to stand up. Fortunately, the ball fell to Mi Yuan, who was retreating on defense. Seeing Reyes raise his hand for the ball, he did not pass. Mi Yuan quickly dribbled forward, intending to draw the opponent's fire to reduce the risk to his teammates. As Mi Yuan took the ball, 2 Frankfurt players rushed at him, one in front and one behind, ready to take the ball away. Mi Yuan's footwork had long since simplified. Facing the approaching defenders, his speed did not decrease at all as he charged forward. The opponent could have pulled him down, but they chose to tackle instead. Mi Yuan had long been prepared for this. As the opponent's leg came out, he jumped up, gracefully leaping over their legs. Chapter 328. A goal. Dortmund gradually suppressed Frankfurt's offensive, but the opponent was not without fighting power. In the 35th minute, Rebic suddenly accelerated through the middle and sent a through ball to Seferovic, who was breaking into the penalty area. Fortunately, Berkey was very focused and managed to clear the ball out of the penalty area before Seferovic could reach it, keeping the goal secure. Before the half was over, Frankfurt had already posed multiple threats to Dortmund, repeatedly disrupting their attacks with dangerous fouls. Dortmund's players grew angrier, and their attacks became sharper, determined to break through the opponent's defenses before the half ended. They had faced so many strong teams in the Champions League and fought their way through. Now, a mid-lower team from the Bundesliga was repeatedly stifling their attacks, which was unacceptable to them. However, Dembele and Aubameyang's shots seemed somewhat impatient. They missed several chances, and Aubameyang was flagged offside multiple times. This situation left the Dortmund fans in the stands very anxious, worried that the impatient Dortmund would find themselves unable to score despite having the upper hand. Chapter 329. Mi Yuan scores twice on the sidelines. Tuchel and the substitutes stood at the edge of the field, and at the moment the ball went in, Tuchel excitedly pumped his fist in celebration. After 40 minutes of tension, they could finally release the pressure from their hearts. All the substitute players and accompanying staff were also excitedly hugging each other. This goal seemed to have locked in the victory, making them incredibly enthusiastic. The commentators on site were also excitedly announcing that while this match might not be the most spectacular, it was undoubtedly the most brutal. The entire match was marked by intense collisions between both sides, making him almost think he was commentating on a fighting match rather than a football game. Shortly after Mi Yuan scored, the first half came to an end. Both teams returned to their locker rooms to rest, and as Borussia Dortmund entered, the team doctors rushed in to check on all the players. Meanwhile, Nico was also busy adjusting tactics, as they were trailing and the second half was crucial for them. They had to turn the tide. The brief 15 minutes passed quickly, and both teams returned to the field for the second half. As the second half began, Frankfurt immediately launched a fierce attack. Chapter 330. Crowning the double crown soon. The match resumed, and Frankfurt, now 2 goals down, appeared even more anxious, their attacks becoming more aggressive and their actions increasingly reckless. After Dortmund blocked Frankfurt's attack, they regained possession and continued their offensive. Despite leading the score, Dortmund's players felt extremely frustrated. They would not retreat to their half, but would hold their ground until the final whistle. Attacking was always Dortmund's main theme. They would not give up any opportunity to extend their lead. As Tuchel expected, the opposing team became increasingly ruthless in their defense against Mi Yuan. Just as Reyes habitually passed the ball to Mi Yuan, the opposing defender came in with a flying tackle as Mi Yuan was about to receive the ball. Mi Yuan dodged this tackle, only for Frankfurt's defender Abraham to follow up with another vicious stomp right on Mi Yuan's ankle. Mi Yuan let out a loud shout, collapsing to the ground in pain. Seeing that it was Abraham who had stomped on him again, Mi Yuan thought to himself that this time a card should be issued. Referee Aitken blew the whistle to stop the match. This time he could no longer pretend not to see and began to pull out a card as he approached. Chapter 331. Preparing for the Champions League final. Although the match had ended, the players, coaches, and officials of Dortmund were infuriated after such a brutal game. While waiting for the podium to be set up, during an on-site interview with reporters, they all condemned Frankfurt and criticized referee Aitken for being too lenient with his calls. Castro angrily told reporters, "They didn't come to play football, they came to hurt people. In my career, I've experienced many intense matches, but none like today's. I wonder, can the referee not see the fouls from the opposing team?" Reyes was also very angry during his interview. "Is this still a match? It's simply a highlights reel of fouls. I didn't expect the opponent to use such shameless tactics to win. We're not afraid of getting hurt or going head-to-head. All we need is a fair contest." When Tuchel was interviewed, he didn't express the same anger he showed on the pitch. Instead, he appeared generous from the perspective of a victor. "The young men of Dortmund have shown me their courage and strength. When they were maliciously targeted on the field, they did not lose their composure. They came to play football and to fight for the honor of the team." Chapter 332. Arriving in the capital of Wales, Dortmund set off 2 days early for Cardiff, the capital of Wales. When they arrived at Dortmund Airport, thousands of die-hard fans had already been waiting for the players. They came to send the players off, as well as to offer their best wishes. Seeing these fans, the players felt a warm surge in their hearts. This final was not just their battle. Countless Dortmund fans were silently supporting them from behind. They were not only fighting for themselves, but also for the thousands of fans. The fans were kept behind safety ropes by airport security to prevent any incidents. After the players got off the bus, they smiled and waved to fans, signing autographs. The scene was very harmonious. They had not leaked their departure in advance, leaving everyone wondering whether these fans had been waiting for a long time or if someone had insider information. Regardless, at that moment, they felt moved, carrying the hopes of the entire village. As the players boarded the chartered plane, the moment the aircraft began taxiing on the runway, all the players took a step closer to their dreams. Cardiff, the capital of Wales, is the best port city in Europe, surrounded by beautiful countryside. Chapter 333. Pre-match mobilization. At this time, Guardiola had received Struis at the hotel, and the two took a van to the stadium. "Josep, I didn't expect you to invite me to watch the final together." Guardiola smiled and said, "I just hope to witness me achieving the championship podium alongside you." "Oh, you seem to have more confidence than I do. You should know their opponent is Real Madrid. You should also know that no one understands Real Madrid better than I do." The two exchanged smiles and began to chat casually. Time passed, and Guardiola did not reveal his intentions directly, but he clearly understood that Struis was only pretending to be oblivious. The principle of waiting for the right price is something every businessman understands. If Mi Yuan truly wins the Champions League with the team, his market value will definitely rise. There's no helping it. He wants it too much, and fortunately, the headscarf is now fully supporting his whims. All that S missing is Struis' nod. As for Mi Yuan, he is confident he can persuade him. During morning training, the Dortmund players appeared very excited. And this excitement continued all the way to the locker room of the Millennium Stadium. The organizers had put in a lot of effort, filling the place with elements of Dortmund and the Champions League, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 334. The Champions League final begins. Dear viewers, the match is about to begin. Now I will introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Huey took out the list and began to introduce the starting lineups to the audience in front of the screen. Dortmund, wearing their home yellow and black kit, deployed a familiar 4-3-3 formation tonight. Goalkeeper, Burki. Defenders, Schmelzer, Bartra, Papastathopoulos, Piszczek. Midfielders, Reyes, Weigl, Castro. Forwards, Mi Yuan, Aubameyang, Dembele. Many players in Dortmund's squad were participating in a Champions League final for the first time, including Mi Yuan, the young talent from Dacia, who was also making his debut on this grand stage. From their expressions, we can see that they were not nervous, but filled with fighting spirit. Real Madrid, wearing their away purple kit today, set up a 4-3-1-2 formation. Goalkeeper, Navas. Defenders, Marcelo, Ramos, Varane, Carvajal. Midfielders, Modric, Casemiro, Kroos. Attacking midfielder, Isco. Forwards, Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema. Everyone is eagerly anticipating whether Real Madrid can break the curse and successfully defend their title. Chapter 335. Violent long shot. Just as Kroos lifted his head to observe for a brief moment, an unexpected change occurred. Mi Yuan did not pass back. Instead, he turned and suddenly flicked the ball with his heel, allowing it to roll past Kroos while he quickly darted out from the other side. Mi Yuan's sudden movement caught Kroos off guard. The transition from slow to fast was incredibly smooth. Not only did Kroos fall for it, but even Casemiro, who was coming up to support, failed to react in time. Mi Yuan easily shook off Kroos and rapidly advanced with the ball. Casemiro immediately moved laterally to intercept, but Mi Yuan's speed was too fast. Before Casemiro could get in position to block him, Mi Yuan had already bypassed him and charged into the 30-meter zone. As Mi Yuan advanced with the ball, he waved his hands for teammates to reposition. Recently, his little tricks had increased. Some were meant to confuse opponents, while others were genuinely to get teammates into position to receive the ball. This was the experience he had learned from Papa, who had taught him everything without reservation. After all, merely practicing hard without communicating with teammates or learning from their strengths would make his skills that of a lone wolf, no matter how good he became. The Real Madrid defense noticed his movements and immediately tensed up, keeping an eye on the ball-carrying Mi Yuan while also preventing Dortmund players from breaking free from their marks. Chapter 336. Real Madrid's counterattack. Marcelo's speed was remarkable. Many of Real Madrid's counterattacks featured Marcelo carrying the ball from the back line and directly charging into the front, delivering key assists. He had a great understanding with Cristiano Ronaldo. Once he crossed the halfway line, he posed a lethal threat to Dortmund. Dembele, who had originally surged forward, saw Marcelo bringing the ball back and quickly turned to chase after him. Castro immediately moved up to intercept, determined not to let Marcelo cross the midfield. The two formed a sandwich around Marcelo, while Weigl kept a close eye on Isco to prevent him from receiving the ball. Papa and Piszczek closely marked Cristiano Ronaldo, fully aware that once the two connected, with Ronaldo's breakthrough ability, entering the penalty area would be easy. Marcelo, noticing the situation on the field, opted to forcefully break past Castro, driving the ball towards the bottom line. Just as Marcelo approached Castro, he suddenly pushed the ball forward, accelerating to break past Castro's side. Castro thought to himself that something was wrong. The opponent's speed was too fast. He immediately turned, but the opponent had already surged past him. He wanted to commit a foul, but it was too late. Chapter 337. The power of instant noodles. If this counterattack by Real Madrid was successful, the advantage they had just gained would be lost. Seeing Modric with the ball, Cristiano Ronaldo reacted quickly, immediately darting into the front with only one thought in mind: score. Modric was indeed magical. He always managed to seize the best opportunities to pass. Just as Papa came over to block, Modric struck, sending the ball into the center, right to the advancing Cristiano Ronaldo. At this moment, Ronaldo was in a great position, just a step away from the last defender, Bartra. When Modric kicked, Ronaldo happened to be onside, able to take advantage of Bartra's slow turn to receive the ball. Dortmund fans suddenly fell silent, all standing up nervously watching the field, praying that Ronaldo's shot would not go in. Real Madrid fans immediately perked up, chanting Ronaldo's name throughout the stadium, as if they could already see him receiving the ball and scoring a one-on-one goal. However, what no one expected was that Burki, at the edge of the penalty area, made a bold decision to rush out. As is well known, once a goalkeeper leaves the penalty area, he cannot use his hands to touch the ball. If he misjudged the clearance, the goal behind him would be unguarded. Chapter 338. Stalemate. This shot was close, and the ball was fast, leaving Burki almost no reaction time. He instinctively lunged forward. The result was despair for Burki as he failed to touch the ball. Was the opponent about to score? That thought raced through Burki's mind, and soon he heard a loud bang and turned to look. The ball had hit the crossbar and bounced out. Burki quickly got up, trying to prevent a second shot from the opponent. He felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the ball didn't go in. The lovely goal had saved him. The ball rebounded directly into Casemiro's direction. Casemiro only needed to jump lightly to head the ball towards the goal. However, Ramos's powerful shot and the speed of the rebound were too fast. Casemiro couldn't jump in time and could only instinctively head it. As a result, he missed the ball completely, and it grazed his head, flying out of the penalty area. Aubameyang, who was rushing back, immediately stepped up and kicked the ball out of bounds. All Real Madrid players looked on regretfully as the ball flew out. Dortmund was truly lucky. They had the goal to help clear the danger this time, but next time, such a good opportunity might not come again. Chapter 339. Consecutive missed opportunities. Marcelo indeed had good shooting skills and was adept at long shots. However, in a hurry, he overhit the ball, sending it over the bar. Zidane watched this scene and shook his head in speechless dismay. However, it was true that Marcelo had no choice but to take the shot himself. Even if he had hit the target, Burki would have saved it. A few minutes later, Modric sent a long pass. Cristiano Ronaldo, with his back to the goal, controlled the ball with his chest, using his strong body to move Papa's side, suddenly turning and shooting. The shot was very sudden, but the angle was slightly off. Burki made an accurate judgment and deflected the ball. The ball flew towards the flank, where Marcelo, who had assisted, caught it and directly dribbled diagonally into the penalty area. Real Madrid's teamwork was consistently smooth, aiming to catch Dortmund off guard. Of course, the ultimate goal was to equalize the score before the end of the first half. Burki immediately moved to block the near post, and Piszczek rushed up to press. Meanwhile, Cristiano Ronaldo was also quickly darting into the penalty area to support Marcelo. However, Marcelo, perhaps eager to score, did not wait for Ronaldo to arrive and instead curled the ball toward the far post. At that moment, the far corner of Dortmund's goal was completely unguarded. This shot was a perfect opportunity to equalize. Chapter 340. Another goal. Royce knew very well that they had missed the chance for a quick counterattack, so he slowed the pace down to reorganize the offense. Except for Cristiano Ronaldo, all Real Madrid players returned to their half to press Dortmund. Facing the fully retreating Real Madrid players, Dortmund players were not in a hurry. Royce and Mi Yuan coordinated, continuously passing the ball to shift Real Madrid's defensive structure. They were waiting for an opportunity, As soon as Real Madrid made a mistake, they could strike a fatal blow. If they could score another goal before halftime, it would make things much easier in the second half. However, Real Madrid had much more experience in big matches than Dortmund, and their defense was very tight, leaving Dortmund with no chance. Nevertheless, after Dortmund's continuous passing, their defenders had pushed up to near the center circle. After receiving the ball again, Mi Yuan seized the opportunity to suddenly drive forward, directly disturbing Real Madrid's defense. In a match, the most feared thing is a change in rhythm. As the defending side, if you fail to anticipate the attacking side's intentions in time, it can lead to brief chaos. Mi Yuan suddenly accelerated, catching Cruz off guard. By the time he turned to chase back, it was already too late. Casemiro reacted quickly, immediately abandoning his mark on Reyes and rushing up to defend Mi Yuan. Chapter 341. Dortmund on fire. This goal also excited Tuchel on the sidelines, who raised his arms in celebration and tightly embraced his assistant. He really didn't expect his players to score in the first half. It was all too incredible. Zidane was completely taken aback that Dortmund scored another goal just before the end of the first half. He felt somewhat disappointed with his players' performance, repeatedly wasting chances and making defensive errors. As a result, Dortmund seized the opportunity and delivered a devastating blow. Despite having the upper hand in the match, they allowed the opponent multiple chances to score. In such a game, the advantage of scoring first is immense, especially by 2 goals. It not only gives the opponent tactical control, but also means they now have a significant psychological edge. In the VIP box, Guardiola and Struis had stopped chatting when they saw Reyes with the ball, focusing intently on the match. When they saw Mi Yuan take the shot, Guardiola excitedly raised his fist, thinking this shot was well taken. However, when the ball bounced and was deflected into the net, Guardiola was left dumbfounded. He never expected the ball could go in like that, leaving even such an experienced coach a bit stunned. Chapter 342. Dembele's quick pass. Real Madrid's players knew that Dortmund didn't have many troops committed to the attack. They just needed to intercept the ball on the front line for a good counterattack opportunity. When Weigl got the ball, Casemiro and Modric immediately closed in. Weigl is not a speedster in midfield. He knows that his dribbling isn't enough against Real Madrid's players. He didn't hold on to the ball, took a couple of steps, and directly passed it diagonally to Dembele. At this moment, Dembele's ability to break through and his speed became crucial. As Dembele received the ball, Aubameyang and Mi Yuan also quickly started their runs, making the 3 of them the main counterattack points. Reyes and Castro were waiting for their chance in midfield, so even if they lost possession, they could recover in time. Normally, Dembele would receive the ball and drive to the byline, waiting for teammates to close in before crossing. However, although Real Madrid stepped up their attack in the second half, Marcelo and Modric were frozen, remaining in their half for defense. After receiving the ball, Dembele faced a blockade from Marcelo and found Modric behind him. If he stopped to control the ball and attacked in the conventional way, it would be difficult to shake off both players. Chapter 343. Zidane's adjustments. This substitution immediately increased the defensive pressure on Dortmund, and Real Madrid continued to create threats. The BBC trio all got shooting opportunities. Although they didn't score, it made Dortmund's players and fans tense. Tuchel's ability to read the game is still strong. He quickly identified the problem. After Morata came on, Aubameyang's speed was not an issue, but his defensive ability was still lacking, failing to make an impact during interceptions. Reyes had enough defensive awareness, but his small frame appeared too weak against Morata. As long as they restricted Morata, Real Madrid's attack would struggle, forcing the BBC to drop back for the ball. Tuchel didn't hesitate and made a substitution, bringing on Stindl for Aubameyang. It wasn't because he wanted to give up on the attack, but because Aubameyang had a yellow card, and if he got another during defense, it would be a huge loss. Although Stindl's performance this season has been average, his interception awareness and defensive ability are still effective. As long as he isn't placed in a defensive position, he can unleash his potential. Tuchel's substitution adjustment was targeted, and the effects were quickly evident. Chapter 344. Ronaldo scores. Casemiro has broad vision. Not only does he possess a strong physique and excellent tackling ability, but he's also adept at maintaining balance during both attack and defense, delivering exquisite passes. Real Madrid's top scorer is, of course, Ronaldo, and passing to him has always been a habit for everyone. You two had already noticed Ronaldo's position before breaking past Papa. At this point, Ronaldo was already poised to strike. This ball had to go to him. Casemiro didn't hesitate and directly passed the ball diagonally to Ronaldo. Ronaldo was ready to shoot. As the ball came to him, he immediately struck. The power of this shot was immense, and the speed was quick. With everyone almost watching the football soar towards the goal, Burki immediately dove to intercept the ball's landing point. If he could keep Real Madrid scoreless and secure victory in the final, it would be a highlight moment for him as a goalkeeper. What seemed like a mindless, powerful shot, Ronaldo still adjusted the angle of the shot deliberately. The angle he chose was particularly tricky, aiming right at the corner of the goal. Even if goalkeeper Burki tried to save it, it would be very difficult to reach. Chapter 345. Will there be a miracle? Burki, protected at the back, clearly knew everyone's positions. Having him as a pivot to organize was ideal. Burki stopped the ball, observed his teammates' positions, and before Ronaldo could rush in to intercept, he decisively kicked the ball long towards midfield. The ball's landing point was in Mi Yuan's area. He had great trust in Mi Yuan, as his role was crucial for the team's eventual victory in this match. Modric, seeing the ball coming, decisively positioned himself to prepare for the landing. He knew that physically confronting Mi Yuan wouldn't give him any advantage, and only by firmly holding his position could he have a chance to gain possession of the ball. Mi Yuan's switch to defense put significant pressure on him. At this moment, he couldn't afford to retreat. He had to intercept the ball and stop Dortmund's attack to win a counterattack opportunity. Mi Yuan didn't expect Modric to be so tenacious. He wasn't a soft touch, and if necessary, the ball could just go out of bounds, leaving neither of them with possession. As the ball began to descend, both jumped to contest it almost simultaneously. However, only Modric contested the header, while Mi Yuan slyly leaned his body against Modric as he jumped. Chapter 346. Surrounded Reyes stepped up, and Mi Yuan was not surprised. Ever since joining the club, Reyes has held on to his dream. Now that he is so close to the peak, he cannot give up. His teammates, hearing Reyes' shout, also woke up. They were still in the lead, so what was there to fear? As the time left in the match dwindled, they still hadn't lost. Teammates chimed in, reigniting their fighting spirit to hold on until the end. Next, it was Dortmund's ball. As long as they managed to control the ball, dragging the match to the end was not impossible. The Real Madrid fans in the stands grew more excited. They had been silenced by Dortmund fans earlier. Now, with the Dortmund fans quieting down, it felt almost like a home game for them. Come back. Come back. The championship is ours. Real Madrid is the strongest. Real Madrid champions. The Big Eared Cup belongs to Real Madrid. The fans roared wildly, cheering on their players and boosting their morale. Their passion ignited the entire stadium, and at the same time, it fired up the Real Madrid players. They scored again, and now Real Madrid was only 2 goals behind. They didn't waste time celebrating. After a brief celebration, the Real Madrid players quickly regained their positions and prepared for the game. Chapter 347. A sword to the throat, haha. What a brilliant steal. I seriously suspect that Mi Yuan was a shuttlecock kicking expert as a child, using his fancy footwork on the field. He teased as he saw Mi Yuan steal the ball. The ball returned to Dortmund's feet, and the Dortmund fans in the stands immediately cheered and applauded. No one expected Mi Yuan to stop the ball with such a bizarre move. Just seconds ago, they were worried about whether Dortmund could withstand Real Madrid's attack. After losing the ball, Modric immediately turned around, ready to reclaim it. However, Mi Yuan was already prepared. As Modric turned, he turned too, moving faster than Modric. By the time Modric turned back, Mi Yuan had already slipped into an open space and passed the ball to Reyes. After receiving the ball, Reyes quickly darted into Real Madrid's penalty area. Modric was left somewhat flustered by Mi Yuan's maneuver, but he reacted quickly and chased after Reyes, ready to intercept. The reason Reyes is called Little Rocket is that his speed, while advancing with the ball, is not slow at all. Modric chased hard, but was still far behind. Chapter 348. The match ends in the VIP box. Guardiola watched this scene with bright eyes. This was the forward he wanted. Someone who could step up in the toughest times and turn the game around. With a player like Mi Yuan, he could lead the Blue Moon to greatness without a doubt. The outcome of the next match was already certain. The key now was to get Struis to loosen up. Guardiola picked up 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Struis. Old buddy, let us toast to victory. Haha, exactly. The 2 drank up, and the next step was a long negotiation. With less than 3 minutes left in the match, including injury time, facing the tightly defended Dortmund, Real Madrid, as hopes of leveling the score, seemed slim. This was just the right time for a good chat, as Mi Yuan was bound to succeed. Zidane stared intently at the celebrating Dortmund players, He wanted to remember this young kid who ended Real Madrid's hopes of consecutive victories. The club wanted to buy him, which Zidane hadn't paid much attention to since Real Madrid didn't lack talent. However, a player like this, once he grows, would definitely be a strong rival for Real Madrid in future Champions League matches. Rather than leaving him for opponents, it would be better to bring him under his wing. Chapter 349. Winning the Champions League. When the whistle blew, Mi Yuan collapsed on the grass, gazing up at the stars. He did it. He really did it. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded, indicating that he had completed the long-term task issued by the system. He hadn't even thought that he could actually win the Champions League, and he had won 3 championships at once. At this moment, he felt not only excitement, but also gratitude towards the system. The initial diagnosis had almost driven him into despair, but at that moment of despair, he unexpectedly received the system. Since having the system, he had embarked on a life akin to having cheats, smoothly making it to this point. Just as he was lost in memories of the past, a figure blocked the light above him. Before he could see who it was, he felt a weight on him, and in his ear was Mark's excited voice. "Me, we won. We won. Haha, yes, we won." The noise from the field had already drowned out their voices, and all that filled their hearts was endless joy. Soon, Mi Yuan felt himself getting heavier. His teammates rushed over and piled on top of him. The players expressed their joy in this way. Chapter 350. Tuchel's departure. The players celebrated wildly. They hadn't expected to actually achieve their goal and become the treble winners. Everything felt like a dream, causing them to lose themselves. Because of this, they didn't notice that one person was missing on the bus back to the hotel. While they indulged in delicious food and drink at the hotel, one person had yet to appear. This person was their head coach, Tuchel, who went to the post-match press conference alone before the players returned to the locker room. After answering questions from reporters, he suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to all the journalists. "This is my last press conference with Dortmund. I am very happy today because we won the Champions League and achieved the title of treble winners. But this is also my moment to say goodbye. This is my last match with Dortmund, and today is my last day here. Thank you all for your support." After finishing, Tuchel bowed again and turned to leave the press conference. The sudden news left all the reporters stunned, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 351. Incredible rewards. Mi Yuan opened the system with eager anticipation, impatiently clicking on the diamond-level treasure chest he received after yesterday's match. A flash of golden light passed. Unlike before, he felt a warm current spreading through his body from his head as the golden light passed. The fatigue from the hangover and the exhaustion from the match instantly vanished. He vaguely felt that his body seemed to have changed, just like when he used to drink potions. However, at this moment, he had no mind to pay attention to the changes in his body. His gaze fell on the panel. Task completion reward. 1. Comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes, reaching S-level physical strength of a top player. During matches, immune to 50 damage. When stamina drops to 60, can recover 1 every minute. Seeing this description, Mi Yuan's eyes lit up. This reward was incredible, even more practical than his equipment. In intense competitive matches, injuries are not limited to just the legs and feet. It's quite common for other parts of the body to get hurt as well if one is not careful. Just like last time, when he had internal bleeding, if it weren't for timely treatment, his career would have been cut short. The most incredible thing is his ability to recover physically. With this ability, he becomes a perpetual motion machine on the field, unafraid of any high-intensity matches. Chapter 352. Determining the next stop after getting off the bus. Mi Yuan looked at the castle in front of him, feeling dissatisfied. These foreigners always like to hold meetings in castles. Although the interior is lavishly decorated, he doesn't like the oppressive atmosphere of castles. These places once inhabited by nobles may look grand from the outside, but no one really knows how many things have happened inside. He prefers modern minimalist places. This must be the difference between young people and the older generation. However, he didn't have time to think too much as he saw Guardiola and the long-lost Gundogan approaching. He was genuinely happy to see Gundogan, who took great care of him when he was still on the team. Just as Mi Yuan was about to greet him, Guardiola surprised him with a big hug, making him jump. Instinctively, he wanted to lean back, but Guardiola's movement was quick, and he still managed to hold him, happily saying, "Congratulations on achieving such great results." "Thank you, Coach Guardiola. This is the result of the whole team's hard work." Guardiola patted his back and said, "Young man, always so humble." Then, Guardiola greeted Struis. while Mi Yuan rushed directly to Gundogan and hugged him. Chapter 353. Farewell. Mi Yuan, who was scrolling through his phone, was startled when he looked up and saw Aubameyang, who said discontentedly, "Did you want to scare me to death? How did you manage to find me?" "Hee. I came specifically to find you." Mi Yuan was slightly taken aback. "Is there something you need? Well, are you leaving?" Mi Yuan didn't expect Aubameyang to be so direct, but he didn't hide it either and nodded slightly. Aubameyang sighed. "I know you will leave sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to be so soon." Seeing Aubameyang looking a bit sad, Mi Yuan patted his shoulder and asked, "What about you, Pierre?" Aubameyang shrugged. "I won't be leaving for now. It depends on the arrangements from my agent." As they chatted casually, the lights suddenly dimmed, and Watts walked onto the podium with a group of high-level executives. The summary meeting officially began, and the speeches were the usual cliches. What excited the players the most was the award ceremony. No one would refuse exquisite little trophies and fragrant checks. And of course, Mi Yuan was also one of the award recipients. After the awards ceremony ended, the meeting concluded, and it was time for the cocktail party. Mi Yuan didn't stay too long and quietly left the banquet. Chapter 354. Arriving in Manchester, the welcome dinner had no outsiders. The two brothers chatted and ate at the hotel, creating a very relaxed atmosphere. After they were full, Zhang Kanyang personally brewed tea, and they began to talk. Xiaomi, there's a big upheaval in domestic football, and now that you've achieved results, are you considering joining the national team? Mi Yuan took a sip of tea and looked at Zhang Kanyang in surprise. Are you here to be a lobbyist? No. I just think that if you want to achieve greatness in football, your current results aren't enough. You need to join the national team and achieve results with them. Brother Zhang, thank you for considering my future, but what can I do alone? Football is not an individual sport. No matter how strong I am, I can't change anything. The results I've achieved now rely on team cooperation. I just want to play football. Being a football king doesn't mean much to me. If you want to discuss this further, I'll take my leave. Zhang Kanyang didn't expect him to be so resistant to joining the national team. But since the national team had already been eliminated from World Cup qualifying, there would still be several years before he could play in the World Cup. Thinking of this, he decided not to press the issue and change the topic. How do you plan to spend your holiday? I specifically cleared some time to host you well. Chapter 355. Debuting at Etihad Stadium early the next morning, Guardiola knocked on Mi Yuan's door to take him for a medical examination. While Mi Yuan was out fishing, Manchester City had started to create momentum, announcing his medical and signing schedule on their official website. Mi Yuan has become a hot striker in European football, and other clubs were also connecting with Dortmund after the Champions League ended, but Struis had not budged. It wasn't until Manchester City announced Mi Yuan's signing that the media's swirling speculations were finally settled. Since they couldn't get too much of Mi Yuan's image rights, Manchester City would not give up on any money-making opportunities, such as today's signing ceremony. Upon arriving at Manchester City's training base, Mi Yuan, under Guardiola's guidance, met the team doctor and began the medical examination. The examination was quite simple for him. Since he strengthened his body, he was also curious about his current physical condition. The medical checkup ended close to noon, and after having lunch in the cafeteria, the signing ceremony began. When Mi Yuan received the contract and saw the conditions listed, he was also slightly taken aback. Although he had a rough idea of the treatment after signing while he was in Wales, the visual impact was still quite significant when he received the official contract. Chapter 356. Meeting new teammates. The leisurely days did not last long before Mi Yuan received a notification to return to the team for assembly. Of course, the one notifying him was none other than his neighbor, Old Guardiola. After receiving the notice, Mi Yuan was very happy. He could finally start formal training with Manchester City. He was someone who couldn't sit still, especially during days without football. The next morning, Guardiola picked Mi Yuan up and headed straight to the training base. Once in the car, Mi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. "Coach, I could have gone on my own. Sorry for bothering you. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's only today that I can take you. Our schedules are different. It's more appropriate for me to introduce you to everyone personally today." "All right, thank you, boss." "What?" Guardiola was taken aback by this sudden title. "How do you become boss? This can't be some organizational title, right?" Mi Yuan leaned back in his seat and explained, "Calling you by your surname feels too unfamiliar, and using your first name isn't appropriate. Calling you boss doesn't feel right either. Since I'm your player, calling you boss feels more friendly." Haha, a strange Eastern title has been added. "As long as you're happy, that's fine. This title seems good. Let us use it a few more times and I'll get used to it." Chapter 357. David Speed is a bit fast back in the locker room. The players surrounded Mi Yuan, asking about his technical characteristics to better cooperate in the future. To this, Mi Yuan did not hold back at all and explained in detail to his teammates. When Guardiola entered the locker room, he saw the players with their shirts off, seriously listening to Mi Yuan's introduction. He really enjoys the current atmosphere in the team. Without disturbing anyone, he quietly left the locker room. He originally came to tell everyone that he had prepared a nice lunch and urged them to hurry to the cafeteria. Seeing this scene, he no longer felt anxious and went directly to the restaurant to wait. Half an hour later, the players, having finished their showers and changed clothes, came to the cafeteria, chatting and laughing. When they saw the table filled with a sashimi buffet, they immediately perked up. Since athletes need to control their body fat, their diet is strictly regulated, and sashimi has become their favorite food. Everyone's here, quickly take a seat, it's time to eat. Guardiola didn't even need to say anything. The players rushed to the long table and began to feast. Guardiola couldn't help but laugh at this pack of hungry wolves and loudly said, "The salmon and tuna sashimi are caught by rice. If you want sashimi in the future, you have to find rice." Chapter 358. The legendary number 7 in the morning. The main squad of Manchester City headed to the airport to check in and prepare for their trip to Houston. Manchester is 6 hours ahead of Houston, so when the players arrive, they can immediately start their first training session. When the players arrived at the airport, reporters and fans were already waiting. Silva has recently become crazy about flat caps and specifically wore a Chicago Bulls cap this time. Those who didn't know would think he was going to challenge the Houston Rockets. Agüero was all smiles while taking photos with fans. De Bruyne looked very happy as well, casually checking in with his hands in his pockets. Only Gundogan was constantly on the phone, only showing a bright smile when he saw the camera. Rice appeared very low-key, wearing a cap and quietly walking toward the boarding gate with his teammates. He was looking forward to this trip to Houston because his opponent would be his favorite team from childhood. The Red Devils and the Blue Moon have always represented the two colors of Manchester. The two teams, two colors. And a century of rivalry added much color to the city derby. Rice has vivid memories of the stories of these two teams since he fell in love with football, because at that time, the summer sun was shining, and Manchester City was rising to prominence, entering his field of vision. Chapter 359. The Overseas Derby begins. Rice really liked this opening ceremony. It had a touch of romance. After watching his teammates choose sides on the field, he sat on the bench, waiting for the match to officially start. As the match began, Agüero passed the ball to the defense, and the Red Devils immediately launched a frenzied attack, quickly pressing forward to regain possession. Since Mourinho and Guardiola joined the Premier League as coaches, these two old rivals met again. In their first season coaching, there was no decisive winner. However, Guardiola's team performed better in the league despite losing to the madman in the English league. Although last season, the championship coach Guardiola ended up empty-handed, he still led Manchester City to a good performance. After all, it was his first time coaching in the Premier League, and the media was somewhat forgiving. This time, when they faced off again, the madman employed a high-pressure tactic right from the start, aiming to score first to win the match. Faced with Manchester United's frantic attacks, Manchester City had to adopt a defensive stance. In the second minute of the match, Manchester United gained possession, and after the ball reached Blind's feet, he lifted it into the penalty area, where it was headed out by Adebayo. After Herrera regained the ball outside the box, he dribbled to the edge of the penalty area, found some space, and took a long-range shot. Chapter 360. A mistake in stopping the ball. The Manchester City fans in the stands became tense at this moment. If Lukaku caught up with the ball, he would be facing an empty net. The Manchester City players on the bench also stood up, their eyes glued to the field. Two Manchester City defenders were desperately chasing, and Ederson, who had just made a move, quickly turned to return to defense. But everything was already in motion. Lukaku had accelerated, quickly catching up to the ball, and in the penalty area, he controlled the bouncing ball and took a left-footed shot. The ball flew into the net, and Manchester United scored first. After the goal, Lukaku ran to the sidelines, pointing at the fans in the stands to celebrate. While Lukaku celebrated on the sidelines, the Manchester City players on the bench sat down helplessly. Manchester United's counterattack was too fast, and the defender's misjudgment led to this goal. However, the match wasn't over yet. There were about 10 minutes left in the first half, including stoppage time, and they believed their teammates could equalize the score. However, they did not know that this was just the beginning of Manchester United's attack. Manchester City kicked off, reorganized their attack, But unfortunately, a passing mistake in the front line allowed Manchester United to intercept the ball and quickly pass it to Mkhitaryan. Chapter 361. Pulling one back, he couldn't tolerate this and immediately turned to chase back, but the opponent directly passed the ball to Mkhitaryan, forcing him to change direction and continue pursuing. He had never made such a stopping mistake before and only then realized that he had overlooked the strength of his teammates' pass. He was too accustomed to the power and speed of his teammates' passes at Dortmund. This time, he had been careless, and he needed to quickly make up for his mistake. At the same time, he rapidly adjusted his own state, adapting quickly to the rhythm of the confrontation and the way his teammates passed the ball to avoid making another mistake. Although Rice was trying hard to retrieve the ball, Manchester United's passing speed was very fast. He was no longer the reckless young player chasing the ball on the field. He immediately returned to his defensive area to assist his teammates in defense. In the 50th minute, after Manchester United entered the 30-meter zone, the ball reached Rashford's feet. After receiving the ball, Rashford made a slight adjustment and suddenly lifted a shot toward the goal from the left side of Manchester City's area. This young player, who had grown up in Manchester United's youth training, not only had speed, but also posed a strong threat with his long-range shots and counterattacks. This sudden lob from 30 meters away caught Manchester City's defenders off guard. Chapter 362. The Red Devils' stubborn defense in the 10 minutes following Manchester City's goal. Both sides had their own attacks and defenses, but neither posed a threat to the opponent's goal. As the match reached the 70th minute, Jesus made a diagonal pass from the left side of the penalty area, and Sane shot from near the penalty spot, only to be saved by Romero. Youngster Foden followed up with a rebound shot, but the ball soared high, missing the chance to equalize. Shortly after, Manchester United launched a counterattack, but the ball was intercepted by Argentine defender Otamendi, who directly lifted the ball toward the front line. Rice successfully blocked Jones to regain possession and then passed the ball to Jesus, who, after receiving it, dribbled past two defenders and created space for a powerful shot. Unfortunately, Romero was well prepared, charging out to deflect the ball, but the clearance wasn't far, and Foden picked it up. Foden was very active on the field, and Manchester United's players intensified their marking against him. When he got the ball, Manchester United's defenders followed closely. Foden had no time to adjust and opted for a direct shot. He lobbed the ball toward the empty net from outside the penalty area, but failed to keep it down, slightly overhitting it. After Manchester City's goal, their offensive continued, increasing the pressure on Manchester United's defense. However, Manchester United was not a team to easily admit defeat. After restarting the game, they readjusted the pace of the match and organized another counterattack. Chapter 363. Handshake and reconciliation. Foden was clever. He noticed the veteran Fernandinho quickly following up and chose not to pass to the goal, but to Fernandinho instead. At that moment, Fernandinho was unmarked. As he saw the ball coming, he sprinted and leapt high, heading the ball towards the goal. The angle of the header was tricky, heading straight for the top right corner of the goal. Romero reacted, but by the time he dove for the save, it was too late, and the ball flew into the net. Manchester City dramatically equalized in the final moments of the match. The crowd erupted in warm applause, moved by the players' spirit of perseverance and excited that they managed to level the score at the last moment. 22. Manchester City denied Manchester United the chance to win the match, and the last half-minute turned into a celebration for City. The Brazilian veteran Fernandinho, who scored the equalizer, was visibly excited. He sprinted to the sideline, knelt on one knee, and raised his fists in celebration. His teammates rushed over, piling on top of him to celebrate the equalizing goal together. The applause from the fans in the stands was deafening as they sang Manchester City's anthem, celebrating their team's ability to equalize at the last moment. Chapter 364. The second match of the International Champions Cup on the evening of the 26th local time. A long line formed at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, which can accommodate nearly 100,000 people. Fans wearing Real Madrid's white jerseys and those in blue jerseys were all smiling as they queued for security checks, waiting to watch the evening's match. The blue Manchester City jerseys stood out like blue waves in a sea of white. Indeed, the number of Real Madrid fans was several times that of Manchester City's. Even without considering Cristiano Ronaldo's fans, the sheer impact of Real Madrid in the world of football meant that the number of fans present was astonishing. Unfortunately, Ronaldo did not travel with the team for this International Champions Cup. At 7:15 p.m., both teams' players arrived at the stadium by bus. The Real Madrid fans who couldn't get tickets quickly swarmed around the bus, shouting the players' names. Bale and Benzema received the loudest cheers, along with calls for head coach Zidane. In contrast, Manchester City's side felt somewhat quieter when the players from both teams took to the field for warm-ups. The cheers from Manchester City fans were noticeably weaker than those from Real Madrid fans. However, this did not affect the mood of Manchester City's players. Facing Real Madrid was a good experience for them. Chapter 365, outstanding performances from both goalkeepers. Manchester City earned a corner on the right side. De Bruyne took the corner, sending the ball directly into the penalty area, but Manchester City's players failed to win the first touch. Real Madrid secured the first drop, heading the ball out of the penalty area. The players outside the box seized the ball and launched a quick counterattack. Unfortunately, before the ball could reach the 30-meter zone, Manchester City intercepted it and initiated a new wave of attack. De Bruyne sent a long pass from near the center circle to Agüero on the right side of the penalty area. Agüero took the ball and shot powerfully, but Navas blocked the near corner and saved it. The penalty area was chaotic, and a hurried clearance from a Real Madrid defender was intercepted by the advancing De Bruyne, but his follow-up shot went over the bar. Real Madrid reorganized their attack, and in the 27th minute, they earned a corner on the right side. They executed a tactical corner. Casemiro won the first touch on the edge of the small box, and his powerful header was unlucky, hitting the post and bouncing out. However, the crisis was not averted, as the ball bounced to the left side of the penalty area, where Benzema followed up and shot from a tight angle. Ederson had already positioned himself to block the near corner, and when the ball came, he managed to punch it out of the baseline. Real Madrid switched sides to take the corner again, this time opting for a direct cross into the penalty area, but neither side managed to claim a drop. Chapter 366. Sweeping Real Madrid after gaining the advantage, Manchester City's defensive pressure significantly decreased, allowing the players to focus their energy on attacking. Under Manchester City's relentless assault, Real Madrid was forced to tighten their defense. However, 2 minutes later, former Real Madrid player Danilo sent a curved ball from the left, passing it into the center. Unfortunately, De Bruyne, who was making a run, failed to make contact with the ball, missing the opportunity to extend the lead. At this point in the match, Zidane made a major substitution, replacing all 10 starting players, including Bale and Modric. He brought on Marcos, Oscar, Vázquez, Akraf, Theo, Mayoral, Vallejo, Asensio, Ceballos, and Alvaro. This was a rare complete substitution, with most being rarely used substitutes, including 2 young players. After the substitutions, the new players quickly adapted to the pace of the match, which had some effect on Manchester City, who were just hitting their stride. However, Manchester City adjusted quickly, and 3 minutes later, they earned a free kick, which De Bruyne took. De Bruyne's free kick went over the wall and straight towards a goal, but unfortunately, it hit the post and did not result in a goal. The ball rebounded and was cleared out of the baseline by a Real Madrid player, leading to another corner for Manchester City. Chapter 367. Against Tottenham with the referee's whistle, Manchester City kicked off the match. As the ball was played, both teams' players quickly moved into action. Soon, Manchester City's attack was intercepted, and Tottenham seized the ball to launch a counterattack. Trippier, on the right side of the penalty area, delivered a 45-degree cross, but Kane was a step slow and failed to make contact. Ali reacted quickly, making a rapid run from the left side of the penalty area to receive the ball and took a low shot. Ederson was very focused. As soon as he saw Trippier's pass, he quickly charged out and narrowly averted the crisis. The clash between 2 Premier League teams had no tentative opening. Both sides played aggressively right from the start, quickly establishing their attacking and defensive formations. Tottenham, having had poor results in the previous 2 matches, immediately began to bombard Manchester City. As the match progressed, when Manchester City broke through to within 30 meters of the front field, a foul by Tottenham awarded Manchester City a free kick opportunity. De Bruyne took the free kick from the right side of the front field, delivering a low fastball. Inside the Tottenham penalty area, both teams' players quickly moved towards the ball's drop point, creating a scene of chaos. Stones, who had been in the center of the penalty area, reacted quickly, shaking off the defender beside him. With a forward posture, he adjusted his body and, bending down, headed the ball into the net in one smooth motion. Chapter 368. Conclusion of the International Champions Cup. The pass was deflected by Touré midway, flying high into the air. Fortunately, a Tottenham player managed to retrieve the ball and began organizing a counterattack. However, this counterattack ultimately ended with a shot that flew out of the baseline, resulting in a goal kick from Manchester City. Ederson, very experienced, seized the opportunity while most Tottenham players had yet to fall back into position, and he kicked the ball forward to initiate an attack. Aguero, positioned in the front, saw the ball flying toward him, quickly adjusted his position, and with a header, directed the ball to the edge of the arc, forcing the following center-back Alderweireld to abruptly stop and change direction to intercept. In this moment, Cohen earned himself an easy chance to take the ball, retrieving it near the top of the arc, facing Alderweireld's block. Aguero created some space in the penalty area and shot with his left foot, but the ball hit the inside of the post and bounced out of play. Subsequently, Tottenham made further substitutions, bringing on Wimmer, Janssen, and Bintaleb, while taking off Ali, Winks, and Vertonghen, continuing with the positional changes. After the substitutions, Tottenham reorganized their attack, with the ball reaching Dier, who distributed it to the left side from Manchester City. Unfortunately, when Trippier passed the ball to Eriksen, it was intercepted by a Manchester City defender. Chapter 369. Back to Manchester at the beginning of the year. BYD invited Leonardo DiCaprio to shoot an advertisement for the Tang model, and this time they invited Mi Yuan to shoot an advertisement for the Dynasty family. This car has a starting price under 100,000, making it very suitable for modern young people as their first vehicle. The next afternoon, Tang Ning picked up Mi Yuan and Kalami at the hotel and headed to the filming location. This was a thoughtful move from the client, as they did not make Mi Yuan travel long distances, but filmed the advertisement locally in Nashville. The filming location was chosen along the Cumberland River, and today's shooting task was quite heavy, needing to complete all of Mi Yuan's scenes in the afternoon and evening. The night view by the Cumberland River was beautiful, and during the day they would shoot along the Riverside Road, transitioning from the modern, bustling metropolis to lush jungles. Once in the car, Tang Ning handed the advertisement script to Mi Yuan and briefly explained the shooting process. The script was simple, with only one line: youth can face setbacks, but must not miss out. Yuan, the young and carefree BYD Yuan. Mi Yuan quickly memorized this line, which was not difficult for him since he was a developed computer. The only troublesome part was that his older brother did not know how to drive. Chapter 370. League Round 1 exclusion last season. Guardiola's Manchester City achieved nothing. This season, after bringing in Mi Yuan and several excellent players, he was prepared to make a big impact. Guardiola's primary target for this season was the Premier League Championship, and he was also considering when it would be most appropriate to give Mi Yuan his debut. After the players took a day off, they all arrived at the training base full of energy to begin their pre-match preparations. All the players were actively engaged in training, hoping to perform well in the new season's matches. The first day of training went smoothly, and during the group matches, Cohen performed exceptionally, scoring a hat trick. Mi Yuan was still in the substitute group, but he also scored 2 goals. On the second day of training, during the group matches, Mi Yuan was placed in the starting group, and he performed excellently again, contributing with a goal and an assist, showcasing his abilities. Seeing that Mi Yuan had nearly gelled with his teammates, Guardiola shifted his training focus to build an attacking system centered around Mi Yuan. This was a plan he had formulated before signing Mi Yuan, and now it could finally be implemented. As time progressed, it was finally time to announce the pre-match squad, with the first round of the Premier League about to kick off. Chapter 371. The Revenge Battle of the Blue Moon. The first round of the Premier League soon kicked off, with Manchester City winning 2-0 against newly promoted Brighton. Although they achieved a good start, their 2-goal margin only placed them third in the standings. Manchester United, meanwhile, recorded a 4-0 victory against West Ham at home, taking the top spot due to their goal difference. Surprisingly, the second place was taken by another newly promoted team, Huddersfield, who managed to keep a clean sheet against Crystal Palace and scored 3 goals. Tottenham also started strong this season, achieving a 2-goal margin like Manchester City, placing them fourth. Arsenal and Leicester City had a goal-scoring battle, with Arsenal coming back from behind to score 2 quick goals in the second half, ultimately winning and placing fifth. To everyone's surprise, Liverpool only managed to earn 1 point in their first match, while Chelsea lost to their rivals, finishing the first round in 14th place. However, it was only the first round, which held little reference value and was merely entertainment for fans during their leisure time. After the teammates returned, Mi Yuan prepared everything at home and invited his teammates over for a gathering. Everyone showed up for this gathering, and Cohen demonstrated his skills as a barbecue master, while the teammates brought plenty of gifts. Chapter 372. Premier League debut. Lewin quickly rushed to the ball's landing spot, but it was Company who got there first, heading the ball to Otamendi for distribution. Otamendi quickly played the ball to Fernandinho, who passed it to De Bruyne to launch a counterattack. De Bruyne passed the ball to the supporting Walker, and he quickly moved in to receive it himself. After receiving the ball, Walker saw Mi Yuan raising his hand for the ball and unhesitatingly made a long pass across him. Mi Yuan sprinted forward quickly, driving the ball towards the edge of the penalty area. An Everton defender, seeing Mi Yuan coming, went in for tackle. Facing the defender's challenge, Mi Yuan showed no fear and took a shot at the ball regardless. The ball hit the defender and flew away, while Mi Yuan fell at the edge of the penalty area. This was Mi Yuan's first appearance in the Premier League, and with his first touch, he showcased his tough side to the Manchester City fans in attendance. Premier League fans love tough players, and there had been some skepticism about whether Mi Yuan could adapt to the physicality of the league. However, after Mi Yuan's recent performance, they saw a robust player emerging. Mi Yuan was completely unafraid of the defender's tackle and bravely chose to shoot, which was enough to earn their applause and cheers. Chapter 373. First goal in the Premier League. Back in the locker room, Mi Yuan saw Guardiola comforting Walker. Although it was unclear whether Walker had committed a foul, being sent off would certainly affect his mood. After comforting Walker, Guardiola walked to the tactical board, tapped it, and reminded everyone to pay attention. Trailing by a goal and down to 10 men, the players were not in a good mood. At this moment, everyone hoped the coach would adjust the tactics to turn the unfavorable situation around in the second half. Playing with one less man and being behind on the scoreline meant they would have to focus on defense and counterattacks in the second half, particularly on withstanding the opponent's offense. The current state of the defense caused real concern for the midfield and attacking players, making them hesitant to commit to attacking. Guardiola, knowing what the players were thinking, smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you lack confidence for the upcoming matches?" After saying this, he scanned the crowd, noticing that most of them were looking down and silent, with only Mi Yuan staring intently at him. This kid seemed to have some thoughts. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and said seriously, "We still have 45 minutes. The match is not over. So what if we are one man down? So what if we are behind by a goal? As long as we don't give up, we can change everything." Chapter 374. A great comeback. Holgate quickly passed the ball to Schneiderlin when he saw Sane rushing in to intercept. After receiving the ball, the latter quickly advanced with it. Upon encountering a block from Mayan, he passed the ball to Davis. After receiving the ball, Davis swiftly charged towards the penalty area through the gap between the midfield and Stones. Before Company could close him down, he took a shot, sending the ball straight to the lower left corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Ederson, seeing Davis break through with the ball, quickly anticipated the angle of the shot. Almost simultaneously as Davis struck the ball, Ederson swiftly moved to the left, giving him the opportunity to dive and save, deflecting the ball towards the sideline with one hand. Unfortunately, the ball was quickly retrieved by Baines, who had advanced to assist, taking advantage of the chaos in Manchester City's defense. And while the goalkeeper had not yet recovered, he passed the ball horizontally towards the edge of the penalty area to find Rooney. Since Rooney returned to his home team, Koeman has placed him in a core position. For Koeman, Rooney is Everton's biggest weapon. Ambitious Koeman aims to achieve even greater results this season, and Rooney's addition has greatly boosted his confidence. Before the match, he had urged his players to pass the ball more to Rooney, allowing him more opportunities to score. Chapter 375. Sweeping the Toffees. Manchester City turned around the score from being behind in the first half to a significant lead in the second half in less than 20 minutes. What excited the fans the most was that this happened while Manchester City was playing with fewer players. On the sidelines, Koeman was dumbfounded. During halftime, he had urged the players to continue fighting for the 3 points. Koeman never expected to be slapped in the face so quickly. With a 2-goal deficit and less than 30 minutes left, it would be very difficult for Everton to win the match. On the field, Manchester City players were celebrating wildly. The applause from the stands thundered, and cheers echoed throughout the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City fans watching the live broadcast were also shocked, and many Mayan fans immediately expressed their admiration on social media platforms like forums, Weibo, Twitter, and YouTube. On the Manchester City bench, all the players were excited, standing on the sidelines to cheer for their teammates. In contrast, the atmosphere on the Everton bench was terrifyingly low. After Manchester City's celebration ended, the game continued. Everton, now desperate to salvage their pride, had no other thoughts. But how could Manchester City give them this opportunity? This was Manchester City's home ground, the Etihad. Chapter 376. First time as core. On the evening of August 24th, The UEFA Champions League group stage draw and the UEFA Best Player Award ceremony were held in Monaco. This was the most anticipated event for all Manchester City players, and Mi Yuan was no exception. After finishing training in the afternoon and having a simple dinner at home, Mi Yuan sat in front of the TV to watch the live draw. While waiting, he recalled last season when he watched the draw ceremony with his Dortmund teammates in the cafeteria. After arriving in Manchester, he occasionally kept in touch with his teammates, but everyone was busy with their own work, so they didn't communicate much. He also paid close attention to news from Dortmund and was very happy to see them win big against Wolfsburg in their first match. He hoped Dortmund would achieve good results this season. However, with the transfer window still open, he was unsure how many players Dortmund would lose this season. It felt like just yesterday when he and his teammates lifted the Champions League trophy, and now he could only learn about his old teammates' news through live broadcasts and the internet. Just as he was lost in thought, the draw ceremony finally began. Kalami also brought a fruit platter and sat down beside him, and the two watched the live broadcast together. Manchester City was not a seeded team and was ultimately placed in Group F, facing Shakhtar Donetsk, Napoli, and Feyenoord. Chapter 377. Diving De Bruyne stood at the penalty spot, and as the primary penalty taker, there was no doubt he would be there. However, to everyone's surprise, he hugged the ball and walked in front of Mi Yuan, whispering a few words. Mi Yuan took the ball back to the penalty spot. This action by De Bruyne not only puzzled the fans in the stands, but also raised questions from the commentators on site. What is going on? Is Mi Yuan going to take the penalty? Although Mi Yuan had a good record of free kick goals before, would his powerful shot be effective from such a close distance? Mi Yuan placed the ball, observed the wall's positioning, stepped back 2 paces, and began to adjust his breathing. He didn't understand why De Bruyne had chosen to let him take the penalty, but since it was entrusted to him, he wanted to deliver a good result. The whistle blew, and Mi Yuan took a direct approach, striking the ball fiercely with the outside of his right foot. In front of the goal, Bournemouth goalkeeper Begovic stepped to the right without hesitation as he saw the ball rise. However, just as he was about to jump, he was dumbfounded. The football flew over the wall, curving toward the left side of the goal. Begovic had no way to save it and could only helplessly watch the ball fly into the net from his position. Chapter 378. Perfect start with 3 consecutive wins in the 70th minute of the match. Mi Yuan dropped back to receive the ball and turned before sending a through pass. Saying, not stopping the ball, laid it off to Sterling, who then advanced along the wing, dribbling past 2 defenders and preparing to pass the ball into the middle. At this moment, the defender he had just evaded fouled Sterling from behind. The referee decisively blew the whistle, awarding Manchester City a free kick and showing a yellow card to the Bournemouth player who committed the foul from behind. De Bruyne did not let this free kick go. He directly passed it into the penalty area, where chaos ensued and the ball deflected off a Manchester City player's leg, going out for a corner. Bournemouth continued to organize an attack, but as the ball just crossed the halfway line, it was intercepted by David, who charged forward. David distributed the ball to the side, passing it to Sterling. Sterling, carrying the ball along the wing, saw Mi Yuan and Sane making simultaneous runs and deliver cross. As Mi Yuan surged in at high speed and saw the ball coming, he took a direct volley, sending the ball hurtling toward the goal like a cannonball. 12. Mi Yuan scored again, changing the score to 21. From falling behind to turning the game around, this time Manchester City took a bit longer, but the fans were still very happy to see the goal and celebrated wildly. Chapter 379. Possession versus rock and roll. Mi Yuan returned to Dortmund very low-key, and after picking up his graduation certificate from school, he only contacted Mark. There was no other option. His other teammates were either away with their national teams or training. Only Mark was relatively relaxed because he had injured himself again and was resting at home. Moreover, this injury was serious, affecting his adductor muscles and nearly sidelining him for the entire season. For this older brother who had always helped him a lot, Mi Yuan, after some hesitation, exchanged points for rehabilitation medication. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly give the medication directly to Mark for him to take. After deciding to help his older brother, he went to a Chinese medicine store in Manchester and bought a box of Mi Yuan, Jidu. The reason for buying honey pills is simple. They're easy to use and have no side effects, as their effects are to clear heat and detoxify, and to disperse wind and reduce swelling. Of course, after purchasing them, he processed them a bit, soaking 10 pills in a solution and then rolling them into small pills by hand, storing them in an empty pill bottle. He rolled 120 pills by hand, labeling them with instructions for taking 2 pills a day, one at a time, and noting the dietary restrictions during the medication period. during the medication period. One should avoid spicy food, smoking, and drinking. When he arrived at Mark's house and saw Mark leaning on a crutch to open the door for him, he felt a bit of pity. Chapter 380. Main sent off with a red card in the following minutes. Liverpool utilized their strength in counterattacking, repeatedly threatening Manchester City's goal in a fast-paced back-and-forth battle. However, City's goalkeeper Ederson performed excellently, firmly guarding the goal. In the 12th minute of the match, City attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, but failed to breach Liverpool's defense. Subsequently, Liverpool organized a counterattack, with a long pass from the backfield to Salah on the left wing. Salah quickly took off, securing the ball about 5 meters from the goal line, and then turned with the ball to pass it back to the advancing Alexander. After receiving the pass from Salah, Alexander directly pushed the ball towards the upper left corner of the penalty area for Henderson, who was making a high-speed run. Mi Yuan, who had been following closely behind Henderson, noticed his movement and quickly caught up, but was still a step slow. His outstretched leg failed to intercept Henderson's pass. Without stopping the ball, Henderson sent a precise curved shot toward the back post. Main and Firmino quickly followed up, with Firmino jumping up at the first opportunity and using the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball toward the goal. Chapter 381. Disallowed goal. After the team doctor entered the field to examine Ederson, he began to treat his injury. After all, it was a head injury, and Ederson's face was covered in blood. The team doctor hurried to stop the bleeding and, for safety reasons, signaled Guardiola to make a substitution. He also waved for a stretcher to enter, carefully stabilizing Ederson's neck before taking him off for treatment. Veteran Bravo had already been preparing on the sidelines when Ederson was injured, and when Ederson was carried off, Bravo came on as a substitute. City was forced to use one substitution, but the main concern was still Ederson's injury. Due to the unexpected incident, the City medical staff spent a lot of time treating Ederson's injury on the field, and by this time, the first half had already exceeded 45 minutes. The fourth official on the sidelines had raised the electronic board indicating 8 minutes of stoppage time after communicating with the referee. Everyone expressed concern for Ederson's injury, as it was a kick to the head. After the substitution, the match resumed. Although they were one player down, Liverpool did not give up on attacking. How could City, with a numerical advantage, allow Liverpool to counterattack? After the kickoff, City immediately pressured Liverpool and pushed the battle into Liverpool's half. Chapter 382. Sweeping the Reds 15 minutes later. The second half was about to begin. What excited all City fans the most was that Ederson appeared on the bench. His face was taped, and he looked good, sitting on the bench with a water bottle watching the match. When Ederson appeared on camera, all City fans stood up excitedly, shouting his name and applauding. Yes, Premier League fans love tough players. As long as their players are still standing, they're the greatest heroes in their hearts. Liverpool was the first to make a substitution, taking off Salah and bringing on Oxlade-Chamberlain. Klopp's substitution was clearly aimed at strengthening the midfield, allowing for both attack and defense. Oxlade-Chamberlain had just transferred from Arsenal to Liverpool in the summer window. His personal abilities are comprehensive and well-balanced. Klopp clearly hoped that Oxlade-Chamberlain could leverage his advantages on the field and create more scoring opportunities for Liverpool. The match had already started, and Mi Yuan, after receiving the ball, passed it to Mendy, who dribbled to the byline and crossed. A shot in the penalty area went wide, and Walker's shot at the back post hit the side netting. Liverpool then took a goal kick, and City continued to press, with Mi Yuan escaping 2 defenders in the middle and sending a through ball to Ake. Chapter 383. 4 consecutive wins. Topping the standings after the match between City and Liverpool, both head coaches and players accepted media interviews. When a reporter interviewed Guardiola, he asked, "Pep, you scored 5 goals in this match and kept a clean sheet against your opponent. Are you happy?" Guardiola replied, suppressing a smile, "In the past, every time we faced Liverpool, we would feel weak at the knees. Today's result surprised me, and I'm very happy. It was a thrilling match, and my players created a miracle. However, when both teams were at full strength, we still found it very difficult. They had several good scoring opportunities, but Ederson's performance was outstanding, successfully shutting down the opponent. Undoubtedly, I give Ederson a perfect score. He played a crucial role in the penalty area. It wasn't until Maine received a red card that the situation changed. Our players seized the opportunity." Subsequently, when a reporter interviewed Klopp, he asked, "Do you have any doubts about the red card decision?" Klopp rubbed his nose and replied, "Anything can happen during a match. When a player is focused on observing the falling ball, it's easy to overlook what's happening around them." Chapter 384. Champions League journey begins as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the training base. He was startled by the fans waiting outside. It wasn't because he lacked psychological resilience, but rather because they were all wearing the number 9 jersey, his fans. These fans not only wore his jersey, but also held up his posters. He had never seen such a scene, even during his time at Dortmund. However, the car windows were tinted, and as long as he didn't roll them down, they wouldn't know who was inside. He signaled Karami to drive straight in. He didn't want to delay training, but having fans waiting like this could create a negative impact. After thinking it over, he didn't know what to do and could only ask Karami, "Is there any way to prevent fans from blocking me here?" This was really hard to control. "I'll go talk to the club about it later." Mi Yuan nodded. He had no experience to reference. Upon entering the base, he went to the locker room to change clothes and prepare for today's training. His teammates greeted him warmly as he opened the door. His performances in the past few matches had earned him the recognition of his teammates, so it was normal for them to be more enthusiastic. After all, in competitive sports, respect is given to the strong. Today's training mainly focused on tactical drills against Feyenoord. Chapter 385. 3 kills in the first half, seeing the opponent preparing to kick off. The cunning Mi Yuan suddenly rushed toward the football at the moment when goalkeeper Brad placed the ball on the grass and prepared to step back to take the kick. His sudden move startled the goalkeeper, who no longer dared to calmly approach the goal for a kickoff. Just as Mi Yuan rushed forward, he skillfully pushed the ball to Narum. Mi Yuan had to stop, change direction, and continue to press. He felt a deep regret. He was still a step too slow. If he had just managed to steal the ball, scoring would have been great. However, his sudden attack made the Feyenoord players more vigilant, and they dared not be careless. But the gap in strength between the two teams was still quite large. 2 minutes later, their attack was intercepted, and Manchester City launched a counterattack with a long pass from a back. Akuan received the pass in the penalty area, but his shot was blocked by goalkeeper Brad. Subsequently, Feyenoord finally executed a beautiful counterattack, but unfortunately, Manchester City players firmly blocked their path into the penalty area within the 30-meter zone. With no other option, forward Kramer, who was in the center, distributed the ball to Bogies at the edge of the penalty area. The latter surged into the side of the penalty area and took a shot, but Ederson collected the ball easily, posing no threat to Manchester City's goal. Chapter 386. A perfect Champions League start. Manchester City controlled the rhythm in the midfield, with the newly introduced Sterling and Sane being very active, constantly penetrating the front line. Feyenoord's players could only tighten their defense, keeping Manchester City outside the 30-meter zone. In the 61st minute, Sterling received the ball with his back to the opponent's defenders, holding them off and passing to Sane. After the pass, Sterling was brought down by an opponent, but the referee did not blow the whistle as the attacking team had the advantage. Sane, anticipating the arrival of the defenders, quickly delivered a through ball to the running Familial. Familial took the ball and charged towards the penalty area, facing the well-coordinated Manchester City players. The Feyenoord defenders had no choice but to commit a tactical foul, giving Manchester City a superb free kick opportunity. De Bruyne took the free kick, accurately finding Stones in front of the goal. Stones jumped and headed the ball into Brad's net, making it 4-0. This goal completely extinguished Feyenoord's hopes of securing a point at home. Feyenoord's players looked on in disbelief as they watched Stones celebrate wildly. Is a Manchester City defender really this strong? One Manchester City defender scored twice and repeatedly thwarted their attacks. Chapter 387. The final battle of September, the 5th round of the Premier League, kicked off as scheduled, and away from home, Manchester City once again secured a clean sheet, winning 6-0 against Watford. What excited all Manchester City fans the most was not just the victory, but Agüero's hat-trick in this match. Although Mi Yuan only played 60 minutes in this match, he also scored a goal with Agüero's assist, continuing to lead the scoring charts. This victory was expected, but scoring 6 goals thrilled the fans the most. After this match, Manchester City firmly held the top position in the standings. Although Manchester United also won, they were clearly outpaced by Manchester City in goal difference. The 3rd round of the League Cup also commenced as scheduled, but compared to the League and the Champions League, this was merely an appetizer. With a busy September behind them, Manchester City ended a series of 3 away games, returning home for the 6th round of the league and the 2nd group stage match of the Champions League. In these 2 matches, Manchester City once again kept a clean sheet and secured victories at home. In the last match of September, Manchester City would head to Stamford Bridge to face Chelsea. Originally, the relationship between Manchester City and Chelsea was quite close, But since the white scarf took over Manchester City, the club no longer wanted to play second fiddle to Chelsea in their pursuit of becoming a powerhouse. Chapter 388. A fierce battle at Stamford Bridge 15 minutes later. Both sides resumed the battle, with fierce competition in the midfield. Players from both teams frequently fell to the ground during the tussles, causing the game to be paused at times. In the 60th minute, Fernandinho was forced to commit a tactical foul while intercepting Hazard, receiving a yellow card. After thwarting Chelsea's attack, Manchester City launched a counterattack. At this point, Manchester City's possession had risen to 71, silencing the Chelsea players at Stamford Bridge. The stadium was filled with the cheering voices of Manchester City fans. Perhaps influenced by the fan support, Mi Yuan received the ball in the center and passed it out just before being surrounded by Chelsea players. Brink made a quick forward run, receiving the ball in the 30-meter area. He then dribbled all the way to the edge of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot from about 17 meters, sending the ball into the goal. Manchester City finally broke the deadlock, scoring first in the 67th minute, 1-0. This was a textbook powerful long-range shot, and even the outstanding Courtois could not touch the ball as it flew into the net. The speed was just too fast. Players like Brink, who possess exquisite footwork and can assist as well as shoot, truly instill fear in their opponents. Chapter 389. The core of attack is not easy to be on the way back to Manchester. Guardiola announced the time for the next training session. In Manchester City, players entered holiday mode. Players without national team duties cheered at the news of a break, but Mi Yuan wore a bitter expression. His little holiday would be spent in busyness, as he had taken on so many advertisements. Just as he was lost in thought, Gundogan approached and asked me, "Want to get together?" Mi Yuan was taken aback, suddenly recalling his earlier agreement with Mkhitaryan. He had been so busy that he almost forgot. He immediately nodded. "Sure, let's invite Henrik. Of course, let us do it tomorrow. I've already made arrangements." Mi Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. It was supposed to be his responsibility to organize, yet he completely forgot. "I'll treat you. You guys can make the arrangements since I'm not very familiar with this place." "Ah, you're treating us? Your income is the highest now," Gundogan said without any hesitation. Mi Yuan didn't mind. That statement was indeed correct. By the time they returned to Manchester, it was already late, and everyone went home. The next day, Mi Yuan slept in until he naturally woke up. He took out his phone and saw a message from Gundogan, immediately jumping out of bed. Chapter 390. The third round of European competition, the Manchester City players were very happy upon returning to the locker room, especially B. Silva, who scored his first goal for the club. He happily approached Mi Yuan and said, "Mi, you played brilliantly today. You performed even better. You can score more in the future." Hearing the exchange between the two young players, D. Silva also joined in, smiling, "You both did great today. Keep up this form." With the captain's endorsement, B. Silva's face lit up with a smile. In this match, Mi Yuan proved his worth and received recognition from all his teammates. Meanwhile, Guardiola, during an interview with reporters, did not shy away from announcing a piece of shocking news that left all the media stunned. Mi Yuan will be a core player that Manchester City focuses on developing in the future. Although he already possesses the ability to take on a significant role, we will continue to help him grow in the next couple of seasons. After this statement, the interpretation by the English media became interesting. As the players left the field to go home and rest, news about Mi Yuan becoming the core of Manchester City exploded across major media platforms. In a kind interpretation, Manchester City has finally found a suitable attacking core, and Mi Yuan will become the second prominent player from Dacia active in Manchester City. Chapter 391. 2 goals in 5 minutes. The corner kick was delivered into the penalty area, and Walker's attempt to score was off target, hitting the post and going out of bounds. Napoli then took a goal kick, and Reina passed the ball to the fullback. At this moment, Sane quickly rushed up to apply high pressure, forcing the Napoli defender to pass back to the goalkeeper. Reina did not stop the ball and kicked it long towards the front. When the ball flew into Manchester City's half, it was intercepted by Otamendi, who sent a long pass towards Napoli's left side. Sterling, positioned on the wing, controlled the ball with his chest and passed it back to Walker, who had made an overlapping run, while he himself made a quick forward run. At this point, all Manchester City players had pushed into the attacking half. After Walker passed the ball back to the central player Fei Niao, he also made a quick forward run. Mi Yuan, seeing Fei Niao receive the ball, raised his hand to signal for the ball to be passed to Sane. Without hesitation, Fei Niao directly chipped the ball towards Napoli's right side. passing it to Sane near the sideline. The Napoli fullback, seeing the ball go to Sane, immediately turned to block Sane's cutting path. However, after Sane stopped the ball, he did not choose to dribble past the defender, but suddenly made a diagonal pass into the penalty area. Mi Yuan made a sudden forward run as Sane controlled the ball, and Sane's pass was of high quality. Mi Yuan stopped the ball before it went out of bounds and crossed it into the area. Chapter 392. 2 uses of goal line technology. Mertens is exceptionally skilled, serving as the attacking core for Napoli. He is not tall, but very agile, and after receiving the ball, he quickly cut inside past Otamendi. Otamendi closely pursued Mertens from behind, while Stones also stepped up to block, and Delph quickly came over to intercept. The 3 players formed encirclement around Mertens, who had no choice but to pass the ball back, inserting himself into the penalty area between Stones and Delph. Zielinski received the ball, and Familial immediately rushed up to apply pressure, forcing Zielinski to pass to Insigne on the wing. Callahan on the other side also quickly made a forward run, and the 3 Napoli forwards formed an attacking force against Manchester City's goal. Mertens and Callahan attracted Manchester City's defensive attention, and Insigne, receiving the ball, faced Walker's defense, pulled the ball back, and passed it towards the center of the goal. However, Walker had already anticipated his intention, extending his leg in time to block the ball out of bounds. Originally, Napoli's attack and combination were very quick, but unfortunately, Insigne's pass was intercepted, causing them to miss the best opportunity. The ball was still in play, and Napoli had another chance. Gullum rushed into the attacking half and threw in a throw-in, passing the ball to Hamsik. Chapter 393. Goalkeeper Ederson Sterling made a great run and found himself in a good position at the top of the arc, with no defenders around him. If Sane passed the ball to him, the chance of scoring was very high. Napoli's defenders were already in position, but they were all drawn to the right side of the penalty area. Confident, Sane continued to advance with the ball. Upon entering the penalty area, it was uncertain whether he intended to dribble past Albiol, who was blocking him, or to pass the ball. Sane stumbled with the ball, losing control and giving up the opportunity to shoot. Guardiola, watching the scene from the sidelines, looked speechless, unsure of what had gone wrong with the young player. The game continued, and a Napoli defender cleared the ball out of the penalty area, with the second ball being intercepted by Familial, whose long-range shot hit the advertising boards. In the 36th minute of the match, Delph made a mistake while controlling the ball, but fortunately, he reacted quickly, managing to prevent the opponent from stealing the ball before it went out of bounds, giving Napoli a corner kick from the left. Zielinski took the corner, delivering the ball to the near post. Insigne made a quick flick and turned to receive the ball, attempting to create space, but Sane blocked his position, leaving him no chance to cross. Chapter 394. Napoli pushing forward. Guardiola was very pleased with the players' performance in the first half. Although a penalty was given to the opponent due to Walker's defense in the final minutes, Ederson's brilliant save still kept a clean sheet. He stood at the entrance of the locker room, waiting for each player to return. As the players entered the locker room, they all received Guardiola's encouragement and praise, including Sane, who had been eager to make an impact. When Mi Yuan entered, Guardiola gave him a big hug, clearly showing his affection for this gem. Of course, De Silva, Familial, and De Bruyne also received hugs. De Bruyne was the last to come in, and Guardiola simply wrapped his arm around his shoulder as they walked into the locker room together. Since Guardiola arrived at Manchester City, he has treated every player well, instilling in them a spirit of never giving up. He does not scold or berate players for poor performances in the locker room. Instead, he points out areas for improvement in the most gentle way, without demanding that players must follow his methods. Guardiola's high emotional intelligence has earned him the respect of all the players. Chapter 395. Handball. In the 63rd minute of the match, 6 Napoli players pressed into Manchester City's backfield. After attracting the Napoli players to pressure him, Familial made a horizontal pass from 30 meters out, handing the ball to De Silva, who had dropped back to help defend. De Silva passed the ball back towards the goal, delivering it to Ederson, who then played a direct pass to Familial in the center. As Familial received the ball, Mertens and Callahan immediately turned and ran towards him from inside the penalty area. Hamsik and Zielinski also quickly rushed up, forming a siege around Familial. Familial's first touch was slightly heavy, but fortunately he quickly followed up, sending the ball through the gap between Callahan and Zielinski to De Silva. At this moment, although Manchester City was making short passes in a dangerous area, they remained quite composed. When Silva controlled the ball, although his touch was also a bit heavy, there were no Napoli players around him. He made a bold decision, opting not to pass sideways or forward, but instead directly returning the ball to Delph. At this time, the Napoli players at the edge of the penalty area had not yet left, making this pass undoubtedly very daring. Chapter 396, Premier League Away Kings after the match. Mi Yuan once again became the focus of English media reports, and, of course, they were all praise. The establishment of a new generation of Manchester City's core, organizing, assisting, and defending. He could be considered a perfect hexagonal warrior. A versatile player like Mi Yuan will elevate Manchester City to new heights in the next 2 to 3 years. Some media have boldly predicted that Mi Yuan's skills will soon reach the level of superstars like Messi and Ronaldo, making him fully qualified to chase the Ballon d'Or. In short, there are many praises for Mi Yuan, while criticisms of Sane are also not few, such as missing the best passing opportunity, being too eager to score, and dribbling too aggressively, among others. The best news recently is that both Mi Yuan and Jesus have been nominated for the Golden Boy Award. Last season, Mi Yuan did not win the Golden Boy Award, but he doesn't care. Being nominated this time is just a basic achievement for him. In his eyes, the current Golden Boy Award has long lost its former prestige and can only be seen as a mere embellishment. His performance last season ensured his nomination without any issues. As for whether he can win it, he just needs to wait patiently. Chapter 397, 9 consecutive wins. Sane's dribbling breakthrough was thwarted due to slipping, causing him to miss a good shooting opportunity. However, the Manchester City players were not affected by the heavy rain and continued to launch fierce attacks, creating numerous shooting opportunities. First, Silva made a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, which went wide of the post. Following that, Manchester City continued their assault, and finally, in the 72nd minute, Sane provided a cross, assisting Otamendi, who scored with a header to extend the lead. 20. However, the Manchester City players were clearly not satisfied with the score. A minute later, they successfully intercepted the ball in their own half and immediately launched a counterattack. De Bruyne sent a through ball near the center circle, instantly tearing through Burnley's defense. Sane followed up, received the ball, and shot to score again. 30. After securing the victory, Guardiola began making substitutions, bringing on Jesus and replacing the returning Aguero. As Aguero left the field, the fans applauded him, even though he did not score in this match to claim the title of Manchester City's top scorer. Nonetheless, his strong return provided a boost to the Manchester City fans. In the last 10 minutes of the second half, Manchester City continued to press Burnley aggressively. Although they did not score again, this resounding victory still excited the fans, who displayed banners. Chapter 398, 2 consecutive months of good results at the post-match press conference. Guardiola remarked, "I was prepared for a penalty shootout. We faced a very tough match against their ironclad defense. Fortunately, our luck was good. Mi Yuan's goal allowed us to take the lead at the last moment, and we managed to maintain that advantage until the end. We are very happy to progress, and we will not give up in the upcoming matches. We will continue to give our all." After finishing the English League, they will challenge West Brom away this weekend, marking the conclusion of October's schedule. The players did not take a break and resumed training the next day to prepare for the weekend's match. In the last game against Burnley, Manchester City achieved a 9-game winning streak, tying the record for the best start with 9 consecutive wins set by Chelsea in the 2005 to 2006 season. If Manchester City wins against West Brom, they will break Chelsea's 11-year record and set a new record for consecutive wins at the start of the Premier League. Therefore, the Manchester City players are working hard in training, aiming to be in their best form to create a new Premier League record. While breaking records might not be something they usually care about, when the opportunity arises, everyone wants to give it a try. Chapter 399, Small Goal Blue Boots. Finally, in the 63rd minute of the match, Manchester City seized another opportunity. Walker used his strong physique to break in the front field, cross the ball, and Sterling quickly inserted himself, sending the ball into the net. 31. Manchester City extended their lead, but did not stop their aggressive play. West Brom, in the following moments, could only focus on defense and play quick counterattacks. The intensity of the match increased, leading to more fouls on both sides during defensive plays. Both teams received yellow cards. But overall, Manchester City still maintained the initiative. The match quickly entered stoppage time, and as the end approached, some Manchester City players became a bit lax. allowing West Brom to capitalize on the opportunity and start applying pressure in Manchester City's half. In the second minute of stoppage time, Otamendi made a mistake in controlling the ball, which was seized by West Brom forward Matt, who sent the ball into the net, pulling one back. This boosted the confidence of West Brom's players, and with the support of the home crowd, they intensified their pressing in the front. In the final minute of stoppage time, Walker had to commit a tactical foul, taking down an opponent and receiving a yellow card. When the final whistle blew, Manchester City had secured 3 points away, but the issues exposed in the final phase left Guardiola frowning on the sidelines. Chapter 400. Slaughtering the Gunners in the 17th minute of the match. De Bruyne took a powerful shot from outside the penalty area, which Cech managed to parry, but unfortunately, the ball was struck with such speed and power that Cech could not hold on to it. Arsenal's defenders quickly came to clear the ball out of the penalty area. However, this clearance fell perfectly to De Bruyne at the edge of the penalty area. He took another shot, this time opting for a low shot to the far corner. Cech, who had just gotten back up, attempted to dive for the save, but it was too late and the ball flew into the net. 10. Manchester City took the lead, causing the fans in the stadium to erupt in excitement. After Manchester City took the lead, Arsenal players became anxious and rushed to equalize, disrupting their rhythm, which gave Manchester City the opportunity to apply high pressure. By the 25th minute of the first half, Manchester City had already controlled the rhythm of the game and began to push into Arsenal's half. Manchester City often had 10 players crossing the halfway line, controlling the ball in Arsenal's half, making it difficult for the already trailing Gunners to defend. However, Manchester City also missed multiple opportunities to extend their lead, with Sterling's imaginative lob being tipped onto the crossbar by Cech. Silva had a shot that seemed like a pass but slid past the goal. De Bruyne's surgical pass tore through Arsenal's defense, and when Sterling followed up with a long pass, the power was too strong. Mi Yuan, desperately chasing, failed to reach it and instead crashed into the advertising boards. Chapter 401. Champions League group qualification in the past, during holidays. Mi Yuan spent most of his time at school, but now he is busy with various business collaborations, in addition to shooting personal advertisements. He also participated in filming the team's Christmas greetings during the holiday. Time flew by in this busy schedule, and when he returned to training, he was most pleased to see the captain company back from injury, as well as Mendy, who had removed his cast and returned. Recently, the team had been plagued with injuries, causing concern among fans and media about whether Manchester City could continue their winning streak. However, with Kompany's return, the clouds of injury have passed, and Manchester City will only be fiercer in the upcoming matches. On November 15th, with teammates returning from international duty, everyone gathered to continue preparing for the upcoming matches. In the 12th round of the league, Manchester City will challenge Leicester City away. Although Leicester City is not a traditional powerhouse, they have Vardy, this late-blooming talent, who rose from being a factory worker to a champion in the championship, has always embodied the image of an inspirational figure in the Premier League. Vardy is a nightmare for defenders. He is not only focused on the field but also runs tirelessly, and you can never predict when he will suddenly break past the defensive line to take a shot. Chapter 402. Narrow victory over the Hammers as December arrived. The temperature in Manchester dropped, and players switched to winter gear during training. What puzzled Mi Yuan the most was why the club provided everyone with a green beanie hat. Did it have any special significance? The dense match schedule made the players' physical fatigue quite evident, and with winter here, the intensity of daily training had decreased significantly. In the 15th round of the league, Manchester City hosted West Ham United. After the match started, City applied pressure on their opponents as usual. Although West Ham was lower in the Premier League standings, they were not weak, especially with their investment in youth training. They had long been nicknamed a star factory. Facing City's pressure, West Ham players were unafraid and engaged in a direct attacking battle with City. The first half saw rapid transitions between offense and defense, but the packed schedule clearly showed the players' fatigue on the field. Although City controlled the game more, the visitors created more threatening opportunities through counterattacks and set pieces. Just before the end of the first half, West Ham earned a corner, and Ogbonna scored with a header, breaking the deadlock first. Chapter 403. Into the winning streak while the players were en route to Ukraine, the draw for the third round of the FA Cup was announced. Manchester City would host Burnley at 3 p.m. on January 6th. When Guardiola opened his phone, he received the news immediately. He did not inform the players, as the focus was now on the upcoming match against Shakhtar. However, on the bus, while browsing the news, he discovered that the media had begun to hype up the upcoming Manchester derby at Old Trafford. Guardiola smiled. He would see Mourinho again. It was hard to predict who would win this match. After 16 years, the two had long since buried the hatchet, each striving in their respective fields. Thinking back to their meeting in '96, their journey to becoming friends brought a bigger smile to Guardiola's face. Remembering the 4 consecutive national derbies in 11 days left him shaking his head in resignation. They were too young and impulsive back then, fighting for honor but becoming tools for the higher-ups. As Guardiola reminisced, the bus slowly came to a stop and the doors opened. He collected his thoughts and led the players off the bus to prepare for the upcoming match. Chapter 404. The eve of the Manchester derby. To prepare for the weekend's local derby against Manchester United, Guardiola initiated a closed training session. All players stayed at the training base, honing their teamwork and maintaining their competitive edge. After training, they engaged in various entertainment activities to strengthen their camaraderie. This season, Manchester City had performed remarkably, surpassing Manchester United at the top of the standings, and the media in Manchester began to downplay United, claiming that the city only had one color, blue. This Manchester derby was the first to be live-streamed online, with interviews conducted with both head coaches. The first to arrive at the press conference and accept questions was the home coach of Manchester United, Mourinho. After inquiring about injuries and suspensions in the squad, the journalists, of course, wanted to stir the pot. A reporter asked, "Mourinho, what do you think the significance of the Manchester derby is?" Mourinho, knowing the reporter's tricks well, would have played along if he were still at Real Madrid. However, his relationship with Guardiola was no longer what it used to be. He smiled and said, "In my view, this will be a grand match because we are facing one of the best teams in the league." Chapter 405. Snow Battle? Similarly, other Premier League teams with potential title aspirations like Chelsea, Arsenal, Spurs, and Liverpool did not want to see Manchester City continue their winning streak. They joined the ranks of those supporting Manchester United. Whether former rivals or teams in a delicate relationship, all expressed their support for United during their respective interviews, hoping for a United victory. The reason was simple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, a straightforward sentiment that required no accountability. This rare show of solidarity was unusual but understandable. Even the FA did not want City to keep winning, likely fearing it would disrupt some balance. After all, Guardiola's beautiful football was quite different from the traditional style of the Premier League. City's playing style is aesthetically pleasing, but they prefer hard-fought confrontations on the pitch. The FA has never been very friendly towards City, and with their extraordinary performance this season, they would not hold back in such a crucial match. The referee for the Manchester derby was Michael Oliver, one of the infamous magnificent 4 blind referees, known as the Blind Knight. Chapter 406. The Manchester derby begins. City's dual cores, D, Silva, and De Bruyne, along with a midfielder, Foden, covered a vast area on the field. Once the match began, the 3 of them actively moved around, effectively limiting United's midfield and providing very little space for United's players to receive the ball. This kind of defense placed high demands on United's passers, who needed to quickly distribute the ball to initiate effective attacks. Any hesitation would cause the passing lanes to vanish in an instant. As Herrera just received the ball, Sane charged in aggressively to press him. Mi Yuan also turned immediately, rushing toward Herrera, creating a double team. Faced with City's intense pressure, Herrera remained calm, spotting Lingard and Martial making supporting runs. Herrera decisively chose to pass the ball to Martial, as Martial had better dribbling and ball control skills, as well as greater speed, allowing him to initiate an attack from the flanks. Under City's relentless pressure, finding a breakthrough point was something Herrera considered the moment he received the ball. However, Martial was still too young. He could keep up physically and had the ability, but unfortunately, his awareness was slightly lacking against a team like City. Chapter 407. The Blind Knight takes the field. Seeing De Bruyne initiate a pass, Sane immediately turned and sprinted to chase the incoming ball. Unfortunately, De Bruyne's kick had a bit too much power, and Sane's legs trailed behind him, but he still couldn't catch up to the ball, which ultimately sailed out of play. As the ball flew out of bounds, De Bruyne blushed and shrugged his shoulders. However, Sane gave De Bruyne a thumbs up, playfully blaming him for not being fast enough. Right from the start, both sides began an attacking battle, much to the delight of the fans in attendance, who thrived on such exhilarating matches. De Gea didn't rush to take the goal kick this time, signaling his teammates to push forward before passing the ball to Rojo. At this point, De Gea had already noticed the issue, and he sent a long ball to the front to find Lukaku. The opponents either reacted slowly or always backed off when contesting the 50-50 balls. This situation was very unfavorable for Manchester United, so he needed to keep the ball steady and organize the attack properly. However, how could Manchester City allow United to slowly organize their attacks? The trio of Mendy, De Bruyne, and Gundogan quickly pressed up to apply pressure on the ball carrier. At this moment, snowflakes fell from the sky above Old Trafford. Fortunately, the snowfall was light and didn't affect the continuation of the match. Chapter 408. Set-piece breakthrough after D. Silva carried the ball past the halfway line. He passed it sideways to De Bruyne. The latter dribbled past two Manchester United players and delivered a lob pass to Sterling. Sterling has been improving rapidly lately, but perhaps due to the snow, he miscontrolled the ball while stopping it. Faced with an approaching United player, he could only hurriedly cross the ball. Inside the penalty area, Mendy was pushed slightly by Rojo during the aerial duel and failed to connect properly, causing the ball to go wide of the goal. This time, De Gea sent a direct long pass to midfield, looking for Rashford to initiate a counterattack. Rashford started quickly and managed to hook the ball back before it went out of play. This delay allowed Manchester City players to close in. Rashford remained calm, performed two feints, and made a move to break through, tricking Walker. He then pulled the ball back and cut towards the midfield. Manchester City's defense was relentless, and Rashford knew that his chance to cut into the penalty area was slim. Spotting Lukaku near the penalty area, he sent a lob pass directly to him. Lukaku saw the ball coming and rushed to contest the drop point. Kompany reacted quickly, moving faster than Lukaku to reach the ball's landing spot and jumped to challenge for the header. Chapter 409. Rashford scores after Martial dribbled past D. Silva. He cut towards the edge of the penalty area, but found all passing lanes blocked by Manchester City. He decided to take a shot directly from just outside the box. Knowing this was the only shooting lane Manchester City had left for him, he thought it would be good to take a shot to find some rhythm. The outcome was clear. Ederson easily collected the ball, thwarting United's attack. After United's attack, the first half of regular time had ended, and Oliver announced 4 minutes of stoppage time. This stoppage time was neither long nor short. As long as Manchester City managed the ball well and held on for these 4 minutes, they would go into the locker room with the lead. Often, the more one hopes for something, the easier it is to be disappointed. Manchester City controlled the ball in the back, with defenders continuously passing it around near the edge of the penalty area to waste time. United players couldn't just watch the time being wasted and quickly pressed up to apply pressure on the ball carrier, luring United players to their half. Kompany sent a long pass to the front to initiate an attack. However, Mendy charged too quickly, and the assistant referee raised the flag for offside. Manchester City missed a one-on-one opportunity, resulting in a goal kick for Manchester United. Taking advantage of the fact that United players hadn't fully retreated, De Gea passed the ball to midfield. Chapter 410. The sky of Manchester is blue after Sane went off. Manchester City's formation changed completely to a 3-5-2, with D. Silva, De Bruyne, Mendy, Gundogan, and Walker effectively sealing off the entire midfield. Manchester United struggled to build up their midfield play, but they weren't primarily a midfield attacking team. United's true strength lay in their wings, but comparatively, they still focused on finding Rashford. However, Rashford had been flagged for offside a few times, and his temper was rising. In the 62nd minute of the match, his attack was called offside again. Rashford directly lifted the ball and slammed it onto the grass in frustration. Oliver showed no mercy, issuing Rashford a yellow card. This card was quite harsh, but the United Prince indeed failed to control his emotions. With United's attack stalling, both sides battled in midfield. In the 66th minute, after winning the ball back in their own half, United launched a quick counterattack. But Lukaku's shot from inside the penalty area went over the goal. Ederson quickly took the goal kick, and Mendy received the ball on the flank, slashing towards the penalty area. He then suddenly delivered a cutback pass near the penalty line, but unfortunately, there were no teammates in position to follow up. 2 minutes later, after Ashley intercepted Sterling in the front, he passed to Martial. Chapter 411. Rising popularity with 3 goals. Manchester City continued to celebrate, and the color of the Manchester sky turned blue. Manchester City fans cheered, while home fans of Manchester United were very sad and upset. They didn't want to see the City fans celebrating wildly, and a few radical United fans directly threw objects at City fans and on the pitch to vent their emotions. Most fans remained rational, leaving the stadium dejected, either heading home or finding a bar to drown their sorrows. The celebration of City fans was certainly not solely because they defeated Manchester United. They were also celebrating the team's continuous creation of new winning streak records, achieving the best start to a league season in a century. 16 consecutive wins. This was a feat that no one had anticipated before the season started. Such a record had never been achieved even by Manchester United, which had the famous class of '92 and once boasted Cristiano Ronaldo. Manchester City had embarked on a magical winning streak this season, not only in the league, but also in the Champions League and the League Cup. In a city derby like today, in such terrible snowy weather, the City players still delivered an exciting match. How could the fans not be happy? As the match ended, both teams' players headed towards the locker rooms, with Manchester United players' footsteps appearing particularly heavy compared to those of the City players. Chapter 4:12. Chance encounter after the Manchester Derby. The grueling schedule of playing twice a week left the players with no time to think about anything else. However, in December, the only opponent that Manchester City had to pay attention to was Tottenham. The holiday couldn't be taken collectively, but they could still manage to rotate players. However, since Mendy's popularity had risen, most of his limited rest time was occupied by sponsor activities. Mendy's holiday would begin after the match against Tottenham, and Guardiola generously granted him a full 20 days off. Originally, Mendy planned to go home to visit, but as soon as he returned, Karami delivered a message that left him both amused and exasperated. "Mr. Struss wants me to accompany you to Paris for a charity auction event. When? We leave the day after tomorrow. How long will we be gone? Approximately a week, and then there are more sponsor activities to participate in," Karami said, handing him a schedule. Mendy didn't look at the details. He only glanced at the timing and was instantly speechless. Even a donkey in a production team has time to catch its breath. I'm not even as good as a donkey. What did you say? Calamai was completely confused by Mi Yuan's words and didn't understand them at all. Chapter 4:13. Winning the first championship of the season. The reason Mi Yuan said he wanted to invest was not a sudden whim. When he realized that he had endless work even during his holidays, his plan to get the funds moving had to be put on hold. This chance encounter with Kai Yan-mei, although they didn't have a substantial relationship, made him keenly aware that she wasn't doing well at the moment. He needed to form his own team, and Kai Yan-mei was a good choice, especially with her connection to Yao Yao. Initially, he had hoped for Long Chi, but that guy was unreliable, changing girlfriends several times, but never graduating. However, regardless of Kai Yan-mei's family background, she had studied management in college and had excellent grades. Moreover, she was cross-industry and had built her own design brand. 10 million was just a number for Mi Yuan now. Why not let Kai Yan-mei practice her skills? After discussing some details, Mi Yuan directly transferred the money to Kai Yan-mei, and they both returned to their hotels. Having gotten used to being hands-off, he wouldn't worry about the remaining matters and let Kai Yan-mei develop freely. However, after taking a shower and lying in bed, Mi Yuan found himself unable to sleep. After all, he was still a vigorous young man, and, usually, he didn't feel it amidst the busy training and competitions. Chapter 4:14. Perfect Manchester City. The match against Tottenham was the last strong team Manchester United faced this season, and ultimately, Manchester City won 4-1 away. In the last 5 rounds of the Premier League, their opponents were not strong. Now Manchester City only needed to focus on completing the league this season, singing all the way to victory with 94 points, far ahead of second-placed Manchester United. Such a high score also allowed Manchester City to secure the league championship 5 rounds in advance. The Manchester City players did not want to rest on their laurels. They wanted to challenge new records and become the 4th team to achieve a perfect season. Achieving a perfect championship was very difficult. Historically, only 4 teams in the top 5 leagues had managed to do so. This new goal helped the Manchester City players emerge from the gloom of round 33. Manchester United fought fiercely to stay in second place. Mourinho was well aware that there was no hope of contesting the championship this season, but there was still a chance in the fierce competition for second place, as long as they could beat Manchester City. His motivational speeches during halftime fired the players up, leading to a stunning comeback in the second half. The key was still acquiring Sanchez during the winter window. His brilliant assists helped Manchester United turn the game around. Chapter 4:15. Matchmaker. At 10 p.m. local time, the players gradually arrived at the gathering pub. Just before Mi Yuan arrived, he sent a message to Kai Yan-mei, and when he got out of the car, he saw her standing at the entrance. Kai Yan-mei was wearing a long white down jacket and a rose-red scarf that night. She still looked so clean and fresh The classical beauty appreciated by Easterners was something Westerners could not understand. Mi Yuan walked up quickly and greeted Kai Yan-mei with a smile. Is it cold? Not really, I didn't wait long. Mi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, as making a girl wait was quite impolite. His teammates had already gathered around, curiously looking at the girl in front of Mi Yuan and warmly greeting her. They had never seen him bring a female companion before and had once thought that Mi Yuan needed a boyfriend. Kai Yan-mei was also very gracious, greeting Mi Yuan's teammates like Sterling and De Bruyne. She knew all of Mi Yuan's teammates, as she was now considered a Manchester City fan. Sterling and the others suddenly became displeased, glaring at Mi Yuan in unison. Sterling, dissatisfied, said, "Your girlfriend knows us. Why don't you introduce her?" Originally confident, Kai Yan-mei's face turned red upon hearing Sterling's words. Chapter 416, Wolf Grandma. Mi Yuan gasped, curling his body to protect himself and relieve the tension. Kai Yan-mei was sitting on the bed, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry." Her mind raced back to what happened last night, but her memory stopped at the moment she realized her alcohol tolerance had reached its limit. Noticing her clothes were intact, she recalled the sensations from just now. Suddenly, her face flushed all the way to her neck, but her gaze fixed on Mi Yuan, who had no excess fat. Although he was muscular, his lines were good. She wasn't completely ignorant. She had seen enough to know what she was looking at. The speed of the girls' dormitory was comparable to a high-speed train, especially when the night was quiet and the girls were bold under the covers. The sound of her instinctively swallowing made Mi, who had calmed down, look up in surprise. "Are you thirsty?" Realizing her own awkwardness, and thinking about the fact that they had slept together, she seized the opportunity. At 23 years old, she had never experienced anything like a roller coaster, and her partner was the Mi Yuan she had always had feelings for. A second later, Wolf Grandma was online. "I have water here. I'll get it for you." "Yes." She pretended to misunderstand Mi Yuan's meaning and reached for the mineral water on the bedside, twisting it open. Chapter 417, Even Wood Has Springtime. Calamai had seen Kai Yan-mei before, so he had no problem buying clothes in whatever style. He just started to think about how to protect their relationship. Public figures have no freedom in their private lives, and he needed to prepare for that. Meanwhile, the hotel staff had already delivered the meal to the room, but Mi Yuan didn't let them bring it in. He joked that he couldn't let his beautiful companion be seen by outsiders. After placing the lunch on the dining table, he remembered that Kai Yan-mei was currently unable to move around easily. So, he cut the steak into pieces and brought it to the bedside, acting as a feeder. Kai Yan-mei's cheeks turned slightly red as she took a small bite of the steak. While chewing, her eyes were filled with tenderness as she gazed directly at Mi Yuan. Being stared at for so long made Mi Yuan a bit uneasy. "Is there something on my face?" "No, nothing." "Then why are you looking at me? You're good looking." "I didn't expect you to be a face con too. Aren't you?" In the moment their eyes met, they both couldn't help but chuckle. After a morning of deep conversation, although they hadn't fully adjusted to the change in their identities, the warmth they felt at that moment had appeared in their dreams countless times. Chapter 418, The Second Trophy. In the evening, at the scenic restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, soft piano music added a different color to the dining experience. A young couple sat by the window, having dinner together. The atmosphere was very warm, with the boy occasionally feeding the girl a bite. When he noticed crumbs at the corner of her mouth, he affectionately helped her wipe them away. This was a scene that could be seen everywhere, spreading love. But today, the boy spreading love was a popular little king in the football world. What a coincidence. This happened to be seen by a Sky Sports intern reporter, who originally just wanted to treat his fiancée to something luxurious. The reporter's news sensitivity made him recognize Mi Yuan the moment he entered the restaurant. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? He chose a position diagonally across and started taking covert photos. This was enough to make headlines, and he could use this news to secure his position early. Mi Yuan had been well protected, and even if discovered, he actually didn't team mind. He was more than happy for everyone to know he was taken, that he belonged to someone. As dinner was coming to an end, Mi Yuan sensed something was off and felt someone was taking pictures of him. He decided to act even more affectionately, hoping the sneaky photographer wouldn't shake and would capture him looking handsome and also make him look good. Chapter 419, Media Buzz After Winning the Championship Soon. The venue was set up, and the Huddersfield players and all staff lined up at the player tunnel to welcome the Manchester City players onto the field. The award ceremony was about to begin as the Manchester City players walked towards the pitch. The excited voice of the host rang out. "Let us welcome all the players of Manchester City, the champions of the 17-18 Premier League season." All the Manchester City fans in the stands cheered loudly, applause echoing throughout. As the host introduced Manchester City's achievements this season, the big screen played highlights of their goals throughout the season. When company lifted the Premier League trophy, the entire Etihad Stadium erupted in cheers. The celebration lasted a long time, and it wasn't until night fell and the brilliant fireworks lit up the sky above the Etihad Stadium that the festivities came to an end. With 2 more matches left in the season and the time between them being short, the celebrations that night weren't too wild. However, the next day's newspapers highlighted Manchester City's achievements this season in bold print. Sky Sports commented, in the 17-18 season, Manchester City won the Premier League championship with over 100 points. Chapter 420, Bus Parade. After hanging up the phone, Mi Yuan picked up his bag and prepared to board the bus for his return trip. The season's matches had finally ended, and after the parade, he would officially enter his holiday. The holiday schedule was still tight. In the past, he had always been alone during holidays, but this time it would be different. Tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock was the parade time. This was not his first parade, and the lively atmosphere still made his blood race. Soon, they returned to the base, and after teammates bid farewell to each other, they headed home. As he settled into the passenger seat, as usual, just as he was about to call Karami to drive, his eyes were suddenly covered. The familiar scent and touch made him know instantly who the owner was. "Yimei, when did you come?" Mi Yuan was overjoyed and pulled down the hand covering his eyes. "How'd you guess it was me? Only your hands are this cold. How could I not guess?" Boring. I wanted to surprise you." "Surprise? I'm very surprised." The two chatted in Chinese, while Karami smiled quietly, driving the car. His own pig could even woo girls. After a few minutes, they arrived home. Karami took care of the belongings, while the 2 young people on the bus held hands and walked into the villa. Chapter 421. Community Shield match of the new season. The championship parade celebration has always been a tradition, and the duration has always been fixed at the beginning, with the end time being uncertain. This day is the moment when all fans are closest to the players, and also the busiest time for reporters. The post-celebration banquet is a celebration feast carefully prepared by the club for the players. At 10 p.m., all Manchester City players and staff, along with their families, dressed elegantly for the occasion. This was also Mi Yuan's first time bringing a partner to a formal event. He wore a suit, while Mei wore a light-colored qipao with distinct Eastern characteristics. When the two appeared at the banquet, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was not just their outfits that drew attention, but also Mi Yuan, who had finally started to blossom. The Mi Yuan, who used to dislike participating in such activities, changed his usual pattern tonight and didn't leave early. All celebrations are brief, and this summer, the most anticipated event is the World Cup football feast. During this holiday, Mi Yuan not only plans to travel with Mei, but also to take her back home to visit relatives. Of course, the most crucial part of the itinerary is to watch the World Cup. This holiday, Guardiola did not assign Mi Yuan the task of participating in the International Champions Cup in Brazil. Chapter 422. Agüero's 200-goal milestone. Jonas blew the whistle to start the match, and Chelsea kicked off first. Morata passed the ball back and quickly began to surge into Manchester City as half. The ball was passed around the Chelsea defenders, and Manchester City players immediately pressed forward to challenge. As last season's double champions, Manchester City had a strong momentum, pushing all 3 lines forward, trying to keep the battle near the center circle. Among Chelsea's 4 defenders, the strongest was Rudiger, while the other 3 had relatively balanced abilities. If one had to say who was relatively easier to break through, it would still be Rudiger, as he was the youngest and less experienced in handling the ball. Guardiola had done a detailed analysis of Chelsea's situation and had already made corresponding arrangements before the match. Agüero, as the leading forward, would intentionally direct the ball towards Rudiger during pressing. As long as Rudiger made a mistake, it would be the best opportunity for a counterattack. After some maneuvering, the ball finally arrived at Rudiger's feet. Agüero quickly moved forward while Sane pressed Rudiger closely. Just as Rudiger was about to pass the ball to the midfield, he saw Sane closely following him and, fearing a steal, opted to clear the ball with a big kick towards the front. Chapter 423. Agüero's goal performance. The Manchester City fans in the stands felt their hearts nearly stop as they watched the ball fly past Bravo towards the goal. Everyone was too nervous to make a sound, fearing their breaths would speed up the ball into the net. For any fan, allowing the opponent to equalize just before halftime was unacceptable. Not only were the fans on site anxious, but the Manchester City players and coaching staff on the sidelines were also extremely tense. Entering the locker room with a 1-goal lead was entirely different from being equalized by the opponent and returning to the same starting line. 3 seconds later, all Manchester City supporters let out a sigh of relief. However, the Chelsea players were regretfully cursing. So close, that goal was a problem. Just moments before, in the desperation of Manchester City supporters, the ball grazed past the post, and Chelsea failed to equalize before the halftime whistle. When Bravo kicked out the goal kick, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Manchester City led temporarily as the players headed to the locker room to take advantage of the time to rest. Akun returned to the locker room, where all the players congratulated him on reaching the milestone of 200 goals, a target pursued by many Manchester City players. Chapter 424. First trophy of a new season secured. The bald-headed Mi Yuan remains the brightest player on the field. His goal sent the fans into a frenzy, singing the victory Nanana song in unison as they awaited the final whistle. The match continued, and a determined Chelsea made another push, attacking Manchester City's defense. Facing Chelsea's fierce onslaught, Manchester City's defense remained somewhat concerning. In the 89th minute, Chelsea nearly scored. Barkley received a long pass from midfield, quickly dribbled down the right flank to the edge of the penalty area, and suddenly crossed. Meanwhile, substitute young player Abraham quickly surged from the middle to look for a shooting opportunity. Bravo reacted swiftly, rushing out and diving to get a touch on the ball. Abraham was fast, jumping over Bravo just before colliding with him. However, Bravo fumbled the ball, which bounced off, and his second attempt to save it missed, allowing the ball to go over his head. In the ensuing chaos, Chelsea's substitute player Moses seized the opportunity to shoot, but unfortunately, the attempt went wide of the goal, flying out of play. This was Chelsea's best chance to score, but Abraham's youth and lack of experience showed. Chapter 425. Breaking the curse, a beautiful start. This match was the first time Guardiola faced a similarly strong opponent in the opening round since taking charge of Manchester City. The opening matches of the Premier League over the past 3 years have not been very friendly to the defending champions. When Guardiola and his team were set to play against the Arsenal team expected to bounce back at the Emirates Stadium, all Manchester City fans felt a sudden tension. Although Manchester City's opening match results under Guardiola have been good, as the reigning Premier League champions, breaking the curse became the focus of fans' attention. Furthermore, the aftermath of the FIFA World Cup still lingered within the Manchester City squad. After returning from the World Cup, the key players had not clearly regained their best competitive form during training. Ultimately, when Guardiola announced the starting lineup, Kompany, Otamendi, De Bruyne, and David Silva were still not in the starting 11. Mi Yuan, however, took to the field with Sterling and new signing Mahrez to form a 3-forward lineup. Gundogan, Foden, and B. Silva made up the 3 midfielders. The defense consisted of Mendy, who had been recovering from an injury since last September, new signing Laporte, Stones, and Walker. Manchester City maintained a 4-3-3 formation, wearing the newly released dark blue away jersey for the season, which looked better than last season's. Chapter 426. A goal dedicated to Little Mateo. D. Silva bid farewell to the national team, but he did not take a bow. In the future, he would continue to fight alongside everyone at Manchester City for even more glorious achievements. Such words filled major media platforms. However, Manchester City did not engage in the media frenzy. They began sweating it out on the training ground, preparing for the next match. The schedule and rules for the EFL Cup had been released, with Manchester City's match set for September 25th. However, on Wednesday, Manchester City's previously subdued heat surged back into the headlines when De Bruyne injured his right knee during training. In 2016, he had missed 10 weeks due to a right knee injury. As the core of Manchester City's midfield, De Bruyne's injury right at the start of the season was very bad news for City fans. The club simply stated that the injury's condition was yet to be determined and would provide further updates. The news stirred a wave of concern, with hundreds of thousands of fans visiting Manchester City's official website daily to check on De Bruyne's status. Mi Yuan had initially planned to share his medicine, but refrained upon seeing the situation. Previously, after Mark had used the medication, the results were excellent, and he had sent him a lot of white sausages as a thank you. Chapter 427. Champions League group stage announced. Many worked the flanks to attack forward, delivering a clever cross, and Akun struck it fiercely. 51. Akun completed his hat trick, successfully taking the top spot in the scoring chart after one match. Just after Akun finished celebrating with his teammates, he saw the 4th official raise the substitution board, indicating he was being replaced by Sane. After exchanging with Sane, Guardiola rushed over to Akun and planted a kiss on him. He also presented the match ball from the hat trick, the best gift for a player. In the ensuing match, Huddersfield showed no fighting spirit, with Manchester City launching a fierce attack in their half. As the match approached its end, Sane carried the ball to the byline and delivered a cross that was a half-high ball. This pass caused the panic Huddersfield defender Congolo to make a mistake in clearing, scoring an own goal. Ultimately, Manchester City won easily with a score of 61. After the match, Manchester City topped the league table with 2 wins and a goal difference of 8. With the season just starting, achieving such a strong opening was celebrated by the Manchester City players, who circled the field to celebrate with the fans. Little Matteo was also held in D. Silva's arms on the pitch. Today marked D. Silva's 250th match starting for Manchester City, a milestone match. Chapter 428, 10 Years of Coach Kong. Guardiola saw his players disperse and quickly returned to the office, gathering the entire coaching staff for a meeting. As Guardiola analyzed the opponent's situation at the whiteboard, CEO B walked in with a smile. Guardiola nodded slightly upon seeing him and continued his analysis. After the discussion, Guardiola asked, "Omar, would you like to say a few words?" B nodded and walked to the whiteboard. Everyone this season, being able to become a top-tier team is the result of the joint efforts of all coaching staff and players. I am very grateful for everyone's contributions last season, which led to our excellent results. B paused for a moment before continuing. Any army without a goal cannot charge forward. Last season, we unfortunately lost to Liverpool in the 14th round, but that is all in the past. This season, we must secure a spot in the top 8 and strive for the finals. I have confidence in you all and hope you can achieve great things in the Champions League again. Of course, there will be rewards for achieving goals, and the rewards for exceeding goals will be even more generous. I still have plenty of funds available. After he finished speaking, he smiled at everyone present. Applause erupted. Although everyone felt considerable pressure, having a goal meant they had to give it a shot. Chapter 429, Results of Extra Training. Both teams' players were looking down for the ball, and Sterling's follow-up shot lacked power, getting blocked by a defender. The ball bounced in front of Mi Yuan, but he had no better angle for a shot. Seeing Mendy lurking at the back post on the other side, Mi Yuan did not hesitate. He delivered a precise pass like a surgical knife, and Mendy quickly rushed up to score with a shot into the near corner. Manchester City extended their lead to 31. The chaotic battle at the front of the goal allowed the Magpie to concede another goal, and Manchester City almost secured victory. After scoring, Mendy happily rushed towards Mi Yuan to express his gratitude. Mendy was already dissatisfied with just providing assists from the flanks. After training every day, he was pulled by Mi Yuan to practice shooting, and his skills improved rapidly. With such a great opportunity, Mi Yuan naturally wanted to help Mendy, the makeshift goalkeeper. Mendy did not disappoint Mi Yuan. After high-fiving, they ran hand-in-hand to the sidelines to celebrate with the fans and teammates present. Guardiola, watching this scene from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile. He knew that these young players have been putting in an extra 2 hours of practice after regular training lately. Seeing their growth, Guardiola was very pleased and turned to let Foden warm up, eager to see what kind of sparks these three could create. Chapter 430, Champions League opener. Less than 2 minutes into the match, Sane scored a lightning goal after receiving an assist from Fei Niao, taking the lead. Then D. Silva's powerful long-range shot hit the bottom of the crossbar and bounced into the goal for another score. As it was the first round of the Champions League, Guardiola did not field the full starting lineup. However, the impressive performance of the Manchester City players in the first half still satisfied Guardiola. In the second half, just after the start, Sterling scored again, completely sealing the victory. This goal also extinguished Fulham's fighting spirit, and the subsequent outcome was inevitable as Manchester City easily took 3 points. Although they won the match, Akun and Mendy seemed to have re-injured old wounds and were likely to miss the upcoming games. This bad news worried all the fans about the upcoming matches. In the first Champions League match, Manchester City faced Lyon at home, with time tight and tasks heavy. After the match against Fulham, the team intensified their recovery training, but the absence of more players left Guardiola frowning. Last season, Guardiola had a dispute with the referee during halftime due to dissatisfaction with the officiating in the quarterfinals and was subsequently sent to the stands. As a result of this behavior, Guardiola was banned by UEFA for 2 matches. Chapter 431. Falling behind, Gundogan took a corner kick, sending it directly to the edge of the penalty area. Fernandinho quickly followed up in the middle, executing a volley, but unfortunately, he failed to keep it down and sent the ball flying. Lions' goal kick saw Anthony kick the ball forward toward Depay. This Depay is not the martial arts Depay, but a Dutch player from Eindhoven. Apart from defense, Depay's skill points are excellent. He played for Manchester United for a year and a half, but with so much talent at United, he could not showcase his abilities and was sold to Lyon. Depay glanced back to observe the incoming ball while quickly rushing towards its landing spot. However, Walker was faster, not in actual speed, but because he was closer to the landing point. Walker managed to position himself first, took the ball, and passed it to Stones. Stones sent a long ball to D. Silva, who quickly advanced with the ball, went down the flank and made a cutback pass. Sterling, arriving in support, received the ball and made a run towards goal, only to be blocked out for a corner by Den Haag. Manchester City earned another corner, taken by Gundogan. However, this time, it was a tactical corner, with Gundogan passing the ball to the front to find Mi Yuan, who was making a run. Chapter 432. 2 goals behind at halftime, the anxious emotions of the Manchester City players spread like an infectious disease. Mi Yuan, who had initially remained calm, was also affected, running around like a headless chicken, searching for opportunities to receive the ball and shoot. The rhythm was completely disrupted. They were attacking, but with no effect. The disorder in the front line was compounded by insufficient midfield strength and frequent errors in the back, as the chemistry between teammates seemed to have vanished. After Lyon scored the first goal, Manchester City's 3 lines were disconnected. Mendy's absence left the left flank devoid of any assists. Relying solely on Walker was not enough to break through the opponent's defense. Without a traditional midfielder, Manchester City was suffering greatly in this match. Once again, Manchester City had possession, and when the ball reached Gundogan, he faced 2 defenders closing in on him. Instead of attempting a personal breakthrough, he passed the ball to Mi Yuan. Mi Yuan received the ball on the wing, quickly breaking towards the baseline. As the opposing defender approached to block him, he suddenly stopped and changed direction. His speed reached its peak, showcasing his agility as he cut into the penalty area. However, just as he entered the box, he was tripped by a center-back who had quickly extended his leg. It was a heavy fall, and Mi Yuan immediately raised his hand to signal a foul. Chapter 433. Argument in the locker room. Arteta saw the players' gazes turn toward him, and the emotions that had been suppressed for 45 minutes finally erupted. Are you all still half asleep? Have you forgotten the tactical arrangements before the match? This is the Champions League. Every match and every opponent is beyond what the league can compare to. What are you thinking out there? Are you thinking about how to play cards with your wives when you get home? Or are you just planning to lay flat? How have your market values risen? Your salaries increased, and you're now content with the status quo, preparing to enjoy life? Do you know that watching you play is like watching a bunch of exhausted, limp shrimp? Your competitiveness is lacking, your passing is poor, your ball control is off, and even when you get the ball, you can easily be dispossessed by the opponent. Are you all sleepwalking? Is the push for the Champions League just a slogan for the coaching staff and management? Do you think you could just lie down and make it to the finals? After ranting for a while, Arteta noticed that the players were not looking at him, but were instead ignoring him with their heads down. He knew very well that he did not have Guardiola's intimidating presence, but being so blatantly ignored only fueled his anger, and he began to call out names. Delph, did you come on the field without your brain today? Such an easy clearance, and you don't know to stop and clear it? Are you Lion's 12th player? Chapter 434. Equalizing, the players returned to the field, and the second half began. The fans in the stands saw the Manchester City players back on the pitch, now devoid of their previous dejection, and they felt somewhat relieved. As always, they cheered loudly to support the Manchester City players. Guardiola was looking down at his phone, while Arteta was explaining to him what had just happened in the locker room. Guardiola did not quite agree with Arteta's approach, thinking that what was done, and saying anything now was useless. Arteta had used the most intense method to anger all the players, allowing them to vent their emotions. While it appeared effective in terms of results, such behavior was very risky, and for a long time to come, he would likely be resented by the players. Being too harsh would eventually backfire. All Guardiola could do now was quietly watch the match, hoping that in the next 45 minutes, Manchester City could catch up. The poor start of the first half, with 2 goals conceded, made it extremely difficult to turn the tide in the second half. The match on the field has already started, and the Manchester City players have finally regained their form, no longer exhibiting the chaos of the first half, nor their impatience. At this moment on the field, after dribbling into the penalty area, Gundogan found both passing and shooting angles blocked, so he could only choose to pass back within the box. Chapter 435. The final attack after Silva scored, he excitedly rushed to the sidelines, initially planning to perform a cool sliding knee. However, the resistance was too strong, and it turned into a kneel instead. Teammates rushing in took the opportunity to push him down onto the grass, excitedly slapping him all over. The assisting player, Mi Yuan, didn't escape the clutches of his teammates either, as stones came rushing in and knocked him down, also giving him a thorough pat-down. The first small goal was achieved, but the difficulty of turning the game around was significant. Every Manchester City player was aware of what lay ahead. Lyon would definitely increase their attacking intensity, and with a shaky defense, Manchester City players needed to stabilize the situation, playing defensively before transitioning to attack. After the kickoff, Lyon decisively accelerated their attacking pace, making passes behind the defense that left Manchester City players wary. Mi Yuan and his two teammates retreated to their half, becoming the first line of defense and strengthening their midfield interceptions. Lyon's attacks were quite straightforward, with Manchester City strengthening their midfield interceptions. They resorted to long passes directly targeting their forwards. Manchester City's defense quickly reacted, employing an offside tactic that successfully thwarted Lyon's momentum. In a positional battle, Manchester City had a significant advantage over Lyon. As long as they didn't repeat the mistakes of the first half, they would be fine. Chapter 436. Successful follow-up shot. Bang! The football soared into the air, clearing the wall and heading straight for the goal. Silva's bending shot had already begun to display shades of Beckham's brilliance. At Lyon's goal, goalkeeper Anthony leapt up, just as his fist made contact with a football flying towards the goal. Another bang. The sound of the fist striking the ball changed its direction, sending it flying towards the back post. Seeing Anthony parry the ball away, Silva was shocked and clutched his head, unable to believe what he was seeing in the direction of the goal. That little brat really called it. His mouth must have been blessed by Satan for him to be so accurate. In the instant Anthony made the save, players from both sides rushed towards the goal, ready to seize the football amidst the chaos. However, opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared, and Mi Yuan was the first to reach the ball. He wasn't blessed by Satan. He was just well aware of Silva's free kick habits. How could the opponent not have studied and analyzed it seriously? Mi Yuan rushed to the ball, and as Anthony fell to the ground, he landed near the goal line due to the force of impact. By the time Mi Yuan reached the ball, Anthony had not yet had the chance to get back up. Mi Yuan met the ball with a right-footed shot from a tight angle, sending it flying into the net past Anthony. Chapter 437. Post-match revelations from old rivals. There were reporters who had long wanted to interview Mi Yuan, and when they saw him heading back to the locker room, they quickly rushed over, completely blocking his escape route. Surrounded by reporters, Mi Yuan glanced at them with a look of helplessness and could only patiently listen to their questions. The questions from the reporters were mostly about how he would rate today's match, why the first half had been so terrible, whether it was due to a change in coach, and if the tactical adjustments during halftime were made by Guardiola, among other inquiries. After listening to the questions, Mi Yuan deliberately filtered out sensitive topics and answered them lightly. Lyon is a commendable opponent. They seized their opportunities well, which caused us quite a bit of trouble. Every team that can reach the Champions League final possesses strong capabilities. They're among the best teams in Europe. We are very happy to have won the match by stroke of luck today. We did encounter numerous problems in the first half, entering the game slowly, mainly because the opponent performed too well. The comeback in the second half was not solely my credit. It was the result of the team's collective effort. We are not just a team. We are a family, and when we face difficulties, we unite to confront them together. Chapter 438. Returning to the top on the day of the match, Manchester City players headed to Cardiff City Stadium to face Cardiff City as the away team. The match began with Manchester City appearing a bit tense, but they quickly found their rhythm and started to pressure Cardiff City's half. Cardiff City was clearly nervous when facing Manchester City. The first 20 minutes were fine, but after that, they began to make frequent mistakes. As the match approached the 30-minute mark, Cardiff City's players showed obvious signs of fatigue, their movements becoming awkward, and their defensive speed slowing down. Manchester City seized the opportunity and began to score wildly. In just a short span of 10 minutes, they netted 3 goals, sealing the victory. The second half of the match was also without suspense, as substitute Mars performed exceptionally well, scoring his first goal for Manchester City. With a big scoreline, Manchester City smoothly completed the 6th round of the league. Following that, there were 2 more matches in September, the League Cup and the 7th round of the league. Manchester City swept through and successfully secured victories, reclaiming the top position in the league standings. Liverpool, in 2nd place, had the same points, with the only advantage being goal difference. The upcoming 8th round would see the 2 teams compete for the top spot, becoming the focus of all Premier League fans. Chapter 439. The battle for the top spot. The pressure of the match was immense, but Manchester City players remained relaxed during training. Unfortunately, after the last match against Hoffenheim, Gundogan's knee was a bit uncomfortable, and he had to miss this match. The already weakened Manchester City's ability to secure a win became the biggest concern for the fans. However, Liverpool had faced a devilish schedule of strong opponents since the start of the season. After facing Tottenham, PSG, Chelsea, and Napoli, Manchester City was the last strong opponent in this grueling schedule. Last season, Liverpool had a slight edge, but this match marked the first confrontation between the 2 teams this season. Liverpool had made significant purchases this season and performed well at the beginning, but their attacking power had noticeably weakened lately, causing great concern among Liverpool fans. Among the front 3, Salah had yet to regain his fiery form from last season. Mane was gradually losing his direction in front of goal after a series of tough matches, and only Firmino maintained consistent performance. This precarious situation was not good news when facing a team like Manchester City. Moreover, in the previous match against Chelsea, if it weren't for Sturridge's extraordinary equalizer, there wouldn't have been a top-of-the-table clash today. Chapter 440. Mendy's change. Mendy would never allow Mane to smoothly get to the byline. He closely followed Mane, preventing him from accelerating. Laporte quickly came up to provide support, coordinating with Mendy. Seeing this situation, Mane could only pass the ball back to the advancing Salah. When Salah touched the ball, he took a slightly heavy touch, allowing the pursuing player to intercept the ball and quickly pass it to Walker. Walker advanced the ball forward, instantly accelerating down the sideline and sending a brilliant pass. After receiving the ball, Silva delivered a through ball into the space behind the Liverpool defenders. Sterling made a quick diagonal run from the center towards the ball's landing spot, but as he was about to control the ball and cut into the penalty area, the assistant referee raised his flag. Sterling was offside, and possession returned to Liverpool's feet. Liverpool, known for their counterattacks, responded quickly, and a minute later, the ball was at Salah's feet. Salah rapidly advanced along the sideline, getting past the pursuing player and directly cutting into the penalty area. The 4 Manchester City defenders had already spread out in the box, leaving Salah with little shooting space. A back pass was also tightly marked by defenders, leaving no good opportunities to receive the ball. Chapter 441. Pass or shoot. Wijnaldum was ready to commit a foul as he pressured, hoping to intercept the ball. If he couldn't win the ball, he couldn't let Manchester City penetrate the penalty area. He would crash into the opponent if necessary. However, Mendy had anticipated him, and when the ball arrived, Mendy didn't choose to control it. Instead, he turned his body and struck the ball directly into the penalty area. The shot had great power. The soccer ball had just begun to descend, and, before it hit the ground, shot back up, quickly flying towards Liverpool's penalty area. Upon seeing Mendy strike the ball, the Liverpool defenders immediately thought he was crossing. Goalkeeper Alisson quickly retreated towards the center of the goal, preparing to make a save. Even the 2 center-backs, Van Dijk and Lovren, quickly retreated, ready to block. Meanwhile, Ake also quickly surged into the penalty area, ready to make a run. However, to everyone's surprise, as the ball flew to the edge of the penalty area, it showed no signs of descending, but instead curved towards the far post of the goal. Alisson immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed towards the goal, leaping to make a save. But it was too late. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't match the speed of the ball. Mendy's shot, which looked like a pass but was actually a powerful shot, flew past Alisson just as he jumped. Chapter 442. Ake scores. Mendy quickly surged into the penalty area to make a run, but the 2 defenders in front of him blocked his shot. Just as the ball was past him, Mendy let it slip through to Ake behind him. Ake reacted quickly, but his preparation was slightly lacking, and he didn't strike with much power. The ball flew towards a goal, but was deflected out by Alisson for a corner kick. Silva took the corner, and Mendy positioned himself to contest for the second ball at the edge of the penalty area. Manchester City's height advantage players rushed into the box, ready to attack. The ball was played out, directly targeting the leaping stones, but he headed the ball wide of the post. Manchester City continued to attack Liverpool's left side, which prompted Liverpool to increase their defensive efforts on that side, somewhat neglecting the center and right, creating a fixed mindset. When B. Silva once again received the ball in midfield and feigned a long pass, Milner quickly rushed to block him. But B. Silva flicked the ball and swiftly eluded Milner, charging towards the baseline. B. Silva's breakthrough was clever, and the Manchester City fans in the stands cheered in approval. After reaching the baseline, B. Silva delivered cross. The fast-moving Sterling flicked the ball with his head, and it quickly followed up with a volley, sweeping the ball towards the goal. Chapter 443, Playing Big. Substituted Stones quickly turned around, closely following Sulla, ready to block his shot. However, once Sulla entered the penalty area, he was like a fish in water and didn't rush to shoot. Sulla had incredible dribbling ability, making him a nightmare for defenders. No one could accurately predict whether he would sprint, change direction, or dribble in the next second. This tricky opponent surprisingly didn't rush to shoot in the box, but instead paused, waiting for an opportunity. Just as Stones was closing in, Sulla suddenly moved, pulling the ball back with his left foot. This move was deadly. Once Stones was fooled, Sulla would have a clear path to face Ederson. Walker was marking Firmino. Laporte was on main, and although Mendy was charging toward the penalty area, he still had some distance to cover. Inside the box, no one wanted to concede a penalty, and Stones could only make a last-ditch effort. Sulla's pullback undoubtedly got past Stones, and he followed up with a direct shot. Ederson had already noticed the situation. When Sulla stopped, he sensed danger and immediately retreated to the goal line, moving towards the center of the goal. Sulla was a left-footed player, and according to his shooting habits, the probabilities were highest for the center and left side of the goal. Chapter 444. Liverpool's counterattack after Maine took the ball past D. Silva, he passed it to Firmino. When the ball reached Firmino, he made a sudden stop to evade the approaching player and quickly pushed the ball to the advancing Henderson. With just a few passes, Liverpool tore through Manchester City's defense. When the ball was passed to Sulla, Firmino had already made a quick run forward. Sulla and Firmino executed a 1-2 combination in the 30-meter area, and Sulla suddenly accelerated, shaking off Stones and heading straight for the center of the penalty area. Laporte moved up to cover, and Ederson also retreated to the goal, ready to make a save. Seeing Laporte advancing, Sulla opted not to continue his attack, but instead passed the ball sideways to Maine, who was cutting into the penalty area. At that moment, Mendy was closely watching Maine, and upon seeing the ball coming, he immediately prepared to intercept. Even though Maine hadn't been in great form, his passing ability and awareness in front of goal were still quite good. With one touch, he passed the ball back to Henderson at the edge of the penalty area. Manchester City's players were focused on the action in the box, inadvertently neglecting Henderson at the top of the penalty arc. Henderson seized the precious opportunity, and as the ball came to him, he directly shot at the ball with power, sending it flying towards the left side of the goal through the gaps between the defenders. Chapter 445. Little Maine takes the penalty. This shot was taken too hastily. Van Dijk stretched out his long leg and made contact with the ball, sending it towards the sideline. Mendy quickly followed up, took the ball, and faked to bring it down the baseline. As Robertson closed in, he quickly changed direction and cut towards the rib of the penalty area. Robertson closely pursued him, and Van Dijk abandoned Ake to come over and provide cover. Mendy decisively crossed the ball to Ake for a shot. Unfortunately, the ball was too fast, and Ake couldn't keep up. The ball was directly volleyed by the on-rushing Sterling, hitting the side netting. Sterling apologetically raised his hands towards Mendy, who responded by clapping and giving him a thumbs up before rushing back to defense. It was a near miss. If only the angle had been right, it would have surely been another goal. In the first 5 minutes of the second half, both sides not only completed a shot on goal, but also put on a display of attacking football. Initially, it was thought that Manchester City would play defensively in the second half, but right after the break, an offensive battle unfolded, indicating that both teams were dissatisfied with the current score. Liverpool's counterattack resumed as they quickly realized that direct attacks on the defense were ineffective. They changed their strategy, continuing the wing attacks that started the match. Chapter 446. The cannon shot. Mahrez did not look at Alisson. He took 2 steps to the ball at his own pace and struck the bottom of the ball with his left foot. Everyone in the stadium fell silent, closely watching the flying football. Alisson judged the direction correctly and dove to the side, extending his large right hand to block the ball. However, Alisson did not touch the ball, and it did not curve as Mahrez had anticipated. The football soared high over the goal frame, becoming a cannon shot. The Liverpool players who rushed out to clear the ball side in relief, but the Manchester City players who charged forward felt regretful. When Manchester City fans saw the ball miss, they sat down helplessly, leaving only the applause and cheers of Liverpool fans in the stadium. Klopp, who had been standing on the sidelines, visibly sighed in relief, but his expression did not relax as he gestured to his players for a quick counterattack. Guardiola masked his inner turmoil by drinking water, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his current mood. After the missed penalty, D. Silva patted Mahrez on the back, softly comforting him, likely saying it was okay. Chapter 447. The opportunity of the Avenger Alisson cleared the ball with a long kick towards Manchester City's half, and both teams rushed towards the drop point. In the end, the Bird, using his strong body, knocked Navy down while competing for the ball. There's no doubt it was intentional. A younger brother gets hurt, and an older brother will surely retaliate. After gaining possession, the Bird quickly passed to Mendy for a continued rapid breakthrough. Navy, having suffered a quiet blow, quickly got up and returned to defense. Mendy was well aware of the Bird's intentions. After all, any player with a yellow card would be more restrained. He quickly advanced with the ball, but Navy closely pursued him from behind. As Mendy slowed down to prepare for a pass, the chasing Navy lunged in to disrupt his control of the ball. This action startled Mendy, who felt pain in his leg from the previous tackle, and now this kid was coming again. All right, Mendy flinched, sensing the danger. He jumped early to evade Navy's tackle, and the ball was kicked out of bounds. Mendy threw the ball in directly to D. Silva. The Liverpool players came in fiercely, so D. Silva could only flick the ball back, leading to a header from Bird. Originally planning to control the ball with his chest before passing, Laporte, seeing the approaching Liverpool player, reluctantly headed the ball back to the Bird. Chapter 448. The equalizing penalty. Referee Martin awarded Liverpool a crucial penalty, but showed mercy by not issuing a yellow card to Laporte. Both teams prepared for positioning outside the penalty area, with only Salah and Ederson facing each other inside the box. Ederson, experienced, jumped left and right in front of the goal, tried to pressure Salah. In his mind, he continuously analyzed Salah's shooting habits, betting on where he would shoot. Only by judging the direction correctly would he have a chance to save the penalty. Salah did not even glance at Ederson. He counted his steps back to the ball, adjusting his breathing, already having made up his mind. Beep. Referee Martin blew the whistle, and Salah took a few quick steps towards the ball. Just as he was about to kick, Ederson moved, diving to the right side of the goal. It looked like Salah was going to use his left foot to place the ball into the net, but at the moment of contact, Salah's ankle twitched, sending the ball directly down the middle. A beautiful spoon penalty effortlessly flew into the goal. Ederson, who had already dived, attempted to intercept with his leg, but it was all in vain. The ball went in. Salah, with a lovely spoon penalty, deceived Ederson and easily found the back of the net, leveling the score. Chapter 449. Shopping in the city. In this dramatic top-of-the-table clash, Liverpool ultimately leveled the score with their tenacious spirit. Although Manchester City did not leave Anfield with 3 points, they remained at the top of the table due to their goal difference. After the match, reporters intercepted players from both teams who were heading to the locker room for post-match interviews. However, the reporters were disappointed to find that Mi Yuan and Akuin had already slipped away, leaving them with no choice but to interview players who performed relatively well on the field. One question that arose was whether Mi Yuan's injury affected their performance in the second half. British reporters never miss a chance to stir the pot, but Manchester City players were already used to it and handled it with ease. After the match, Manchester City players took a bus directly back to Manchester. Next up was the international break, giving Mi Yuan a week-long mini-vacation. On the return journey, the bus was somewhat quiet. Apart from the occasional snoring, hardly anyone was chatting. Mi Yuan was browsing on his phone, looking for vacation destinations, always feeling like something was missing. After all, traveling is just moving from a place where one is bored to another place where others are also bored. Chapter 450. The end of Mourinho on September 13th. After ending his leisurely vacation, Mi Yuan returned home with plenty of experiences. Although he had been drifting at sea, the luxurious and comfortable yacht life gave him a different feeling. The 50-square-meter master bedroom made his vacation relaxing and enjoyable. If it weren't for the need to go home to properly rest and take care of his back, he would have continued to enjoy himself until just before rejoining the team. On the 15th, under the warm autumn sun, everyone began recovery training on the training ground. Good news kept coming within the team. De Bruyne returned from injury. Akuin was selected for the first 5 in the Ballon d'Or list, and Mi Yuan firmly held the top spot in the league's scoring chart. Good news is good news, but the next 3 matches in October would not be easy. In the 10th round of the league, they faced Tottenham away, In the Champions League group stage, they faced Shakhtar Donetsk away. For these, Manchester City had long been accustomed. They fought for victory. On the 19th, the Etihad Stadium was filled with Manchester City fans, who were set to face Burnley. This match was not particularly difficult. But during the pre-match press conference, Guardiola revealed that De Bruyne had recovered and was likely to play, attracting many fans to attend. De Bruyne's return signified the return of a king. The previous anxieties of Manchester City fans instantly dissipated. Chapter 451. The Devils' fixture schedule begins while Mi Yuan and his group were on vacation in Switzerland. The league standings were updated again after a big win against Manchester United. Manchester City continued to lead the table, and the previously tight standings had widened the gap. Liverpool is currently in second place, while Chelsea has dropped to third, although Manchester City leads by a narrow 2-point margin. Maintaining this lead in a fiercely competitive league is no easy feat. The point difference among the top 4 teams is very close, and the outcome of a single match can rewrite the standings. After the holiday, there are only 2 matches left this month. But Manchester City's official website has announced some unfortunate news. Mendy is hospitalized again. This time, he will need to undergo surgery due to his injury, and he's expected to be out for a long time this season. This is undoubtedly a significant blow to Manchester City fans, who have just witnessed Mendy's stunning performance, only to find they can now only interact with him on social media. However, this is just the beginning. During the international break, Aguero and De Bruyne also experienced discomfort during intense matches. After returning to the team, medical examinations revealed that both would need 1 to 2 weeks of recovery before they could resume training. The 13th round of the league is about to begin, and the second leg of the Champions League group stage is also approaching. Chapter 452. Discrimination on the evening of December 8th. Manchester City players arrived at Stamford Bridge to challenge Chelsea away. The outcome of this match is crucial for Manchester City's position at the top of the table. Despite 6 players being absent due to injury, City still fielded a front line led by Gabriel Jesus, with Sterling and Mahrez as support. The midfield consisted of Rodri and Bernardo Silva teaming up with Foden, while the defense featured a 4-man combination of Delph, Laporte, Stones, and Walker. Chelsea, playing at home, deployed all their key players, making this strong matchup particularly important for their upcoming ranking. The referee, Oliver, promptly blew the whistle to start the match. After receiving the ball from Gabriel Jesus, City launched an attack on Chelsea without any hesitation. Perhaps due to their previous encounter in the Community Shield, City players were filled with confidence about winning this match. It could also be that their recent winning streak had accustomed them to a strategy of pressing forward from start. Once the match began, City's offensive was fierce, repeatedly bombarding Chelsea's half. However, under Sarri's management, Chelsea had changed significantly, especially with David Luiz, who was focused on tightly marking Gabriel Jesus. Chapter 453. Defeat after halftime. Both teams returned to the field to begin the second half. As expected, Chelsea tightened their formation, significantly reducing their attacking power. They also intensified their interceptions in the midfield against City. Sarri, who hails from Italy and is known for his defensive expertise, successfully kept City at bay, preventing them from making effective shots on goal. Even though City maintained over 60 possession, they struggled to create good shooting opportunities. Whenever Gabriel Jesus received the ball, at least 3 Chelsea players would surround him, forcing him to pass it back. The situation became increasingly unfavorable for City, and if Chelsea seized a counterattack opportunity, they would send a long ball from the backline to quickly tear through City's defense down the flanks. City's defenders had to rush back and resort to tactical fouls to disrupt Chelsea's counterattacks. As the second half progressed unknowingly, nearly 30 minutes had passed. The stamina of City players began to wane, and reluctantly, they had to slow down their attacking rhythm to allow for quick adjustments among the team. However, Chelsea had no intention of letting City players slow down. After Jorginho successfully intercepted the ball in the backfield, he sent a direct pass to Hazard. Chapter 454. Rise with shame. The following day, the training ground at the City Football Academy was filled with laughter and joy. Manchester City players emerged from their feelings of disappointment and began to focus on preparing for the upcoming matches. They lost yesterday's game, but under Guardiola's guidance, the players had regained their confidence and were determined to catch up in the next matches. British media not only reported Chelsea's victory in the double blue match, but also criticized the irrational behavior of their fans extensively. What good is hindsight? Such situations frequently occur in this white-centric society, Superficial work may be done, but who knows the sordidness behind it? In December, while other leagues have a Christmas break, the tightly packed English league schedule has no end in sight. Throughout the month, with the upcoming Champions League, league matches, and the League Cup, City once again proved their return to dominance with a series of victories. However, they still could not reclaim the top spot, as Liverpool maintained their lead by a single point and remained ahead of City. After all December matches concluded, the first match in January would be another top-of-the-table clash between City and Liverpool. This game was crucial for City to reclaim the top position. They could only win and not lose, especially since it was at home. Chapter 455. 4 Premier League teams advanced to Champions League quarterfinals after enduring a grueling 3-month schedule. In March, Manchester City players could finally relax a bit. In the 29th and 30th rounds of the league, City continued their winning streak. Liverpool also maintained their winning form, with the point difference between the two teams always being just 1. City had to be cautious, as any small mistake could allow Liverpool to overtake them. Fortunately, in the final 8 rounds of matches, City's most manageable opponents were only Tottenham and Manchester United. Liverpool also had to face strong adversaries, Tottenham and Chelsea. This season, it remains uncertain who between City and Liverpool will ultimately prevail until the last round. In the Champions League round of 16 in March, City swept Schalke 0-4 at home and smoothly advanced by defeating Swansea in the FA Cup quarterfinals. After this match, City players enjoyed a rare break to relax for a while. Meanwhile, the opponent in the Champions League quarterfinals was also revealed, as they would compete against Tottenham for a spot in the semi-finals. The encounter between the 2 Premier League teams was unavoidable. This season's Champions League was also interesting, with 4 Premier League teams advancing to the quarterfinals: Manchester City, Liverpool, Tottenham, and Manchester United. Although United did not perform well in the Premier League, they shone brightly on the Champions League stage. Chapter 456. First leg defeat in Champions League quarterfinals as the second half resumed, after halftime adjustments. Tottenham intensified their attacks on the side of Son Heung-min. Son Heung-min indeed has speed, and through continuous running, he created a good shooting opportunity. However, his long-range shot was unfortunate and went over the crossbar. Shortly after, Tottenham launched a quick counterattack, and once again, Son Heung-min had a shot from an acute angle. But Ederson confidently saved it. In the second half, Tottenham's offense was fierce. A minute later, after regaining possession in the backfield, they sent a long ball forward. Ederson collided with Otamendi while attempting to intercept the ball, falling painfully to the ground. Ederson's injury immediately made all City fans tense, but fortunately, after treatment from the team doctor, he was able to continue playing. After the match resumed, Tottenham launched another long pass attack from their backline. During a defensive clearance, Delph clashed with Kane, but Delph managed to clear the ball first, only to inadvertently kick Kane's ankle in the process. Kane fell to the ground injured and was eventually substituted off the field. The contest between both sides was fierce, and neither team managed to score. Tottenham adhered to the principle of striking quickly like a wild punch, launching rapid counterattacks. The players in the front line were constantly running back and forth under intense physical confrontation, leading to significant energy expenditure. Chapter 457. The second round begins. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to start the match. They pushed the ball directly back to the defense, handing it to Mendy. 3 Manchester City forwards quickly surged forward, while the ball was circulated in the backfield, ensuring that all defenders got a touch. De Bruyne directed from midfield, signaling the team to initiate an attack from Mendy's left flank. After the kickoff, Tottenham played relatively conservatively, leading by 1 goal, so they were in no rush to attack. As long as they maintained their advantage, advancing would not be a problem. After all, the pressure was on Manchester City, as they had no away goals in the first leg. Even with a draw, Tottenham could advance due to the lack of away goals from City. Tottenham's task was to solidify their defense and play on the counter, with only Son Heung-min pushed forward, while Lucas was positioned more defensively, assisting in midfield. From above, Tottenham's defensive formation resembled a 4-5-1. At this moment, the ball had been passed back to Mendy, who was standing on the ball, gesturing to the referee for a substitution. The referee nodded in agreement, stopped the game, and requested a new ball, which was handed to Tottenham for a throw-in. Son Heung-min ran to the sideline, threw in the ball, and a Tottenham player cleared it to Ederson. Chapter 458. The reluctant Son Heung-min after Trippier was bypassed. He slipped while trying to block the shot from Mi Yuan. Alderweireld immediately put his hands behind his back, attempting to block Mi Yuan's shooting angle. His intervention not only obstructed Mi Yuan, but also somewhat interfered with Loris's view. The ball soared into the air like a cannonball towards the blocking Alderweireld, who instinctively tilted his head to try to touch the ball. However, the ball's trajectory seemed to have anticipated his movement, brushing past the side of his head and whistling by, heading straight for the far corner of the goal. Loris, upon seeing the ball rise, immediately dove to the left. It was too late. Everything was too late. The ball sailed directly into the net. Goal. 1-0. Manchester City took the lead, making the aggregate score 1-1. The commentary team erupted with excitement, and the Manchester City fans jumped up joyfully, chanting Mi Yuan's name. After scoring, Mi Yuan calmly raised his arms and waved to the fans in the stands. It was just a goal. There was nothing to celebrate yet, as they hadn't won the match. De Bruyne's assist was perfectly timed. As long as they performed normally in this match, advancing should not be a problem.